You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 2701 A Warrior's Spirit, Part 1. 2701 A Warrior's Spirit, Part 1. First of all, I always found it weird that you had no one. Camilla ignored both Vergrave's attitude and questions. Most of the members of the military I know have a family. It's what keeps them going. So I did a little digging, and as a royal constable, getting my hands on your personnel file was easy. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that you actually had a wife and children. Ex-wife, Vergrave snarled. Hence why you haven't done this. We have nothing to say to each other anymore, and my children deserve to not have to mourn their father twice. I'll soon be gone, and there's no point in this meeting. Suddenly, the bond with Lith wavered, the demon's anger so great that he was willing to move on just out of spite for Camilla. I would agree with you if your story matched your wife's. This time, Camilla stared into his eyes and addressed his objections. Had she expressed indifference or just hate for your demise, I would have left it there after giving her my condolences. Instead, even after months from the end of the War of the Griffins, she was still mourning you and was happy to talk about you. She told me of how you felt guilty for putting your family's life at stake after the events of Candria. Vergrave shuddered at the mention of the plague and the memories it evoked. Due to his mistreatment of Lith during their first meeting, the Queen had been adamant about charging him for high treason after the fourth-year student had found a cure for Hathorn's parasites. According to the kingdom's law, not only Vergrave, but also his family might have been executed as a warning to the rest of the army officers. His poor judgment had almost cost the kingdom a priceless asset and countless lives. If not for Lith asking for mercy on Vergrave's behalf, there was no telling how far the Queen's wrath would have gone. She told me how it was out of guilt that you volunteered to lead the squad that supported Lith in protecting Belias from Thrud's forces, a mission that was labeled as suicidal. Camilla continued. Then Shia must have also told you that she didn't want me to do it, that she told me that if I went to Belias, I might as well not come back because I wouldn't have been welcome in my house anymore. That everything between us would be over, Vergrave snarled. That's why before leaving I served her the divorce papers. I performed my duty and followed her wishes. To quote my ex-wife's words, we are done. He noticed that every time he used the word ex, or mentioned their final argument, Shia seemed to crumple in pain. People say lots of stupid things when they are angry, and I've been with a stubborn man myself long enough to know when I need to ignore his words and do what he really needs. Camilla shook her head. Your wife has always regretted her last words to you and has never stopped mourning your loss. Your children are still distraught and they blame their mother for what happened to you. That's ridiculous, Vergrave blurted out in surprise. Leaving was my choice. Shia has nothing to do with that. Then you should tell them yourself, because your children think that if she didn't push you to divorce her, you would have found the strength to come back to them alive like you always did. Camilla replied. Gods, the demon clasped his temples, torn between the desire to help his family and avoid bringing them further suffering. Shia, please tell me what to do. You've always been better than me in. Hearing those familiar words spoken with the same pattern and intonation as the husband she had considered lost forever, Shia just dashed forward and tackled the demon in an embrace, sobbing. Forgive me, Rumfaz. I never meant to kick you out. I just wanted to stop you. I wanted you to love us more than your job. She buried her face into his chest, enjoying his warmth and losing herself in his smell. Vergrave, too, inhabited his corpse, and it was kept in perfect condition by necromantic spells. I've always loved you more than my job, you silly woman. Vergrave's hands trembled as he searched for the strength to return the embrace. I didn't volunteer because I had a death wish, but because I thought that Verhin was our best shot at victory. Were Thrud to win, I would have lost my life anyway, and you guys would have lost our house, my pension, and maybe even your own life. Even if somehow I survived, I wasn't important enough to be enslaved by the unwavering loyalty array. Thrud would have hunted me and my men down, using our families as bait to lure us into the open. You've seen what happened to Floria Ernaz. Do you think I could let something like that happen to you? Shia just shook her head, feeling like the biggest idiot on Magur. Back when they had quarreled, Thrud's reputation was even better than the royals. The Mad Queen had yet to lose her husband Jormun and give in to her madness. It was the reason Shia hadn't cared about the War of the Griffins, thinking that no matter the victor, her family's life wouldn't have changed. Now, however, she knew better. I'm sorry, Rumfaz. That's all I can say. I know it's not much. I know that I don't deserve it, but please come back home. If not for me, for our children. She cried so hard that if not for his demon hearing, Vergrave wouldn't have made sense of her words. He was still angry and hurt from their parting words, but he could also feel from his ex-wife's heartbeat and perspiration that she was telling the truth. She really was sorry, and her pain was genuine. Vergrave had left Shia with the hope that the separation would shield her from the pain. He had died to protect her, so the idea to have actually made things worse and be the cause of her current suffering was unbearable. "I can take you back, but I can't come home," he said while finally hugging her. "Away from my liege, I would fade away. Then we'll move to Lucia with the others. I don't care where we live as long as it's with you," she sniffled. "Also, I'm still your wife. I never signed the divorce papers. Never." Shia handed him the folder containing the documents and bearing his signature, but she had never filled her parts. "Thank you." Vergrave felt a huge burden lifted from his heart, knowing that he hadn't been forgotten. That despite everything, he still had someone to return to. Now we just have to tell the kids. "Easily solved, Grandma, if you may," Camilla said. On it, the Overlord opened a warp gate and dragged a teen boy and a young girl to the Verhin mansion. They looked around with a shocked expression on their faces until they saw their parents. "Dad, Mom," the how, where, and why they had crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant became meaningless to them. Chapter 2702.2, A Warrior's Spirit, Part 2. 2702, A Warrior's Spirit, Part 2. Their lost father was alive, and he seemed to have made up with Shia. That was the only thing that mattered to Vergrave's children. "My babies, damn, look how much you guys have grown. Is the house still standing, or did you eat that too?" The joke about there. Gluttonousness was something only the real Vergrave could know, and it made them break into tears. They joined the family hug, bawling their eyes out and calling out their dad over and over. "Thank you, Lady Verhin," Vergrave said, having a hard time holding back the tears. "You are welcome." A snap of Camilla's fingers activated a warping array that moved the Vergrave family inside the mansion. There, away from prying eyes, the demon let himself go, expressing all the joy of the reunion with sweet words and salty tears. Space. Blood Desert, Blood Plains, near the borders with the Free Countries, 2 days after Lith's birthday. Contrary to its name, the Blood Plains were made of common yellow sand. There was no grass nor water in the surroundings, just a peculiar wind pattern that kept dunes from forming and left the desert's sands leveled for a few kilometers. Salark had scheduled the meeting near high noon so that the Sun Eater could employ his best spells to their maximum efficacy. As promised, she had brought along a small crowd of spectators and left her Praetorian guards to patrol the area. For the occasion and to ensure that nothing bad happened to her guests, the Overlord had invited both Sinmara, the Phoenix of Darkness, and Surtur, the Dragon of Light. "I've arranged our transportation to a neutral ground," Salark said. "It's an uninhabited island outside of my turf. There we can fight on equal terms with only our own strength. My guards will make sure that no one will disturb our fight, and that our spells won't force my cartographers to redraw the maps of half the continent." "That's very thoughtful of you, little sparrow, but I'd like for us to fight here." Tezca gave her a small nod of the head as thank you. "Are you sure?" Salark furrowed her brow. "I'm stronger in the desert. It would be an unfair advantage. It also means that other guardians will be weaker and that your nest is at its strongest." The Sun Eater tutted. "We both know that outside your turf means inside someone else's. I trust you and no one else." "Fine," Salark was pissed off at the idea of having an edge on her rival. "Then you cast your best spells before we start. That will even things out." "Not a chance," Tezca shrugged. "Where's the fun in that?" His words pissed the Overlord even more, giving her the impression that the Sun Eater was either underestimating her or overestimating himself. "Uncle Tezca, why are you doing this? This is unfair," Philia asked, a bit pale from fear. No reassurance could convince her that something bad wouldn't happen to her beloved friend. The divine beasts assembled there only made her feel more scared that Salark might go back on her word. "Because life is unfair, my sweet child," Tezca replied while caressing her cheek. "If the mean lady and I are going to fight in the future, it won't happen on my terms. Did the bullies give you notice before ambushing you? Did Falmug give you a chance before doing what he did? Did any of those mean people who attempted on your and your brother's life play by any rule?" Both Philia and Frey shook their heads. Also, they appreciated Tezca calling Falmug by his name instead of father. To them, Zogger was the only dad they had ever had, while the Sun Eater was their best friend. "Remember my words while you grow up. Always prepare for the worst and train under the most unfair conditions, because that's how life usually plays out. Salark nodded in agreement, feeling her pride restored and admiring Tezca's new attitude. He isn't disrespecting me. Quite the contrary. The old fox trusts me so much that he's putting his life in my hands. He wants to fight here because he knows that even if he comes 1 inch from death, I'll protect Zinnia and the kids. He's actually doing it for us, for me to show my true power and for him to fight without any worry. The old fox is going to give the performance of his life, the Overlord thought. Before we start, there's a spell I have prepared for our guests, she actually said. This fight is meant to be a lesson, but at the speed you and I move it would be a lot even if our spectators just see a couple of flashes before we are done. Salark revealed the spell matrix to Tezca before using it on Zinnia and the others. Interesting, they will use our senses as a live feed to experience everything we do as if they were on our level. The Eldritch Warg hybrid rubbed his chin. I agree with this, and I thank you for your kindness. This time Tezca gave her a real bow, leaving everyone flabbergasted. Salark used the battle sense spell to connect herself with Tezca and both of them with Lith, Solus, Freya, Camilla, Zinnia, Philia, and Frey. Shields up, on the Overlord's mark, the entire blood plains were surrounded by a 20-meter, 66, thick spirit barrier, and the spectators were brought on the other side since thanks to her spell distance didn't matter anymore. Before starting, I have one suggestion and one more offer, Salark said. I suggest we keep our forms compressed to human size. It's just you and me here. Being big is just pointless and would increase the number of times we hit the barrier. Once we go all out, even with my children fueling the barrier, there's only so many hits it can take, so we have to make them count, or we'll have to suspend the match to allow for repairs. I hate being interrupted. Tezca nodded in agreement, and for her to continue. If you want, you can use your equipment, whereas I'll fight barehanded. Deal. No, Tezca replied. I want to fight you at your best, just like it might happen in the future. I'm not interested in 10% of your power or any arbitrary number. You me 100%. Anything less and I'm out of here. Gods, Zagran would love you. Salark laughed heartily, clapping at his warrior spirit. I have a few final words before we start as well, Tezca said, and Salark waited without weaving a single spell nor assuming a guard stance. Philia, Frey, every time I had to fight, I asked you to close your eyes. Not today. Today, I want you to watch my back and never to avert your gaze. Don't even blink if you can. I'm going to show you the pride of the Sun Eater, and I don't want you to miss a single moment of it. I want you to be proud of me. It's been a long time since someone has been proud of me. He looked back at Zinnia at the children, raising his closed fist in a salute that also showed his determination. Philia and Frey returned it, but Tezca had already turned around. Chapter 2703.1, True Power and Form, Part 1. 2703 True Power and Form, Part 1. Now I'm ready, the Sun Eater said. So am I, Salark clapped her hands, signaling the beginning of the fight and shape-shifting her ample red desert robes into skin-tight pants and shirt. The fight started with a quick exchange of fists and kicks that surpassed the speed of sound. The two contenders moved back and forth throughout the blood plains, riding the sonic booms to move faster and timing their respective attacks to create constructive and destructive interference. Salark and Tezca used the former to pile up their own sonic booms into devastating shockwave attacks, and the latter to weaken the opponent's booms. They moved through space on purpose. Every spot where they clashed was a forced compromise between offense and defense. Forced because neither of them was letting the other dictate the flow of battle, but they had to exchange blows, or they would be just staring at each other all day. Fuck me sideways, I can barely understand what's happening even with Solus' help and the eyes. Lith was terrified by the spectacle. If not for the battle sense spell, he would just see empty air. Me too, everyone else replied. Zinnia and her children were cut off from the conversation, since they knew nothing of Solus and magic. You have definitely improved. Salark, however, was already getting bored. Your double core gives you a nice new kick, but you are still nothing compared to the raw prowess of a guardian who has mastered their powers. You don't say, Tezca smiled at her as if she had complimented him. Then you're going to like this. The sky suddenly turned dark as his Eldritch Tear spell, Sun Eater, blotted the sun out of the sky. Sun Eater used a burst of chaos magic to bring a piece of Tezca out of Magus' atmosphere. From there, it would grow and spread like an umbrella, absorbing both the light energy from the sun and the cosmic radiation. Sun Eater fed all the collected energy to Tezca in real time, and in turn, he would convert part of it into mass and use the rest to fuel his spells and bloodline abilities. Eldritches were made of energy, and their black core was a bottomless pit. Their capacity to hold and control mana was endless. There was no such a thing as mana abuse for them. Tezca suddenly became much stronger, faster, and heavier, as the new mass his body gained matched that of the Guardian. So much for wanting to fight under the most unfair conditions possible. Salark laughed, even though Tezca's barrage of attacks was now pushing her back. You have no violet core nor body casting. You had no time to weave Sun Eater with true magic, unless you did it during your pep talk to the kids. Victory needs no explanations, whereas defeat brooks none, Tezca replied as the frequency of his attacks increased without end. He used not only hands and feet like Salark, but also 9 of his 10 tails, and she couldn't deal with all of them anymore. That's a low blow, Freya inwardly cursed. I didn't expect Tezca to be this cowardly. You are wrong, Lith replied. As he said, life is always unfair. The secret to survival is making it unfair to your advantage. Freya and Camilla looked at him for a second, wondering if the abominations weren't wrong in considering Lith like one of their own. As for the kids, they couldn't agree with Tezca more. We are on the pretty lady's turf. If it gives her an advantage, Uncle Tezca has every right to cheat. She isn't playing fairly either, they thought while cheering as hard as they could for the Eldritch. It was an amazing spell back then, and it's even better now, but so am I. Salark abandoned her human form and shape-shifted into a blood-red phoenix. Don't forget that I'm no human. I never was one. That silly form was a handicap I gave myself. I was doing you a favor, but now it's time for me to get serious. Her feathered wings moved in circles in front of her, intercepting multiple kicks and punches at the same time. The air currents accompanying Salark's movements neutralized the shockwaves, while her soft plumage absorbed the physical impact. She didn't take the attacks head-on anymore. She deflected them off her line with minimum effort, waiting for the right time to counter. Tezca's tails were supposed to still give him an edge, but Salark now could reply in spades. The long peacock-like feathers on a phoenix's tail weren't ornamental. They darted from every direction, moving like a new limb each and intercepting Tezca's tails. She had more than 9 of them, so the Sun Eater found himself quickly on the back foot. The phoenix's wings and tail feathers intercepted everything Tezca dished out, while her beak punished the slightest mistake with a surgical counter. Tezca's fur was thick and durable, but even after hardening its tufts into spikes, the phoenix's beak cut through them effortlessly. To make matters worse, her extra feathers from the tail pummel at him from every direction. If the Sun Eater stepped forward, Salark stepped back, and vice versa. She kept strict control of the range, limiting his offensive and defensive options by cornering him with her tails at every step of the combat. Does this remind you of anything? The Guardian smirked. This is an accurate replay of our last fight. Come on, do it. I know you want to. This is nothing like our last fight, Tezca smirked back, his form splitting into 9 identical bodies. Each one of the new Tezcas only bore 1 tail, except for the one who also carried the atrophied spirit tail. What does he hope to achieve with this? Salark and the spectators thought in unison. The number of tails is unchanged, and even though he now has more limbs, oh shit. As explained before, an Eldritch's black core was a bottomless pit, with an endless capacity to hold and control mana. Even the small portion of the sun's energy absorbed by Sun Eater was the equivalent of several nuclear explosions, and that without factoring in the cosmic radiations. Each one of Tezca's 9 bodies had the physical and magical might of the original. Each one of them had the same mass of a 50 meters, 164, tall Guardian. They moved with a single mind and purpose, surrounding the Phoenix in a 7-pointed attack formation. Oh crap! Not only were now the tables turned, with Tezca's limbs outnumbering Salark's, but he also did more than rely on physical attacks. 7 of them kept a constant pressure on the Guardian, while the remaining 2 kept their distance, and cast spells with true and fake magic for the rest of the group. A barrage of cursed, dimensional, and gravity spells now rained on Salark's head, along with blows powerful enough to flatten a mountain. Go, Uncle Tezca! Philia started to jump while cheering, whereas Zinnia was simply terrified by the extinction-level fight taking place in front of her. Is really Tezca that strong? How can the kids take all of this as some sort of game? What the heck happened while they were with him that they are used to such things? Zinnia thought. Chapter 2704.2, True Power and Form, Part 2. 2704 True Power and Form, Part 2. Zinnia had many other questions, but they all had to weigh because it was Salark's time to make her move. Nice trick, she replied. I admit that this bloodline ability would have cornered me millennia ago. Now, however, I know better. She conjured a stream of magic of the opposite elements to counter the cursed spells, returning them to their natural state. Thanks to her guardian core, Salark could use body casting, so the faster she moved, the faster she weaved her spells. Gravity blocked gravity, and dimensional magic countered dimensional magic. The now regular tier 5 elemental spells she tanked with no worry, barely making a grunt when a particularly strong one hit her. "Oh please, that was just a setup and you fell for it," the choir of Tezcas said, appearing everywhere at the same time. While Salark was focused on not letting gravity crush her and dimensional tears rip her to shreds, the 9 Tezcas had surrounded her, blocking every dodge and block path. A flurry of hands and feet claws opened deep wounds on the phoenix's body while the 9 tails impaled her. Feathers flew and blood gushed out as the guardian felt strength abandoning her body. This fucker knew he couldn't beat me with magic. He created a distraction to hit me with the physical might of 9 guardians. Salark, though, I must admit that's a bit too much even for me. She took a deep breath and her body was suddenly set ablaze. The tails stuck inside her body burned, and so did all the following hits. At the same time, by using her bloodline ability, Rebirth Flames, she converted her mana into matter. Her wounds healed faster than Tezca could open new ones, whereas the flames managed to inflict upon him major burns despite the layers of protective magic surrounding his bodies. "It's over, old fox," Salark said as the violet of the flames turned white, and so did the red of her feathers. "It was brilliant of you to add a new step to our fight, but now that I've taken my true form, you are no match for me." The Tezcas stepped away, a few of them focused on healing, while the others tried everything they could, yet it was pointless. The white flames burned mana, dimensional openings, and even cursed spells. The roaring fire shone like a sun, devouring everything the Sun Eater could throw at the Guardian. Tezca whimpered, his snout curling down in frustration. For one fraction of a second. Then, it turned up into a literal wolfish smile as he laughed from the depth of his heart. "Did you forget your own words? I have still one trick you know left." Then he sent this message to the spectators. "Kids, this is for you. This is the true form of my prized chaos dimension." The air, ground, and light started to quake, giving Salark an eerie feeling. The space all around the contenders filled with cracks, as if reality was one big mirror and an army was punching at it. "Seriously?" Salark scoffed in annoyance, but she used soul vision to understand what was happening. "This is what you did the last time, and your precious spell failed against my white flames. This is when you left and we ended in a draw. You couldn't hurt me and I couldn't catch you. Yet that was millennia ago, before I fully mastered the primordial flames and my full power as a guardian. I'm much stronger now." She unleashed the primordial flames all around her, burning Tezca's spell down to its smallest rune. "And so am I." The 9 Tezcas went back to be one. He needed the masteries over all elements in one body for his next move. His hands moved in unison, each forming a semicircle that mirrored the other. The white flames stopped as if they had hit a wall, and then Salark crashed against the ground like a meteor. Gravity had been amplified by 1,000-fold, yet the sand around her was unaffected. The clouds and wind were untouched by the spell's effect as well. Even the ants who were feeling the fallen phoenix with their antennas were unscathed by the spell. "What the fuck?" Salark used raw physical strength to get up, unleashing a blast of fire from each of her wings and a guardian tier spirit spell, Lord of War, from her mouth. A hail of emerald bullets each the size of a building, and possessing enough destructive power to vaporize a lake bolted against the Sun Eater at Mach 10. "I'm disappointed in you, little sparrow." Tezca weaved his hands and shifted the weight on his feet as he shifted gravity itself. All of Salark's attacks were imbued with willpower and would chase their target to the edge of Magus, yet they failed to come even close to the Sun Eater. Space was distorted around him so that the spells failed to pinpoint his position, swirling around him without ever finding him. Tezca quickly performed hand signs, using both fake and true magic to control and alter the already formed chaos dimension. A red warp sucked one of the bursts of primordial flames, a white warp took the other, and a black warp sucked the Lord of War in. Salark instantly replied by compressing the space around her, but it was useless. Chaos warp didn't bend space, it pierced through it. The only thing her spell achieved was to further degrade the space and make it unstable around her. The Chaos Warp also opened the path for the following Decay Warp and Cinder Warp. Lord of War hit Salark from point-blank range, its mana tainted by chaos enough to hurt even its caster. Decay warp exploded right after releasing the primordial flames, turning them into a massive conflagration that was impossible to dodge. Cinder warp added kinetic energy to the second burst of flames, doubling its speed and making it hit hard like a physical blow. The mother of all phoenixes was blasted off her feet, spinning through the air in a drizzle of blood and feathers. She tried to spirit blink, but due to the cursed warps the space was unstable and the dimensional corridor blew up in her face. The members of the nest and the Praetorian Guard gasped, needing sheer discipline to not step into the fight as their mother, mentor, and overlord was tossed around like a rag doll. Tezca kept adjusting the cursed gates, so that they kept following the helpless guardian until they delivered the last bit of their deadly cargo. Salark survived only because her body was still wrapped inside a thick layer of primordial flames that took off the brunt of the 3 attacks. Good gods, Surtur and Sinmara were shocked to their bones. Now I understand why Thrude ran away even though she had the Arthans set with her. I wouldn't be able to survive any of Tezca's hits, and I'm a bright white core. Even with my best equipment, I don't think the outcome would be any different. Thrude had no chance against him. Fuck us sideways. Lith and Solus fared even worse, and Camilla with them. Solus, what are our chances if we were to face either of them while above a mana geyser and with the tower to back us? Lith asked. Chapter 2705.1 Gods of War, Part 1. 2705 Gods of War, Part 1. Our chances of victory would be none. Yet if we managed to fuse and trigger the tower's combat form, we might escape by the skin of our teeth. Maybe, Solus replied. You are amazing, but let's see how you do without silly tricks. Salark bolted forward, her wings curled near her body as she accelerated to unbelievable speed. The white flames burned the chaos dimension, getting rid of the spatial distortion and allowing her to reach her mark in an instant. Her wounds were also healed, making her children sigh in relief. Brilliant move, Solus thought while analyzing Salark's strategy. Whatever Tezca did to fool the willpower in her spells, it can't work on physical attacks. Once the primordial flames get rid of the chaos dimension, the match is hers. Or so she thought until, with the same delicate movements of his hands, Tezca also deflected Salark's wings, tails, and beak. The power of the white flames overwhelmed chaos dimension, but she still couldn't touch him. The Sun Eater, instead, only needed a flick of his wrists to uproot her in a defenseless position, and then strike at her with a boom of thunder. His fists came in and out of cinder. Warps that appeared near her body, limiting the interaction with the primordial flames and amplifying the kinetic energy of the blows 100-fold. Salark was utterly confused, with gravity changing its direction so quickly that she couldn't orient herself. Tezca moved from one point in space to another non-stop, making it seem there were 100 of him instead of one. How is this possible? My primordial flames are supposed to burn the runes of your spells, yet they are still unscathed. Soul Vision revealed that none of her attacks had put a single dent in the integrity of the Chaos Dimension's matrix. What power is this? Science, little sparrow. Tezca weaved his index finger in front of his snout without ever stopping his attacks. Gravity is actually the curvature of space and time. You, I, and everyone else on Magur are simply moving on the curvature of that fabric. Matter tells space how to curve, while space tells matter how to move. I have understood their duality, and now I can control matter with gravity magic and space with dimensional magic. This isn't your turf anymore, but my playground. Gravity altered the trajectory of Salark's attacks while space twisted and turned around the Sun Eater, making him untouchable and his attacks unavoidable. I understand now, Freya said, making everyone turn toward her. Primordial flames still use world energy, but now that's at Tezca's back and call. He achieved absolute mastery over everything around him by circulating the mana from his body through his tails. He needed to fuse back into one body because to attain this level of control, you need a perfect understanding of all elements and how they interact with each other as you alter their individual output at any given time. He is. As Freya tried to find a metaphor that could express the complexity of Tezca's genius, something clicked inside of her. That's it, that's what Magur's answer about my hair meant. I'm no Lith, I don't have a bloodline ability that gives me domination, I have a natural affinity towards all of them. To achieve the violet, I must do like Morak and let the elemental energies flow through me. Yet since I don't have his eyes, I need to split the world energy in its components by myself before harmonizing them with my life force. He was right, I really can learn from his experience. The others drowned her in questions, but she cut them off, using Lifestream to circulate the world energy inside her body. She split it into its basic components, using her hair to draw them apart and making them a part of herself. Freya wasn't just a mass of life force and mana anymore. The 6 elemental energies now resided in her body as well, balancing the other 2 forces out. The elemental streaks in her hair lit up like suns of different colors, and the blue of her aura turned violet. Yet she was no beast. There was no pillar accompanying her evolution, and her body started to crack down to rearrange itself in the most perfect and painful way possible. Surtur, deal with the kid. I don't care what happens to me. Freya mustn't miss a single second of this fight. Did I make myself clear? Salark ordered. Yes, Mother. The Dragon of Light put his hands on Freya's head, taking control of her breakthrough. He guided matter and energy on the path of least resistance, so that the young woman could still focus on the exchange between the Sun Eater and the Lord of War. Freya's body shivered. Black tar-like impurities gushed out of her mouth, eyes, and ears, yet she barely noticed it while she tried to unveil the secrets of Chaos Dimension. Every fold in space was a symphony of genius, and every twist in gravity was a masterpiece of magic. Fuck me sideways, I remember an Einstein quote saying Tezca's exact same words. Lith said this solely to Camilla and Solus. What if Tezca is as smart as him? What if he's even smarter? The 2 women had a hard time understanding the implications of the existence of someone who could match the intellectual prowess of the father of modern physics, and also had the magical power of an eldritch. Fuck, I really didn't want to do this because it feels like a cheap blow, but as you said, victory requires no explanation. Salark released countless elemental sealing arrays, knowing that someone without spirit magic or domination would become helpless once deprived of the power of the elements. Yet Tezca kept grinning and unleashed the spells stored inside 6 of his tails. The cursed elements drained their counterpart from her arrays, turning one of the elemental components of the magical formations into cursed magic as well. Mirror magic was much faster than Warden magic, so Tezca's spells reached their targets while the arrays were still forming, and before they could take effect. The final result was the arrays imploding, and Salark getting pummel for losing her focus in surprise. I told you I've prepared for this fight for a long while. You would have beat me 10 times over if I were still an eldritch, but now I'm also a warg. Tezca's spirit tail had detached earlier from the main body. The atrophied limb was useless in a fight, but it could still form a body of its own. The spirit tail had been casting with true and fake magic, passing the spells to the main Tezca. It gave him the equivalent of body casting, and an endless reserve of spells for his tails. Magnificent, Salark's voice expressed the admiration she felt. I did the right thing challenging you. A weaker guardian might have been defeated by your newfound powers. A weaker guardian, Tezca echoed before being blasted away in a pillar of emerald fire. Indeed, Salark was still a white phoenix, but her body was now engulfed in immortal flames. They came out of her body and were sparked by her very core. The emerald flames obeyed solely the Overlord and ignored even Mager's will. Chapter 2706.2, Gods of War Part 2. 2706 Gods of War Part 2. Chaos Dimension made Tezca the ruler of the area, but the immortal flames ignored his decrees. They only had one goddess and one purpose. The emerald flame spread outward, burning at Chaos Dimension's runes and weakening its grip on the Guardian. Tezca cursed under his breath and rearranged the spell in order to save as much of it as he could. A flick of his fingers turned the sand into stone and made it into a mountain that struck at the Overlord. A shift of his feet lowered the air pressure to the point where there was barely any oxygen left. A wave of his tail made it so that the temperature dropped by 200 degrees. Such was the power of Chaos Dimension. By controlling gravity and space, Tezca could control the whole Mager, or rather the fraction of Mager that his Eldritch Tier spell encompassed. To do that, he needed massive amounts of mana that only the Sun Eater spell could provide, and he had to fill the area with his own power in order to make up for the lack of domination. All of that was useless against a being who was the source of her own power by emitting spirit magic, a guardian who possessed true domination and had mastered it over the millennia. Salark's body flared up, dispelling the mountain, restoring the air, and making the desert warm again. Her immortal flames burned through space, blinking her behind Tezca and assaulting him with a flurry of hits from her tail's feathers. Damn it, if only I too had spirit magic, he roared. And if wishes were horses beggars would ride, Salark roared back, following him everywhere he blinked, leaving no safe space in the entire blood plains for the Sun Eater. Indeed, Tezca replied, activating the power of his 10th tail. An incredibly complex array appeared out of thin air, the Master's very own Chaos Annihilation, a version of the anti-guardian spell that had no need for spirit magic. The chaos replaced the darkness, and made up for the lack of the 7th element, bringing Vaster's variation of Silverwing's Annihilation on par with the original. A 6-pointed star appeared around Tezca with him as the 7th. 5 elemental pillars and a chaos pillar burst in front of him, and he fueled them with spells from both his gravity and dimensional tails, bringing the spell to the next level. "What the farm?" the Overlord and everyone else said in unison, but for entirely different reasons. Dimensional magic accelerated the spell and bounced it everywhere, making it impossible to dodge. Gravity magic hindered Salark's movements while also making her the center of gravity of the entire blood plains. Everything fell towards her, including the Chaos Annihilation that was now homing into its target. Tezca bellowed, as he put into the anti-guardian spell every ounce of power from Sun Eater that his body couldn't take. As for the others, phoenixes, humans, and everything in between, they were simply stunned. Are they really going to keep one-upping each other like this? Every time the match seemed over, either Tezca or Salark pulled a new trick out of their hat. Can you really mix gravity and dimensional spells even with arrays? Freya coughed out a bunch of impurities, but her eyes didn't blink as she stared at the Sun Eater. Salark took the annihilation in full, and her immortal flames went out. The Guardian was sent flying back, allowing Tezca to restore his might via the Sun Eater spell. He was panting heavily, having put everything he had into the Chaos Annihilation. Well, good to know. Salark stood up with half of her body missing and spurting blood. That thing hurts like a bitch, but I doubt you can do that again. Rebirth flames healed the White Phoenix, regrowing the missing organs and limbs in an instant. I instead have immortal flames for days. Emerald fire burst out of her body again, accompanied by a shortness of breath. Even a Guardian knew fatigue, and purging the chaos that was plaguing her mana core and body required further effort. You really don't want to let me go home today? Tezca pulled the Endless Night blade and his Sun Eater armor from his pocket dimension. I thought you were into dragons. I sure am, Salark replied by wielding her black blade, Tyrant Sun, in her tail's feathers and wearing her white armor, Conqueror Moon. Both sets of equipment were made from the purest Davros and studded solely with elemental crystals. Salark's set was a Guardian-crafted artifact that she only used against a fellow Guardian, and only after they both agreed to put their life on the line. That day, she wore it for an eldritch. Tezca's set instead was made by Baitra, the 4th ruler of the Flames. She had used the absolution, splitting the hammer among her hybrid siblings to craft her masterpiece. Icos the Garuda and Nelia the Griffin had used life maelstrom during the whole process. Sier the Fenrir and Hushar the Leviathan had employed Doom-Tide passive effect, elemental flow, to change the arrays every time an enchantment could be bettered, ensuring that each spell would be imbued in the best condition possible. Xenagrosh the Dragon and Kigan the Phoenix had purified the Davros and removed any flaw from the employed materials. Nandi the Minotaur had conjured an amount of world energy on par with a mage tower. Last but not least, the Master had wielded the 9th hammer, using his own spirit magic to make up for what the Eldritches lacked. As for Baitra, she had poured everything she knew into her creation to achieve perfection. Lith and the rest of the spectators swallowed a lump of saliva, noticing that both Tezca's blade the armor bore 7 elemental crystals each. 1 for each element plus a violet crystal holding the power of dimensional magic. It was something that Lith had only seen on the Seaful and Arthan sets, something exclusive to dimensional mages that even Firwall had no idea how to craft. Tezca kicked things up a notch by using his own mastery over dimensional magic to boost the mass of his Davros equipment. A mass of chaos-infused molecules wrapped around Endless Night and the Sun Eater armor. The chaos molecules used the equipment as a scaffold to rearrange their atomic bonds in the same form as the legendary metal, mimicking the Davros properties and forming a blade and an armor of the same size as the Overlord's. You can do that with dimensional magic. How? Freya asked, and everybody shrugged. All I know is that this is going to be over soon, Lith replied. The mere presence of the weapons was filling the spirit barrier put up by hundreds of phoenixes with cracks. The Lord of War and the Sun Eater needed but a split second to go back to their peak strength before putting everything in a single strike. The moment they moved, the power they emitted was enough to blind everyone present despite the battle's sense spell. The moment the blades connected, a gigantic explosion shattered the spirit barrier, sending the first line of phoenixes flying and forcing those in the second line to shield the spectators with their bodies. Chapter 2707.1, Historic Event, Part 1. 2707 Historic Event, Part 1. I knew this would happen, silly songbird. Ligun popped out of thin air in front of Lith's family, shielding the spectators personally, but standing right in front of Camilla just to be safe. Thanks to the phoenixes, the conflagration would have just sent her and the others belly up, maybe suffering a few scratches from the impact with the coarse sand. Yet the mere aura of the Guardian of the Empire was enough to neutralize what remained of the shockwave. Once the dust settled, the Blood Plains had to be renamed the Crystal Plains. The heat released by the blade's collision had vitrified the sand, turning it into a meters-thick glass that spread as far as the eye could see. Salark was the only one standing. A still bleeding deep wound was open on her neck and chest while she pointed her blade at Tezca's brain. Her blade and armor were damaged, but they healed as fast as her body, returning to their peak condition in an instant. The Sun Eater was shredded into pieces, the head the only part of him that was unscathed, and solely because the Guardian had willed it so. His equipment was shattered in a silvery mist of metal and crystals, but thanks to the Davros' natural regenerative properties, they reformed faster than his body even though Tezca was still fueled by the Sun Eater spell. At that sight, Zinnia and the kids ditched the group and ran with all the speed they could muster. "It's over, old fox." Salark lowered her blade, sighing deeply. "You won, it's my defeat." "Are you drunk, high, or both?" Tezca snarled as black tendrils collected the bits of his body and put them back together. "You've clearly won by a landslide. Even if my strike went through your guard, you would have survived. If you didn't stop your blade instead, my life would be over. I'm still weak compared to you." Weak, she put away her blade and armor, offering the Filja her hand to help him stand up. "You pushed me way harder than when I was a fledgling guardian. You managed to hold your ground against me, the Lord of War, in my own turf despite you lacking both spirit magic and body casting. Considering the many advantages I had, this is your victory and—" "Uncle Tezca!" Philia and Frey screamed, hugging him and bursting into tears as soon as they reached him. "Gods, are you all right? Do you need food?" Zinnia knelt near the still-sitting Sun Eater who was still in the process of regenerating his tails. She patted his arms, chest, and snout, looking for any form of damage he might not be able to heal. "And this is also what makes you the true victor," Salark sighed harder. "You are the only one who had someone cheer for him the whole time. Even in defeat, people cared for you, not for me." She waved at her children and guests who were dazed from the fight. They stared at the contenders with a mix of awe and fear. Not one of them had thought for a second that the Overlord could lose. It was proof of their trust, but also a sign of a lack of care. No one had worried about her wounds, simply assuming they wouldn't bother her. "I call bullshot," Tezca said right after reassuring everyone he was all right and letting Zinnia and the kids help him to stand up. The Vaster household also had its family-friendly lingo, and the Sun Eater was a professional at using it even under stress. "This is your victory, and a well-deserved one at that. I lost because you are a better fighter and mage. End of the story. All excuses in Magur can't change this fact, just like they won't alter the ending of our fight if we ever become mortal enemies. Only an idiot can believe to be entitled to a fair fight. There are only fights you can walk away from and those you can't. Everything else is just a footnote on history books. Thanks for the lesson." Tezca gave the Overlord a deep bow. "I might have lost, but this fight truly took the rust off my old bones and made me realize where I'm still lacking. If we meet again, I promise that I'll be even stronger." "You better," Salark scoffed, yet returned the bow with the same depth and respect. "Because I'll be much stronger, so if you slack off, you'll bore me." "I'm sorry you lost, Uncle," Frey said. "You deserved to win." "Yeah," Philia nodded. "You were amazing. You are almost as smart and strong as Dad." "Thanks, kids," the Sun Eater chuckled, proud of what he and the Master had done with the children. They were no longer the scaredy cats living in fear of the shadow of their late biological father, Falmug. Philia and Frey were now proud and loving, no matter who they had to face. "Don't be sorry for me. I still got the opportunity to show you my best side. Besides, I'll let you on a secret. I've always learned more from my failures than my successes, because if you succeed, you are right, but you also make no progress. When you fail instead, you have the opportunity to look inside yourself and understand what you are missing and what you are wrong about. If you do find the answer and the strength to improve, that one failure will bring you countless victories. That's why I don't care about this squabble. Every fight from which I can walk away without any loss is a victory in my book. Yet beware, if you let defeat become a poison in your heart, if you let results become more important than progress, you'll end up as miserable as your dad was when you met him for the first time. The children nodded, giving Tezca a bow and offering him food from their dimensional amulets. He chuckled, returned the bow, and gobbled the food. He had no need for it since the Sun Eater spell provided him with energy that he could convert into matter and nutrients, but he appreciated the gesture. He was about to ask Salark to bring them home when a panting voice stopped him. "Please, Master Tezca, wait." Freya arrived much later despite being a deep violet cord awakened due to the pitiful state of her body. The breakthrough had left her sore and exhausted. If not for Surtur's care, she would have fainted already. "Master," the Sun Eater burst into a belly laugh. "You are Falul's apprentice. Why are you calling me master? Do you have a death wish or what? Hydras are jealous of their secrets." "You are right, yet you've taught me so much today that I need to express you my gratitude." Freya fell onto her knees and bowed her head. "Thank you so much. If not for you, I don't know if or when I'd have attained the violet core. If not for your words, I would have kept scratching at the surface of dimensional magic without ever truly understanding its potential. Your fight lasted seconds, but it taught me more than decades of research. If there's anything I can do to repay your kindness, you only need to ask." Chapter 2708.2, Historic Event, Part 2. 2708 Historic Event, Part 2. Freya raised her head only to stare at the magnificent violet dimensional crystal etched on endless night. She was dying to know how to craft them, but she bit her lips and kept her mouth shut. "I call bullshot on you too, kid, but thank you for your kind words. It's been a long time since someone didn't call me names, let alone master." "You owe me nothing," Tezca said with a wolfish smile. "If you achieved the violet core just by watching me fight, if you reached enlightenment from a few words of mine, it's only because you could understand everything on your own." He waved at the other spectators, who seemed oblivious to whatever Freya was talking about. "I was right about you. There's talent in here and here." His long, clawed finger tapped her forehead and bosom. "Having a good brain is just luck. Having a good heart is all on you. You combined them to reach the point you are today, and I can't wait to face another true dimensional mage instead of these farming cheaters." Tezca pointed at the Guardians. "Yet if you really want to do me a favor, there's something I need." "Anything?" Freya nodded. "If something were to happen to me, please, teach these children in my stead." The Sun Eater patted Philia's and Frey's shoulders. "In exchange, I'll give you a tip. There's a reason only dimensional mages can craft violet crystals. The same for which I can still make them even without spirit magic. That reason is the very thing that sets us apart from normal mages. We don't feel the elements. We are the elements." Freya furrowed her brows, having no idea what those words meant. She took ink and paper out of her dimensional item, writing everything down to the letter to never forget. "Thank you for your teachings. You have my word that I'll train the kids as if they were mine." She rapped on her heart and then fainted, succumbing to exhaustion. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I've been a jerk and you are right. Knowing how strong you are is no excuse for my lack of care. Are you all right?" Lith had blinked his side of the family near the Overlord and was now handing her a giant bowl of ice cream in apology. "Too little and too late, young man," she scoffed. "I had my organs blown out over and over and no one gave a farm. You guys are is that coffee and hazelnut ice cream with fresh whipped cream. And fresh cookies." Solus took them from her own personal reserve. "Damn, all that sweating made me work up quite an appetite," Salark smiled. "Me too." Camilla drooled at the sight of the frozen ice cream and steaming chocolate cookies, her stomach grumbling no less than the Overlord's. "Guess I'll have to forgive you, and to share the ice cream," Salark chuckled. "Don't worry, dear, I'll work your husband to the bone if it means to fill our bellies." "Mother, Surtur attempted to say, and with him the members of the nest. "Too little, too late, and no ice cream. Bye," she said with a snort while warping everyone back to the Verhin mansion, including Tezca. That day was remembered throughout Garland for several reasons. For the desert, it marked the birth of the Glass Plains. For the Empire, it provided images and words from a fight that their mages would study for centuries in the attempt to deepen their understanding of dimensional magic. For the Kingdom, it was the day when Freya Ernas achieved the violet, and Magus Verhin needed to consume all the daily production of milk from his father's cows to feed gluttonous women. Space. As time passed, Camilla grew stronger in magic and body, as her belly grew bigger. Her feats of strength like those she had displayed at the royal gala, forcing elves, undead, and even beasts to back down in front of her fury, aroused many rumors about her real nature. Some said that she was actually a divine beast as well, others that she was the reincarnation of a goddess of magic who had awakened from her slumber. Bottom line, her life in the royal court became peaceful and no one dared to cross her. Then someone bothered researching the effects of pregnancy of a hybrid baby from a powerful mage, and everything went back to normal. The silver lining was that with the pregnancy coming to term, Camilla stayed home for longer and longer periods of time. She read and studied magic more than ever thanks to Elijah boosting her intellect and magical prowess. She also cooked more than ever in order to relieve her boredom and put what she learned into practice. Cooking allowed her to employ fire vision to check on the pots, spirit magic to do everything from her chair, air magic to cut the ingredients, fire and water magic to keep the temperature of the stove stable, and darkness magic to get rid of pesky insects. Alina would sit right beside her, teaching Camilla how to cook and knit at the same time. Camilla would bring a spoon for both of them with spirit magic for tasting or a full plate for snacking. "Gods, I love you so much, Camilla," Alina burst into tears. "Yet I'm also envious of you. Why do you get all these amazing powers and I don't? It's not fair, it's not." Unlike Camilla, Alina went through the full hormonal roller coaster, going from happy to angry and from sad to aroused in the blink of an eye multiple times a day. Luckily, it wasn't Roz's first rodeo, so he was always near to laugh with her, calm her down, console her, or stop her according to the circumstances. "You're right, it's unfair." He hugged her, bringing a handkerchief to her nose that she blew into. "Those guardians are farming bastards. If you want, I'll go there and kick their asses." Roz didn't believe a word he said. He just needed to bring the emotional swing back. "Thanks, dear, but it's not necessary. I'm just being silly." Alina chuckled, realizing how preposterous the idea was. "Did I ever tell you how handsome you are?" She whispered in his ear with a sensual voice, almost panting. "God's mom," Lith became beet red. "I can never unhear that." Then he noticed that aside from him and Solus, no one was embarrassed. "How can you be this calm?" he asked in surprise. "Because unlike you, we've all seen Mom pregnant at least once," Tryon shrugged. "I was there when she was expecting Tista and you." "And I was there for her when she was expecting you and Aaron," Tista scoffed. "You were the last born and then you were too busy with the academy to help. You came back only to deliver the baby." "I'm so sorry," Alina bawled her eyes out. "I've made my baby ashamed of me. I'm a failure of a mother." Everyone rolled their eyes, glaring at Lith for dragging Alina back to square one. "No, Mom, don't say that," he said in a perfect example of locking the stable door after the horse has bolted. Chapter 2709.1 Everything Burns, Part 1 2709 Everything Burns, Part 1 "I love you and I could never be ashamed of you, Mom. You are the best mother in Maugre. Even the fringe confirmed that," Lith said. "Oh," Alina sniffled, proud that her son treasured her to the point of seeing the embodiment of his entire world with her features. "Thanks, dear. I feel much better now." "Good gods," Camilla thought while caressing her own womb. "I feel like I dodged a hail of bullets here, not just one. Thank you, beloved." A kick ensued, and she interpreted it as an "I love you too, Mom." Camilla had ups and downs too, but nothing that a few deep breaths and a touch of dragon scales couldn't fix. Every time her mind ran rampant or her insecurities threatened to crush her, the scales gave her the reassurance she needed. Space. Almost 2 months later, Solus Tower. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Away from prying ears, Lith was free to vent his rage and frustration. He yelled at the top of his lungs, trashing tower-made furniture that would cost nothing to fix. "The baby is about to be born, and I've got nowhere close to achieving the bright violet core. Therapy sessions, support groups, meditation, facing my inner demons, I tried everything and nothing worked." Lith slammed his fists on a table, cracking it. Solus just stood there, letting him be since nothing she could say would help. "He really did his best, trying even the most far-fetched theories I could come up with." She inwardly sighed. His body is almost filled with vortexes and auxiliary cores, but due to the imbalance in his life forces, the accumulation process is becoming slower and more painful by the day. Soon Lith will be forced to stop altogether or risk his core to crack and become an abomination. In their current state, his life forces can't handle the power of the bright violet core. Until he finds a solution, his abilities will be capped whereas his enemies can still grow stronger. Space. Village of Lucia, the same day at the same time. On the days when her mood was stable, Alina loved to take the DeLorean for a ride and go out for a bit. She would go shopping for the soon-to-be-born babies or groceries, just to keep her mind and hands busy. Sometimes, like today, she also brought Aaron along to teach him the value of money and make him feel involved with taking care of the family. It was exactly the kind of moment that two bright violet cord awakened from Verendi had waited to strike. Verhin's wife is clearly off-limits, but there's no guardian's oath regarding his mother. Winian says, a brown-skinned man about 1.9 meters, 63, tall, said. Also, according to our data, Verhin has a soft spot for his little brother. These two are the perfect target to avenge our fallen comrades and bring that arrogant runt to heel. I know, but don't you find it weird? Narrantmer, a 1.78 meters, 510, tall, beautiful woman, replied. I mean, Verhin has golems, demons, beasts, queen's core. Why, there's no one here. Her skin was even darker than Winian's, and along with their camouflage armor, it allowed them to be like shadows in the darkness of the alley. Only their eyes were visible, and solely because they were scouting the area from a distance with life vision. The mystical sight had a limited range, but they had more than doubled it with enchanted goggles that only the awakened of Verendi knew how to craft. Its inventor could have become a ruler of the flames for it, but he preferred to keep his monopoly and with it, insane prices. Golems and demons are bound to Verhin, so their absence is nothing to worry about. The man set the goggles to maximum distance, sacrificing detail for range, yet nothing came out. You are right about the rest. Where's the kid's beast, Onyx, and how can mere humans hide from our sight? You know, this would be funny if I wasn't sick of this already. A voice said from behind, forcing the two awakened to turn around and assume a defensive stance. Their enchanted and poisoned weapons jumped in their hands on their own, and then froze just like their owners. Crease blades and wyvern poison, the mark of professional assassins. A lean albino man, 175 meters, 59, tall, with snow-white hair and skin, stepped out of the shadows. His eyes were purple and had a vertical pupil. The lab coat he wore over a set of pitch-black clothes revealed his identity as much as the dragon fear that paralyzed Winian and Narrant like sheep in front of a pack of wolves. Now, usually I'd kill you and get over with it, but I'm sick and tired of this game. Since you are already dead, I might as well put you worthless pieces of trash to good use. You should be honored. You are going to help me with an experiment. It was true that no vow forced Ligon to protect Alina, but after spending 9 months under the same roof with someone carrying his own blood, it was hard for him not to get attached. Especially since she carried along with her a boy who called the guardian Grandpa. Ever since Sharjin was born, Ligon had a soft spot for children, and Alina carried another one of his blood in her womb. Now, if I'm right, this should be utterly terrifying. Please try to not faint. I need you awake and conscious for the experiment to bear meaningful data. Ligon set numerous sensing arrays while the two awakened were paralyzed. The only things they could do was breathe and think, which made his words sound even more ominous than they already were. The father of all dragon activated Ligon's eyes, developing 3 vertical pupils that crossed each other, forming a 6-pointed star in each of his eyes. And go, a snap of his fingers warped Lith from the tower to the alley, making his fists hit only air. What the heck am I doing here? He asked, and Ligon answered by sharing the two Awakens' plan via mind link, down to the most cruel and vicious detail. Lith turned around in fury, and the dragon fear disappeared. How dare you? His eyes moved from Alina and Aaron to the couple of assassins, as the images of what would have happened, without Ligon's interference, flashed in front of his eyes. I feel normal now, but I still can't move, Winian said via mind link. Same, but Ligon talked about an experiment. We can still get out of here. Verhin is just a violet core, and there are 2 of us. We can kill him easily, just weave your spells. Narrant replied, following her own advice. Then the picture of Alina and Aaron's bodies overlapped with Carl's corpse at the morgue, at his funeral, as Derek/Lith buried the casket. I hate you. Lith's neck tilted to one side and then to the other, cracking. His breathing split into 3 quick, shallow breaths in, followed by 3 more out. 5 of his 7 eyes disappeared as his skin became pitch black, and the remaining 2 turned white without a pupil. Chapter 2710.2, Everything Burns, Part 2. 2710, Everything Burns, Part 2. Outside of the fringe, there was no soul projection taking off the blunt of the effects of the forced merging of Lith's abomination and dragon life forces. The raw power they generated now flooded his body without any filter. Ligon had only brought Lith to the alley, leaving Solus in the tower, and Lith's rage to run unchecked. His black skin cracked into countless small scales from which blue flames burst out. The flames spread to his body and set it ablaze along with his violet aura. "I hate you." This time his voice was low, sounding like a growling abyss. Ragnar Atilda paragraph K appeared in his hand in a blue blaze, while the flames reached Lith's head and formed a burning crown. His breathing is split like his life forces. This wasn't noticeable in Salark's records. Ligon studied everything through his eyes and arrays, recording every detail of the transformation. Even the Overlord's breathing technique couldn't see soul projections from a distance, but this time there was no need to. Ligon could experience everything firsthand from a front seat. Yet what really worries me are those blue flames, he thought while watching them spread along the black blade that wailed in fury. They are burning at my sensing arrays, requiring me to constantly fix the magical formations. The blue flames are also affecting the ground, and without me, they would have already set ablaze the whole neighborhood. Black horns sprouted from Lith's forehead and behind his neck. 5 white pools formed on his face, slowly turning into as many eyes, each with a vertical pupil of the corresponding elemental color. All the while Ligon took page after page of notes. "I'm the inheritor of the ancient flames from which Magur was born, so even though I can't produce them, I have understood the nature of Lith's cursed flames, and even of his dread flames. They are no different from my origin flames. They are simply sparked out of an unbalance in the world energy that can affect a single element for simple cursed flames, or all of them for the dread flames. The blue flames, however, are different. They aren't the effect of an unbalance. They are a whole new balance, and a wrong one at that, a dangerous new balance that might not be allowed to exist." Winian and Narrant, too, felt the threat of the blue flames, finding themselves covered in a cold sweat. The Tiamat fear was weaker than Ligon's, but they could feel it messing it up with the spells they kept at the ready. To make matters even worse, Lith's aura had just jumped from a violet core to a bright violet, and the screaming blade in his hand was clearly a masterpiece. The Davros turned into a black slate, and the elemental crystals on the fuller activated all at once, as Ragnar Atilda paragraph K prepared its own spells, and channeled the blue flames into its own abilities. Since when does Verhin have Davros, and how can he become a bright violet without any of the side effects of a breakthrough? Winian asked via the mind link in amazement. "Less talk, more fight. Look at the Guardian." The woman nodded at the albino man who was trying for a while to get their attention. "Off you go." A snap of his fingers released the assassins' bodies from the paralysis, and they immediately tried to retreat. Alas, Ligon's experiment was a controlled one, so they slammed their backs against an invisible and unbreakable barrier with such speed that it broke their breathing rhythm. "Fuck, we can't escape, but maybe if we defeat Verhin, the Guardian will let us go," Winian said. "And what if he kills us anyway?" Narrant replied. "I'd rather die fighting than begging for my life." The male assassin bolted forward, unleashing a raging sun right under Lith's feet. The Tier 5 War Mage spell was strong enough to wound even a divine beast, and under the cover of the fire and magma, Winian was certain to be able to blink behind Verhin and finish him quickly. Lith extended his free hand, lighting his red and orange eyes. Domination kept Raging Sun from detonating and redirected it at Narrant, who was forced to conjure a spirit barrier to survive the conflagration. Winian cursed at the father of all dragons and his offspring and blinked anyway. "Whatever that bloodline ability is, it must take a considerable focus, and I need but 1 second to kill my target," he thought, reassured by the absence of an aura typical of spells like Full Guard. What he didn't know was that the Voidwalker armor had Full Guard among its enchantments. The reason the assassins couldn't see it was the same for which Lith's bright violet aura was missing. The blue flames were currently burning at his body, his blood, his mana, and even his aura. Spells were no different. They were still there, they were just burning. So when Winian appeared, he found out that Lith had already turned around. The flaming blade moved like a snake, intercepting the first crease with so much strength that the assassin was forced to back it up with the second to not be cut asunder. The blue flames spread to the enchanted adamant, setting mana and metal ablaze. Lith's other hand struck Winian's chest with an open palm and sent him crashing against the barrier. If not for the armor's spirit protection, and the assassin jumping back at the last second to lessen the blow, Winian would have died on the spot. Fuck, even with full fusion magic and even gravity fusion, the hit hurt like a bitch. Winion looked down, noticing the flaming imprint of the palm on his chest. He conjured water magic to smother the flames, but it burned. He conjured light magic to heal himself from the injuries, but it burned as well. Everything burned. What's happening? Despite decades of training and discipline, he was seconds away from falling into panic. The flames on his chest were spreading, and so were those on his weapons, forcing him to drop the creased blades before the fire reached his hands. Interesting, Li Gan kept scribbling in his notebook. Water gets split into oxygen and hydrogen, making it flammable. The flesh on the assassin's body is being split into carbon and hydrogen. Pressure and heat turn the carbon into coal, and the hydrogen, well, it naturally burns. Everything burns. Li Gan had no idea if the process was due to Lith's mastery over magic, void magic, or just a property of the blue flames. What he was certain of was that the flames could split organic and inorganic matter into its original components to fuel themselves. I hate you, Lith lunged Ragnar A tilde paragraph K, and the assassin tried to blink, but the space burned as well, collapsing the dimensional door. The angry blade screamed in ecstasy as it fed on Winion's blood and life, unleashing the flames that covered it on his internal organs. Lith left Ragnar A tilde paragraph K lodged in the man's chest, turning around toward the woman. I hate you, he said like it explained everything. Ignoring a still-alive awakened is idiotic at best, Narrant thought, a smirk appearing on her mouth. Winion needs just one breath to recover his strength, and without his weapon, Verhin is a fish in the barrel. Chapter 2711.1, Elijah, Part 1. 2711 Elijah, Part 1. The female assassin jumped forward, unleashing several Tier 5 spells at the same time, and then performing a perfectly timed spirit blink to change her position under the cover of her own spell's mana. Yet nothing worked. The spells remained frozen in place, and her blink never opened. What? She landed in front of the void demon dragon who had not bothered moving during her jump. How did he do that, and why he is not attacking? The 7 eyes were all fixed on her, reading with life vision the movements of her mana as soon as she conjured it, and then neutralizing her spells with domination. Narrant discovered the answer to her second question the moment she tried to feint at Verhin's head with one hand, while the real attack aimed at his left lung. It would seal his breathing technique and open a wound close to the heart enough to make the poison on her blades lethal. Lith extended his open hands in an attempt to grab the blades. Fuck no, Narrant had to stop herself so abruptly that her nimble maneuver turned into a clumsy tumble that sent her amid trash bins. Lith's hands were ablaze as well, and Winion's weapons were reduced to pools of molten metal that were slowly evaporating. As for the male assassin, he tried to use invigoration to heal his wounds. The problem was that the world energy burned the moment it entered his body. His flesh was burning, and so was his blood. Everything was burning. Winion's whole body was now a blue torch that tossed around, screaming in endless agony. That's why he has yet to attack. Verhin wants to take me alive, and Winion is a warning of what's going to happen to me if Verhin touches me, Narrant thought, and she was right. I hate you. Lith extended his clawed hands as if he were trying to grab her. His voice was strained, stuttering every word due to the strain that making sense inflicted upon him. He's trying to tell you that either talk or you'll end up like your partner, Li Gan translated for her. If I tell Verhin what he wants, will he let me go? Winion's wails were slowly dying out, making them even more horrifying. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that if you don't, he's going to make it really, really slow. Li Gan took his glasses off to clean them. As you said earlier, my grandkid loves his mother and brother very much. Narrant hesitated until Lith snarled and took a step forward. Even from a distance, she could feel the heat of the blue flames hungering for her life. She tried a new volley of spells, and when they failed her again, she said, What do you want to know? Try with everything, starting with who sent you here, why, yada yada, make it quick, Li Gan said as Lith advanced further. I'm here to avenge the slaughter of Verendi's council, Narrant said with what little pride she had left. Because of you, the entire continent has fallen into chaos. Without the Awakened putting a leash on those power-hungry morons, all countries are now at war. Because of you, those abominations have invaded our territories, and our guardian of life, Alza the Bastet, almost died at their hands. They what? Li Gan was flabbergasted at the news. Sure, Tezca had proven to be powerful, but nothing compared to Salark. Yet they had fought one-on-one, whereas if the Masters' hybrids attacked together, the fight might have ended differently. How is it possible, and why didn't she call for help? He asked. Ask Tyrus Dragon, Narrant cursed the Great Mother's name. When she came to slaughter us and Ilza stood up for us, Tyrus beat her so hard that she couldn't stand. Her wounds refused to heal, making her easy prey. The Eldritches let Ilza live solely because she was a good punching bag, and they wanted to study her bloodline abilities. I could argue that's your fault for putting a guardian's patience to the test, Ligon snorted. Enough with your chatter. Who put a bounty on Camilla Verhin and her baby? No one. The female assassin looked at Ligon as if he was insane. Tyrus made sure we learned our lesson. No one wants her to return to Verendi. Why do you think we were targeting Verhin's mother? So are you telling me that you are not involved in the ploy to replace his spouse? Is there really someone so delusional that they think they can fool a guardian? Narrant blurted out in surprise. Don't they know what has happened to Verendi, of our continental war? It seems not, Ligon sighed. She's telling the truth, Lith, she knows nothing. I hate you. The void demon dragon's hands clenched around the assassin's throat, filling her mouth and nostrils with blue flames. He let her burn as slowly and painfully as her companion, enjoying every cry and whimper of agony of the assassin. His snout opened in a big, savage smile of cruel joy, comprised of 2 rows of pristine white fangs. Ligon didn't say or do anything, remaining a spectator as Maugur's prophecy came one step closer to fruition. Space. Only after the assassins from Verendi were dead, and Lith had collected their equipment did Ligon warp him back to the tower. Not before putting Tyrus to look after Alina, though. I'm sorry, pretty Finch. I'll take her out of your hands as soon as I'm done here. Ligon gave Tyrus a deep bow in apology for dragging her out during her rest day. Don't worry, little lizard, she chuckled. It's nice to see you care about someone for once. Take all the time you need. What happened and why did you drag Lith away? Solus asked, and Camilla nodded. I have bad news and I have worst news, the father of all dragons replied. The bad news is that you were right, Solus. The vision Lith witnessed in the Fringe isn't about Meln or anyone else. It's about himself. The worst news is that, after the dragon and the abomination life forces found an agreement, now the process is much faster and requires no further bickering. I'm convinced that every time they fuse, the transformation will become worse and harder to come back from. I brought Lith away from you because you are his literal tether with humanity. I thought that without your presence, just like against Emrail, Lith would fall on the wrong path. I'm sorry to say that I was right. What can we do? Camilla asked. Nothing. It's Lith's problem. The stronger he gets, the harder it is for him to control his destructive impulses. You two can help him along the way, but it's up to him finding his path. Solus, try not to leave his side for any reason. I believe that Lith can still resist the fall if someone reminds him of what he's fighting for. What about me? Camilla said, offended by being left out. Little girl, if you were bound to his hip, none of this would happen. With 3 guardians protecting you, there would be no threat capable of stressing him out that much. Chapter 2712.2, Elijah Part 2. 2712 Elijah, Part 2. The problem is that you are your own person and have your own life, whereas Solus can stay at his finger and inside his thick head. Ligon said. So if I stay with him, I too can protect Lith from himself, Camilla said. Yes, so take turns, do whatever you want, but know this. If Lith doesn't find a way to fix his life forces, sooner or later he'll go so deep into the rabbit hole that there will be no coming back. Space. The 2 women took Ligon's words to heart, making sure that Lith was never alone during all the time before Camilla's pregnancy came to term. Solus did all she could, using mind links and fusions to relieve the burden from his 3 lives, but it was like emptying a river with a bucket. New water kept flowing from the mountain, and facing that kind of negative emotions was exhausting. Camilla used the dragon scales as often as she could to understand his trauma and try to make Lith feel safe, but to no avail. Her presence and feelings calmed him, but only as long as they kept physical contact. The moment she let go of him, everything went back to normal, or rather what now was to be considered normal. Lith could now feel the call of the void demon dragon at all times, and even though the blue flames hurt him as well, he craved their power. He was desperate to achieve the bright violet core and the safety that the unstoppable flames would bestow upon him. Lith tried everything, from talking with Falul to spending time with his family in all of his 3 forms, but nothing helped. It was another morning of failed experiments and meditation training, when something as scary as it was ordinary happened. Gods, I'm so sorry, Renat. Camilla said, pointing at the wet floor. I've had problems holding it in for a while, but I never thought I would wet myself like this. That's not pee, dear. Your water just broke, Renaa replied while sounding the alarm on her communication amulet. The code birth summoned every family member, Queen's Corps soldier, and magical beast at Lith's service for kilometers. Of course, Lith and Solus were called as well and arrived at the Verhin house first. Is it really the day? Lith's voice was filled with fear and awe. Yes, Camilla grunted in pain as Salark helped her to lie down on a bed. Is it supposed to hurt so much? Yes, all women in the house, but Tista nodded with confidence. Elena looked at her own womb, wishing her turn would come soon. Great, you don't stand like an idiot and come here, I'm scared. Camilla beckoned at Lith, who promptly moved to her side. Grandma, what are you waiting for? Do your trick. She took Lith's hand in her own, using the dragon scales to find courage and strength. This doesn't work like that, child, the guardian said, and Falul nodded. You are the one who's going to give birth. I'll make it as fast and painless as possible, but this must be your achievement, not mine. I'll just check on your condition and deliver the baby the moment she starts to come out, but not a moment sooner. Camilla burst out in a long streak of vulgar words as the contractions became more frequent and painful. Salark is right, dear. Tyrus wiped the sweat off Camilla's forehead and gave her ice chips to keep her hydrated. Pain is a big part of life, and you are creating a new one. Without it, you wouldn't be able to appreciate the miracle you are performing. I swear to the gods that the moment I can stand up again, I'm going to appreciate my knife up your ass. Camilla snarled, while clenching Lith's hand so hard that he could actually feel the pressure. Since everyone was a healer or had at least witnessed giving birth, her violent outburst triggered by the pain impressed no one. Zinnia was at Camilla's left side, after leaving the kids at the mansion with Tezka and the others. Be strong, Kami. If a blind human woman could do it, it should be a breeze for an awaken like you. You can lecture me with your feel-good bullshit when a melon with horns and wings comes out of your body. Gods, I hate you so much. How can you say something so stupid? She doesn't mean that, Lith said. I know she doesn't, Zinnia chuckled. You have no idea what I said when I was like this. Even though Lith and Solus had helped hundreds of babies to be born, this time it was different. Seconds seemed to last minutes and minutes hours. Gods, please protect her. I'll do everything you want. He was so afraid that he found himself religious. Thanks for the offer, dear, Salark patted his head. But we're going to do it anyway, so just relax. How can you tell me him to relax? Lith and Ligain said in unison before looking at each other awkwardly. I mean, I've had plenty of children, but I'm still antsy every time. I can never forget how scared I was my first time. The father of all dragons cleared his throat in embarrassment. I couldn't have said it better. Raz patted Lith's shoulder. It was your mother doing all the work, and I felt so helpless that I thought I would go insane. Lith knew that it was stupid of him to be scared despite the presence of 3 guardians, and Falul overseeing the delivery, yet he couldn't help it. Hearing Ligain's and Raz's words at least made him feel normal. Between spells and Camilla's awakened body, it took less than 1 hour to reach the critical point, but to Lith it seemed to last an entire lifetime. That's it, dear, Elena said. I can see the head, just take a deep breath and push. Okay, it's my time to shine now. Salark used her personal rebirth magic spell, Midwife, to make sure that push would be the last one. It relaxed muscles where needed, flexed others, and elongated bones and tissues to limit the resistance to a minimum. Elijah came into Magur in her human form, crying at the top of her lungs. Everything was suddenly too cold, too bright, and too noisy, scaring her out of her wits. She shapeshifted in her Tiamat form, using her scales as a shield and her origin flames to keep herself warm. The membranous wings were normal instead of upside down like Lith's, while the second set of wings was featherless, barely 2 pink stumps coming out of her hips. Her black scales were veined with all elemental colors but emerald. We're almost done, Tyrus caressed Camilla's head. Clench your teeth because the worst is about to come. Wait, what? Camilla had already stopped feeling pain since Salark had healed her, and Tyrus was already restoring her body to its pre-pregnancy shape, so those words made no sense to her. Until Salark offered Lith to cut the umbilical cord, and he obliged. At that very moment, the connection between mother and daughter was severed forever. Chapter 2713.1 Fighting Monsters, Part 1 2713 Fighting Monsters, Part 1 Elijah becoming a separate being from her mother depowered Camilla's body and core. It deprived her of the dragon scales and the enhanced senses she had gotten so used to. Camilla felt exhausted, so weak that she would have fainted on the spot if not for Tyrus' warning. On top of that, she refused to lose consciousness before holding her baby. "Is this what you meant?" Her eyes drooped and she felt like sleeping for a week. Instead, she bit the inside of her cheek and used the pain to push through the drowsiness that was flooding her body. "Yes," Tyrus nodded. "For a guardian it means losing half the power we have during pregnancy, but for you is much worse. You just went from a cyan cord awakened to a yellow one. You are a few dozens of times weaker than you were a moment ago." Can I Lith stepped toward Salark, who was holding Elijah. No, the three guardians stepped in front of him as one, even stopping Falul and Alina from coming close and helping him. "For Maugur's sake, stay away and don't move a step." "Why?" Lith's voice trembled, feeling rejected, feeling like the monster he knew he was. "Because if you are anything like Ligon, and I mean even one atom, we need all the help we can get," Tyrus replied while handing Elijah to Camilla and using her breathing technique, Mother Earth, to restore Camilla's strength. "What do you mean?" The guardians formed a barrier around mother and daughter, pushing Lith to the edge of insanity. "Oh gods, thank you so much." Camilla sniffled as Elijah took her human form upon smelling her mother and feeling her warmth. "She's beautiful. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Between Tyrus' Mother Earth restoring Camilla's stamina and Salark's rebirth magic pumping nutrients into her body, Camilla managed to stand up with Zinya's help. All the pain and fear that she had experienced until a moment ago were forgotten in the joy of holding her baby and feeling her warm breath on her skin. "Look at her, Lith. This is our daughter, your daughter." She stepped forward, with tears streaking down her cheeks from the happiness that was filling her heart. "Careful now. Slow and easy," Ligon said as the guardians moved out of the way, clearing a path for the couple. Lith could finally come close enough to take Elijah from Camilla, not understanding anything that was going on, until he held the baby girl in his arms, feeling the weight of her life in his hands. Elijah was just a hybrid, weighing no more than a human baby. She was a little and frail thing, something that he could have extinguished with a sliver of killing intent. A being as warm as a candle that could have just as easily been snuffed out by one of his fingers or the weakest of his spells. Yet she was there, Elijah Verhin, daughter of man. Lith felt his knees buckle and instinctively shapeshifted into his void-feather dragon form to use its long tail as a crutch. As Elijah felt the red scales pressing against her skin, she followed suit. Her wings still lacked feathers, but her scales were of 6 colors, and they all burned with elemental power. Elijah, daughter of dragon. Before Lith could understand what he was doing or why, his panicked mind sought asylum in the safety of the darkest corner of his mind, where everything had begun. He took on his abomination form, and feeling the coldness of darkness and chaos stinging at her, Elijah did the same. She turned into a small bundle of shadows with white eyes. Elijah, daughter of Derek. Lith was shocked and confused, shape-shifting non-stop from one form to another while the baby followed his lead in a game of tag that only the two of them on the entirety of Maugur could play. At that moment, Lith finally understood what was happening. The shock he felt came from his inability to accept that he really had become a father and that the baby he was holding was just like him. A piece of him that yet was pure and untainted by his past, and without the scars hidden under the skin of his awakened body. Someone who he could love unconditionally without the need for tests, time, or the establishment of trust through common interests. Lith had spent his whole life fighting against monsters like Ezio, Orpal, Thrude, and even the one he himself had become in order to survive the adversities that he had faced back on Earth. No matter where he had gone and who he had met, Lith had always been forced to hide something from others, even from those closest to him. His Megarian parents knew nothing of his past life, and it had taken them years just to learn the secret of his magic. Every friend and girlfriend had always been fed little bits of truth at a time, to see how they reacted before giving them a bigger and more shocking revelation. Lith couldn't help but consider it akin to building tolerance to poison. Like his existence was something cursed from which others needed to be protected. Solus was the only exception to the rule, but, in his mind, she didn't count because Solus was a part of himself. She couldn't live without him just like Lith couldn't live without her. His secrets were her own and vice versa, standing alone together against the rest of Maugur in a perennial battle for survival. Alicia was different. She was not Lith, yet she was just like him. She was born as a Tiamat, sharing all of Lith's hurdles and powers. He could feel through the scales connecting them her trust and her silly, naive joy at the reassurance that the familiar voice of her father offered to her. Lith looked into her eyes, which were just like his own, both in her Tiamat and human form. Her raven black hair instead was like Camilla's, but also streaked with the 6 colors of the elements. Lith silently thanked the gods that Alicia's face carried nothing of his usual disgruntled expression. The baby girl was happy, smiling from the heart like he had long forgotten how to. Amid his inner conflict, something went wrong inside of him. In a last-ditch desperate attempt, the hate of the void flowed into the dragon once again. Lith's skin became black, and blue flames burst from his head. And so did Elijah. Lith's eyes went wide, the realization hitting him as hard as the news of Carl's death. She's like me in every aspect. Even her life forces can merge in the wrong way. What's even worse is that Elijah is so trusting that she's following whatever I do. She's going to pay for my mistakes, Lith thought in outrage. He had learned one thing by fighting monsters, and that was that children had to be protected from those disgusting creatures, especially from their father, if he was one of them. In that moment, Lith decided that there was nothing he wouldn't do, nothing he wouldn't become in order to protect that little weak life that he was holding in his hands. Chapter 2714.2, Fighting Monsters, Part 2. 2714 Fighting Monsters, Part 2. Lith's touch remained gentle, but he clenched his teeth as he pulled the void and the dragon apart by sheer force of will. Lith assumed his Tiamat form, roaring at the top of his lungs while also conjuring a hush zone to protect everyone present. He had done this plenty of times before, but now it was different. His voice was still filled with rage, pain, and hatred like in the past, yet he wasn't screaming to fan their flames. He wasn't igniting his past traumas to open his old wounds and draw strength from them. Lith's roar was meant to express those feelings and let them go. He was letting them burn away, because in the end, everything burns, even hatred. Lith yelled for all of the people he had lost, the pain he had endured, and the betrayals he had suffered. In his long, primordial roar, he let them go, refusing to carry their burden anymore. Whatever I am, whatever I'm becoming, I won't let my shit taint my daughter. I may not be worthy of being a father, but I will. Lith let the hate of the void flow into him without allowing it to control him, just like he let the passions of the void-feathered dragon in. A pillar of silver and black light erupted from his body, while a bigger silver pillar and a black one respectively descended from the sky and emerged from the ground, like the fingers of 2 gods touching him. As Lith kept roaring and yelling, holding the baby against his chest, his mana core broke past the violet and entered the bright violet. The different pieces of his mind and life forces finally fit. They had stopped fighting against each other, stopped changing their shape and size in order to not match with the others and retain their individuality. Lith embraced the void and the void-feathered dragon, but more importantly, he accepted himself. It was impossible for him to forget the past. What was done, and there was no changing it. Lith would always live in the shadow of his mistakes and enemies, and whoever said differently was either a fool or a liar. Yet Lith understood that there was one thing that he, and only he, could do about it. He could forgive himself for what he had done instead of looking for validation. He could accept the bad things he had gone through without trying to find some sort of sixth sense or reason why people had done them to him. There was no changing the past, but he could move on and stop looking back. And that's what he did. As his body and core underwent the refinement process, his Tiamat's aura spread out as well. Elijah giggled, feeling all ticklish and accepting the change because that was what a good girl was supposed to do. A small black and silver pillar erupted from her little body, resonating with that of her father before joining it. Her life forces underwent the same changes as Lith's, following him along whatever path he would take. Everyone gasped at the sight of a newborn undergoing a breakthrough, but for Lith, it was more than a miracle. It was proof of the bond he shared with his daughter and of the duty he had to her. He roared louder, with fury born from fighting spirit, challenging the whole Magur to touch his baby if they dared. His body grew up to 30 meters, 100, tall, forcing Salark to stretch the space with dimensional magic to keep his house from being destroyed. Lith's red-veined black scales became bigger and thicker than ever. His horns grew longer and denser, while the bone spikes on the top of his head were set ablaze, forming a crown of silver fire. His feathered wings burst out with emerald flames that changed the nature of most of the feathers. At first, they were all red-veined and black in color, and while they remained black, their veins turned yellow, orange, silver, red, blue, and emerald until their numbers matched. The emerald fire flared up, enveloping both father and daughter. They burned with great strength, reinforcing them and feeding them with everything they needed to survive the transformation. Then the emerald flames moved to the membranous wings, where they turned blue for one single instant before dissipating. Yet their power was still there, and Lith blasted it out with his next roar. "What's happening?" Elena asked Salork. "It's a new species, dear, so I have no clue," the Guardian shrugged. "Then what was all that thing about Lith having a shred of Ligoin's blood?" Camilla asked. "I acted in a similar way when I had my firstborn," the father of all dragons replied. "Do you remember the dragon dance?" Tista suddenly screamed, cutting him short. She quickly turned into her Hecate form, but it was different. Her scales were completely black, and both her sets of wings were membranous, a sign that somehow her dragon blood was overpowering the phoenix half. Tista screamed and roared, growing in size as well until she reached 20 meters, 66 of height. All kinds of flames came out of her mouth, from emerald to blue. Then it was Aaron's and Lyria's turn, becoming covered in black scales and growing up almost to 2 meters, 67, tall. Aaron's demon form had blue-veined, black-feathered wings, while Lyria's had red-veined, silver feathers. They grew bone spikes on their spines and heads, but too small to call them horns. I was about to assume something about Lith's dragon blood, but this disproves it. Ligoin pondered, looking at the thick feathers on the kids' bodies. "What do you mean?" Rena and Alina asked in fear. "What's happening to our babies?" "Relax," Salork tried to calm them down. "It's just—" Rena's voice grew into a roar, cutting the overlord short as her body became covered in gold-veined black feathers and scales. Her teeth turned into fangs, and a long tail grew from the small of her back. "Rena!" Elena yelled in shock, feeling that something was wrong. There was a ball of fire in her belly, like the worst acid reflux she had experienced her whole life. "I think I'm sick, The words turned into a growl as she underwent the metamorphosis as well. Red and yellow-veined orange scales covered her body, and black membranous wings, enveloped in red flames, came out of her back. Even Rena's triplets started to change, spitting small bursts of origin and cursed flames. "Relax, a farming farm," Raz yelled at the top of his lungs to be heard. "What's happening?" He pointed at his body that was glowing, as well as Zorith's, Ligoin's, and even Salark's. Yet nothing happened to them aside from a feeling of a vague and distant euphoria. "It's Lith," the Overlord said. "His Tiamat blood is resonating with those of his kin. That's why the transformation. Whatever energy he's releasing is being amplified by Elijah, and it's affecting your bodies." "Why am I the only one in the family to have not changed then?" Raz asked. "Because you carry solely my blood. Everyone else carries demon blood," Salark replied. Chapter 2715.1 Just a Word, Part 1. 2715 Just a Word, Part 1. Even Alina, Raz was flabbergasted. "No, but your baby does." Salark pointed at Alina's swollen belly from which the light originated. "This Tiamat dance, for lack of a better term, is magnificent," Camilla thought while looking at the members of the Verhin family. "Yet I can't help but feel left out." Even Raz and Zorith were glowing, one bound to Lith by his phoenix blood, while the other from her dragon and eldritch side, whereas Camilla was just human. Since Elijah had been taken away from her, Camilla felt more than weak. She felt isolated. The world was cold and distant now that she had lost access to the dragon scales. They had connected her to her daughter and husband, making Camilla certain of their feelings for her, whereas now she could only believe those feelings were still there. She had always been aware that knowing and believing were two different things, but only then did she understand how much. At the same time, in a far, far corner of Giera, where Meln Narchet was fighting monster hordes to polish his skill, the effects of Lith's breakthrough washed over him, leaving him unaffected in every aspect. He could feel it like anyone else on Maugr, but that was it. "No, no, no," Meln wailed like a child on a tantrum, letting the creatures hit him since there was no wound that night couldn't heal. "This isn't fair. Why has Lith reached the bright violet already, and why I'm cut off from this power?" "You wanted to be different from your brother, and I granted your wish," the Black Knight replied. "Now shut up and fight. You are no demon. You are a Verdalac. Make it count, or I swear on my mother that I'll drop you here to die and go back to Baba Yaga to beg for her forgiveness." Meln gritted his teeth. His relationship with Night was turning sourer by the day. The horseman hated him for making the secret of her weakness exposed. In one night, she had gone from apex predator to easy prey of whoever had learned Baba Yaga's destruction spell. Night was angry, and she had no qualms about making Meln pay for it. He knew the price of defiance and obeyed, swearing to one day take his vengeance against the Red Mother and all of her children, Night included. Space. Back in the Verhin house, Lith was far from done. His body has completed the refinement, but he refused to let the world energy go. He kept roaring his challenge at Magur, afraid that someone might try and take Elijah away from him. In his fury, he unleashed the call of the void. It covered Lucia and then the Lustria County. The blackness kept spreading, and soon it reached the capital, Valoran. Okay, unless you want the birth of your baby to be remembered as a massacre, you have to stop him, Tyrus said to Camilla. Me, what am I supposed to do? I'm just human, she replied, slouching her shoulders. You are the only one who can. Tyrus tried to enter the pillar, but the silver-black light rejected her. I can force my way in, but I don't want to hurt Lith and Elijah. Solus punched on the pillar, but she was cut out of it as well. Enough with the moping and get in. I still have to hold the baby. Solus was greatly pissed off by the pillar rejecting her as well, and the fact that she had yet to touch Elijah. Get in. Solus pushed Camilla forward, and she effortlessly passed through the wall of light. Well, at least this is something only I can do, she inwardly sighed. Lith Tiamat Verhin, I'm really happy for your breakthrough, but that isn't reason enough to act like a jerk. Hearing her angry voice and his middle name, Lith lowered his head, knowing he was in trouble. I don't care if you can cover the entirety of Magur with the void now, and honestly, I don't care. Get down. Now. Baby, protect enemies. His brain was still a puddle, having trouble making a full sentence. That's right, our baby, my baby. Camilla yelled, even though now there was no need to. Lith had stopped roaring and was listening. I'm tired and hungry. I've pissed and shat myself in front of the whole family. The last thing I need right now is everyone blaming Elijah for all the people who'll die of heart attack because of you. Recall the void and the demons. Lith growled, tilting his head to a side while trying to find a witty retort when he realized that she was right. Any more, and Elijah's birthday would become something infamous like the Day of the Black Sun. The Black Dome disappeared, and thousands of people were spared from the scare of their lives. Countless demons of the darkness had been spawned by the combined power of father and daughter, but they had no direction. They had just rejoiced and celebrated in the darkness of the void. Their howls scary, but their presence hard to notice, since they had no interest in coming close to the living. Good, now shrink and hand me Elijah. Camilla tapped her foot, making her annoyance clear even to a 30 meters, 100 tall oaf. But it's my baby. He whined, holding Elijah to his chest and wrapping her between his wings while cupping both hands around her. No, our baby. You had one night of fun and I 9 months of work, to be precise. Not to mention that you watched while Asterisk I gave birth. Do you really want a measuring contest? She grunted, and Lith shrunk to his human size. Sorry, he said, feeling like an idiot. Don't be. Camilla hugged him, making sure to not squeeze Elijah between them. What you did was both amazing and moving. I had to play bad constable only to protect both of you, and because I won't let you hog our baby. She chuckled, gently taking Elijah off his hands, even apologizing since she could see how the separation hurt him. Solus, meet Elijah. It's our daughter, and after all I went through, you have to pull a lot of weight if you want to even come close to match my efforts. Much to Alina's, Zorith's, and the Guardian's dismay, Camilla went to Solus first. I have no idea what Lith has just gone through, but whatever it was, it changed him, Camilla said via a mind link. You are a part of him and a part of this family as much as the two of us. Please help him. Please help our daughter. Solus was so moved by Camilla's gesture, and her words that she teared up the moment she held Elijah. I have no clue what happened to him either. Our mind link was God's. She's so beautiful. Solus couldn't feel with Elijah the same connection she shared with Lith, yet she loved the baby no less than him. Elijah instinctively shapeshifted into her human form the moment she touched Solus' skin. She had big, dark brown eyes that sparkled with intelligence as she looked around the room. Chapter 2716.2, Just a Word, Part 2. 2716, Just a Word, Part 2. Elijah looked exactly like Lith as a newborn, aside from the glare, the cynism, and the murderous impulses. That and the genitalia, of course. Solus acted on instinct as well, flooding her long hair with mana, and using it to wrap around Elijah in a multicolored warm blanket. By my mom, look at her, guys. She's the picture of her parents. The phrase was devoid of malice, stating how much the baby resembled Lith and Camilla. Yet between Sola's hair blanket and Elijah's head, filled with short hair streaked by the 6 elements, it sounded like Solus had somehow played a part in the conception as well. The room fell into an awkward silence, broken only by Elijah's baby noises and Solus, cooing since she was completely oblivious to the effect of her words. "I'd say that's enough." Roz cleared his throat. "The grandparents have rights too, and since Alina and I took care of Lith for over 16 years before you guys butted in, we come first." Zorith said nothing. She whimpered but said no intelligible word. Solus too had a hard time letting go of the baby, but less than Lith. Roz quickly wrapped Elissa in a warm cloth and said a few words to avoid further misunderstandings. "You did an amazing job, Camilla. Thank the gods Elijah takes most of her looks from you and Alina. I was terrified she might look like me." Alina and Camilla laughed, raising the temperature in the room by several degrees. "Thanks, Roz." "Don't be unfair to yourself, dear." Alina took Elijah next. "Lith, Tryon, and Aaron have taken from you, and they look great." Everyone avoided mentioning that Lith was awakened, Tryon was dead and far from good-looking, and that Aaron had received Lith's treatment since a tender age. "Guys, I know I'm asking a lot, but if anyone else steps in front of her in the line, my daughter is going to cry," Ligon said, waiting for permission from the other 2 guardians to hand the baby to Zorith. "That's not true." She blushed up to her ears, but her teary eyes and her broken voice didn't sound much convincing. "Hello, little one. I'm your godmother. You can call me Zor." Elijah started to cry, but a quick shift of Zorith's hands brought out her scales, and more than enough reassurance for the baby to feel safe. The shadow dragon showed the baby girl to Baitra, who also introduced herself, as if Elijah had any understanding of what was happening. "It's a gorgeous baby," the 4th ruler of the flames said. "I don't want to be that girl, but Elijah holds quite some chaos energy for someone at the Deep Orange. You guys have to be careful." "Deep Orange?" Camilla was flabbergasted. "Well, yeah, babe." Lith scratched his head now that he had gone back into his human body. "She had a breakthrough with me, remember? It must have happened because the merging of her life forces has increased the efficiency of her mana flow." Camilla took a deep breath, pinching her nose in annoyance. "I'm barely a yellow mana core, and Elijah is already at my heel. Now that she's born, I have to train my body and practice the breathing techniques on top of working, being a mother, and preserving my relationship with Lith. I feel tired already." Between all those emotions, Camilla felt the need to go back to bed while the guardians took turns holding and cooing to Elijah. Only once they were done did they allow the other family members to touch her. Renaa and the kids had no problem with that since they were still quite shocked by their own transformation. It lasted just a few seconds, but I felt so powerful. Renaa tried to feel the mana and trigger the shapeshifting again, but her blood had become inert again. "That was so cool and I was so tall. Can we do that again, big brother?" Aaron asked, handling the baby like a priceless crystal vase. "I have no clue how I did that," Lith shrugged. "Back then, I was overloaded with world energy thanks to Magus' help, and I was also resonating with Elijah. I don't think I can do it again by myself." "It doesn't matter," Aaron shrugged. "Finally, a nice to take care of and who will respect me." "Dream on," Lyria said with a snort. "If she's half as smart as Uncle Lith, Elijah is going to run circles around you by the time she learns how to speak." Lyria was already used to handling babies due to the triplets, so she showed more confidence and less hesitation than Aaron. Elijah started to cry, but this time nothing managed to calm her down, not even dragon scales. "She's hungry." They still allowed Lith to understand what the baby felt. "Let's give her back to Camilla. Only women and I can stay in the room." "Why, it's not fair," Aaron pouted. "You'll thank me when you are older." Ligon lifted him and started to drag the boy away when Lith took the baby Tiamat in his arms, and she said, "Daya, you've heard it, you all are my witnesses. Her first word was Dad." Ligon gloated while Zorith facepalmed and Salark and Tyrus fumed. "God's dad, was it really necessary?" The shadow dragon stood between Camilla and the guardian to protect him. "Don't be silly, that was just baby babble." Camilla wanted to believe her own words, but plenty of grimaces in the room said otherwise. "You would be right if this farming dragon didn't create dragon tongue in general and the word, Dad, in particular to be the easiest one to pronounce by a baby in dragon form." How can she speak? Only then did Camilla remember about all the time Ligon had spent talking to her belly, using that particular word over and over in all the stories he read. Farming father of all farming dragons. "I'm going to kill you," Calm down, you need to rest and the baby needs to eat. Zorith passed Elijah, who was crying harder since now she was scared on top of hungry. Fine, Camilla snorted. Grandma, why didn't this happen with Sharjin? Because I knew he would do it and I kept him at an arm's length the whole time, the overlord snarled in reply. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. One time was plenty enough. Now I'm very careful about what he says to my belly. I don't get why you are so angry. As you women say, it's just a word. Ligan shrugged with a smirk on his face. She has to start somewhere. Get out, Camilla said with a soft hiss to not scare Elijah more, and Salark was ready to help the dragon out with a powerful kick in his butt. First I lost my strength, then I lost my connection with my daughter, and now that jackass of a dragon took Elijah's first word away from me. This day couldn't get any worse, Camilla actually thought, her hands trembling as she sniffled. I'm so sorry, babe. Lith knelt beside her, his wings wrapping themselves around both mother and daughter on their own. Chapter 2717.1 The Fires Within, Part 1 2717 The Fires Within, Part 1 Nothing I say can make this better. In your shoes, I would be livid, and I'd probably storm out of here in search of books about how to become a dragon slayer. Lith's words made a thin smile appear on Camilla's face, while his warmth helped to dispel the self-doubt that plagued her mind. Don't worry about me, it's fine, she lied through her teeth. No, it's not, Lith shook his head. Please don't lie to me. She tried to speak, but only hiccups came out, as being caught red-handed added humiliation to her wounds. What do you say if to make this up to you, we make sure that Elijah's first word in human language is, Mom? I know it's not much, but at least this way we'll be even. Dragon tongue for the dad and human language for the mom. I would love that. Only after every man in the family, young or not, exited the room did Camilla unbutton her shirt and breastfeed Elijah. The baby was very hungry, to the point of taking her fangs out and giving small bites in the hope of getting more milk. Damn, Camilla and Lith said, but for entirely different reasons. He was staring at her exposed chest with the deep-thought expression of a philosopher pondering the mystery of life, or a scientist trying to crack a very hard mathematical problem. Something that both Camilla and Solus recognized as his perverted face, making Camilla chuckle and Solus blush in second-hand embarrassment. Is everything all right, dear? Alina asked after a while. Why are you staring at Camilla like that? You are making me worry. Lith opened his mouth to say something that would have flattered his wife and made her giggle if they were alone. Yet in the presence of his mother and sisters, it would have put both of them in great embarrassment. Everything is fine, Mom. I was just amazed by how beautiful Kami is even after everything she's just gone through. The female side of the family awed, whereas Solus had to turn around and cover her mouth to not laugh in their faces. By the way, Lith, have you checked on your life force yet? How much has it changed? Solus asked to draw his attention. She knew that he could look at the scenery for days without blinking, and that not even Alina's blind love for him was blind enough to keep the wool on her eyes about his thoughts for that long. What changes? I mean, no. Lith needed sheer willpower to avert his gaze. Let's take a look together. He offered Solus his hands as he started to use his breathing technique, abyssal gaze, to study the changes in his life force after reaching the bright violet. What they saw filled them with shock and awe. Lith's life force looked like a galaxy composed of stars that were linked between them by a red thread. The blackness of the void filled the space between them and also encapsulated the entire structure, protecting it from external forces. Apparently, not much had changed since Lith had reached the violet, but after a more careful observation, Lith and Solus discovered that things couldn't have been more different. The void now also passively absorbed the world energy and foreign mana in the surroundings, giving them Lith's energy signature, and then feeding them to the stars it protected. The abomination side no longer just took, it also gave back and nurtured the other aspects of Lith's life force. The blue stars had all turned either deep violet or violet, increasing the output of mana and raw power that Lith's body could produce. The dragon's life force rhythmically flooded the auxiliary stars with elemental power, changing their color. After that, the temporary elemental stars would flare up into their corresponding cursed element before going back to the violet. The elemental and cursed stars only manifested in neighboring pairs, so that the final result was always perfectly balanced. The black stars scattered among the colored stars, and connected to the rest of the structure by the red threads now alternated between emitting pulses of death energy and absorbing the power from the colored stars. Yet it wasn't a parasitic relationship so much as symbiotic. The black stars fueled the life force with their own power while also siphoning the excess energy produced under stress in order to keep the whole galaxy stable. Also, the collected energy wasn't stolen, just stored and ready to be released whenever it was needed. At the center of the galaxy burned a giant bright violet star around which everything else orbited. The surface of the giant violet was covered in black currents that flared up from time to time, turning the surface of the star silvery, and sometimes even burning with blue flames. The energies of life and death that comprised Lith's life force had attained a better balance, just like the two pillars that had ushered Lith's breakthroughs. Now both the Void-Feathered Dragon and the Void had stopped clashing against Lith and each other, bringing harmony where there had been conflict. "Arm me sideways," Lith said in the nick of time. "We'd better check Elijah too." Solus neared to the baby, her arms extended, when Elijah threw her what Solus could have sworn was a furious glare. "Maybe we can wait until she's done," Solus awkwardly said. "Did she just?" Lith pointed at Elijah. "Yes," the choir of women replied. With a full belly and the reassuring warmth and smell of her mother's skin, Elijah fell asleep instantly. Camilla's heartbeat was the best lullaby on Magus for her, making her feel safe-like when she was in the womb. When Lith checked the baby's life force, he discovered that it was almost identical to his own. The main difference was that her black stars were comprised of a small amount of stable chaos and the cursed stars of stable cursed elements. "Damn," Lith wanted to say much worse, but he held it in. "Is everything all right?" Camilla noticed his distress and covered herself up to help him clear his mind. Lith shared everything with her via a mind link, and then did the same for the rest of the family. "Damn," both Guardians and Eldritches said in unison. "The good news is that your daughter won't be harmed by the chaos energy in her body. The bad news is that you guys might. You need to be extra careful," Tyrus said. "Careful how?" The idea of not being able to take care of her granddaughter terrified Elena. "Don't worry, babies with magical powers usually don't use them unless under great stress," Salark replied. "Even when they do, they can distinguish friend from foe." "Usually," Camilla echoed, "so not always." "Accidents can happen," Tyrus had to admit. "Don't worry about it now. Just focus on resting and recovering your strength." Camilla nodded, falling asleep a few seconds later while still holding Elijah. Lith took the baby from her and put Elijah in a crib right next to Camilla's bed, close enough to reach it with one step and far away enough that the mother couldn't hit it in her sleep. "Grandma, let's get out. We should let them rest." Chapter 2718.2, The Fires Within Part 2. 27:18 The Fires Within Part 2. Everyone followed Lith outside, but Tyrus, who stood by the crib. "I think that there's something wrong with me," Lith said once they were outside, and the hush spells kept Camilla from overhearing him. "Even now, I can still almost hear my old rage scratching at the back of my mind. If you take a look at my life force, the blue flame is still there. I thought I was supposed to have gotten rid of it after my breakthrough." "Shush, child, let us see." Salark disregarded her displeasure for Ligon's stunt and asked his help in studying the situation. The eyes of the two Guardians went wide for a split second while checking Lith's life force, and once they were done, they walked away to tell something inaudible between them. "You are right, there is something wrong with both you and Elijah." Ligon nodded, explaining to him everything the father of all dragons had discovered during his latest experiment. Even the Eldritches had no idea what he was saying, but unlike the rest of the family, they could understand how dire the situation was. "I just want to assure you that the blue flames aren't a parasite or something that can hurt you too like chaos would," Ligon said. "Then what are they?" Lith asked. "Something that can change you and affect everything else in the process," Ligon replied. "I wish I could tell you more, but this is the problem with new species. Your powers are something unique that needs studying and understanding. Also, consider this." Salark stepped in, noticing how pale people were becoming. "The fact that Elijah had a breakthrough with you and that her life forces merged along with yours is a good thing. It means she has also overcome all your past issues and is left only with the new ones. While she's so small, she won't lose control of her abilities unless you do it first. You've seen how deep your bond is. Elijah learns from you, so it's twice your responsibility not to stray from the right path just for power's sake." "Easier said than done," Lith sighed. "Listen to me well, child." Salark cupped his face, forcing him to look her in the eyes. "You are of my blood, so there's something you need to hear from me." Lith nodded for her to continue. There are two phoenixes who constantly battle inside of us. One that basks in light and helps you rise to new heights, and one that lurks in darkness and craves for blood. I know that, Lith rolled his eyes. The one who is going to prevail in the end is the one I feed. What, that's not how the saying goes. I know it because I made it myself. Who goes around twisting my words into such bullshit, Salark said in outrage. Tell me where you heard that so I can kill them all. Please, Grandma, you're scaring everyone. Lith pointed at his parents and the kids. I mean, I was about to say that to achieve true greatness, you must learn to become them both. Never lose yourself in either of them. Always be their master, no matter how alluring their promises are. If you relinquish one, you also relinquish a part of yourself, and whatever strength you achieve will always be incomplete. Do you understand me? Lith nodded, and Salark let him go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment that I can't delay any longer. Ligahan, she turned to him. I leave you in charge, but pull another fast one and no charging for 1 month. 1 month? Ligahan was flabbergasted. Before he could say anything, the phoenix was gone in a pillar of flames. Why the long faces? He regained his cool before the fires went out. Elijah is finally born and we have to party. Confetti, sweets, and everything necessary for a proper celebration appeared out of thin air, including lots of alcohol. By my mom, I really need this. Solis poured herself a glass of red phoenix. She had barely taken the first sip when, along with the burning sensation from the alcohol, another one raised from the pit of her stomach. A bright blue pillar erupted from her body as her mana core reached the next stage. At the same time, in the Tron woods, the tower was sitting above the mana geyser and started sucking in rocks, ground, and wood in order to rebuild itself. Between the time spent in the Verhin mansion and the desert, Solis had always received excellent nourishment from Lith's ever-increasing life force and mana. After the breakthrough, the pillar of silvery black light had seeped inside her as well. The combined effect of Lith's and Elijah's evolution had given her the last push she needed. Yet unlike an awakened, Solis didn't expel impurities nor did her body break down. The body that the tower gave her was identical to the one she had 700 years ago. It was a perfect vessel for a bright violet mana core, with no trace of impurities and no imperfections. Yet without a proper energy source to fuel her body's abilities, Solis was no different from a bright blue cord awakened. A bright blue cord awakened with the mass of a mage tower and its enchantments at her beck and call akin to bloodline abilities, though. Damn, this is going to be a long day. Solis emptied her glass in one gulp and filled it again. Do you mind if we talk about what the new floors do in a few days? I'm not in the mood for work. Also, until they're done being rebuilt, I won't recover memories about them either. Lith nodded, and the celebrations resumed. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Tribe, the Overlord's Palace. Salark had no need for a fringe to contact Magur. Her willpower and core alone were enough to conjure the world energy anytime she wanted, as long as she was on her turf. The Guardian's appearance in the mindscape was identical to her own, and her powers weren't diminished one bit. Quite the contrary, Salark knew the rules of the game well enough to be nigh invincible in there. Nigh because even she couldn't be sure of winning, were she to face Magur on their own turf. What do the blue flames mean, and why are they still there? The mother of all phoenixes asked the familiar figure of the blood-stained beast Magur took for her. They were supposed to go away once Lith reached the violet, unless this is your doing. The Guardian's eyes flared with mana, while Magur's remained unfazed by the allegation. I didn't do anything, why should I even care? The beast resembled a two-headed phoenix, one with eyes full of love and mercy, and the other with crazy eyes and a deranged laughter. Its talons were stained with blood, while the white of its feathers was reddened and blackened by the innards and ashes of its fallen enemies. Point taken, Salark nodded, regaining her cool. Then can you at least tell me why the blue flames are a part of him now? Wasn't that supposed to be the result of a bad choice on his side? Chapter 2719.1, Bare Minimum, Part 1. 2719 Bare Minimum, Part 1. Lith has made his choice, and by my blood it's the best he could, Salark roared. Magur laughed, their voice devoid of joy and filled with mockery. That was not the choice, the beast replied. As for your other question, do the clouds disappear after the storm? No, they just move along with the wind. You think the storm is over, whereas it has just moved somewhere else. The clouds are still there. Salark went pale, gritting her teeth to avoid making a scene. She gave a deep bow to Magur before bidding them goodbye, and going back to take part in the celebrations. Space. Gorgon Empire, floating fortress and capital of the Empire, city of Manarin. Milia Jennys, the Magic Empress, had just received news of Elijah's birth and cursed the imperial throne that both kept her from the celebrations, and from having the time to develop a better relationship with the first supreme Magus on Magar. Having no time to waste in recriminations, she summoned Kella Sunbury Jennys to her office. The young girl was Dusk's host and Milia's adoptive daughter. She was now 14 years old and attended the 4th year at the Red Emperor Academy. Greetings, Empress, I mean mother, or should I say mom? Between the sleepiness from being woken up in the middle of the night and her strained relationship with the Empress, Kellia was at a loss for words. Mom or mother, please, Milia sighed. If people hear you call me Empress, they'll assume we are on bad terms and try to turn you against me. Our citizens are not happy with my leadership, and the last thing I need right now is dealing with a coup. A coup, Kellia and Dusk said in unison, her eyes flaring orange due to his influence. Is there something in the water, or has the people of the Empire just lost their minds? We mean the famine, the undead invasion from Giera, the war against Visa the Lick, the undead courts, and lastly Thrude. If not for you, the country would have crumbled. Indeed, yet those are the very same weapons aimed at my throat to question my judgment and undermine my rule. Milia sat back and steepled her fingers. How exactly? Kellia was astonished. You solved those crises and fixed the aftermath. Heck, compared to the wars of the Griffins, you dealt with Visa's army painlessly. Also, if you didn't beat her fast enough, the Empire would have been pincered between the undead and the Mad Queen. At that point, our country would have dissolved. You are right, but you are also naive. Milia had a chair come from behind, hitting the girl's knees and forcing her to sit down. To our poor citizens, it doesn't matter that I solved those problems, only that they happened under my rule. Hence, in their mind, it's my fault for not nipping them in the bud. From where they sit, fixing my own mess is not an achievement but the bare minimum. How can anyone stop a mass invasion, a famine, or a mad lick? Do the citizens consider you a god or what? Kellia, people like peace, and when they don't have it, they like to find someone to blame. The Empress had tea and hot pastries appear on her desk for an early breakfast. At the same time, my enemies use those events, analyzing them in hindsight to find flaws in my decisions, and claiming that they would have done better. That's rich, Kellia grunted, but after biting the first cream puff, she started stuffing her face, feeling more hungry than angry. She had been a poor orphan living on the streets for too long, and had moved to the safety of the academy for too little time to shut down her survival instinct in the presence of warm food. I would love to see any pompous idiot try to best you in anything. I asked Dusk if he could do better, and he said no. That's why no one has yet to make a move against me, Milia replied. Talking is easy, dealing with real problems, not so much. During these crises, my political rivals all backed me, no question asked, because they didn't want to face those monsters themselves. They are waiting for the situation to calm down so that they can replace me and hog all the merit for my achievements, since people would start noticing the effects of my reforms only after a new emperor has been elected. It's a simple but effective plan. And you are just going to sit there and take it? Kellia would have spat out in surprise if the thought of wasting food wasn't unbearable to her. She swallowed the muffin like a piton before talking instead. Actually, I've given it a thought, Milia said, making the girls spill her tea. I mean, without this damn crown and throne, I could finally get back to my lab. I could complete the experiments I need to perfect my magic before sharing it with the Empire. If not for my duty as the Empress, I would have long been a Magus, she snarled. Yet I've decided otherwise. I plan on using this time to set a few pieces in motion that will turn the political tide in my favor, and once it starts, I'm going to need your help. Me, Kellia dumbly pointed at herself. I've just acquired a bright green core, whereas you are a bright violet. What can I possibly do for you? You can give a massive help in the colonization of Giera. Milia touched her desk, triggering the activation of the hologram of a train. After Magus Verhin's birthday gala, I've reached an agreement with the royals. Their train will transport our people as well during the first trip. We'll join our forces to make sure that everything goes well, and then we'll go separate ways. I thought we were going to move via Flying Fortress, the Red Sun replied. When we had no better option, Milia replied. Our fortresses are safer than a train, but much slower. Also, between the famine and everything, I don't feel safe losing one and giving away the necessary food to feed the inhabitants of the fortress for the duration of the trip. The train will allow us to send a skeleton crew. Once you reach the position of the chosen settlement in Giera, you only have to establish a warp gate, and after that, the Empire will have a solid foothold in 2 continents. It's a great plan, but why me? Because you are bound to the Red Sun and need experience, Milia sighed. Your presence will strengthen our security, and we can use someone who has access to most divine beasts' bloodline abilities. Just life Maelstrom alone increases our strength by 10-fold. Don't worry, there is no rush yet. You'll finish the 4th year and then go to Giera during your break. You have plenty of time to practice and finish growing up. Why so late? Kelia asked. I mean, it's winter for us and I'm already on break. It's summer in Giera now. It's the perfect moment to move and avoid storms. Chapter 2720.2, Bare Minimum, Part 2. 2720 Bare Minimum, Part 2. Didn't you hear the news? Magus Verhin had a child. Here, we felt that. The girl and the horseman shuddered at the memory of the wave of life force that Lith had unleashed during that day. Then you must know that no matter the reason, you don't get between a dragon and his egg, Milia replied. She's not an egg, she's a baby. Probably she won't even remember that her father left for a while once she grows up, Kelia shrugged. Child, have you ever heard, even as boasting, about someone having a pet dragon or having eaten a dragon's egg? The Empress took a deep breath, trying to calm down. No, but we live in the Empire. Dragons are sacred to us. It would be weird otherwise. Point taken, but that's not the issue, Milia nodded. A dragon never gets away from their treasure and a hatchling is their crown jewel. Even one stupid rumor gets their attention and you don't want that. Fell one dragon and dozens come. Fell 2 and the next day your country will burn. And if they really find an egg or a hatchling, Milia shuddered at the thought. Well, you don't want to know the rest. Dusk, Kelia asked. You really don't want to know? He replied, sharing with her only a memory of dozens of scaled divine beasts, all lined up and exuding dragon fear in unison. In the vision, the living died of terror while the undead died in a torrent of white flames. After that, the memory faded, but she had seen enough to guess the rest. After my 4th year it is, Kelia nodded. What then? Let me worry about that. You should worry about what now instead, Milia replied. What do you mean? As I said, it's going to take a while until the baby grows enough to quell the dragon's protective instinct and allow Verhin to move, Milia replied. The royals won't ask him anything before that because if he's anything like Ligon, Verhin would rather defect than abandon his daughter. That or trigger a war. According to my spies, the kingdom intends to use that time to let the monsters of Zelex multiply, and to send as many diplomatic envoys as possible to other fringes to recruit more elves. The Empire can't remain idle, or we'll go from equal partners to a silent one. That's why I'm going to offer my support to Cetralese elves in traveling to the fringes in the Empire, and get the opportunity to negotiate with their kin first. Also, I'm allocating resources to the Eclipsed lands to allow them to gather undead refuges from Giera, feed them, and offer them a ticket back home. The Magic Council was against it at first, but then I reminded them that this way, we lose a little in the short term and earn a lot in the long term. It will swell the numbers of our invading army, and give us an unstoppable elite force at night, so that our contribution to the colonization will be no less than the kingdom's. Also, by offering our aid, we are rounding up undead and sending them away in one fell swoop. I'm turning a problem into fuel for our expansion. 2 birds with 1 stone. It's indeed a brilliant plan, Kelia nodded. But we see 2 flaws in it. 1, you want to send me there, but I only have a bright green core which makes me a liability. 2, you mentioned Life Maelstrom, but we don't have access to it. That's one of Dusk's powers, and they are still sealed. Again, I have a solution that solves 2 problems at once. Milia stood up. I'll use the methods Ligon used with me to speed up your core development, and together we'll look into those seals. After all, during the War of the Griffins, you managed to override them thanks to Dawn's help, correct? The Empress received a nod in reply. Remember that feeling. Recall everything you can, and we'll start working from there. In case that fails, we can always ask Dawn for help. And one more thing. During your stay on the train, you too must exploit every opportunity you can to steal its secrets. Don't do anything rash. Colonization comes first, and we can't afford to break our alliance with the kingdom before having established a warp gate in Giera. I'm just saying that the trip will be long and boring. Use that time wisely to befriend Verhin and his partner, Solus. The 4 of you have a lot in common, and you too can learn from them. Go for the train's power core only if the coast is clear. It's a prototype, so it should be poorly shielded, but in case it's not worth the hassle. Once trains become widespread in the kingdom, we'll have plenty of opportunities to study them. So colonization first, Verhin second, trains third? Kelia asked. Exactly. Now let's discuss your training program, daughter. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. The Guardian's dimensional magic could have easily expanded Lith's home in Lucia endlessly, but it couldn't bring the Mana Geyser in the Tron Woods any closer. After Solus' breakthrough, she started to feel weak, so the party had to be moved to the mansion, where its geyser would hasten the rebuilding of the tower, and help Solus to fill her now bright blue core with mana. Camilla woke up after less than half an hour, her weakness mostly a product of the backlash from losing the extra power that Elysia had granted her until that day. Invigoration had fully restored her strength, but she still felt heavy, slow, and feeble. She had gotten so used to her baby-boosted physical and magical prowess that now her flesh seemed made of lead, and her mana watered down. Camilla smiled from the heart only while holding Elysia. The rest of the time her smile was stretched, and it didn't extend to her eyes. "Why doesn't she have 7 eyes?" Garrick asked while waiting for his turn to hold the baby. "Even I was born with 6. "Because you took more from me, dear," Ryla replied. "Other species like tyrants, hydras, and apparently also Tiamats develop their extra organs with age and power." "Does this mean I could get 12 eyes?" he asked with such a bright smile that she couldn't find the strength to be honest. "It's possible," the farmer nodded. "It's very unlikely," she actually thought. "I can't believe I'm finally an aunt." Lyria sobbed a little while holding Elysia, who slept through everything without a care in the word. "Me too." Philia was envious of the baby's multiple streaks and the power she exuded, but most of all, she was moved by the arrival of the new member of the family. Due to Falmug, she had never been able to be a big sister, and she believed to have failed to protect Frey. This was her chance to redeem herself and spend time with her beloved aunt. "Same here," Frey said, jumping on the spot in anticipation. "You're an uncle like me, not an aunt," Aaron said with a solemn voice. Chapter 2721.1, Past Grudges, Part 1. 2721 Past Grudges, Part 1. "Don't worry, Frey, this is the first time for you, but I've taken care of Lyria since I was born. I'll teach you everything you need," Aaron said. "Excuse you," Lyria managed to glare and snarl while keeping her voice low and melodious so as to not scare Elysia. "Since when have you taken care of me?" Lith chuckled, patting them all on the head and ending the quarrel. "Actually, the only uncle here is Aaron, yet it's better to avoid more childish competition than force the kids to remember their respective degrees of kinship. Aunt and uncle make it all much simpler," he thought. People from the Brood, the Nest, the Fasteros, and the Urnas had come to the mansion to celebrate. They all ate, drank, and were merry. Even the demons and their respective families had been invited to join the party. "Have you heard about it, my liege? They want to rename the west side of Lucia the Verhins," Vilagros said. After Camilla had reconnected the former colonel of the army with his family, the royals had to build him a proper house near Lith's. Between the presence of the demons' families and Roz's retainers, only friends of the family lived in the area. "I know," Lith sighed, hoping to not end up like the Hamptons. "Why the long face?" Tryon was the only one who looked out of place, as if he was there because someone had dragged him there after losing a bet. "It's nothing," he replied. "He's the only member of the family who has yet to hold Elysia." Camilla stepped forward slowly with wavering steps. Solus was helping her to walk by offering Camilla her shoulder. Ragnar Atilda Paragraph K also let her use it as a walking aid, but it wasn't enough. "So what?" Lith snorted. "Lith Tiamat Verhin, how can you speak like that to your brother?" Elena inwardly called herself a fool for failing to notice her oldest son's distress. "What's the matter, dear? It's not like you haven't held your baby siblings in the past before." "That's the problem." Tryon had a hologram right above his skin that gave him human appearance and warmth. "I don't think I deserve it, not after what I've done to Lith and Tista." "Nonsense," Camilla shook her head. "You may not be my favorite member of the family nor even my favorite demon. That's Locria's, by the way." "Thanks," the former captain of the Queen's Corps gave her a bow, and his family him an applause. "But you are still a Verhin. Elena and Roz love you. You've been a poor brother to your younger siblings, but that doesn't mean you can't be a great uncle. The only way you can ruin this is by running away from your responsibilities again." Camilla took the bundle of cloth and love that was Elysia and handed it to Tryon. He hesitated, looking at his hands, and knowing that under the light-made illusion lay clawed instruments of death. Yet more than his abomination touch and his nature as a demon, he was scared of tainting her with his presence. "You can do it, son," Roz patted Tryon's back. Turning a new leaf is hard, but not impossible. The demon took the baby from Camilla's hands, and Elijah suddenly opened her eyes. In that moment, Tryon remembered when he had held the same way Tista and Lith, swearing upon the gods that he would always be there for them, that he would protect and love them no matter what. The guilt from what he had actually done shattered his heart, and with it the hologram. He went back to looking like he felt, a dead man wearing a husk of darkness as black as his soul. The demon had 6 white eyes, wings on his back and claws on his hands, yet Elijah looked at him and smiled. She shapeshifted into her abomination form, cooing at her uncle. As Tryon looked at the baby in amazement, feeling the coldness of his touch match hers, and seeing his figure reflecting into her pristine eyes, reality struck him with all of its weight. "I'm dead, I'm really dead." He fell to his knees while holding Elijah tight to his chest. "All this time, I've tried to convince myself that as long as I stuck with Lith, I would still have a life, but it was a lie. This is what I could have had if I were a better person. I would still have a whole life in front of me if I hadn't let Orpal drive me away from my family. Night might have murdered me, but I'm the only one responsible for my death. It all started back when Lith was a newborn, and it has never stopped. Even now, I keep running away from the consequences of my actions." Tryon shed tears that manifested as small bursts of smoke and darkness, his body devoid of fluids. He curled his fangs in a smile and rocked the baby to not scare her, but he kept crying. "TVE ruined my past and destroyed my future. I'm just a shadow, a means to an end, yet it's still more than I deserve." "It's everything all right, dear?" Alina would have loved to kneel down, but Surin was just a few days away. "Yes," he nodded. "Please, Mom, take Elijah. There's something I need to say." The moment the baby was off his arms, Tryon put his hands and forehead on the ground. "I'm sorry," he said to Lith and Tista without ever raising his head. "I'm truly sorry for everything I did and said to you back when we were children. I'm sorry for not taking care of you just because it was more convenient for me." "What are you doing?" Tista felt greatly embarrassed, whereas Lith barely frowned. "You have already apologized to us. This is completely unnecessary." "No, I didn't," Tryon replied. "I've apologized to Mom and Dad. I've also apologized to Renab, but not to the two of you. What I gave you after I became a demon were the apologies of Tryon Proudstar, former sergeant of the army. I apologized to Lith solely as a demon when I've sworn my allegiance to him, but that's merely acknowledging that I owe him everything I've left. I've never apologized as your older brother for what I did when I was just Tryon and we didn't have a family name. I failed you, I betrayed you, and then I abandoned you. Please forgive me." Tista didn't know what to do, looking at her parents' expectant eyes, and then at Lith's unfazed expression as he kept sipping tea. He was still upholding his promise to not drink alcohol until Camilla could. "Stand up, Tryon," Lith replied. "If it's of any consolation, I forgave you years ago, back when you left our home to never return. That was the greatest gift you could give me." There was no trace of warmth or compassion in his voice. "I'm thankful for your help saving Mom and helping me uncover Meln's plans, but that's it. I've never forgiven what you did." "Lith," Roz said, his voice half shocked and half scolding him. "If not for Tryon, your mother might have been hurt that day." Chapter 2722.2, Past Grudges, Part 2. 2722, Past Grudges, Part 2. "What's the matter, Dad?" Lith turned to his father, his eyes ever so slightly warm. "Do you want me to congratulate Tryon for doing the right thing for once? Do you want me to forgive him just because he did the bare minimum after abandoning you for years?" "That's a lot to ask. Forgiveness can be asked, but receiving it is another question entirely. Tista can do what she wants. As for my forgiveness, it must be earned. Words are cheap, and so far, Tryon only did what he had to do to keep living as one of my demons." Lith, Camilla met his eyes and said nothing more. She knew how complicated family relationships were, and asking him to forgive his brother would have been like him asking her to forgive her parents. Yet she could see the pain in Alina's and Roz's eyes, and it hurt her deeply. They were the parents she had always dreamed of having, and Lith's demeanor was ruining the joy from Elijah's birth even more than losing her powers had already done for her. "No, he's right." Tryon stood up slowly, giving everyone a bow and apology. "Once again, I've been thinking solely of myself, spoiling the fun for everyone. Today is about Elijah Verhin, not me. I apologize for my rudeness." Tryon tried to disappear into the shadows, but Lith's willpower held him in place. "Running away after making a mess. How do you expect me to believe that you've changed if you keep behaving the same way you did your whole life?" Lith clicked his tongue in disgust. Between his tone and words, Alina would have stepped between the two brothers to defend Tryon, if not for what Lith actually did. He took Elijah from Alina and gave the baby back to Tryon. "The problems you have with me are just between us," Lith said. "You can still be a good brother to Aaron and a good uncle to my daughter. Don't be sorry, be better. Prove to me that you have changed, and then we'll talk again." Then he turned around and walked away without waiting for a reply. Space. Erna's household the day after. That was a nice save on Lith's side, Gianni thought. After his parents and brother cried, everyone thought that Lith was leaving the door of reconciliation open, and that was enough to restore the good mood of the party. What he actually did was give his parents and wife peace of mind while also putting Tryon to the test. It was harsh, manipulative, but fair. The lady of House Ernest would have loved to stay in the mansion along with her daughters. Elijah was a sight to behold, and Gianni would hate to miss Surin's birth as well. The problem was that with Camilla on maternity leave, she had one person less she trusted and more work to do. No matter the joy that a new life brought and the peace that the relatives wished to have in order to savor the happy event, Magus kept turning. Their enemies kept plotting, and Gianni had to keep up with them to not let everything she had built so far be swept away. "I was really surprised when your daughter delivered me your invitation, granddaughter." Giza Jernoff walked through the double doors leading to Gianni's private quarters before Dita could announce her. "The last time we met, you said very colorful things about me and swore that the next time we met would be when you spat on my grave." Giza was actually Gianni's ancestor, and there were many grand before the word daughter. Even though Giza Jernoff looked to be in her early 40s, she was an awakened and an elder of the Human Council. Her real age was 585 years old, and she called Gianni granddaughter just for brevity, like Li Gaoan did for young dragons. You can't expect a mother in distress to keep her cool, especially when those who are supposed to help her turn their back on her and her daughter. Gianni replied without turning toward her guest, keeping her eyes on the window facing the inner garden. "You are family, yet you refused to help me, and because of that my daughter died." Her voice was calm, but she needed a few moments to collect herself and not let her anger transpire. Gianni considered feelings to be a burden while doing business, and she prided herself in never letting her emotions give an edge to her competition. Once she turned around, she had suppressed her grudge against the Jernoffs and the hormones from the pregnancy. "Floria's death, the untimely passing of the most promising Ernest since Juria is on you. Because of your choice, the Myrock household, and in turn the Jernoff too, have lost a priceless asset to their bloodline." Gianni looked at Giza with a sad smile on her face. There was no trace of anger in her eyes, and her voice was filled with grief, yet it was just a mask she wore to probe her opponent. Giza looked down in shame, needing a second to collect herself before replying. "I know, your daughter's death was a tragedy. If only you weren't so blind, Floria would still be alive." "Excuse me?" Gianni's eyes steeled for a second, letting the sting wash over her to not let it affect her judgment. "After Verhin killed Jormund, you should have known that Thrud would seek revenge. Your daughter's sword and her friendship with Verhin made her the perfect candidate. Yet you failed to protect Floria because you trusted her awakened friends too much." Yaza glared at Gianni with icy eyes, looking down at her. The Jernoff was 1.62 meters, 54, tall, whereas Gianni was shorter, barely 1.52 cm, 5 tall. Both women had long blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, making them look like sisters. "I didn't trust anyone. I knew something like that might happen, so I deployed the best units the Ernas had to spare. We were at war and Floria was dating a griffin. It was supposed to be enough. What's your excuse?" Gianni's reply took Giza by surprise, something that hadn't happened in centuries. Her lips curled up in annoyance, but for such a short time that only Gianni noticed it, and only because her awakened senses managed to keep up with Giza's lightning-fast reflexes. Both of them showed emotions only if they decided so, and someone succeeding in putting a crack in their mask only made them respect their opponent more. Things like pride or humiliation didn't exist in their vocabulary. A step back was only a way to collect more data. "I too assigned the best forces the Jernoff had to spare, but they failed as well," Giza admitted, making Gianni open her eyes wide in surprise. "I failed to predict that Thrud would send her generals. My troops were ill-equipped to face divine beasts. I failed as well, so I guess Floria's death is also on me. Now, if we are done with recriminations, I'd like to know why you invited me here." "To ask for your help again," Gianni replied. "One hope that this time you've learned your lesson and that your answer will be different." Chapter 2723.1, The Long Game, Part 1. 2723, The Long Game, Part 1. My help with what exactly? The council elder tilted her head to the side, trying to make sense of the charade played in front of her face. In her shoes I would never call me. I'd ask Fable Byrwell, maybe even Ragu, before coming to me, Giza thought. I'm certain you are aware that a bounty has been put on Lady Verhin's head, Gianni said, receiving a nod to continue. I have reason to believe that the instigator comes from the awakened community, but I have no reach there and my daughters have no talent for politics. With your assistance, however, I can find and eliminate the threat. By helping me, you would also be helping yourself, since you'd gain the gratitude of both the brood and the nest. A fair trade, if you ask me. Oh, I see. Giza blinked a few times in understanding. You called me here because you suspect me being the instigator. You wanted to study my reaction upon hearing that the phoenix and dragon bloodlines are on my alleged tail. Smart, brilliant. You plan to put the literal heat on me and watch me boil. How can you say that? Gianni said in outrage, but inwardly cursing the elder for seeing through her plan. We are family. Despite our differences, we both carry Ogram's blood and cared about Floria. Oh, please spare me the emotional manipulation. Just like you, I have no feelings unless I decide otherwise. Giza scoffed, dropping the act and revealing her annoyance. Look, we can dance and play with words all day, or we can be straightforward and get this over with this in a few minutes. Your choice. I hoped Giza would be as conceited as the rest of the council, but I was wrong, Gianni thought. This woman isn't at my level, but she received my same training and mental conditioning. Also, she's played this game for over half a millennium more than me. Going on like this would just be a waste of time. Fine, she actually said, but kept her countenance. You were there the day the Guardians swore their oath, correct? Correct, Giza nodded. Also, you have a niece, Scylla. She has met Lith in the past, she's of the right age, and you invested quite some resources to make her achieve the Violet Core just a while ago. Do you deny any of it? Gianni asked. Only the part about me wasting resources, the elder shrugged. After getting humiliated like a child by someone younger than her and with no background, Scylla got her act together and adhered to a strict training schedule our household prepared for her. She did all the hard work, I just passed on to her the secret of the Violet Core. My plan for her succeeded, like always. I rarely fail. Am I really supposed to believe this is just a coincidence, then? Gianni's face was a stone mask. Are you telling me that you don't want revenge for what happened to Floria, a daughter for a daughter? That's it, Giza snapped her fingers in triumph. You thought it was me because you assumed this was Darius all over again, that I'm some kind of crazy lunatic who would put her entire household at risk for a petty grudge. I'd be lying if I said the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Gianni stared at the elder's face, but she saw no deception nor guilt. Only triumph. Ah, Gianni, my sweet baby granddaughter. Giza had a predatory smile on her face that extended to her eyes as she talked to Gianni like a toddler. I'm honored to be your main suspect. Your reasoning is solid, and the legwork you did indeed points in my direction. On top of that, having no shame or qualms about making an enemy out of your own bloodline is worthy of the heir of Ogram Jernov. Yet you are wrong. Your young age is leading you astray, but there's no shame in that. Care to elaborate? Gianni kept her composure while the elder had thrown caution to the wind. Her showing her emotions like that can mean up to 3 things. 1, I was right, and Giza is not up to my level, just older and more experienced. 2, she has seen my hand and determined that I'm too weak. I too don't waste my time and energy deceiving an unworthy enemy. 3, all of the above, she thought. Since you are my junior, I'll give you this one lesson for free, Giza replied, assuming a serious expression again and the lecturing tone of an elementary school teacher. Your theory is flawed because you think awakened reason like the humans. We don't. To find who's after Lady Verhin's life, you need to consider the short, mid, and long-term game. And when I say long, you must think decades, if not centuries, not months and years. Gianni nodded for her to continue. As any good investigator, you know that to commit a crime, a sane person needs a motive. In this case, it must be strong and important, since in case of failure, whoever is responsible will make an enemy out of Verhin. Even if they succeed and later get found out, then they'll have to face the brood, so it can't be something done on a whim. Do you follow me? Clearly, she has been looking into the instigator as well. The question is she doing it for the council or just to get in Lith's good book? In her shoes, I'd find the culprit and bring him their head on a silver platter. That way I'd create a strong bond between our bloodlines, Gianni thought, but just nodded. That said, what do I have to gain from Lady Verhin's death? Nothing. She's a human awakened, and I'm a human awakened. I've already seen what's born from the union of a human and the first Tiamat, and I'm happy with it. Jiza took out her communication amulet showing the pictures of Elijah that Lith had been forced to let journalists take, since the birth of the Magus baby was soon to be celebrated with another gala. A small hood covered her hair, hiding the elemental streaks from sight, just to be safe. Elijah is beautiful, strong, and according to my sources, she's born with at least 3 elemental affinities. Only time will tell us if she also can develop 7 eyes like her father, but that can wait. We humans of the Awakened Council can wait. The longer Lady Verhin lives, the more babies will be born from the first Tiamat. We have the chance to see the effects of the original source mixing with awakened human blood multiple times, and also to approach them to mix their bloodline with our own. We humans have no interest in killing Lady Verhin, quite the contrary. The longer she lives, the more babies she'll make, and to us waiting 20 or 30 years for her children to marry ours is not a problem. In time, we'll access the powers of the Verhin bloodline and create our own branch, looking for mutations and maybe improvements. It's the other races who cannot wait because Verhin's life force is cracked. Chapter 2724.2, The Long Game, Part 2. 2724, The Long Game, Part 2. The non-human races can't afford to lose access to the first Tiamat, so Lady Verhin's life is a threat to their future plans. Sure, they can access the children as well, but what if there's a special interaction with the various awakened bloodlines that only Verhin can unlock? After all, Elijah's wings are normal, and so are Tista's, Aaron's, and Lyria's, whereas Verhin's are unique. Jiza showcased pictures of the kids from the gala, of Tista from the battlefield, and Lith's Magus profile. It makes sense. Gianni pondered the elder's words, finally finding the missing piece of the puzzle that had eluded her for so long. She knew something was missing, but she lacked the knowledge of the inner workings of awakened bloodlines to understand what it was. Indeed, Jiza nodded. The problem is that there are too many suspects. As the gala has proven, everyone wants a literal piece of Verhin. Undead, beasts, elves, plant folk, and I bet that in a while some cute merfolk maiden will go to his house for a visit. As for me, I wouldn't waste Verhin on my niece Scylla. She'll have children that, with a bit of luck, will marry his children. Just like you hope to do with Floria, I can play the long game, but unlike you, I have plenty of descendants. The remark stung Gianni because both statements were right. Gianni hated being seen through like that, but if her displeasure showed, Jiza showed no contempt for that. What I can tell you, however, is that you can strike dragons and phoenixes off the suspect list. Verhin already carries their blood, and there's nothing to gain from it except maybe a shift toward one bloodline. Also, none of them would be stupid enough to do something like that. The moment they are discovered, their whole race would turn against them, leaving them alone and helpless. No. One forgives betrayal against your own. Thanks for your help, Gianni gave the elder a curtsy. You've just made my work much easier. This narrows down the list of suspects quite a bit. Don't thank me. Jiza's face returned to be a stone mask. Consider this as my parting gift. Parting gift? Are you going somewhere? Gianni assumed that maybe her ancestor would move to Giera to help with the colonization, maybe never to return. I'm not, but you are, Jiza replied. You were right about the fact that I'm out to kill someone, but you were also wrong about my target, you. What? Jiza released a sudden burst of killing intent that made Gianni lose her cool and checked on the arrays of the Erna's household, making sure they all worked. Much to her surprise, they did. When after I refused to awaken you and your husband you didn't even try to change my mind, I knew you had a plan B at the ready, Jiza said. The fact that you suspected me to be a killer and dared invite me here confirmed it. You've seen Awakened fight. You wouldn't have called me here just because of a bunch of arrays because you know spirit magic ignores them. You wouldn't trust yourself fighting me with a mere human body, even if you are wearing the Myrock's royal fortress armor. Sure, I bet that your husband is hidden somewhere with his own royal fortress armor, but that's not enough when facing an old monster like me. Not for the likes of us. Don't try to deny it, the elder cut Gianni short. According to the intel I got, Orion is allegedly away on a secret mission, but hiding the fact that both royal fortress armor are taken is impossible to hide. I praise your scheme and resourcefulness, but even if I still had a shred of doubt, the way you reacted to my killing intent proved me right. There's no way a non-awakened could withstand that pressure with a pathetic orange core. The fact that life vision shows me no mana flow, and such a weak vitality only means that your husband is as good as the rumors say. Wherever you are, Lord Ernest, that's one amazing cloaking device. Jesus spoke while looking at the walls and the ceiling. If I had to make a guess, I'd say that you now have a yellow core. No, I was forgetting that you are pregnant, and your baby is no divine beast. You can't take risks practicing breathing techniques, so you must be a bright orange, deep yellow tops. Everything Jesus said was right. Even her analysis of Gianni's deep yellow core was accurate. The breakthrough had happened naturally, and with no consequences for her baby, but after that, she had not used accumulation for months now. Why do you want to kill me, and why did you come here if you knew this was a trap? Gianni asked, wondering whose trap it was, and which one of them was going to be cornered if she sprung it. Because, as I told you when you came to me, Agram left us only 2 orders before taking his life. To protect the kingdom and to prevent anyone like him from awakening. That's you. You've been warned, but you thought yourself too smart to abide to our rules. In a few months, you're going to pay the price for it. I won't kill you until the baby is born. We cannot risk losing another Floria. Giza, knowing the gender of the baby, made the threat real, but Gianni wasn't scared. Yet. As for your so-called trap, why refuse an invitation to take a look at your arrays and study them while we talked? I mean, sooner or later someone will break in here and kill you. They can use the solid intel that my breathing technique has been giving me since the moment I stepped into your house. Now, the question is, do you want to fight me now, or do you want to wait for your baby girl to be born as well? Gianni didn't move nor react, knowing that there was no point fighting against one opponent who had come prepared for the ambush. I thought so, Giza nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Gianni Ernest. The next time we meet, it will be at your funeral. A spirit warp opened, breaking through the magical formations and bringing the council elder hundreds of kilometers away. It was just one small gesture to prove that no matter what Gianni did, the Jernoffs couldn't be stopped. May the gods burn her. Orion emerged from a secret dimensional space that Freya had created for him. Why didn't you give me the signal? We could have taken her. Too many risks. Gianni smiled at his concern, giving her husband a sweet kiss before turning back into her heartless self. You are not awakened, and the baby is still in danger. We could have one, but our losses would have been incalculable. I'm not going to lose another daughter, let alone you. She turned back toward the window, looking at the statue of Juria Ernest. Today is a great victory for us. We should celebrate. Celebrate? Orion echoed in disbelief. This is terrible. Your days are numbered if we don't find a solution. Chapter 2725.1, Precious Moments, Part 1. 2725 Precious Moments, Part 1. Celebrate? Gianni nodded. We advanced our investigation about the instigator of Camilla's murder, acquired a better understanding of the council, and learned about a threat that would have otherwise blindsided us. Now instead we have the time to prepare. Why fight as we are now when we can ask for Vaster's help, for Lith's help? By the time our baby girl is born, you might be an awakened. A bright violet awakened who'd still lack Jesus' experience but with a royal fortress armor, and the gods know what new marvels Forja mastered. No, biding our time was the right choice. Let them come. Even if Agram Jernoff himself comes at our door, I'll usher him in and have him buried under the bushes of roses. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. Surin seemed to share her mother's wish to not steal the thunder of Camilla's first pregnancy, and came into Magur a week after Elijah's birth, when the celebrations were already over, and people had started to relax. Surin wasn't awakened, nor did she carry a groundbreaking bloodline, but her birth was no less celebrated, and Alina found her to be the most beautiful baby on Magur. She and Raz cried a lot, thanking Salark, Tyrus, and Falul for their help in the delivery. Finally, I've graduated from being the youngest, Aaron said like somehow it was his own achievement. Poor girl, Lyria nodded. Surin will need lots of help. Luckily for her, I'll protect her from you. Hey, Aaron said in outrage. I'll be a big brother as good as Lith. Yeah, right, and since we're spouting nonsense, I'll be as powerful as Grandma. I still can't believe this. Lith hushed the quarreling kids while looking at the 2 baby girls sleeping in nearby cribs, both built by Baitra. In the span of a few days, I've got a daughter and a little sister. Surin had Alina's hair, but they were so light that they were strawberry blonde, streaked yellow and orange all over. She also has Raz's dark brown eyes and a cute little face. When sleeping beside Elijah, they looked like sisters. Who's up to another party? Ligon asked, and everyone agreed. Surin had no guardian looking over her shoulder, but that didn't make her family love her less. Even though her body had completely recovered from giving birth, Camilla was still wavering on her feet, needing to lean on Lith and Ragnar paragraph K whenever she felt dizzy. She had yet to get used to her reduced strength, and the fact that her mood was sour didn't help. She had already discovered how hard being a parent was, and she felt worse about herself with each passing day. When she held Elijah, her heart was filled with love, but she missed the connection she had enjoyed with her daughter while the baby was still in the womb. Whenever the baby girl cried, Camilla didn't know what to do, whereas Alina handled it through experience and Lith via his dragon scales. Elijah always shapeshifted along with him, allowing Lith to understand how she felt and for what reason she was crying. Camilla found herself trying to shapeshift out of habit multiple times a day, and every time nothing happened, she felt like her body had betrayed her, like something vital had been taken away from her. The party for Søren's birth was held at the Verhin mansion again, because Solus and the tower were still recovering from their own breakthrough. To build the new floors and synergize them with the old ones, the tower needed time, loads of world energy and resources. Sure, the tower could turn common ground and rock into everything it needed, but the process still created a crater, and then the world energy had to rearrange everything down to the molecular level. "Congratulations, Mom, you did an awesome job with Søren," Solus said. "I'm sure she will grow to be as beautiful as Tista and as smart as Lith, hopefully also less jaded." "Hey," Lith said. "Thank you, dear," Alina chuckled. Unlike Camilla, pregnancy had given her only trouble, so getting rid of all the side effects and hormonal imbalance had put her in a good mood. That and Salark's treatment made Alina feel 20 again. "Are you sure we can take the crib? I know you made it for Elijah," she asked Baitra. "Of course you can." The fourth ruler of the flames looked at the babies with stars in her eyes. "Gods, I'm so envious of you. Us hybrids are all sterile and will be until we find a cure for our condition." "Well, at least you can afford to wait." Alina sighed, thinking about her body getting older by the day. "You girls are going to live forever, whereas this might be my last ride." "Don't say that," Zorith hugged Alina. "Bite, don't spoil the mood. This isn't a funeral but a birthday party." "I'm sorry, Zor." Baitra lowered her gaze. She had seen how happy her wife was, while holding Elijah, and Baitra wished there was a way to give Zorith a child of her own. "Can I?" Tryon pointed at Søren, and Alina replied by putting the baby in his arms. "It's not that you can, you must. You are her big brother," Alina replied. The celebrations went wonderfully, with people laughing, crying, and every girl of marriable age being pestered by her respective parents for a similar gift. By the end of the day, Valia, Tista, and Gilly were more exhausted than the babies. "Somebody please kill me again." The demon was still of a shade of purple after her parents had dragged her to know every single male member of the nest and the brood. "At least you can hide in the shadows or go back to Lith's feather," Tista replied while trying to get rid of the massive headache she had. Her whole family but Lith had talked her into settling down until her ears bled. They had been relentless, tagging in whenever she was about to run off. Zinnia, Alina, Renaa, Camilla, and even Salark had kept Tista in a corner the whole day. "Why me? I'm the youngest here," Gilly groaned. "I'm nothing special." She felt just like Valia, but worse. On the one hand, she wanted to be left alone. On the other hand, she had no idea how much time her father had left. The idea of him disappearing before she got married and never meeting his grandchildren was killing Gilly. The three girls kept groaning for hours, comparing their situation and making it a misfortune contest. The rest of their respective families, instead, were on cloud 9. After realizing how badly he had failed as an older brother, Tryon was eager to make up for it with his little sister and niece. Roz and Alina loved being pampered for once. Their every need was catered for, and they could fully appreciate parenthood without a single worry. Alina could rest, while Roz could help her since the fields were taken care of. The fact that no illness could befall either mother or daughter was a huge relief as well. Renaa was so happy that she had almost overcome the big scare from the triplets' birth. Chapter 2726.2, Precious Moments, Part 2. 2726 Precious Moments, Part 2. She had come to the conclusion that maybe there would be nothing wrong with having another baby. Luckily for Sentin, almost. Solus kept cooing and dangling her hair at Elijah, spending with her every moment that Camilla was away in order to not butt in between them and compromise their blooming relationship. "How do you feel?" Lith asked when it was time to go to bed. "Tired," Camilla sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, I know I should be jumping with joy for us and be excited for your parents, Everything went without a hitch, yet I can't help but feel sad. I can barely keep my eyes open. Fuck me sideways, this is worse than I feared, Lith thought. Being tired is almost impossible and awakened, especially since she has received Tyrus invigoration and has slept for more than 8 hours each day. Camilla would wake up multiple times to feed the baby, but Lith had made sure that she would get back to sleep immediately after, and he had taken care of everything else. She hadn't slept 8 hours straight, but she still had rested more than when she worked overtime in the army. I was afraid that this might happen. I made sure with light magic that she couldn't have baby blues, so this must be the withdrawal effect from losing her powers. Then get to sleep. Lith kissed her forehead before going to the crib and fetching Elijah. The baby slept in their same room since Baitra had hushed the crib and linked it to a buzzer. The parent in charge wore a bracelet and was the only one who would hear Elijah cry or trash around, letting the other parent sleep. Aunt Baitra would have made a killing with this thing back on Earth. Lith handed the baby girl to Camilla. One last refill before bed, okay, young lady? Mommy needs to rest, so refill the tank and let her sleep as much as you can. Camilla giggled, and so did Elijah. Camilla shapeshifted the shirt of her pajamas off, exposing her breasts to let Elijah feed. And just to be clear, those are Daddy's favorite toys, Elijah. I'm lending them to you, but I want them back. Pervert, Camilla tried and failed to repress a peal of laughter. Are you getting yourself in competition with your own daughter? Hey, I married you to get exclusive access. Lith shoved under her nose both the camellia and the tuner that he had given her as a betrothal gift. I'm okay with sharing, but only if I get my fair serving. Gods, you are such a pervert, Camilla giggled, glad of those few precious moments when everything went back to normal and the shroud of darkness suffocating her was lifted. Then Lith finished talking, Elijah finished eating, and the illusion of normality shattered. Not because depression got its claws inside Camilla again, but because Elijah nodded at Lith. Did you understand what I just said? Lith was appalled. Elijah giggled like the happiest girl in the world, and nodded again. Can you please forget I've ever said that? Lith hid his face behind his hands while Camilla laughed her ass off. Gods, this is embarrassing. Let's hope she won't remember anything once she grows up. After Lith was done burping Elijah and putting her back into the crib, Camilla was still laughing. Thank you, she needed a handkerchief to wipe off the tears from hilarity. I needed that. If you really want to thank me, why did you put your shirt back on? What about my share? Lith said in mock outrage. Are you really willing to risk that? She smiled, pointing at the baby that was indeed hushed but could still look at them from the crib. No, I don't. Excellent point. He had yet to turn off the light that Camilla rested her head on his chest and fell asleep. Space. Camilla had a good night's sleep, with Lith taking care of everything but the breastfeeding. Yet she woke up the next morning feeling even worse than the previous night. She looked at herself in the mirror, finding the reflection of a slow, fat, and haggard woman looking back at her. This must be all in my mind. She shook her head, trying to drive the insecurities in her head away. Grandma fixed me like she did Celia and Alina, and they both look gorgeous. Lith had been very careful around her, limiting his own shapeshifting to a minimum and avoiding to use the dragon scales. He mostly used diagnostic spells to understand why Elijah was crying, and took care of teaching them to Camilla so that she could do the same. Yet it still wasn't enough. Sometimes, when there was no way of making Elijah stop crying, Lith had to resort to the dragon scales. When for whatever reason he was unavailable and Solus took care of the baby, she solved the problem by singing. Solus had no singing training, but she had access to Lith's playlist from Earth and knew how to reproduce them all via air magic. She conjured the songs from her mouth, picking those with the smoothest or most upbeat rhythm. She sang the lyrics with her own voice, turning them into lullabies that Elijah quickly learned to recognize. To make matters worse for Camilla, raising her daughter right beside Alina was a huge help, and an as big blow to her confidence. Alina had no special abilities and limited magical skills, but after 6 children, she was a pro with newborns. Everything that Camilla struggled with came natural to Alina, who seemingly always knew what to do to calm the babies. Okay, I'm not the dragon father or the magic mom. I'm just a first-time mother, but at least one can still cook breakfast. Camilla woke up first, wishing to make everyone a surprise and herself feel less useless. She used spirit magic to take the ingredients from the pantry, along with the cookware she needed, fire magic to light the stoves, and water magic to make the liquid ingredients float into the right pot or pan. It was something she had done dozens of times in the past few months, and she felt her confidence returning in performing the familiar routine. She then conjured more strands of spirit magic to handle ladles and stir the ingredients. It was then that everything fell apart and on the ground. Without Elijah's affinities and the boost that pregnancy granted to Camilla's core, performing so many tasks at the same time put a heavy burden on her mind, yet she had refused to give up, reminding herself that willpower was the pillar of true magic. This is just my depression fueling my insecurities. I know I can do this and I will do it again. Or so she thought until the deafening sound of metal and the squishing of ingredients hitting the floor broke the silence of the kitchen. Luckily for Camilla, the bedrooms were far away enough so no one heard anything nor would they learn about the incident as long as she managed to clean it up in time. Unfortunately for her, the mess she had made was huge, and the feeling of failure and isolation made everything look much worse than it actually was. Chapter 2727.1 Inside Jokes Part 1 2727 Inside Jokes Part 1 Camilla tried to use magic to clean up, but after almost dropping a pot again, she lacked the confidence to continue and tried to fix her own mess the old-fashioned way. Yet it was now a mammoth task for a single woman, and due to her rush, she was spreading the dirt rather than cleaning it. Soon her hands and clothes were covered in milk, egg yolk, and grease stains from the food, whereas the floor was still a mess. Gods, I'll never make it in time. How am I going to clean this and myself? How could I be so stupid? I should have known that I can't do anything on my own. She fell to her knees, sobbing. She tried to muffle her voice by covering her face with her hands, achieving solely to dirt herself more and crying harder as a result. Her wails, however, were one of the triggers of the tower alarms, and the arrays covered the entirety of the mansion. Damn it, something must have happened to Kami, Solus thought while reminding herself of Lith's words about Camilla's depression and the potential withdrawal syndrome. Solus made sure to keep everyone away and warped herself to the scene of the crime, finding the culprit grease-handed and riddled with guilt. Good gods, Kami, are you all right? Solus kneeled in front of Camilla, using invigoration to make sure that she hadn't gotten hurt. At first, Camilla was humiliated at the idea of having been discovered and annoyed by Solus' touch. Yet the warmth of her hand broke the coldness of the shell that had smothered Camilla until that moment. She hugged Solus tight, bawling her eyes out while speaking with a voice too broken to make any sense. Solus could have used a mind link to understand Camilla or a spell to calm her down, but did neither. Solus just returned Camilla's embrace, caressing her back until she vented all of her pain and frustration. Okay, once more, but this time with a little less feeling, Solus said, making Camilla chuckle amid her hiccups. I'm just useless, Camilla weaved at the mess surrounding them. I had deluded myself into thinking that I had learned something from your lessons, that I could use magic like you guys do. I was wrong. It was always Elijah, never me. I'm just a baby carrier. Don't you say that. Solus restored the embrace and blew Camilla's nose on a handkerchief. You are great. You are great. I know because I taught you and I've seen what you can do. Do you mind showing me what happened? Camilla was hesitant to use spirit magic again, but their teacher-student bond gave her the confidence to know that even if she were to mess up again, Solus wouldn't judge her. A quick mind link told Solus everything she needed to know. Okay, I know what went wrong here, and I can tell you are still plenty capable of making breakfast, she said. Reality begs to differ, Camilla sniffled, pointing at the dirty pile of pots. Look, you have a yellow core now, which is enough to attend one of the minor academies. Also, Lith helped Alina back when he was 3, and with an orange core, so there's no reason for you to doubt your skills, Solus replied. Then why did this happen? Camilla was confused. Let me show you. Solus established another mind link, projecting the answer into Camilla's mind. The only problem is that you are too used to having a stronger core, so you tend to power through stuff rather than use finesse. You used thick tendrils where thin ones would suffice, wasting mana and focus. Also, instead of doing everything at once, split the various tasks based on the element you need to control. It takes barely a few seconds longer, but it costs much less mana. Your core is too weak for hexacasting. Come on, follow my lead. Solus used the telepathic bond to conjure a game-like interface in front of Camilla's eyes, creating an active time tutorial for her. Camilla only had to use the suggested element and create tendrils of the shown shape and size to put the pots on the table with spirit magic. Then she conjured darkness magic to clean them and the floor. In barely 2 seconds, everything was sparkling and in perfect order. Did I really do this? Camilla said in awe. Yes, now I can guide you in putting the pots on the stoves and the ingredients in the pots, but after that, you are on your own, unless you want to eat my cooking. Solus lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Solus Elfin Althena Menadian Verhin, genius forgemaster and candidate ruler of the flames, despite countless attempts and hours spent in the kitchen with Alina, could still barely prepare a broth. Gods no, Camilla chuckled as she started to make breakfast. No offense. None taken. Solus sighed while projecting another tutorial about the spirit magic tendrils and the best sequence to activate the elements. I'm not going to lie, it's humiliating. I've watched Alina and Lith cook for years. We fused our minds lots of times, and yet I still suck. Speaking of that, do you mind keeping my little fit a secret from Lith? Camilla asked, blushing in shame. Well, of course you can't, Camilla sighed. I should have known that I can't compare with the bond you two. No, Solus cut her short. Don't say that, don't you ever say that. I can't keep it from Lith because he already knows. Why do you think I arrived here so fast? Do you mean he's already awake? Camilla looked around in confusion, trying to find Lith. No, just that he knew something like this would happen. Another quick mind link and Solus shared with Camilla Marth's withdrawal symptoms after merging with the White Griffin and Lith's worries that Camilla would feel the same after childbirth. Oh, she said, lowering her gaze. Kami, I hate saying this, but you are being a Lith. How can the people who love you help you if you cut us off? How can we understand what you are going through if you silence wall us? Solus asked. Camilla thought about all of Lith's secrets, his silences that had put so much strain on their relationship in the past, and how things had become so much simpler once he had finally opened up to her. You are right, Camilla sighed. I'll tell everyone myself after breakfast. Space. Everyone pretended to be shocked and surprised by the news, but even in her depressed state, Camilla's constable training allowed her to spot such blatant lies. I swear I had no idea you felt like that, Alina said, as fake as a $3 bill. Now Camilla understood why during the past few days her mother-in-law had been so patient with her, explaining every trick Alina knew about babies to Camilla and teaching her every secret she had learned. Sometimes Alina even faked being incapable of solving a problem just to let Camilla put the teachings together on her own and save the day. Other times, they both failed because babies are sometimes a mystery, giving their mothers a massive headache. Chapter 2728.2 Inside Jokes Part 2 2728 Inside Jokes Part 2 See, it wasn't that hard. Whenever that happened, they called Lith, who solved everything with dragon scales for Elijah and a diagnostic spell for Surin. Both women were deeply grateful and resentful for his cheat abilities at the same time. If you need help with magic, you just need to ask, Tista said. She had already offered multiple times to coach Camilla and help her get accustomed to her reduced magical prowess. We can help you, Sis Kami, Aaron said, and for once Lyria supported him wholeheartedly. We are like you and we've been taught by Big Brother. The child hated the long-winded sister-in-law and called Camilla sister for short. Thank you, guys, Camilla sniffled, moved by both their feelings and pathetic acting performance. She could see how hard they were trying to pretend ignorance to spare her feelings, and that meant the world to her. It broke the bubble of isolation and helped her to breathe again. By the way, the tower has finally finished rebuilding itself, Solus triumphantly said. You are in for a treat. You'll be the first person on Magur to witness the magnificence of the new 4 floors. Why can't we? Aaron was about to whine about the unfair privilege when Lyria kicked him from under the table. He turned around to glare at her, meeting Onyx's snout instead. She didn't speak, but her eyes were scolding him. When his niece and best friend agreed on something, Aaron always assumed to be in the wrong, and so he didn't push the matter further. TM sorry guys, Solus said. I'll give you a tour later along with Grandma, Grandpa, Tyrus, and the rest of our friends. Thank you, the 3 guardians said in unison from a different corner of the table. Tyrus was there because it was her shift, Ligaen to keep teaching the baby girls dragon tongue, and Salark to keep him from teaching them the wrong words. There are things that only the 3 of us share. Please, respect our bond and privacy. Solus gave an apologetic bow, but her words made Lith spit out his coffee. Everyone was looking at him in a funny way. They wondered if Elijah's 6 streaks and the fact that Camilla herself had asked Solus to join her in mothering the baby had to do with Solus somehow taking part in the conception. It's not what you think, Lith said in outrage. I'm not the father, Salark said in a perfect imitation of Ligaen's voice back when he had denied his involvement in Lith's existence. Camilla laughed her ass off while the father of all dragons and the father of all Tiamats blushed like schoolgirls. "I can vouch for that," she said after wiping her tears of hilarity. "Solus and I have a deep bond, but not that deep." "Sure," Raz said. "Right," Senton nodded. "I don't believe you," Morok said, receiving countless slaps on the head and questions about his presence. "I mean, look at the child's head. Somehow they made it into the perfect threesome." "What's a threesome?" Lyria asked. "A technique rangers use to navigate thick woods." Lith glared at the tyrant, along with enough powerful beings that the collective mean looks could almost kill for real. "Almost. Yeah, right, woods filled with bushes and infested by beavers," Morok said with a scoff, while the guardians politely dragged him to another room and beat the crap out of him. "Are beavers that dangerous? I thought they were fuzzy and cute animals," Aaron asked. "They are magnificent but complicated creatures," Lith replied, telling the truth under the cover of a family-friendly lie. After breakfast was over, but before Morok could regain consciousness, Solus brought Camilla and Lith to the tower. It had gained 2 more floors above the ground and 2 below, yet the other floors had expanded as well. The building was now 30 meters, 100 feet, high and almost 13 meters, 42 feet across. The gray of the stones that comprised the tower was now veined with white streaks, as the tower core regained more and more data about the atomic structure of the gold-veined white marble it was originally made of. "Wow," Camilla said. "Thank the gods Lith had the foresight to have the keep built much taller than the tower at the time. There's still a lot of space to spare." "Guys, please stop pretending nothing happened." Solus could tell that the atmosphere between them was awkward. "What did I say to make everyone react like that and Kami laugh? Was I inappropriate?" "Solus, remember when you told me that we had to get in and make Mom pregnant?" Lith asked. "How could I forg?" Solus blushed in embarrassment at the memory first, and then at the realization of the unintended innuendo. "Gods, how could I say that? Why do I sound like a closeted pervert?" "She went so deep in the closet that I'm confident one day she'll save Marmia," Lith said, making Camilla giggle at the Earth's pop culture reference and Solus blush harder. "See, that's what I was talking about," Solus pouted. "Only the 3 of us know about Lith's past on Earth. I named some of the rooms with inside jokes that only we can understand. That's why I wanted to come here with just Kami, not because she and I share her fetish for the Tiamat tongue or we both enjoy the tale." "Solus," Lith and Camilla said in unison, incapable of looking each other in the eyes. Whenever Lith and Solus fused, she learned everything about him and his life. Everything. "Oh gods, I did it again. Just follow me, please." The ground floor of the tower was now split in 2, and they were arranged as Lith's dream house. It was based on Baron Wyeland's mansion in Jamble, Lith's home in Lucia, and Camilla's house in Belias, but rearranged in a unique, harmonious way. Lith, Solus, and Camilla had given to every room their own touch, adding stuff like the forge-mastering hammers, the camellia, and the tuner as furniture. The resulting place was cozy and lived in, filled with warm and joyous memories that quickly dispelled the awkwardness between the trio. "My baby," Lith said the moment the tower cut Elijah's presence off his senses. A quick warp brought her to his arms, where he held her like they had just rescued Elijah from murderous kidnappers. "It's okay, baby girl. Daddy is here. No one will hurt you," he said to a giggling Elijah. "Don't mind him. Dragon stuff," Solus said to a flabbergasted Camilla. "Also, Derek stuff. Between the dragon's greed and Derek's abandonment issues, you can't take Elijah off Lith's sight without a literal fight." "Believe me, I know," Camilla grunted. "From where do you want to start? Up or down?" Solus asked Camilla since Lith couldn't care less, lost in Elijah's eyes. "Down like usual. Let's go to the bottom and walk our way up. I want to see how every floor has changed," Camilla replied. The bottom floor was still the crucible, where metals were molten, purified, and flooded with world energy, turning them into their magical version. Scraps would turn into silver, silver into orichalcum, orichalcum into adamant, and adamant into Davros. Chapter 27-29, Spark and Thievery Part 1. The boiling magma in the lower level of the crucible was now white-hot at the center, surrounded by a red ring that slowly turned black near the tower walls. The world energy flooded the room from below along with the magma, and the tower used the metals to dampen the flow before it reached the upper floors. Next came the crystal mines where magic crystals were constantly refined. The walls of the room were now filled with white marble streaks that carried the world energy straight to the various crystal veins. The tower also used the marble's innate resistance to magic to focus the world energy around the growing crystals, instead of keeping it evenly spread like in the past. This way, the refinement and growth processes were further accelerated. This is the first new underground floor, the Spark. It's located between the mines and our other newcomer, Solus said. Wait, what happened to the armory and the rest of the floors? Lith asked. They have been rearranged to optimize the world energy's consumption. You'll understand once you see everything, Solus replied, opening the reinforced metal door of the room. It was magically and physically sealed, requiring the maximum clearance level of the tower to access. Once Lith looked inside, his eyes went wide in surprise, all 7 of them. The walls of the Spark were filled to the brim with world energy that was steadily accumulated and preserved for later use. Countless cables, tendrils, and alembics coming out of the gray-white stone were the only furniture in the room. That and a stone pedestal placed at the very center of the Spark. I was going to say this is underwhelming, but your mother's creation has already fooled me more than once. What's the catch here? Camilla asked. Glad you asked. Solus conjured the tower's hands of Menadian and placed them on the pedestal. Lith noticed that the black working gloves had become more refined in appearance, looking less like badly carved stone and more like a piece of art. The right glove had now 6 out of 7 mana crystals active, while the left one only had 4. This room cannot function unless the hands are in position, and before you ask, I checked. The other hands, those we have gifted to Foul, don't work. This will become important later, Solus said. Now, please take off your Voidwalker armor and put it near the wall, Lith. Okay, Lith did as instructed, remaining stark naked. By my mom, don't you wear underwear? Solus blushed wildly but never took her eyes off the prize. Yes, I do. They are also stored in the Voidwalker, Lith shrugged. Why so shy? Both of you have seen me naked plenty of times, and in. Camilla, too, was staring, her face red and flushed by the blood rush along with other parts. Before giving birth, they had abstained from sex to not induce labor, and after because she had baby blues. The vision had given her something else to think about, and a clear picture of how to vent her frustration. Yes, but cover yourself, damn it, Solus said. In a minute. The moment Lith lined the Voidwalker armor against the wall, the cables moved on their own, latching on the metal. The surface of the armor turned semi-liquid, allowing the tendrils to seep inside, and then split themselves into smaller units that formed a complex circulatory system. The tendrils spread to the dragon bones inside the armor as well as to the dragon scales on the outside and the adamant coating them. The cables, instead, linked themselves to the violet mana crystals bonded to the armor. What's happening? Cover yourself, both Solus and Camilla said in unison. Fine, Lith pulled clothes out of his pocket dimension, yet once he put them on, the 2 women groaned. Why are you groaning? You see, the Spark has the ability to keep refining materials even after they have been forge-mastered, Solus said, eager to dodge the question. Right now, the adamant is slowly reaching the Davros state, but if that was it, this would just be a poor man's crucible. What you don't see is that even the dragon bones and scales are being further refined. What? Lith looked at the hands, noticing that not only did the artifact control the energy accumulated in the Spark, but it also focused it on the Voidwalker armor in a different way based on the affected components. Does it also work for Double Edge? Bingo and more, go on. Solus waved at a still-free spot. Lith shrunk the blade, and it received the same welcome as the armor. Solus followed his lead, putting the sage staff there as well. Why are you doing that? Camilla asked. There's nothing past white crystals, and the wood comes from a world tree that was about to die of old age. The Spark ignored the gemstones, making her objections valid. Indeed, but if we leave the staff here, the Spark will further refine and age it, bringing the Yggdrasil wood to levels that no world tree could ever reach due to their natural death. You see, the Spark exerts a mana flow on par with a violet cord awakened. Are you telling me that Siruk's bones and scales are being refined as if he was still alive, and had reached the bright violet like me? Lith said with a smug grin on his face. Better, Solus smirked in kind. The Spark works at an accelerated rate. My mother couldn't wait centuries to get good stuff. If this works akin to the mines and the crucible, the refining speed is at least 10 times that of a normal awakened. In layman's terms, 1 day in here is like at least 10 days of non-stop body refinement. Our own room of magic and time. This is amazing. Lith jumped like a little boy on Christmas. And there's more, Solus mirrored him in enthusiasm. You have no idea how the wait for the tower to finish upgrading itself killed me. Do as I do and ask no questions, please. What's a room of? Camilla asked, and a quick mind link explained to her both the meaning of the official name of the room and of the inside joke about the unofficial name. Gods, you two are like kids. Yet now I want to see those cartoons. She looked with a gape mouth as Solus and Lith cut a bit of their hair, collected an ampule of their blood each, and Lith even ripped off a few of his scales. You. Not you, more like yay, Solus said. The samples were stored in the crystal alembics, receiving a strong flow of world energy as well. This is how my mother managed to craft her fury and the rest of her stuff despite being a relatively young awakened, Solus explained. It also works on living tissues. If we leave them in the spark long enough, we'll have the amplifiers for our forge-mastering experiments that we've lacked until now. Awesome, Lith said. Feeling left out again? Camilla sighed. Lith then explained to her that truly powerful artifacts were capable of storing and boosting the powers of their masters. But to do that, the artifact needed to be fused with living tissues during the forge-mastering phase. Chapter 2730, Spark and Thievery, Part 2. The problem was that the quality of an amplifier depended solely on the level of body refinement of the mage himself. A dragon scale 100 years old would be nothing compared to a dragon scale from a divine beast almost 10,000 years old. Wow, Camilla said. You can say that, Solus nodded. Thanks to the spark, Lith's equipment can be refined endlessly, turning our downtime into a net profit. The only problem is that without the hands, this room is useless. Let me guess, another one of the new rooms needs the hands to work as well, Lith said. Yep, Solus sighed. There's always a catch. Next stop, the thievery. The what? Lith and Camilla said while looking at each other. The thievery also required the maximum level of clearance and had a solid metal door. The inside was even weirder than the spark, having lots and lots of display cases and another stone pedestal in the middle. Solus put the eyes on Menadian there before explaining how the thievery worked. First of all, do you remember how Grandma has her honor code of which she's so proud? That she's unwilling to steal the secrets of her friends and colleagues and only takes from her enemies? Solus asked, obtaining nods in reply. Regained, Menadian used to say. Well, my mother clearly shared none of that, considering honor among forgemasters a blatant lie we tell each other just to avoid fighting to the death on a daily basis. From a memory I regained, Menadian used to say. Once you put your spells on the market, they are on the market. If I can afford them and I have the brains to crack your code, I deserve to know your secrets as well. Talent borrows, genius steals. That's a quote that resonates deep with my heart, Lith nodded. Same here, Solus said with a little blushing, embarrassed to admit it. My mom believed to be doing a favor to the whole Magur by stealing everyone's secrets and incorporating them into her forge-mastering technique. She considered it her right since she was the first ruler of the Flames who had shared and kept sharing a lot of her work with Garland. Bottom line, if you put the eyes there and an enchanted item in one or more display cases, the thievery can work its magic. It's an automated process that works to break down the cloaking runes and in time crack every single pseudo-core of the artifact, even discovering what kind of ingredients are needed to make a perfect copy of it. That's stealing, Camilla said. That's awesome, Lith said. Why didn't we have access to this earlier? It would have saved us time and headaches, not to mention countless failures to reproduce pseudo-cores and the wasted materials. I'm sorry, Kami, but it's called the thievery for a reason. The same reason for which only Menadian and I were allowed into this room. Mom couldn't afford her reputation to be destroyed. As for your question, Lith, it's because as Grandma predicted, the tower is coming back in layers. First, it has regained the foundation needed for the tower itself to exist, then the basic functions, and then the more complex devices that need more than one enchantment to work. For example, the spark needs the crucible, the minds, the hands, and a function that allowed the tower to extract a spark of life force from Menadian. It was necessary to give organic matter the semblance of life, but we don't need it anymore because our hands have the spirit crystal as well. The thievery, instead, needs the eyes, the library to have access to a database about runes and another about ingredients effects, the workshop to conjure materials, and the factory to attempt to replicate the artifacts stored in the display cases. Things like ingredients can't be manufactured without the workshop, and to make sure that the sequence of pseudo-cores is in the right order, one needs to make a test. Without the workshop, only truly powerful artifacts would be worth our while. N//1 N. With the thievery instead, even if we find a trinket with a single interesting function, we can break it down and learn how to apply it to our own creations. Again, genius steals. I agree, Lith nodded. Your mother was a damn genius. It's no wonder that no one ever managed to reach her level even a millennium after her death. I know, right? Solus puffed her chest out with pride. Every time she spoke about one of her mother's achievements, she seemed to act as if it was her own and treasured it dearly. Yet Lith knew it wasn't a matter of ego, but love. Solus didn't remember much of the first ruler of the Flames, but she loved the shadow of Menadian that lived in her heart very much. Riffa had spent her final years to find a way to save her daughter, and she had succeeded. Menadian had given her life for Elfin, and had left her the greatest mage tower in Maugur's history. It was Menadian's opus, her legacy, and more importantly, her heart. So if Kami puts her void feather armor in the display case, we could learn about Grandma's workings, Lith asked, looking at his wife with a serious expression on his face. In theory, yes, but only if Kami agrees, and again the eyes need to be here for the thievery to work. Also, isn't that your perverted face? Solus replied. Do you really want the secrets of the void feather armor, or are you just looking for an excuse to see me naked? Camilla tapped her foot in mock annoyance. Lith remained lost in deep thought for a while before saying, Both are good. Pervert, Camilla laughed. Seriously, do you want me to? Get naked, gods, yes. No, submit the armor to study. She slapped his shoulder playfully. No, Lith sighed without bothering to hide his disappointment. It would be rude toward Grandma. That's our wedding gift, and after her lessons about creation magic and helping us to save Ragnarök, I would be the greatest piece of shit on Maugur if I did that. Also, please, not in front of me, Solus pouted. Come one, there's still a lot to see. Wait, no other function? Lith asked. What do you want more? Solus clicked her tongue. The factory had grown bigger and had more forges than before. It could now craft multiple pieces at the same time, and according to Solus, thanks to the support of the new floors, the factory could forge a master on its own artifacts up to the deep violet. The workshop was just bigger, but also juicier. It wasn't limited to the amount of materials stored inside the tower anymore, but could replicate up to 50% more than what they actually owned. This way, even if they had a single piece of ingredient left, 2 experiments could be performed at the same time. The forge and the alchemical labs were identical, since the owner of the tower was in charge of procuring the necessary tools. The living quarters were bigger, more luminous, and Solus could add a small inner garden to Roz's and the children's delight. Chapter 27:31, Engine and Grimoire, Part 1. 27:31 Engine and Grimoire, Part 1. The mirror hall had gained more mirrors and powers, but Solus glossed them over. For some reason, she was in a rush. The heart can now store up to 10 arrays at the same time, and the library has gotten much bigger, but honestly, that's just the icing on the cake I'm about to show you. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Lith, before I open this door, I need you to calm down and take a deep breath, okay? Okay, he nodded, feeling confused rather than emotional. This room is everything we've always dreamed about. It's so important that I'm still conflicted about how to name it. I'll let you decide once you see how it works, Solus said. Wait, aren't you supposed to remember how it's called? Didn't your mother name everything already? His confusion became worse by the second. Please, Mom was a genius forgemaster, but she sucked with names. I mean, refining chamber. Spark sounds much better, am one right? Solus looked at him with such happiness that Lith couldn't find the strength to contradict her. Now, without further ado, welcome to the Prime Engine, or the Mechatron. Up to you. Solus opened the hardwood door, revealing a room filled with holographic screens and 5 stone pedestals at its center. 4 were arranged in a square formation around the main one, which was placed at the very center of the room. On top of the pedestal, there was what looked like a chunk of Davros, and the Fury was stuck in it. Each of the side pedestals had a chunk of metal of its own, and one of the pieces of Menadian set fused with it. The eyes, the hands, and the mouth channeled their powers through the magic metal that amplified them before sending them to the Fury. What's this supposed to? Camilla turned to Lith, noticing that he shared the same childish enthusiasm and unbridled joy that Solus had while introducing the new room to them. Oh, great! Another nerd rant is just what I needed. Father of all mechs, are you telling me this is? Lith didn't dare to finish the phrase, afraid to jinx it. Yes, Solus jumped in joy before taking his hands into hers. This is the control room for the tower's battle form, or as Mom called it, the battle room. Yuwa, it sucks. Your naming sense is much better. Lith passed Elijah to Camilla, and then he lifted Solus. She jumped at his neck, grabbing at him like a koala while both danced around the room. I know, right? Which name do you prefer? She asked. Excuse me, can I have an explanation? Camilla was annoyed by both being left out and the improvised dance hug whatever it was. Of course, I'm sorry. Lith stopped for a moment. Long ago, thousands of light years away from Earth on a distant planet. No, I don't want to know about the childhood fantasy world this thing reminds you of. That can wait. I want to know what it does. Camilla stopped him. Sure, Solus nodded. You see the... She looked at Lith, eager for his decision. Prime engine, he said like it explained everything. The prime engine controls the tower's battle form and allows its master to customize it as we see fit. Let me show you. Solus finally let go of Lith to reach the holographic mainframe. The eyes are in charge of recon, enemy analysis, and even predicting their spells like a dragon would. The hands control the world energy, fueling the weapon system and granting the battle form of the tower full power even after leaving the mana geyser. We can use tower tier spells and combine the enchantments of the various floors as long as we don't get too far away. As for the mouth, once in the prime engine, it can store a second set of spells, arrays, and even combat maneuvers that will be instantly executed. The tower can, for the lack of a better term, bodycast its own spells. It can also access the library and the firing range respectively to give us the best options according to our enemy and conjure the spells we choose without burdening us. What about the ears of Menadian? Camilla asked, pointing at the empty pedestal. I wish I knew, Solus whimpered, losing her spark. I mean, look at that. That's the only sour note of our breakthrough. She pointed at a holographic display showing the current capabilities of the battle form, and it was stuck to 60% of the maximum predicted capability and 0 in. 60%, Lith read out loud in horror. Why? My guess is 20% off because we don't have the ears and the rest is because the tower is still broken. Solus, shoulders slouched, and her gaze fell to the ground. Still, look at this. She lifted her head while inputting a few commands on the keyboard. We can choose the appearance of our mech, the weapons it can manifest, and even their enchantments. Solus had the colossal humanoid form of the tower shapeshift into what Lith recognized as a semi-truck. Wait, Lith raised his hands to stop her. Is it a mech or a gestalt? He pointed at the 5 different pedestals, each holding a unique piece of equipment. Mech, we don't need other people to control the battle form. Why, I thought you liked flying solo, Solus replied. Well, yes, but skills like Freya's dimensional magic or Fallow's multiple heads would have been nice, no? Imagine combining our talents for. Excuse me, do you two need a moment, or can I be part of the conversation as well? Camilla was starting to feel truly left out and truly pissed off. I'm sorry, babe, here's the gist of it, Lith shared with her a breathtaking story via mind link. It was about a living planet who spawned sentient robots with incredible abilities, among which there was the power to combine in order to form something even more powerful. I agree with the prime engine, she nodded. The guy is smart, level-headed, and kind, just like you. The other guy is strong, a true leader and a warrior, but he ends up letting his past define his identity and ruin his future, like you almost did. Please don't jinx it. She caressed Lith's face while showing him the little bundle of Elijah, who was still giggling at her father's comical act. I won't, I promise. He kissed her hand and then the baby's head. Oh gods, what's this smell? I think you got her excited as well. Do your thing, Daddy, Camilla chuckled. Okay. Lith warped them to the nursery where he had everything he needed to clean and change the baby. I don't know if it's because of her divine beast side, but baby poop shouldn't be this big or smelly. I never measured it, but feel free to. Camilla passed him the baby powder and a clean cloth diaper. No, thanks. Lith sent the stinky cargo to the pile of manure that Roz's farm hands used to fertilize the fields. Is there anything more you have to tell me about the prime engine? Chapter 2732, Engine and Grimoire, Part 2. 2732 Engine and Grimoire, Part 2. Why, isn't even that enough for you? Solus sounded very disappointed in him. Are you kidding me? It's amazing, but there was always the possibility it could be even better. I guess that finding the ears has just become a priority, Lith replied. Dia, Elijah saying the dragon tongue word for Dad moved Lith and angered Camilla. TM going to kill Ligon. One day I'll have my vengeance, she inwardly snarled. But not as much as you, Lith lifted the baby, showering her with kisses. You are Dad's first, second, and third. Camilla cleared her throat in a way that made him wonder if she could still breathe origin flames if triggered. Priority along with you gorgeous mommy. You two are my treasures. Nice save, Camilla said. We are going to talk about this later, farmhead, Solus grunted. Now, there's only one floor left. It's right above the prime engine, which is placed between the library and the grimoire for reasons that will become obvious once you visit it. The grimoire, Lith and Camilla echoed. Yes, Solus nodded, an apt name for its purpose. The room had a solid hardwood door studded with enchanted metals, requiring a clearance level above the prime engine, but below the thievery. After all, no one aside from the master of the tower could change the battle form's specs. The worst a traitorous guest could do was to take note of the current settings of the battle form, but that was it. Past the door lay a room whose walls were filled with violet-white mana crystals, each one of them projecting a holographic terminal. At the center of the room, there was a now familiar stone pedestal with a slot just the size of a pince nez. As you guys know, we can use the eyes to study our opponents, their equipment, and their spells, Solus said while putting the eyes in their place. The problem is that a full scan takes a lot of time and brain power. To make matters worse, the data about a dead enemy is usually worthless. Their equipment can be studied with the thievery, while the grimoire allows us to put to use incomplete scans and records of every spell we witnessed. Observe, the eyes of Menadian started the projection of a past battle, showing the conjuring of an unknown spell and its effects, N01N. At the end of the projection, the available data flowed into the crystals that used algorithms to guess the missing runes and fill in the missing percentage of the scan. The mana crystals here work akin to those we witnessed in Grandpa's lab, but unlike them, we have no control over them nor can we alter their function. Ligain has magical computers, whereas we have one-trick ponies, but still. The grimoire needs access to the library to consult all the spells we know, and the runes database to search for the best match. Even if it seems static to you, right now the firing range is also trying everything the grimoire comes up to. Thanks to its abilities to cast and counter every kind of spell, the firing range is of paramount importance for the grimoire to work. Even failures allow the eyes to collect more data, look for better runes, rinse, and repeat. Another priceless ability of the grimoire is that it can also study old spells. As long as the eyes have scanned enough runes, the rest can be derived by our databases from Huriol, the Odi, and all the junk we collected during our trips. According to my memory, once the grimoire is done deciphering an old enchantment or a spell, it can also covert it in modern runes with no effort on our part. Everything will be catalogued in the library, giving us instant access to the newfound knowledge. This is not as exciting as the prime engine, but it's still outstanding. Lith nodded. Is there any possibility that the grimoire might also provide us with a basic understanding of unknown branches of magic? Like Freya's gravity and dimensional magic, or the abomination's chaos magic. We do have the runes for Freya's dimensional ruler, but neither of us possesses the spatial awareness needed to use it. Solus shrugged. We can cast it, but unless we exploit the mirror hall to make up for our lack of talent, it would surely backfire. What about mirror magic in general and chaos magic in particular? Camilla asked. Alicia's life force is comprised of stable cursed elements instead of cursed flames like Lith. We need a way to teach her how to control them. Sorry, but the problem is twofold, Solus replied. Knowing the runes but not how a branch of magic works makes it difficult to learn a spell. Also, when my mother built the tower, she wasn't aware of the existence of mirror magic, so the grimoire lacks the necessary safety means. Look. Lith and Solus had faced several abominations and knew the Tier 3 chaos spell, Howling Void, like the back of their hand. At least effect-wise, since they had no idea how to safely conjure chaos. The eyes had long since stored the data necessary, so when Solus set the experiment on Howling Void, the following prompt popped up on the holographic interface. Warning, unknown element detected. Due to the destructive power of the spell and the volatile nature of its matrix, it's strongly advised not to proceed. In case of failure to control the effects of Howling Void, the tower might suffer temporary if not permanent damage. Are you sure you want to proceed? Wait, hold your dragons, Lith gestured for her to stop. What does it mean permanently that the tower's functions might forever be compromised? Not that bad, but close, Solus shook her head. Temporary means that the tower would retain the progress we made so far but would need time for the repairs. Permanent means that it's like we never did it to that point. As if, for example, the last 2 years never happened, and the tower has to recover the 4 new floors from scratch. Fu farm me sideways, that's a huge no. Lith pushed the no button, aborting the request. I'm not putting any of this at risk, let alone your safety, Solus. If it was just about the tower, I might be willing to gamble on low-tiered chaos spells, but this is about you. I'm not going to endanger your body or your freedom. Thank you, Solus hugged him. Also, it's not like I would have allowed you to, but it's nice knowing you care. Now, before moving up, what are we going to do with the eyes and the hands? Only one room at a time can work. The prime engine is pointless unless we are planning a fight, Lith pondered. I'd say we put our best jack-of-all-trades battle strategy as preset, and we leave it at that. The spark must work 24/7 so the hands stay there, period. As for the eyes, I'd give priority to the grimoire. We've partially scanned lots of spells in the past. From dawn to night, from Zogger to his eldritches. Not to mention the multiple demonstrations of creation magic that we have witnessed from both Grandma and Baba Yaga. Chapter 2733, Menadian's Genius, Part 1. 2733 Menadian's Genius, Part 1. Thanks to the grimoire, those one-time lessons we received in the past are now a permanent record about how to distort space, to update arrays while keeping them active, and so much more. There's a lot we can only learn from the eyes, whereas we can ask Grandma or Falul about Forge Mastery, Lith said. My thoughts exactly, Solus nodded. Just remember to retrieve your armor when you need it and that you're wearing normal clothes. Oh, S-shot, Lith said, noticing that neither Elijah's drool or pee stains had self-cleaned. Thanks for the heads up. I'll fetch one of my prototypes. Thank you, guys. Camilla gave them both a hug, dragging Lith and Solus into a family embrace. Thank you for acting like everything is normal. Thank you for being silly and making me forget about my issues. Most of all, thank you for never using that mind link of yours and keeping me in the loop. I don't think I could have taken it. Anytime, Kami? Lith patted her back before taking a step back and handing her Elijah. The next time you change her, Mommy, my armor is at the cleaners, so yours will have to do. Space. After a brief stop at the prime engine, they went back home to pick everyone up to give the tour of the new and improved tower only once. Everyone was amazed to see the mere stone of the tower slowly turning into gold-veined white marble. They demanded a full tour of the tower, old floors included, especially the Guardians. Suffice it to say, the spark was a huge hit. I would be lying if I said that I'm not equally impressed and pissed off. Ligain considered Siruk one of his wayward sons, but seeing his corpse turned into equipment upset him greatly. And it works even on Yggdrasil wood. Annoying. A couple of quick questions, Lith asked. Do I have to be worried about your dragon eyes, and can you tell me how much the spark speeds up the refining process? You have no reason to be worried, Ligain replied. I have the blueprints of Menadian's tower right here. You do? Everyone asked as the father of all dragons tapped his temple. Yes, Rifa asked for my help more than once. Just like Baba Yaga, she wanted to study my dragon eyes in the hope of reproducing them with Forge Mastery. That's how the eyes of Menadian came to be and how Dusk possesses our bloodline abilities, Ligain said. What about the tower? Salark was very curious. She brought me here to better study me, and I in turn studied the tower. A fair exchange. So we don't have to worry because you already know everything? Solus asked. No, because I knew asterisk everything and I can't learn much right now. Ligain shook his head. What do you mean? Tyrus tilted her head to the side in confusion. The tower is linked to Solus, who in turn is linked to Lith. Menadian has turned an already powerful artifact into a living being that's growing, changing, and adapting based on their knowledge and experiences. The father of all dragons replied. Even my eyes can't predict what someone will become, otherwise I would have known about Lith's Tiamat form, and the dangers of the blue flames back when he was just an anomaly, not even a wormling. Ligain's eyes can understand what something was, is, and how it works, not how it will be. The tower is beyond my comprehension, but I can make an educated guess based on the comparison between its previous status under Menadian and the current one after being bonded with Solus. Is there any possibility that the tower makes it so that 1 day spent in the spark equals 1 year of refinement? Lith asked, hoping to bring the parallel with the original room of magic and time to perfection. Tell me another, Ligain scoffed. That's impossible. Such a mana flow would destroy rather than refine the adamant, let alone lesser metals or the most delicate ingredients. So I'm right, Solus pulled his arm. 1 day is equal to 10 days of refinement, correct? It wasn't as much as she hoped, but it was still a good result. Yes and no. Ligon pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a know-it-all attitude. Yes, that's the current rate. No, because it's probably going to change. You see, the tower right now is just like Lith's body, trying to adjust to the new balance after the breakthrough. It will take both of them some time to adapt to the new output of their respective cores and optimize their performance. Okay, just tell me this. What was the time refinement rate of Manadian's spark? Lith asked. Back in the day, it was a bit above your current one. 30 days in here would refine any material of a full seasonal cycle in the outside world. Ligon replied. Magur had days and weeks but no months, expressing the passing of time with the change of seasons. So 1 month out there, 1 year in here, that's still pretty awesome. Lith thought and Solus nodded. Don't get too excited, Ligon said after noticing the spark of greed in Lith's eyes. Your spark might be better or worse, yet if I was a betting guy, I'd say better since the tower is always being updated. Only don't dream too big. There will still be a limit to the refinement speed. Past that, you just have a fancy way of breaking stuff. Ligon was right. The power of the mana geyser was great, and the tower was capable of further enhancing it, and then focusing it, yet there was no way to purify something without inflicting it damage. The trick for both the natural phenomenon and the spark was to keep the side effects to a level that the refinement would compensate and mend the damage before it was too late. As with everything in life, it was a matter of balance. Gods, if I hate you. Fallow was looking at the alembics containing Lith's and Solus's future amplifiers. Time is the only variable that not even awakened can control, and now you can. Do you mind renting me a spare spot? I could use both the amplifiers and the accelerated refinement rate to check if my experiments on my blood are working or not in enriching my body in Dragon's essence. No renting, it's free for you, Lith said, leaving everyone flabbergasted. What a bunch of rude giggledooders, right, dear, and they dare call themselves Dad's friends. Boo, Elijah nodded and pouted, multiplying the shock factor. Giggledooders, Elena said with a chuckle. Free, Ligon said with eyes wide open. Since when does Elijah understand what we're saying? Roz asked. Fatherhood sure looks good on you. Salark just patted Lith's shoulder with pride. Does your offer extend to me as well? In. Sure, help yourself, Lith shrugged. I don't need it, but Sharjin sure does. The Overlord put a few molted scales in an ampule. Now the next room is controversial, so I have to ask permission from my partner. Solus. Lith looked at her, and she blushed a bit before nodding. Chapter 2734, Manadian's Genius, Part 2. 2734, Manadian's Genius, Part 2. Okay, but please, guys, do not judge. You are our family and friends, and we trust you deeply. Otherwise, we wouldn't share this with you. Keep an open mind, please. Once again, Solus' raw talent with words made everyone think of a sex dungeon, or something along those lines. Contrary to their expectations, it was just the thievery. That's it, Elena took a deep breath in relief. What does this even do? She had been expecting straps, chains, beds, mirrors, and maybe the contraption that had helped Solus take part in Elijah's conception. N1N. I should have known that Morok's words were just crap. Why did I let him sway me? She inwardly thought. Once Solus explained to them how it worked, her words finally made sense in an even more unpleasant way than her guests had expected. Damn Riffa, this explains a lot, Salark snarled. A Forgemaster's pried my aunt, that's why you kept borrowing stuff from me. Were you still alive, I would never let you hear the end of this. Thank the gods I never let Valoran lend her the Seaful set. Even Tyrus was mildly annoyed. A scowl was an unusual appearance on her usually smiling face. By the way, old lizard, did you know? She turned toward Ligon. I beg your pardon. You said you have the full schematics in your brain. Was the thievery a part of it? Tyrus asked. No, Riffa kept it redacted, but I won't lie to you. I had my suspicions. All those questions about my eyes and the energy she poured into creating her own was suspicious at best. Ligon replied. Wait a second. Solus interrupted the flow of family-friendly proto-swear words. How could Mom craft the eyes before the tower? It doesn't make sense. Easy, Ligon shrugged. First, she built the tower's basic levels, just like you guys did. Then she used its powers to craft the various pieces of Manadian's set. Then she used them to achieve a greater degree of mastery and understanding of magic. At that point, she brought the tower to Baba Yaga. She reset it with creation magic. Riffa rebuilt it strong with her newfound knowledge and the help of the set. Then, she had the set disassembled as well, and she rebuilt it with the power of her new tower. Rinse and repeat. She devised the tower and the set together, but she crafted them separately until her power and mastery reached the level necessary to fuse them into one single artifact. Ligon pointed at the tower. The pieces of the set that Menadian gifted to her apprentices were just a copy of the originals that she modified to make sure that they could never threaten the tower, nor match its power, even if all 4 of them were combined. There's a reason she kept the Fury for herself and never gifted anything like that to anyone. It was to keep the set incomplete for everyone but her. This is amazing, Solus said with her mouth agape. So Malishka is behind Mom's success. Obviously, Ligon shrugged. She's not on the level of Sweetie Pie here. He pointed at Salark, who blushed at the moniker a bit, and cooed like a girl at her first crush, instead of like the god of forgemastery. But she's the next best thing. Also, your mother never hesitated to ask for Lakras and my help. Your mother didn't let pride blind her, and that's why this tower was and is the most powerful mage tower on Magur. She also knew no shame. Salark looked at the thievery in disgust. At some point I helped her without my knowing. Am I also helping you? No, Lith raised his hands to calm her down. I was tempted to put your void feather armor in here, but I didn't. It's your gift, and I treasure your friendship way more than any trinket, no matter how powerful. Duh, Elijah nodded, extending her little arms to the overlord whose doubts melted like snow under the spring sun. How can you be so beautiful, my little featherling? She took the child. Grandma loves you so much that she's thinking of kidnapping you. Everyone looked at her weirdly, even Elijah. It was just a passing thought. Salark blushed and gave the baby to Camilla. What's on the next floor? As they visited the rest of the tower, Ligon pointed out to everyone the changes from the original design and the improvements since the past breakthrough. Lith found it helpful to understand the hidden potential of the tower. Solus loved it because as the Guardian spoke, countless memories came to the surface of her mind. They were just echoes and blurred faces, but it made her hope that one day her memory would return as well. And this is the Prime Engine, Lith said with pride. What's a Prime Engine? What's even supposed to mean? Even after hearing how it worked, none of the Guardians expressed one bit of enthusiasm. A tower having a battle form was a given, and even Menadians only brought them memories of their past fights with arrogant mages who had believed themselves invincible because they had a white core, a mage tower, or both. This is a Prime Engine. It doesn't mean anything. It just sounds cool. It was Lith's time to blush a little, feeling childish. That's childish of you, Ligon said. The name should be self-explanatory, not some ego trip. Hey, let him have his fun, Camilla said. Lith is already too serious because of his complicated childhood. Kill what's left of his inner child, and I swear to Grandma that I'll find a way to beat the carp out of you. Well said, dear, Salark nodded. Lith was on cloud 9 for his wife having his back, and caring for his inner nerd even though she didn't understand it much. Yet. Roz and Alina, however, took it as a stab. Lith's childhood on Magur hadn't been easy, but still nothing compared to the one on Earth. They had no idea of what Camilla was talking about and felt responsible for his hardships. I'm sorry, Lith, Alina said. I wish I could go back in time and offer you more. Don't apologize, Mom/Alina. I didn't mean it like that, Lith and Camilla said in unison. Okay, Alina still considered it a poor lie and held Surin tight, swearing that her daughter would know no hunger nor cold. Cool, Aaron and Lyria couldn't agree more with Lith's naming sense and tried to pull the pieces of Menadian's set out of the rocks. How does it work? Can we fuse together like you and Aunt Solus? No, Lith replied, conjuring several groans from both children and adults. Freya, Quilla, Tista, and Morok seemed interested in the idea. Allegedly, Ligon added, making everyone's heads turn toward him. The old tower couldn't, that's for sure. This one, however, already allows for one fusion. Only time will tell if more are possible. The question is, how do we call ourselves and who picks what? Freya said with such a serious tone that it seemed she was discussing a matter of life and death. Like every decent elite unit, we need a cool name. Chapter 2735, Seed of Change, Part 1. 2735 Seed of Change, Part 1. Lith would take the Fury, that much is obvious, Quilla said. Hey, Solus said. I mean, it makes sense, but still hey. Shush, short one, Freya said. Now that the angry one is fixed, you should definitely take the eyes due to your observation abilities and your shady past. Solus wanted to argue at both her title and the insult, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Everyone knew how she had spectated at Lith's private life in the past, and how she still did via the fusions. I'm going to take the hands for obvious reasons as well. Freya pointed at her multicolored streaks that matched in kind the gems on the artifact. Also, it's only natural since Master Falul is the inheritor of the other hands. I was going to suggest myself, but fair enough. The Hydra chuckled. I guess that you can take my spot when I'm not available. And I take the mouth, Tista stepped in. I own the other mouth. I'm Lith's sister, Sola's best friend, and a member of the Tiamat species. Cut me out of this, and I'll do the same with your heads. Well, none of that truly matters, Quilla said. We still lack the ears, and anyway, I'm more suited than you for a fusion. Unless we want to dazzle the enemy with your beauty, you don't have much to offer. Hey, Tista replied in outrage, starting to list her known bloodline abilities. As everyone quarreled for the last open position, Lith walked out of the room and guided everyone to the grimoire. It garnered lots of questions and interest, especially from the Guardians. Damn Rifa, first the thievery and now this, you were a true genius, Ligon said, his voice filled with admiration. You managed to outmatch even my children's dragon eyes. Really? Lith and Solus asked. Yeah, I mean sure, basically the functions are the same. Nothing stops a dragon from studying an artifact they've conquered or practicing a spell they've witnessed, but that takes time. Time that a dragon can't dedicate to refining his body or to his magical research. These rooms are automated, meaning that you can delegate the research and just collect the fruits. Something like this could help even me in finding a cure for Zorith, Ligon sighed. It would also save me a lot of experiments to improve my Forgemastering spells. Salark nodded. Maybe making a mage tower for ourselves wouldn't be the waste of time and materials I've always believed. Agreed. Tyrus checked the crystals on the walls, trying to understand how they worked. The tour of the tower ended with the greenhouse that not only had become bigger, and its soil more enriched in world energy. The ceiling that acted as a fake sky now also collected the light element released by the sun and made it seep inside the plants. It both hastened their growth and enhanced their metabolism, making them more resistant to diseases, mutations, and countering the destructive effects of a vigorous flow of world energy, allowing the tower to send more to the greenhouse. The abundant light element helped the plants to fix any damage as soon as it appeared. By balancing world energy and light element, the damage and healing cycles made the mystical ingredients grow more resilient. A property that their seeds inherited, and that would tolerate an even stronger flow of world energy. The future generations would either possess stronger magical properties or be subject to mutations that might turn them into new and unknown natural treasures. Farm me sideways, that's why the greenhouse is on the top floor, Lith said after checking the new specs of the floor on the tower's interface. It's just like Grandpa said. The delicate seeds and plants need to be protected by the world energy, and being closer to the sky keeps the greenhouse filled with light element. Indeed, Nalrund said while trying a few of his spells. This is also a great place to practice light mastery. Both experts and beginners can use the abundant light element to respectively try spells above their level and reduce the stress on their mana reserves while practicing. Can I come here, please? Quilla asked. I still can't make a decent construct for the life of me. Same here, Nalrund raised his hand. Me too. While in the greenhouse, Camilla could feel the light element flow through her body almost as strongly as when she was pregnant with Elijah. Sure, Solus said while trying her own light mastery, and discovering that Nalrund was right. She could easily add 3 elements to her tier 5 spells there. I could use the company. Me too. Raz was checking on the crops while the rest of the group babbled what was nonsense to him. Just stay away from the fields or I'll sick a stingy Tiamat on you. What he said? Lith clicked his tongue. We haven't gotten a single harvest yet. Dad had to grow our magical plants from scratch, and getting the cultivation conditions right took a lot of tries and effort. Don't disrespect his job just to make your own easier. Thanks, son. Raz was moved from Lith being more worried about his father's hardships than about his own magical vaults. Knowing what a Scrooge Lith was, it meant the world to Raz. Don't worry, Dad, Solus nodded. We'll be careful. Once the tour of the tower was over, Solus decided to celebrate the event and her newfound knowledge about her mother with an improvised ice cream party. Space. Falul's lair a few days later. Neither the monsters of Zelex nor the citizens of Cetralee had remained idle during the months before Elijah's birth. The members of the fallen races had used that time to restore their numbers and practice with the magical artifacts with which the council equipped them. The elves, instead, had received from Elijah the books about the first 3 tiers of fake magic. They couldn't increase their numbers easily, so they had worked hard to make up for quantity with quality. Lith murdering their High Chancellor and slaughtering over 100 of their kinsmen had put a huge dent in the negotiations with the kingdom, but only until the World Tree and their chronicler had stepped forward to reveal the truth. The elvish clan's heads had inwardly sighed in relief and thanked publicly the Dragon Lord for cleaning up their houses from traitorous scum for them. They had mourned the loss of their soldiers only in terms of military power. The moment the betrayal of Emrail's accomplices had been exposed, they had been disowned by their respective clans even in death, and no funeral service had been administered to their corpses. The traitors' remains had been stripped of everything that could still be useful to their respective clans of origin, and their bodies used to fertilize the cultivated fields. The elves of Cetralie had also sent ambassadors to other fringes, garnering the alliance of more vine cities. Most of the elvish colonies, however, preferred to bide their time and watch how their cousins fared on Giera before making up their minds about rejecting the Yggdrasil's offer. Those months had been frenetic for the commoners of Cetralie, and not only them. Chapter 2736, Seed of Change, Part 2. 2736 Seed of Change, Part 2. All elvish castes were excited at the idea of seeing the outside world once again, but only the lower-class citizens treasured fake magic dearly. N.in. It made them from helpless civilians into powerful mages, so they devoted their attention to the study of magic beyond their usual focus span. The idea of going to Giera and the risk of death put their usual carefree and procrastinating mentality on the back burner. Also, as a sign of good faith, after Cetralie had sworn its allegiance to the kingdom, the royals had also shared with them a few tomes about Tier 4 and 5 modern magic. The elvish mages had been surprised by the gift and shocked by its content. With a single move, the queen had shown the still resentful elves trust and how much they lagged behind compared with the kingdom. The books were a small price to pay in exchange for a loyal ally. Also, now the elves had concrete proof of how much they had to gain by working with the kingdom, further strengthening their bond born out of mutual interests. Fallow's lair had been picked as the send-off spot for the first batch of reinforcements because she belonged to one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom. She was Ligaoin's granddaughter and Lith's former mentor. She was the link between Lith and the kingdom, as much as he was the only thing connecting the allied forces between them. Monsters, elves, and undead of the eclipsed lands had all been assembled under the Hydra's roof to be sent on the other side of the ocean. It was the first and last time that the colonization forces from Garland would receive help from Giera's council and guardians. And that solely because the situation was that desperate. Lith stood in the middle of it all, with Elijah held in front of him inside a baby carrier strapped to his shoulders. He had tried to get away from the child for personal affairs, but the moment he crossed a certain distance, he suffered from a homing instinct. He became nervous, constantly looking in the direction Elijah was even when he had no idea where he was. With every passing second, he would become crankier and more aggressive until he could feel his whole body boil with blue flames. It was then that he treated everything and everyone keeping him away from the baby as an enemy, even while visiting a friend. The only solution he had found was to bring Elijah with him. "Don't worry, it will get better with time." Ligain wanted to sound reassuring, but his voice was filled with pride instead. A dragon's first instinct is to protect his treasure, and who's more precious than this little bundle of love? Whatever. Lith felt ridiculous wearing a baby carrier over his supreme Magus golden and white robe, but he had no alternative. "Let's get this over with." "With pleasure." This time it was Tyrus herself opening the long-distance warp gate to Giera, and she did it without even assuming her griffin form. Much to Lith's and Falul's surprise, when the dimensional tunnel opened, there was no draft or storm coming out of it, despite the presence of Feniger the Leviathan on the other side. On top of that, instead of his usual banter and cocky attitude, the Lord of Discovery kept his head low like a beaten dog. "Seriously, did you really have to bring the baby along?" Feniger considered Ligain his rival, despised Salark, and after their last encounter was utterly terrified of Tyrus. All 3 of them were there, looking at him like an overgrown fish bait. "I did it for 3 reasons. I don't trust you, I don't trust you, and I don't trust you." Lith lied through his teeth. He did not trust the Leviathan, but under normal circumstances, he would consider Ligain's or Tyrus' presence more than enough. "Whatever, I deserve that. Come on, guys, I don't have all day." Feniger enlarged the gate enough for one column of each different race to cross to Giera at the same time. "Did you hit your head or what?" Ligon said in surprise. "Humility is not your thing, it never has been." "I know the Leviathan side. Yet as any true researcher, I can't argue with solid data. I was wrong about you, Verhin, and for that I apologize." None of the Guardians of Garland had ever thought to one day hear those words coming out of Feniger's mouth. The shock kept them from speaking for a while, and their newfound respect for the Leviathan kept them from rubbing salt in his wounds. "Care to elaborate?" Salark asked. "The last time we met, I called Verhin a harbinger of death and said that wherever he goes, death follows. I was wrong about that." Feniger turned from her to Lith. "You, young man, are a catalyst. You don't change the initial stages or the final results of an event. What you do is to create a new path, a different way to do things that otherwise wouldn't take place. Your presence makes the cogs of change move faster, and sometimes the only grease that can allow it is the blood of those who try to preserve the status quo. You've rarely been the primary cause or the final solution to a problem, but you've always been in a key position to alter the course of history, shifting the balance in one direction or another. What I'm trying to say is that you are a seed of change. Like Salark here would tell you, sometimes to make new life thrive you must first get rid of the old one. You are an interesting fellow, Lith Verhin, and I'm eager to see what changes your return to Giera will bring." After Feniger finished saying his piece, he moved away from the warp gate, making space for the columns of monsters, elves, and undead to pass before Lith could ask him any question. "What does he mean, my return to Giera?" Lith asked everyone and no one. "I have no reason or interest to go there." "Beats me," Ligon said, and Salark nodded. "I'm no fortune teller. My best guess is that the frilly lizard knows something we don't from the other side." Even Fila and Falul couldn't help him making sense of those words. Lith was still pondering them and letting Elijah bite his finger when a familiar figure patted his shoulder to draw his attention. "I have no idea either, but sure I'd like to have a bit of help," Vladian Dragonborn, firstborn vampire and ruler of the city of Lightkeep, said. "Giera is mostly empty, and you could use a training ground to put your bloodline abilities to the test. There are more monsters than you can count, so you wouldn't have to hold back or worry about collateral damage. On top of that, I seem to remember that you have a knack for destroying lost cities. Maybe that's what Feniger meant. If I were Giera's counsel, you would be my to-go guy." "Thanks, Vladian, but what are you doing here?" Lith had let the vampire talk because he had hoped to receive an explanation for Vladian's presence, but his interpretation of Feniger's words would do. Chapter 2737, Survival and Extinction, Part 1. 2737, Survival and Extinction, Part 1. "My duty," the firstborn vampire replied. "One was born on Giera just like my wife and son. We have been forced into exile by the plague, and even though I like Garland, my family still misses our homeland." "That I know," Lith nodded. "I meant, how can you go there and leave Lysa and Raydusk alone in Lightkeep? What if the undead courts attack them? Also, you might be immortal, but your wife is human. You should treasure your time with her." Duh, Elijah had no idea who the people Lith was talking about were but feeling the sentiment in her father's voice. She nodded. "I see." Vladian laughed while offering the baby a finger that she sniffed with curiosity before giving it a playful bite. "Fatherhood indeed suits you, and you are right. I would never leave them if not for my privileges as one of the firstborns." "Meaning?" Lith asked. "How do you think I got myself and my people to Garland so quickly without losing anyone? The same way I rescued the undead trapped inside the Golden Griffin. I used my link with the Red Mother to open a gate and reach her. I can do it from any distance, no matter how high in the sky or deep in the ground I am. Back then, Mother was in Garland and she helped us to cross over. Then, she went to Giera herself to rescue the young hybrids for her research. In the same way, I can go back and forth from Giera with a moment's notice. I don't plan to stay away from my family for long, just the time necessary to recover my old settlement and establish a base." Vladian replied. "I see," Lith nodded. "So is Baba Yaga going to stay in Lightkeep during your absence?" "Yes," Vladian nodded. "Also, Ilthin is coming with me. This way, as long as one of us is in Giera, Mother can open the gate and we can go back and forth to take care of the eclipsed lands." "By the Red Mother, who's this little fairy?" After hearing her name, the firstborn Banshee had gone to join the conversation, but had been dazzled by the baby girl. "Do you know that you resemble your daddy a lot?" Ilthin neared her finger as well, but Elijah clearly remembered her. Instead of sniffing or grabbing the finger, she shape-shifted into her Tiamat form and attempted to bite it with her small fangs. The banshee managed to dodge in time, and the clash of teeth produced a snap like a bear trap. Hey, that's not cute at all. Why is she so cranky? It seems Elijah remembers you upsetting Kami. Lith checked the baby with the dragon scales. Come on, be nice. Ilthin is a bit creepy, but she means well. She helped Mom and Dad get back together. Such concepts were too complex for Elijah's mind, but the contact allowed her to more or less understand Lith's feelings on the matter. She chittered for a bit before going back to a human baby and staring at the banshee with suspicion. Okay, no flirting, no grabbing, no mentions of threesomes. Are we clear? Lith said. Fine. Ilthin pouted, yet her bad mood melted away while looking at the 6 streaks in the baby's hair and at her big, expressive eyes. Gods, she's so cute. The banshee caressed Elijah's cheek, and this time there wasn't any mutilation attempt. By the way, Lith, where's Camilla? Vladian looked around the Hydra's lair, finding no trace of the constable. A mother leaving her baby alone is weird. A wife leaving her husband alone knowing Ilthin is going to be there is even weirder. Hey, that's mean of you, the banshee said in outrage. Do you know how hard it was for me not mentioning that Lith and I could give Elijah a sibling? She's home, Lith sighed. She's not feeling well. Space. Blood Desert, city of Quinton, permanent headquarters of the Undead Court's war room. Quinton was located at the borders between the Gorgon Empire and the Blood Desert, making it one of the safest places on Magur for the courts. The Guardians' breathing techniques barely reached the city, making cloaking arrays and a bit of caution enough to shield their presence. After losing the Horsemen and the War of the Griffins, the Undead Courts had reached an all-time low. Night's mad plans in her attempt to kill Verhin had cost the life of dozens of elders, and then taking part in the war as Thrud's allies had brought the death count even higher. The Undead Courts had invested a lot of resources and manpower to ensure the Mad Queen's victory under the promise that she would provide them with perfect harmonizers. Glemos had crafted a model specific for undead that not only removed their weakness to sunlight, but it also pushed forward their evolution, something that not even Baba Yaga could have predicted. According to the plans of the Red Mother, undeath was supposed to be a temporary condition, a second life where her children would gain the strength and wisdom to overcome the flaws that had doomed them before resurrecting themselves by giving up on the blood-red core. Baba Yaga had never meant for the undead to be a master race nor to leave space for further improvement, yet the Undead Courts begged to differ. They had never discovered the secret of awakening, and even though they could still reach the full-blood red core over time, becoming mortals again would have meant to give up on the powers and bloodline abilities to which they had gotten dependent over the centuries. Not even awakened firstborns like Vladian and Ilthin had ever considered following the Red Mother's plan, let alone those who had come nowhere close to the might of their progenitors. The Undead Courts had hoped that, after getting rid of the crazy horsemen of night, things would have taken a turn for the better. Instead, Thrud had been defeated and the courts had been spiraling ever since. N///IN. They still had a few of Glemo's harmonizers for undead, but with their limited abilities as Forgemasters, it made little difference. Why are we here? Ejman Mac, vampire and general of the Night Court, asked. At this point, assembling in a single location is like begging to be exterminated. We should each stick to our respective turfs and lie low. Lie low? Shelkwur, blood warlock and destroyer of the Dusk Court, echoed in outrage. If we go any lower, we might as well disband the courts and go hide in a cave like the wounded beast we are. Calm down, Shelk, and Mira Fret, Archduchess of the Dawn Court, said. Ejman is right. We are just getting weaker by the day. Without a solid plan, it's better to take a step back and wait for an opportunity. At the moment, there's nothing we can do. The Master's organization keeps hunting us down, whittling our numbers and stealing our resources. The Giera colonization plan was supposed to be our second wind, but by tightening up the safety measures, the 3 great countries have made it impossible for us to meddle with that. Chapter 2738, Survival and Extinction, Part 2. 2738, Survival and Extinction, Part 2. The kingdom has developed a spell that can spot the blood core in our thralls, and with the undead of the eclipsed lands forming an alliance between the kingdom and the empire, we've been cornered. Even if somehow we manage to send our elders to Giera, our traitorous cousins will spot them, and at that point, they would be fish in a barrel. I do have a plan, the Blood Warlock said. A plan you all should have already considered on your own, since it's the only way we have left to turn the tables of fate and escape annihilation. This is not a matter of riches or power anymore. Our survival depends on it. If we don't take a stance, we'll be wiped out and the only trace left of the undead courts will be a footnote in history books. What are you talking about? Eshman said with a sneer. There is no magic formula to solve our problems. We have taken a streak of bad decisions that have led us to lose power, influence, and numbers over the past 4 years. It didn't happen overnight. If we want to regain our strength, the best course of action is to avoid further losses and rebuild our power from the safety of the shadows. And how long do you think that would take exactly? Shulk's voice oozed spite and sarcasm. Centuries at minimum, millennia even, and for what? To make up for 4 goddamn years. No one in. An awkward silence befell the room as the representatives of the undead courts pondered those words. With the eldritches of the organization on the prowl and the loss of the reinforcements that would soon return to Giera, the courts were at their wits' end. After the Master's organization had become the new ruler of the criminal underworld, the undead had seen their influence and income greatly reduced. They were still afloat, but only thanks to their cousins from Giera who had failed to find a place in the eclipsed lands and had no choice but to take part in the conflict. 4 years during which we've gone from being the shadow government of the 3 great countries to a bunch of refugees. Shulk took the silence for his cue and resumed talking. Dawn, night, gleamos, and lastly, Thrude. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. We have played a major role in our downfall, always betting all our chips on one leader or another and assuming they would win. Each time, our trust proved to be misplaced, and we lost a good chunk of our power until our strength was spent, and now, we are cornered against a wall. Yet there is a common element in our defeats, and if we remove it, we might ascend just as quickly as we fell. Which is, and Mira furrowed her brow in confusion. Lith Tiamat Verhin, our misfortune started when we crossed paths with him in Author, and from that moment onward we could never catch a break. The Blood Warlock replied. If we don't kill him, there's no future for us. I admit that Verhin is a pain in the ass, but I fail to see how killing him would make things for us any better. The vampire said. Think about it, the organization started hunting us down after Knight's failed assault on his house. Shulk pointed out, and the others nodded. The undead courts had no idea that Lith had nothing to do with the relentless war that the Eldritches waged against them. It had been the Horsemen of Night's repeated attempts to kill Zinnia and her children, the family that Vaster loved like his own, to trigger the organization's wrath. The undead almost killing Vaster first, and then Orpal sending Zinnia the future card had only made things much, much worse. Eldritches had a long memory, infinite life, and no care for material losses if it meant achieving their vengeance. The reason the undead courts had found themselves on the back foot was that the organization hadn't hesitated to lose money and influence in order to expose the court's bases and annihilate them. Now I don't know if Verhin has some sort of control over the abominations or if he's the fabled master himself, but consider this. If I'm right and we kill him, the organization will leave us alone. If I'm wrong, our position won't get better, but it won't worsen either. At least we'd have taken down our nemesis and dealt a blow to the organization's pride. Also, consider this. Trains, elves, monsters. According to the few people we have left inside the royal court, the whole plan to colonize Giera revolves around Verhin. If we kill him, the production of trains will slow down. The elves might go back on their word, since the man they've sworn allegiance to is no more. Without Verhin to mediate between the kingdom and Zelex, it will take us but a spark to burn the bridges between humans and monsters. There will be chaos in the kingdom, chaos in the council, and chaos in Giera. The undead courts have always thrived amid chaos because while the living fight among themselves, they give us plenty of food and their dead join our ranks. You have a point, Eshman pondered. If Giera's colonization is postponed indefinitely, the undead who abandoned us with the prospect of returning home would return to our fold and boost our numbers. Not only that, and Mira said, the death of the Supreme Magus would trigger internal and external strife in the kingdom. The fear of the monsters and of a second war of the races with the elves will give us access to the noble households again. Our gifts and power will put the nobles at ease and turn them into our puppets. The room went into an uproar as the magic formula seemed to materialize in front of their eyes. One answer to all of their problems. Much to everyone's surprise, right when the enthusiasm of the members of the various courts peaked, Shulk raised his hand, demanding silence. Please, before making our decision, I need you to understand how dire our situation is, and why I think that this gamble is necessary for our survival, the Blood Warlock said. What most of you failed to consider is that just like we have many grievances against Verhin, he feels the same toward us, if not worse. Back when he was a ranger, we had no reason to fear a blue-cord awakened human. Even an elder like Kalen could have killed him with ease, so Verhin kept away from us. Back then, he used the army as a shield against us, and we backed down simply because the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. After Verhin left the army and joined the council, we clashed multiple times yet again. He was forced to play on the defense. We attacked, he survived, but he never tried to get back at us. Not because he was afraid of us, he simply had no choice. We were many, he was one. Verhin couldn't waste his time traveling Garland in search of our city branches, and even if he did, we would have outnumbered and outmatched him. Chapter 27:39, More Than Power, Part 1. Verhin had to lock his family behind the councils and the kingdom's protection while we had to back off. We never managed to follow his movements, and the few times we did, he was in highly secure locations where our options were limited. Then the bastard became a divine beast. If not for Knight and Thrude ordering us to leave him alone, we would have dealt with him back then, while our blood cores still gave us an advantage over a runt with a deep violet core. To make matters worse, we kept underestimating him. Who would have thought that a baby, a hatchling, would have reached the violet core in the same time as awakened with a powerful bloodline legacy at their disposal? It's like the bastard awakened in the crib and spent his whole life on a mana geyser, Shelk said. The first hypothesis was correct, while the second was wrong. The rapid development of Lith's mana core was simply one of the many perks of having a mage tower, even before knowing what Soulless Stone Ring was. It was much, much better than living on a geyser, and much worse for the undead courts who still had no idea of their enemies' true abilities. Now we are fucked. We are so fucked that I expect every one of us to die with a little Tiamat bursting out of our chest. Verhin is now not only a divine beast, but a divine beast with a bright violet core. If we wait too long and he gets accustomed to his new powers, we'll have no chance of victory. Bloodline abilities, mass, raw physical strength, there's nothing that even an undead elder can match him in. That's not true, Ejmin countered. Blood cores grow naturally past the bright violet. We can never reach the white, but some of our oldest members are still stronger than Verhin. Really? Do you really think that any of them is going to face a divine beast and put their eternal life on the line for us? Because I sure wouldn't. Shelk replied, turning the enthusiasm into despair. If this is what you think, why are you proposing to kill Verhin in the first place? Anmira asked. Because I believe we have no other choice. The blood warlock lowered his gaze. His voice sounded worried if not scared. Once Verhin masters his powers, he'll be the one hunting us. I doubt he has ever forgotten about the undead king's ploys and the help we gave him. Verhin never forgave us. He was simply biding his time, and now he's almost done waiting. Soon he'll have no need to play defense anymore. When that happens, he'll bring with him his demons, his sister, the council, the army, the association, the abominations, and the gods only know who else. Before you say anything stupid, remember that unless we attack first, Verhin is going to have the time to raise an army of demons of darkness, each one with the power of a bright violet core. Every one of them had watched the videos from the War of the Griffins. They knew what Lith could do with a bit of time and a mana geyser at his disposal. Facing him alone was already hard, but if he brought reinforcements, there would be no chance of victory. N.in. For the first time from the founding of the undead courts, time is not by our side. The more we wait, the fewer our chances of victory. If we don't create an opportunity to recover the ground we've lost, if we don't become the makers of our own fortune, the only path left for us is extinction. The representatives of the other two courts remained silent, searching for any argument that would counter such an ill prophecy. Yet they found none. After Visa the Lick had triggered and lost a war, the Empress was mercilessly hunting down the courts with the aid of the organization. In the kingdom and the desert things weren't much better. The Eldritches uprooted the undead from the underworld while the royals from society. As for the desert, the organization had no foothold there, but for a good reason. Salark allowed no black market, and her nomadic society didn't leave many opportunities for the undead to hide. The local courts existed by allying themselves with the rogue tribes and the bandit clans that refused to submit to the overlord's law. They lived off by pillaging the villages and trading the stolen goods with merchants since most oases were off-limits. The undead in the desert were forced to live as nomads as well, stealing what they could from the unused mines and running away as fast as they could once the members of the nest spotted them. All in favor. Space. City of Lucia, Tron Woods, Lith's Tower. Camilla was indeed struggling against the feeling of weakness and the anxiety that had arisen after Elijah's birth. Without the divine beast senses, the world around her had become a dull and cold place. She couldn't see the vibrant colors of a flower anymore. She couldn't smell a mix of subtle fragrances and recognize them all. It was like having a layer of cotton hard-pressed against every centimeter of her skin, muffling her every sensation. That, and the sudden loss of her physical and magical prowess, had led her to depression. Lith had suggested her to move inside the tower, because the dream house was filled with happy memories that soothed Camilla's spirit, while the mana geyser helped her to practice accumulation. Without Elijah refining her body and mana core for Camilla, she now had to do it herself. "I don't know what to do anymore, Duke." Lith was talking with Marth, the White Griffin Academy's headmaster, and his wife Rissa. "Our life has never been so peaceful. The pregnancy is over, Elijah is healthy, and we are surrounded by our friends and family. Kami is supposed to be happy, but she's not. I don't think I've ever seen her so down, not even after we broke up. Do you guys have any advice?" "I'm sorry, no," Marth said. "I've walked a mile in your wife's shoes, and I can tell you just one thing. It's not her fault, yours, or anyone else's." "How did you get over your post-power depression?" Lith asked. "With time," Marth sighed. "I had to keep moving forward day after day until I stopped living stuck in the moment when I fused with the White Griffin." "That's it." Lith was relieved to hear that the solution was that simple. "We just have to wait until it goes away." "No, it's far from easy." Marth shook his head while trying to find the right words to express the burden that was still weighing on him. "It's like having lived your perfect day and having experienced true happiness. On paper sounds great, but when the following day your life goes back to normal, that joy becomes a curse. Everything good that happens, every one of your achievements gets weighed against that day and found wanting. You can't help but see everything through the lens of that day, turning your present sad and disappointing." Chapter 27:40, More Than Power, Part 2. Nothing you do is good enough. Nothing the others do for you is good enough. Even when good things happen, you don't appreciate them because they don't measure to that accursed day, Marth said. "Good gods," Lith said as he finally understood the problem. "It's like constantly wearing balls and chains that weigh you down the whole time, no matter where you are or with who you are. It's a nightmare." Marth closed his eyes and pinched his nose. "Also, this is how it worked for me. There is no guarantee that Camilla will experience the same. She might need more time, less time, or some kind of trigger. Only the gods know." "Any suggestion?" Several plans came up to Lith's mind, but he discarded them all because his wife wasn't a problem to solve, but a person who needed his help. "None. On the plus side, I've heard that Camilla is learning magic, correct?" Duke asked, receiving a nod in reply. "Keep teaching her. The more she gains power, the less the shadow of her pregnancy will darken her." "Nully, that's true," Lith pondered. "Nully, like Tyra said, the issue is that postpartum irregular awakened loses half their prowess, whereas Camilla got weaker by dozens of times. She just needs to get close to the scion to feel like that again. Another good thing is that, unlike the Academy, Alicia didn't boost her magical talent like the shadows of my colleagues did with me, hence, she should be faring better than I did." About that, Lith went to the crib and lifted a sleeping Elijah, bringing her in front of the amulet. Oin. "Great Mother Almighty!" Marth yelled in shock at the sight of the 6 elemental streaks in her hair, yet his fatherly instincts also lowered the volume to not wake up the baby. Yeah, turns out that a baby with streaks also passes her affinities, and Camilla got a kicker from understanding the most complex things about magic by sheer instinct like a divine beast, Lith said. "Who knows about the hair?" Marth set that particular problem aside for the moment. "Just those who witnessed the childbirth, my family, my closest friends, and now you," Lith replied. "Damn, the royals are going to increase the security for the gala to 11. Marth passed his right hand on his face, massaging his stubble. "Why, do you think there is someone so crazy that they want another day of the Black Sun?" Lith scoffed while picturing in his mind the summoning of Alicia's 3 god cards. Ligon the Omniscient, Tyrus the Sky Griffin, and Salark, the Winged Warrior of Destruction. "No for the baby, but the mother," Marth scoffed in kind. "What do you mean?" Lith was surprised by the headmaster knowing about the bounty on Camilla's head, but he decided to play dumb and fish for information. "Well, you have many eyes, but no streaks. Camilla has no streaks either, but since no one in your family has so many, what do you think people will come to believe? That they are on the mother's side, or at least by your specific combination." "That's ridiculous," Lith blurted out. My older brother had no streaks like me, and my sisters got respectively a black and a red one. Those things aren't inherited. I know, but this is huge. Math put his hands in his hair, not understanding how Lith could be so blind. No one has ever been born with 6 streaks. That's something that happens only in legends. Farm me sideways. Lith suddenly realized that indeed never before someone had awakened in the womb and gotten 6 affinities. Exactly. Even our beloved queen got hers after the marriage, after gaining enlightenment while visiting one of the old temples of the gods of magic. Marth had no idea that it had been just Tyrus awakening Silpha. Now put yourself in the noble's shoes. Would you be willing to wait for Supreme Magus Verhin's second-born child to make sure it's just a lucky break? Heck no. If another one with 6 streaks were to be born, it would be too late. It wouldn't be just a hypothesis, but a certainty, something that they cannot let happen. Marth emitted a low whine, thanking the gods for Dural not being that talented in magic. I need a break. I'll let you speak with Rissa. Don't listen to him, the Dryad said the moment Marth walked out of the room. About what? About everything. Then she noticed the sleeping Elijah. Oh gods, she's so cute. I wish I was there to drown her with hugs and kisses. Hearing a baby voice, Elijah opened her eyes and looked around, giggling at the Dryad's silly appearance as she made toys and moving figurines sprouting out of her fingers. Can we go back to the topic, please? The fate of my wife depends on it, Lith said. Sorry, well, wait, Rissa stared at Elijah and changed the wording. Perfect bottom. Duke was a wreck all the time. He couldn't work. He couldn't enjoy his family, nothing. He almost drove several professors to quit with his constant nagging and whining. Why is this the first time I hear about this? Lith asked. Because Zagar and I worked hard from behind the scenes to not let it blow out. Zagar would mediate with the professors and talk with them behind closed doors while I helped Duke at home. Rissa replied. Helped how? Basically, Duke was green with envy of himself, and Kami is probably the same now. And since you can't beat yourself, he ended up hating himself with obvious consequences. Rissa sighed. What I did was to keep him busy, especially with Dural. I helped him to remind to himself through daily life that the worth of Duke Marth isn't measured just in his magical talents, but also as a person, as a father and a husband, as a good boss and a beloved teacher, all things that he was before fusing with the White Griffin and still is. Don't you dare just sit there and wait for Kami to get better. Stay with her. Remind her of all the good things you did together without the need of her powers, like your baby. Don't let herself reduce her existence to power and affinities. Kami is more than that. You two are more than that. Thanks, Rissa, Lith nodded. Anytime, she replied. If she ever needs company, don't hesitate to call me. You have 2 personal warp gates, don't be afraid of using them. Rissa out. Space. To fight her depression, Camilla was already following Marth's prescription on her own. All the time she didn't dedicate to Elijah, she devoted it to using accumulation to strengthen her core and practicing magic to temper her body. She would perform house chores either by the use of pure magic or the old-fashioned way, but by using fusion magic to boost her physical prowess. Solus was always there, helping Camilla with tutorials whenever she ran into a hitch or messing with her to increase the difficulty of a task once she had gotten used to it. Wow, you cleaned half the mansion with magic and the other half by hand, Solus said in English, admiring the sparkling results of Camilla's training. Chapter 27, 41 Voices and Shadows, Part 1. Chapter 27, 41 Voices and Shadows, Part 1. Well, Lith too started by doing chores, and with my weak body and core, I'm not going to fight magical beasts, Camilla replied, also in English. She and Solus had kept their word about sharing a secret language, and always spoke it when they were alone or with Elijah to practice it. Also, since the baby was so smart, they expected Elijah to learn it along with Tyrus' universal language. Still, using fire fusion to move the furniture, water fusion to stretch, and air fusion to go faster while also retaining your precision was a brilliant idea, Solus said. Yeah, sure, Camilla said with a sneer. Now let's practice some real magic. Before Solus could tell her that all magic was real magic, Camilla started practicing the pilfer spell for the first time since Elijah's birth. It was the second step in learning how to create a warp steps, and required to create 2 small, stable gates at a variable distance. Back when she was pregnant, Camilla had managed to split the energy sphere into 2 black dots and stretch them into an event horizon. Now, however, things weren't going that smoothly. Without Elijah's affinity toward the elements, and with a measly yellow core, Camilla managed to make a single minuscule golden sphere that blew up into sparks in a matter of seconds. "This doesn't make sense," Camilla said. "I remember the theory and how the mana flow is supposed to feel. I've done this countless times, so why am I failing now?" Solus took a deep breath and delivered the cold truth. "Because your core is too weak to power up the spell matrix enough, and because your mana flow is too rough. You are handling the elements like brooms, whereas before you used them like scalpels." "What do you owe?" Only then did Camilla remember how while pregnant she always felt where the flow of mana was too strong or weak, adjusting the elemental balance by instinct without giving it much thought. Solus showed her how to perform pilfer properly via a mind link, but even then, the spark of light was barely visible, and lasted a handful of seconds before Camilla started panting. "Let's do something else, maybe a fireball," Solus said. "Let's move to the guard." "Heck no," Camilla cut her short. "I'll just practice loop then." It was the simplest and most basic dimensional magic exercise, creating two minuscule rifts at a fixed distance. Camilla tried and failed until she had to use invigoration. She ran out of mana multiple times, without succeeding once before giving up. "There's nothing wrong with it." Solus switched to Megarian to help Camilla relax. Unlike Solus, who had all of Lith's memories from Earth in her head, Camilla had to remember the words, the grammar, idioms, everything. It put even more stress on her mind and made every failure worse. Dimensional magic is damn hard. Only the 6 great academies teach it, and they don't admit anyone with less than a green core. Even then, more than half the students fail to learn it. "I guess you are right," Camilla nodded, feeling a bit better about her bruised ego. "I'm still too weak. Let's start practicing again once I reach the green." "Excellent idea," Solus nodded. "Let's go to the garden now. We can join the kids' games and show them how the grown-ups fight." "I'll race you there," Camilla cast a flight spell. "Last one to the garden cooks for a week. In your case, you also taste your food before serving it." "That's food poisoning and that's cheating." Solus was still weaving her own spells when it happened. Camilla lost control of the air currents that were supposed to follow her will and propel her through the air, crashing against a door's frame and then tumbling onto the ground. "Good gods, Kami, are you all right?" Solus blinked to her, finding Camilla sobbing in a fetal position. A quick use of invigoration showed Solus that even in her panic, Camilla had used earth fusion to resist the impact, darkness fusion to keep the pain at bay, and light fusion to mend her wounds while she cast a healing spell. Thank the gods, between her enhanced body and the void feather armor, she didn't get seriously hurt. She just failed another spell, Solus thought. "Kami, why are you crying? According to my spell, you've already fixed everything by yourself. Where does it hurt?" she actually asked. "Everywhere," Camilla said with rage and sadness in equal amounts. "It hurts everywhere. It hurts here when I fail to understand the things that I assumed I had mastered." Camilla touched her temple. "It hurts here when I tap into my mana for a spell and find a dry well where once there was a lake." She then touched the area between the solar plexus and the navel, where her mana core was. "It hurts here when the things that were once as light as feathers now feel like lead, myself included." Camilla brushed her legs and arms. "I can't even fly properly anymore. Let's hear your excuse of the day, master." "How is this not me being a piece of trash this time?" She went back hugging her own knees, sobbing. "That's not true at all," Solus replied. "Flying isn't that easy. It took Lith days to start floating on his own and then—" "Bullshit, the kids do it and they are 7, Camilla cut Solus short. "It's a tier 3 spell that all magickas can use, everyone but me." "Yes, but actually no." Solus was starting to cry as well. "The kids do it because they have a bright yellow core and because Lith taught them from scratch during his boot camp at the hot pot, remember?" Camilla nodded, but her grimace didn't change. "Then, once the kids got home, they practiced every day and failed countless times before succeeding, just like the magickas you talk about. The boot camp lasted less than 1 week. Camilla's voice was filled with spite, but it was addressed at herself. "Also, how is everything we did together during my pregnancy inferior to what the children did? You taught me for months, spoon-feeding me knowledge with no effort on my part." Solus was about to point out that, while the kids had built their foundations, normally Camilla was now rebuilding everything from scratch, when the outburst became much worse. "I'm just a failure of a mage as I am of a mother." Camilla started sobbing harder and harder. "I can't do anything right. I can't use magic. I can't fly. I can't even understand why my baby cries. I'm helpless to calm Elijah down, whereas you and Lith always find a way. Maybe it was wrong of me to ask you to be Elijah's mother as well." Those words hurt Solus deeply, but what came after did much worse. Maybe you should be the only mother she has, Camilla sobbed. You are good with magic, beautiful, and you even have Elijah's same streaks. No one will ever believe she's my daughter anyway. I'm nothing but a cow, good only to make milk. I don't deserve to be in Elijah's life. I'm useless. Chapter 27:42, Voices and Shadows, Part 2. Every time Camilla's core and skill failed her, every time she couldn't make Elijah stop crying despite all of her efforts and Alina's teachings, the voices in her head became unbearable. Ever since Camilla had married Lith, she had gotten used to being bad-mouthed and criticized both in her face and behind her back. Everyone seemed eager to explain to her why she was an unsuitable partner for a powerful mage and a waste of space. She had learned how to brush them off, knowing from Zynia's experience how cruel people born with a golden spoon could be. During the pregnancy, the dragon scales had reassured her of her husband's feelings and created a bond with her daughter stronger than any insult. Yet after Elijah's birth, after losing her powers and the dragon scales, all the mean words that had been thrown at her and she believed to have forgotten had resurfaced. Whenever she failed a spell, the space around them seemed to darken. She felt suffocating, crowded by people pointing fingers and reminding her of her flaws and how inadequate of a mother she was. Camilla tried to ignore them, but getting hurt after messing up what was supposed to be an easy spell had been the final straw. She was curled up because that was the only free space the shadows in her head left her. She cried because she was trying to cover the voices. Those mean words sounded less like insults and more like truth the more she listened to them. Camilla's desperate wails tore Solus' heart to shreds, making her sob at the realization of having failed to understand how deep the pain of her beloved one was. Nully gods, I'm so stupid. Using my hair as a blanket, using the tricks I've learned from Lith to calm Elijah, and flaunting my magic to solve every problem only added fuel to the fires of Kami's feeling of inadequacy. Nully, unlike what happened to Marth, she isn't just comparing herself with her pregnant self, but also with me. Without realizing it, I turned her magic lessons into a competition that Kami was bound to lose. Solus was about to burst into tears and beg Camilla for forgiveness when a deep-rooted pain turned her sense of guilt into righteous anger. The tears dried from her eyes, and her voice became steady again. Camilla Yavel Verhin, don't you dare say anything like that ever again. Solus grabbed her by the shoulders and forced Camilla to look her in the eyes. My father, Thrain, was just a human painter. Compared to my mother, he was weak and frail. His magical talent was so poor that he managed to fly only after lots of practice, and he never learned how to use dimensional magic. Dad was, as you say, useless. More useless than you since he couldn't feed me as a baby, and his cooking contained traces of paint so often that we all got resistant to poison over time. Yet I loved him, I still do. He taught me more things about being a good person than the great Rifa Menadian ever did. Whenever my mother was too busy with her experiments, my father was there for me. Menadian taught me everything about magic metals, mana crystals, and forgemastering, but it was Thrain who taught me how to read and write. It was he who read me stories every night before putting me to bed. Do you think I love him any less for it? Camilla was taken aback by Solus' aggression enough to snap back to her rational self. Nully, no, Thrain's death hurt Solus a lot. It almost destroyed her mother and the relationship the two had. It represents the fall of the first domino tile that led to Baitra ending Menadian's legacy. Yet Camilla had enough sense to not spread salt in Solus' wounds and just shook her head. Damn right you are. He was my whole world. I never gave a shit about his power, knowledge, or lack thereof. I only cared about his attention and enjoyed every stupid thing we did together. What you call love, Elijah is going to spell it time. The time you give her despite your busy day. Your work. The strength you find to play with her despite being so tired that the only thing you want to do is sleep. Your daughter is never going to judge you on how many dragons you've slain. Only on how many memories that she has of you two together will help her to grow into the woman she will one day become. Don't get me wrong, I love Alina and Roz, but I still miss my parents. I would give up on all of my powers if it meant having them back. Are you really willing to throw your daughter away only because of pride? To turn her into me? Solus had no need to refer to her troubled past, her shaky relationship with Menadian, and all the regrets she carried because Camilla knew them all too well. No, Camilla replied after a while, it's just that sometimes this is so hard and I feel so bad about myself that I feel hopeless. Sometimes I really feel like Elijah would do better without me. In. Solus rolled her eyes and warped away, returning a split second later. She handed a confused Elijah to Camilla, forcing her to hold the baby in her arms. With no idea what was happening, Elijah did what she did best and fell asleep. "See, she feels safe and protected not because of your powers, but because you are her mother," Solus said. "Now look at her face and tell me that what you just said makes any sense. I double dare you." Camilla looked down, and suddenly the idea of leaving her family sounded so stupid that she wouldn't believe it had ever come out of her mouth. She still felt insecure about her role in Elijah's life, but she wouldn't give up on being her mother for the world. The connection that the dragon scales had given her with her baby was lost, and the void it had left was painful. But the idea of being physically separated from Elijah was much worse. "I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong with me," Camilla said after a while. "Please help me." "I was going to do it anyway, whether you liked it or not." Space. When Elijah became 1 month old, two things happened. Lith discovered to be still pathologically incapable of being more than 100 meters, 328, away from Elijah, which forced him to carry her around everywhere he went. No matter if it was just a trip to the grocery store or a council summon, the baby carrier had become an integral part of his attire, just like the white supreme Magus robe. "This is bullshit," he said to a cooing Elijah. "Now I understand why Grandpa Ligon is always so stiff and why Grandma always blackmails him with charging. Let's hope that by the time you are as old as your cousin, I will be able to do by myself more than go to the bathroom." The second was Camilla's first breakthrough on her own, going from yellow to bright yellow core. Chapter 27:43, Not a Father, Part 1. Camilla's mana core had already gotten close to the bright yellow before giving birth, and the training coupled with living over a powerful mana geyser sped up the process. "God's help," she cried in between puking and sweating a black tar-like substance that stank so bad that it almost made her faint. Her abdomen felt like it was going to explode, the waves of bright yellow mana pushing the impurities out of her system from all of her orifices at the same time. "What's hap seriously?" the guardians said after coming and leaving in turns. "I told you not to be so dramatic," Lith said while she puked her guts out. "It's just impurities, and the breakthroughs between levels of the same color are the easiest. Wait to see what happens when you step to the next level." Camilla had a clear idea of what her husband called easy, and she had an incredible vocabulary of vulgar words at her disposal. She had learned them from the scum of the kingdom during her job as a constable, and she was eager to use them to express her feelings. Alas, her eloquence was lost amid retching sounds and the gurgle of bile. "This is the easy part?" she asked amid pants once the torture was over. "Totally," Lith said while destroying the impurities with a pulse of darkness magic. "You bet," Tista said while handing Camilla a change of clothes until the void feather armor finished cleaning itself. "This will be a happy memory when you start getting rid of the impurities stuck inside your organs and bones," Solus said while preparing her a hot bath. "Being an awakened sucks," Camilla groaned, feeling so faint that her eyes started to droop. "Stay awake," Tista gave her a few gentle slaps. "Either you take a bath or you sleep on the floor. If that shit touches your bed, you are never going to get rid of the smell." "Awesome," Camilla nodded, feeling a bit better since the breakthrough had indeed been light, and thanks to the power of the geyser she was already recovering. "How long will it take for the deep green?" "Best case scenario, even with all the tricks we've learned over the years and the tower, months," Lith replied. "Thank the gods," Camilla looked up at the sky with eyes filled with gratitude. "I thought you were adamant about learning dimensional magic as soon as possible, and that takes a deep green core minimum," Solus said, confused by Camilla's change of heart. "That's what I believed as well. I was wrong." Space. City of Lucia, a few days later. Elijah loved the tower, and the nursery could shapeshift into several different forms that were all aimed to keep her entertained. So, whenever it was Lith's turn to look after the baby, he adopted a sharing approach. When she was awake, Lith read out loud his notes, using the voice and intonation he would use for bedtime stories. He and Solus would discuss magical theories like they were talking about something wondrous, smiling all the time. After a while, Elijah's small brain would get tired from trying to understand all those big words, and she would fall asleep. Only after putting her to sleep in the safety of Bytra's Doomslayer crib did they put their theories into practice. Elijah's birth had upturned Lith's life, but since the tower had needed but 1 second to become perfectly baby-proofed, that part of his routine hadn't changed much. Yet after Camilla had shared with Lith how ugly her last meltdown with Solus had been, He had pondered a lot about Rissa's and Marth's suggestions. It had meant for Lith to slow down a bit his magical research and devote more time to looking after his wife's mental health. He tried to involve Camilla in everything he did, even his experiments, to keep her mind and body busy. The maternity leave would be long, and Camilla was adamant about not going back to work until she solved her issues. "I don't trust myself anymore," she said. "I'm afraid that if I resume my duty as a constable, I'll use it as a way out to not face my problems, that I'd rather overwork myself than go back home and feel useless all over again. Also, I don't know if I even want to work again." Camilla lay on a recliner near Elijah's crib while the baby slept like a log. Camilla loved staying in the tower when it was Lith's turn to take care of Elijah, because she could completely relax and enjoy the most wholesome moments between her husband and daughter. She always had her communication amulet at hand, and in a little more than a month she had taken hundreds of photos and videos. A few days later, Lith, Camilla, and Elijah in her inseparable baby carrier were shopping for the imminent gala to celebrate the baby's birth. Orion would once again bring the house staff, and the furniture was already there, but the food and ingredients had to be bought fresh. They went from merchant to merchant, taking a look at the merchandise, making their orders, and of course, bargaining the price. "I can't believe you got a huge-ass mansion, and yet you didn't hire one butler to run this kind of errand," Camilla said with a chuckle while making sure that the hood of Elijah's onesie stayed up. No1N. After Lith's conversation with Marth, they had agreed that it was of paramount importance to avoid that Elijah's six-streaked hair remained a secret until the gala. "I can't believe we are having this discussion again," Lith sighed. "I'm not trusting a stranger with what we put in our mouths. A new Hathorn, the undead, or any of my enemies might feed us a magically laced poison and bad things would happen. Also, having a butler would mean having to force Garrick and Ryla to be permanently shapeshifted into human form, putting an end to Renaz's tea parties with the people of Zelex, and hiding Solus Tower. On top of that, do you really want to put a stranger so close to our daughter? What if they sell her pictures to make a quick buck or they gossip behind our back?" "Point taken," Camilla nodded. "I don't want people to know about my depression or worry that any little quarrel between us might become public knowledge, yet having a butler would." The sound of a crying girl cut her short and drew her attention. After giving birth, Camilla had become more aware of that kind of noise that she would have once ignored amid a crowded place like the farmer's market. It was just a young girl, around 5 years old, throwing a tantrum in the middle of the road while her father tried to drag her away. At least until he stopped abruptly, forced her to straighten up, and slapped her in the face. The hit wasn't that hard, making the girl just turn her head, but the sound it produced seemed to pierce through the crowd's noise and hit Camilla like a punch in the gut. The worst part was that there was no shock in the girl's eyes. Chapter 27:44, Not a Father Part 2. She instantly shut up and lowered her gaze, doing her best to hold back the tears. "I don't know what the matter is, but that was wrong. Do you think we should go CH?" When Camilla turned to Lith, she found herself talking to empty air. "I said look at me when I'm talking to you, you ungrateful runt," the man yelled in the kid's face, who instead kept her eyes low. "I said look at." The man had already raised his hand again when a whisper from behind covered him in a cold sweat. N/1N. "I am looking," Lith said, standing right behind the man and locking his wrist in an iron grip. "And I don't like what I see." Before becoming a father, it would take a young boy or two brothers being victims of abuse to trigger Lith. Now, however, any little girl would do as well. "What's the matter here?" Lith asked. "Nothing, Magus Verhan, I was just—" "I'm not talking to you." A bright violet light blazed from his eyes and drained whatever vitality the man had left, bringing him to his knees. "Dad," the little girl found her voice back and ran to his side. "Please, don't hurt my dad. It's my fault. I made him angry." "Check up with invigoration." He found several old and new bruises under her baggy clothes, and hearing the same words that once Lith/Derek had told himself turned the violet light blue, but he took a deep breath and wished it was just a misunderstanding. "I see." Lith nodded, patting the girl's back and giving her a full checkup with invigoration. He found several old and new bruises under her baggy clothes, and even a few now-mended broken bones. "Are you hurting your daughter?" Lith straightened up the man with the same ease the man had earlier done with the girl, dusting off his clothes with a touch that held no kindness. "No, I was just disciplining her." The man half stuttered and half spoke, feeling something wrong in the blue flames coming from the Magus eyes. "You are a father yourself. You know how kids can be." That was his last mistake. with Elijah on Lith's chest. Drawing a comparison between them broke the dam of Lith's willpower for good. Black veins appeared all over his face as his mouth turned into a lipless maw, and his hair burst into a blazing crown. "What did you say?" The blackness spread along his body until tongues of blue fire came out of his hands. A small roar came from the baby carrier, where a spitting, scaled-down version of the angry mage tried to rip at the man's chest with her flaming claws. "What did you say?" Lith repeated to the man, who was now even more scared than his own daughter as he felt death staring at him in the eyes. "Lith Tiamat Verhin," a voice making her way through the crowd snapped him out of his frenzy before he snapped the man's neck. "Don't you see you're terrorizing that poor girl?" Only then did Lith lower his gaze, noticing that the kid was clinging to her father's leg, more scared of the mage than of her long-time tormentor. "Nully, I get you are angry, but I'm not going to let you turn our daughter into a murderer. Look what you are doing to her." Camilla quickly cast a mind link to not divulge private matters to strangers. Lith could see his fury reflected in Elijah, twisting her as much as it did him. "Nully also, no matter how bad he is, you can't kill a man in front of his daughter. You'll scar her for life." "Nully, you are right, thanks Kami." Contrary to before, it took Lith a single deep breath to pull himself together, and one thought to return both himself and Elijah to their original appearances. He drew and accumulated the blue flames in his right hand before snuffing them out by clenching his fist. They now obeyed his will, but only as long as he didn't let the fury that had generated them control him first. "Duh, duh, duh," Elijah yelled, refusing to let her small, flaming blue crown go. "Bad, bad, Elijah," Camilla put her finger in front of the baby's nose. "But..." "Yes, bad, don't do it." Her voice became softer but still held a hint of rebuke. "Bah," Elijah threw a final angry glare at the man, pulling at Lith's shirt. "Duh." Then she fell asleep, tired from the strain that particular form inflicted on her young body. "Duh indeed." Lith said it like a death threat, but his eyes were clear now and his face smiling. "I apologize for my rude behavior, young lady." Lith gave the girl a deep and flowery bow with his robe. "You have my word that everything is fine and that I'm not mad at you. Please, accept this as proof of my goodwill." Lith used a touch of invigoration to heal her every wound and then gave her a steaming cream puff. Her face lit up with joy while holding the sweet, but she didn't dare take a bit before looking at her father to receive his approval first. "It's fine, you can eat it," the man said with an awkward smile as he could still feel the Magus eyes weighing on him. "Thank you, Sir Magus." The girl ate with a joy and a hunger that drove a stake through Camilla's heart. "Duh," she echoed with a stone-cold voice while looking at Lith before pulling the girl aside, offering her more cream puffs and some hot chocolate to drink. Camilla still carried around one bakery worth of sweets on herself, just to be safe. "Now this can end in two ways," Lith said. "You can give me your word that you'll never ever touch your daughter, wife, and your other children if you have any. Do that and I'll pretend nothing ever happened." "I promise," the man nodded like a frenzied parrot. "I swear upon my soul, I'm a changed man now. I finally understand the error of my ways. I'll never touch my children again." At that point, the plural was just the metal band around the coffin. "Excellent," Lith smiled, his eyes calm and his voice reassuring. "Then you are free to go, treat your family to something good. You need to celebrate the happy moments of your life." He handed the man a small purse filled with copper coins that the man gratefully accepted, giving Lith bows so deep that his head almost touched the ground. He waited for his daughter to be done eating before walking back home together. "Thank the gods, at least I got something good out of this mess," the man said with a whisper, making sure that the crazy Magus was too far away to overhear. "Yet this is all your fault, Lyra. You humiliated me in public. The moment we get home, I'm going to teach you a lesson." "Vergrave," Lith called while standing still. "Yes, my liege." The kneeling form of the former colonel of the army rose from Lith's shadow. "Would I ever ask you to kill a father?" "No, not after you became one yourself. You know its burden and the misery that such a thing would leave in its wake," Vergrave replied. Chapter 27:45, Elijah's Gala Part 1. "Would you call that man a father?" Lith asked. "No," Vergrave's voice was filled with spite. "He brings fear instead of safety, and he harms those he's sworn to protect. That's no father, that's an abomination." "Then you have your orders." Lith couldn't risk Elijah understanding that he was placing a hit, so he took a softer approach on the matter. "Yes, my liege." The demon's eyes burned with violet light as he was infused with enough power to turn him into a bright violet core. "Wait," Camilla was back, checking that Elijah was still asleep before continuing. This is the list of circumstances of death that ensure a man's family to receive the kingdom's assistance after his untimely demise. How kind of you, my lady. Vergrave took the booklet from her with both hands before storing it inside Soluspedia and choosing the best way to perform his mission. Space. Verhin Mansion, on the night of the gala. Unlike the event organized to celebrate Lith's 20th birthday, Alicia's royal gala involved only the upper echelons of the kingdom, and they had all been forewarned to leave politics outside the door or write a last will before coming. Any insult to my wife could trigger me, Elijah, or both. I can vouch happens, I have no authority to stop it. It's your choice, your majesty. For my self-control, but not for that of the baby. Lith had explained the royals before making them decide to whom they would send invitations to the gala. Any insult to my daughter instead might trigger a war, and if that happens, I have no authority to stop it. It's your choice, your majesty. Are you telling us that a less than 2 months old baby can already kill a man despite the protective arrays of your home? Meron was flabbergasted. The baby? Absolutely not. Lith's answer just confused him more. Her godmother, grandparents, and every relative from the desert and the empire who demanded to attend, however, can and they will. I see. Queen Silpha quickly struck through several names from the guest list. How many are we talking about? Liga and Salark, their latest son, Sharjin, part of the nest, part of the brood, the magic empress. Lith was still counting on his fingers when the king stopped him. We get it, Meron said with a sigh. We'll limit the invitations to people who respect beasts or at least are capable of keeping their mouth shut when necessary. I would love to see their faces when I tell them that Baba Yaga and Lakra Silverwing are coming as well as soulless guests, but that would arouse too many questions. Lith inwardly smiled. When the night of the gala arrived, the royals discovered that the usual safety protocols had been replaced by something quicker and much more high-end. They drove their muscle car-shaped DeLorean in the mansion's park, noticing that once again Lith had gone all out with his light mastery. There were plenty of holograms and hard-light statues decorating the garden. Fireworks constantly exploded in the sky, creating light but producing no noise in order to not scare guests and animals alike. The play area for the kids was fully equipped with new rides and heavily guarded. A red and black carpet led the guests to the entrance of the mansion, and on either side stood honor guards in high uniforms. Those on the right side wore black armor whose plates were shaped like feathers and came from the desert. Those on the left, instead, wore a red suit of armor whose scales were shaped like blazing flames and came from the Empire. The raw pressure their mere presence exuded made even bright violet cord awakened feel threatened. Nully, are they really all from the brood and the nest? King Meron was flabbergasted. Nully, I guess that Magus Verhin wasn't exaggerating, Silpha replied. Nully, one wrong move might really trigger a war. Lith and Camilla were waiting at the entrance again, where they welcomed the royals and ushered them in. How come there was no line? The king asked. They had come fashionably late to both make sure to arrive last like protocol dictated, and avoid waiting for their turn. Because the tools that Overlord Salark has provided to her Praetorians are better than those of the royal forgemasters, and with dragon eyes, it doesn't take long to take a sweep of carriages and people alike. Lith replied. The honor guards didn't just pay you homage, your majesty, Camilla added. They also scanned you on your way here and telepathically compared notes about any anomaly they might have perceived. Remarkable, Queen Silpha said. Nully, that's terrifying, she actually thought. Nully, let's hope we moved fast enough to keep those damned divine beasts from cracking the cloaking runes of our equipment and the Seaful set. When the royals stepped inside and the page announced their arrival, they discovered that the main hall of the Verhin mansion was already full beyond belief. Literally. Silpha was the one who had approved and signed for all the blueprints, but even Meron could tell by memory that there was something different about the room from their previous visit. Is it me or is it bigger on the inside? He asked. It's not you. Silpha activated Life Vision, spotting an incredibly complex spell that encompassed most of the mansion, stretching the space so that it could comfortably host the guests without making them feel packed like sardines. A spell, not an array, Meron blurted out in surprise once the queen shared the readings with him. N/01N. Yes, a feminine voice replied, forcing them to turn to their left. Arrays are annoying. You need to rewrite them from scratch just to alter a small thing. Spells instead just do what you want them to do. Salark, the Blood Desert Overlord, wore a magnificent bright red gala dress, and a blue ribbon on her slender left shoulder that identified her as a relative from the father's side of the baby. She gave the royals a small bow that they quickly returned. "To what do we owe the pleasure of you personally waiting for us and greeting us first?" King Meron asked. "According to your etiquette, aside from the parents, no one can approach the baby before the royals." Salark tried and failed to contain her annoyance. "Please, follow me. We'd better get this over with or you'll end up making more enemies than you can fight." Silpha nodded and followed the overlord. She didn't miss the glares of hostility from the members of the nest, the brood, the council, and other people that she could swear she knew from somewhere but couldn't put her finger on who they were. Elijah's crib was placed in a side room as big as a 3-room apartment. It would allow multiple people to get in without making them feel crowded and the baby trapped. The room was devoid of furniture, and the crib was hidden from view by 4 guards armed to the teeth, each standing on one side of the crib. They kept their wings spread so as to block any form of sight, be it mystical or natural. "Halt!" 2 more guards stood at the entrance, glaring at the newcomers and crossing their weapons to stop their advance. "No one enters before getting scanned." Chapter 27:46, Elijah's Gala Part 2. It's to avoid shapeshifters, assassins, or kidnappers. Salark went first to show the royals how it was done. The guards didn't spare her anything and treated her only with a modicum of courtesy, until both their instruments and breathing techniques confirmed her identity. The king and queen didn't like being treated like criminals, but if even the overlord had to undergo such treatment, they had no reason to protest. Their surprise only increased when Milia and Ligon came as well yet received no free pass. "What's happening?" Silpha asked. "As I said, the royals must come first, yet there's more than just the 2 of you," Salark replied. "The desert claims its blood rights by paternal ascendants. I consider Elijah a part of my nest until she tells me otherwise." "And the Empire claims its blood rights by maternal ascendants," Milia confirmed. "We are involved with this baby as much as you, her grandfather." The Empress waved at the Dragon Guardian, who wore a pink ribbon on his left shoulder that identified as a relative from the mother's side. "Has already offered an apprenticeship that's only up to Elijah to turn down. We are here to make sure that her rights are respected and that her choice is going to be made freely." The king and queen nodded, holding their hands tight to contain part out of joy and the rest out of despair. In. Elijah was healthy, asleep, and in her human form, showing ahead the massive headache that had started upon their arrival at the mansion, and was getting worse by the second. The moment the guards stepped away, the royals wanted to cry, in part out of joy and the rest out of despair. Elijah was healthy, asleep, and in her human form, showing a head filled with raven-black hair streaked with the 6 colors of the elements all over. Awakened from birth, Milia herself felt faint at the vision, her head spinning so fast that she needed to cling to the crib to not fall face first against the floor. And with 7 streaks at that. Just like the royals, the Empress knew that 6 streaks would manifest only in an awakened, and that the appearance of the emerald streak was just a matter of time. Meron's life force couldn't take the blow, and he felt like having a stroke and an aneurysm at the same time, while Silpha started hyperventilating and needed help from the guards to keep standing. "A heart attack at your age," Salark fixed the king with a cantrip. "I must tell Tyrus to take better care of you, young man." "Here, take a seat." Ligon handed the queen and the Empress a chair each and a leather bag in which to breathe. "Can we turn around now, mother?" the guards asked, excited to meet the newest member of their flock. "Not yet. Let's give these weaklings a moment to collect themselves while the parents arrive." Salark's words were rude, but they still reminded everyone that the masters of the house would soon join them. Lith and Camilla snorted in annoyance while being examined, but they thanked the guards once they were done. "Your Majesty," Camilla left Lith's arm while he gave them a quick bow and went to the crib. "The last part of the baby reveal requires my presence. Here we go, baby girl. Show them what you can do." Lith picked Elijah from the crib, who looked around, yawning, with no clue what was happening. She didn't like having so many strangers around, but between her parents and grandparents, she felt safe enough. Lith then quickly shapeshifted into a Tiamat, a void-feathered dragon, and an abomination with Elijah following his lead with but a moment of delay. The royals would have loved to take note of all the changes the 3 components of Lith's life force had undergone, but they couldn't take their eyes off the baby. "Is she really a hybrid?" Silpha rubbed her eyes off in disbelief. "Yes, half human, half perfect Tiamat," Camilla replied. "What does perfect Tiamat even mean?" the queen asked. Also, hybrids are supposed to have 2 life forces and as many forms, not 4. You see, being a new species, Lith's life forces had trouble harmonizing to each other, which in the past caused him several setbacks and problems. Since it was all in the past, Camilla thought there was nothing wrong in explaining the situation to her guests. She just turned to look at Lith, and once he nodded for her to continue, she did. What you've known and seen until now was an incomplete form, for a lack of a better term. Recently, however, Lith has managed to overcome the issue, and due to their father-daughter bond, so did Elijah. It coincided with her first breakthrough. A 2-month-old baby had a breakthrough. The Empress' eyes almost popped out of their orbits in surprise. Do you realize how ridiculous this story is? A hybrid's life force is bound to be unstable and inferior to that of her parent until she chooses one. Feel free to check yourself, Lith shrugged. It's not like I gained something from lying, nor do I plan on forcing Elijah to hide her strength. A battery of eyes filled with light element stared at the baby with life vision, confirming Camilla's horror story down to the smallest detail. How can she be already a deep orange? Silpha went into hyperventilation again and talked through the leather bag. Do you mind if I examine her with a breathing technique? Milia asked, drawing the envy of the royals who lacked such priceless skill. Not at all, Camilla shook her head. As Lith said, Elijah has nothing to be ashamed of. We have no reason to hide anything. The sight of the baby's life force and the presence of stable cursed elements amid the flaming stars that comprised it made the Empress turn pale. She put the baby back in the crib, nice and easy, and then allowed herself to faint. She hit the ground face first, producing a metalling noise due to her gala dress being actually the white armor whose defensive systems activated automatically to protect its wearer. Elijah giggled like crazy at the sight, drawing the reproachful gaze of her parents. It's not funny, Lith said while lifting the baby and looking her in the eyes. Only bad girls enjoy the misery of others. Are you a bad girl? Elijah lowered her gaze, shaking her head while emitting apologetic baby noise. The royals looked at the scene, then at each other, and then joined the Empress on the stone floor. If anyone looks at the scene from the outside, they are going to think that we organized some kind of elaborate trap to dispose of the leaders of the 3 great countries and take over the Garland continent, Lith said with a sigh. Almost all leaders. Salark was still standing, and unlike her alleged peers, she was no easy prey of her own emotions. But I admit that I'm a bit tempted by this situation. What if you take the kingdom and we split the empire 50-50? Gods no. The idea of ruling over a bunch of morons made Lith's stomach churn. Not so fast. Tyrus entered the room after being thoroughly examined. Chapter 2747, A Powerful Bloodline, Part 1. I know that you are joking, but it's still highly disrespectful of you to talk about the future of my turf like I'm not even here, Tyrus said. It was just a silly prank, Salark shrugged. I would never kill Legi's apprentice, and we all know that Lith would never waste his time taking care of people he doesn't like. Legi, Tyrus echoed, making the dragon blush. Kids, you have our permission to turn around. We are going to stand guard until you are done. Ligain promptly said to change the topic. Tyrus took care of the fainted rulers. Salark moved at the entrance, and the guards could finally look at Elijah and take turns holding her. The amount of laughter, joy, and tears in the room was disturbing to Lith. I thought phoenixes were creatures of passion, not dragons, he asked Salark while giving the honor guard space. Yet they are making a big fuss of it and crying like the baby is their own. Dragons and phoenixes both would hug and congratulate Camilla the moment they were done examining Elijah, hugging Camilla like a long-lost sister. She didn't understand them much, but receiving such heartfelt gratitude and compliments did wonders for her depression. They are, the Overlord nodded. They just have a weak spot for newborns, especially those of a new bloodline. It means hope, rebirth, and infinite future possibilities. Also, those who cry are the weak ones. It's the quiet ones that the rest of Magur must be afraid of. She pointed at Surtur and Redia, who were treating the issue like it was perfectly normal. Because if something happens, you don't want to be anywhere near him when he snaps. What about the phoenixes? Oh, they are just holding themselves back until we go back to the desert, Salark shrugged. They know we are your guests and they would never ruin the gala. Lith noticed that the honor guard on the phoenix side had a high turnover rate. Those who held Elijah and congratulated Camilla would soon leave via call of the blood and be replaced by another phoenix. At the same time, a much louder, joyous, and flaming celebration was taking place in the desert, but that's a story for another day. Congratulations, little brother. Surtur the Dragon of Light patted Lith's back before offering him a scaled hand. Your baby is amazing. She inherited everything you have and some more. You have no idea how envious I am of you. Surtur's voice was calm, and his heart beat clockwork. If not for his eyes being slightly misted, Lith would have thought that his white-cored cousin was mocking him. At least until Lith shook Surtur's hand, and the contact between their scales told him everything the Dragon of Light felt. The deep regret for leaving Lith high and dry after Floria's kidnapping, the sadness for their relationship going sour, and the immense joy Surtur felt for Elijah's birth. There was indeed envy tainting that joy, but not the kind that people like Orpal would have experienced. Surtur didn't feel belittled by the event, nor did he feel the need to one-up Lith to restore his wounded pride. It was envy born out of the realization that Lith's children would take everything their father had to offer, and maybe build something even greater from it, whereas Surtur's descendants were all his lesser. The power of the White Core couldn't be inherited, so none of his and Ridia's bloodline abilities could be inherited. Their offspring were cursed to quickly learn how different they were from their parents, and that the White Core represented a wall they couldn't overcome. It was an envy that pushed Surtur to strive to be a better parent, and find a way to not let his children feel trapped by their bloodline. Thanks, Lith replied, understanding now why no guardian regretted not having achieved the White Core. Their conditions strengthened the bond with their descendants, whereas a White Core nearly severed it. I know we have our differences, and that I've never done anything to earn your forgiveness, but if you ever need a sitter, just give us a call, Surtur said. I'm kind of spoilt for choice already, but thank you, I'll keep it in mind, Lith nodded. While the guests lined up in front of Elijah's room to take a look at the baby, Elena and Roz sighed deeply. I'm really happy for Elijah, but I'm also as worried about Surin, Roz said. The two of them are going to grow together like sisters, yet their lives couldn't be more different. One is going to be a divine beast envied by the whole Magar, and the other one dismissed as the daughter of farmers. N/1N. You say it like it's a bad thing, Elena furrowed her brows. We may not care, but Surin will, Roz tried to explain. She will live her whole life comparing herself with Elijah, and no matter how much everyone loves her, she will find it hard to love herself. Do you remember how things went the last time something like this happened? Nonsense, Elena shook her head. It pains me to admit it, but Meln was rotten from birth. The only moment he was truly happy was when we had just him and Renaa. She and Tista, instead, never envied Lith. But Tryon did, Roz pointed out. Sibling rivalry is a thing, and it's much worse between the same sex. Boys hate being shorter and weaker than their brothers, just like girls hate being less pretty and graceful than their sisters. No one wants to be the nice, smart one. Damn if you are right, Elena sighed, thinking back at the family drama of her friends and households. The only thing that can smother envy is the age gap, since you don't see someone much younger as competition. Indeed, Roz nodded. Elijah and Surin instead have the same age and will face the same choices at the same time. The problem is that Magar will treat them like heaven and earth. The moment Surin gets old enough to notice, her struggle will begin, and we must be ready to help her. I don't think she'll grow into another Meln, but I would like to spare her from becoming like Tryon. Elena looked at her husband with eyes filled with pride and admiration. Amid all that luxury and joy, Roz could already see the struggles that waited for them in the future, and was preparing to face them. I don't know what I did to deserve. A patting on her shoulder broke the tenderness of the moment and almost made her flare up in annoyance. Yes, Elena turned around with an amiable voice and a glare that could kill a dragon. Where's the other baby? A burly blond man over 2 meters, 67, tall with golden wings coming out of his back asked while taking a step back, shocked by her fury. I heard there are 2 of them. Do you mean Surin? Roz asked, obtaining a nod in reply. I'm sorry, sir, you must have been misinformed. Magus Verhin only had 1 daughter. The other baby girl is ours, and she's not Elijah's twin. Chapter 27:48, A Powerful Bloodline, Part 2. Sir, misinformed? The gentleman in the incredibly fancy white tie suit was taken even more aback by those words. What's with all these formalities? I'm Gentor, the Golden Dragon, and I'd like to meet my niece, sister. Sister? Elena looked around, but there was only her. Yes, Gentor nodded while shaking her hand. You did a wonderful job with Lith and Tista, dear sister. I'm sure that your youngest will be no less amazing. Where is she? Elena felt greatly embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Give me 1 moment. Roz gave the dragon a polite bow and walked away, returning after less than a minute from the side room where the baby slept. Can I hold her? Gentor asked, and Roz passed her to him. She's a beautiful baby. If you ever need an awakened mentor, you can count on me. He had yet to start cooing at the giggling baby, when a woman with feathered wings grabbed his shoulder. Typical of dragons, hogging stuff that doesn't belong to you and keeping others in the dark, she said with perfectly veiled rage to not scare Surin. Give her to me. First come, first served. Go fish, you oversized bird. What if want worms? Or worms? She replied with a snarl that drew the attention of more guests, quickly escalating the matter into a bloodline war. What have you done? Ligon was flabbergasted. Why do you think we kept Elijah in a separate, guarded room? It was to keep this from happening. If you wanted to introduce Surin to society, you should have told us. Do you guys really? Roz couldn't find the strength to express his incredulity for such powerful creatures caring about a mere human girl. No, we don't. Salark's voice oozed sarcasm while pointing behind her. Our children are throwing fists because there's not enough wine. Dragons and phoenixes had split into two sides. One who protected the baby, making sure that Surin wouldn't notice the conflict, and another beating the crap out of each other. In case you are wondering, you two are now considered part of the family, and your children even more, Ligon said. Lith proved and Tista confirmed that your bloodline is powerful and can be awakened. One N. You may be simple humans, but as their progenitors, you are considered the source of two new bloodlines. It gives you great powers and comes with great responsibilities. I would have never expected you two to be so careless. Watching the small war taking place, just to determine the order of who would hold Surin first, was scary. But it also filled Roz and Alina with pride and joy. You know what? Maybe growing together with Elijah is going to be hard for Surin, but not as hard as we feared. Alina said, leaning her head against Roz's shoulder while the Guardians put an end to the conflict. Space. At the same time, in Elijah's room. Elijah was really annoyed by all the people who kept barging in, holding her without feeding or cuddling her, and then leaving without a shred of explanation. She wanted to sleep and eat, and she also missed Surin. The other baby girl was a bit slow on the uptake, but at least was great company, enjoying the mysteries of life that the grown-ups seemed insensitive to, just like Elijah. She would have liked to cry to express her disappointment, but everyone already did, and their loud voices and wet tears flabbergasted her. They acted like overgrown babies, and Elijah couldn't understand if they were consoling her or if she had to console them. On top of that, the scaled ones were just like her dad. They were all so happy just to see her and loved her so much that Elijah couldn't help but giggle at them and hold their big fingers. The latest batch of visitors was weirder than the rest, which already spoke volumes about their demeanor and aura. Elijah was dead tired already, but she was afraid of leaving Solus without someone watching her back. Elijah, these are Aunt Loka and my dear friend Malishka, Solus said while holding the baby. Loka, Malishka, this is Elijah. Lakra Silverwing, the first Magus of Garland, looked like a woman in her mid-20s, but she was actually over 1,000 years old. She wore a silver-colored gala dress that emphasized her shoulder-length silver hair streaked with the 7 colors of the elements. Her rainbow-colored eyes were also proof of her innate talent toward all elements, but with her 1.68 meters, 56, of height, she didn't give any of the imposing, tyrannical presence that legends attributed to her. Let me get this straight, she asked. This is Lith's and Camilla's daughter, correct? Correct, Solus nodded. Not yours, Silverwing neared her own hair to Solus, and then to Elijah, who sneezed fire when a strand of hair tickled her nose. It's not mine, but I'm taking care of her to the best of my abilities. Solus brought Elijah to her bosom, who sniffed at it with enthusiasm until recognizing another dry well. Are you sure? In her mother form, Baba Yaga looked like a woman in her 40s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall with flaming red hair and emerald green eyes. She was wearing an emerald gala dress that highlighted her hair and matched her eyes. I mean, the colored streaks, the vigorous mana flow, and the explosive talent for magic aren't something Lith ever had, let alone that lovely constable. Malishka, please explain to me how could I sleep with Lith, get pregnant for 9 months, and then give birth without my knowledge? Solus was getting annoyed by the implications. Under any other circumstance, she would have been flattered, but those words were the stuff that Camilla's insecurities were made of. Aunt Loka, Solus blushed up to her ears and covered Elijah's. 2006. Maybe, just maybe, you and Lith wanted to try something different and had sex with Camilla while fused, Lakra said. Aunt Loka, Solus blushed up to her ears and covered Elijah's. First, I would remember that. Second, not in front of the baby. As long as it was consensual, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Malishka patted Solus back. You know you can tell me anything, don't you? Yes, I know. Now please let's talk about something else. Solus kept blushing harder and Elijah started snarling defensively. Too bad that due to her size and shape, she looked as threatening as an angry puppy barking and wagging its tail. Solus then told them about what had happened inside the fringe with Emrail, and how easily he had restricted her after bonding with her. It was terrible, Solus shuddered at the memory. Luckily, it lasted barely a few minutes or I think I would have gone insane. Oh, Effie, that's why I told you that you would have been safer with me, Silverwing said. Verhin can't protect you. And neither can you, Solus cut her short. If you really give me the freedom you promised me, Emrail would have still broken our bond via the stone ring since I'm the one who needs it to rest. At least Lith is always with me, whereas you would just notice that I'm gone and then start looking for me. Again, and we both know how it ended the last time. Chapter 27:49, Attack and Defense, Part 1. An awkward silence fell in the room, while the first Magus cursed herself for keeping to stuffing her mouth with her own foot. If you don't want my help and clearly you aren't ready to move on, why did you invite me here? Silverwing asked. To introduce you to Elijah, of course. Solus replied while letting the baby take a good sniff and reassure her that Lakra was a friend. That and to have the opportunity to spend a bit of time together without the risk of you pulling a fast one. There were so many phoenixes and dragons around that even if the Guardians took a walk, Silverwing wouldn't have taken 3 steps before being shot down. It's nice to see how much you trust me even after I open the door of my house to you. The first Magus slouched her shoulders. Since we are already here, do you mind showing me around the tower? I'm making progress with my own, but I feel like it's missing something. I promise that I won't try anything funny. I just want to see Rifa's tower in the hope it gives me inspiration. I'm sure you won't, Solus said as Ragnarok appeared in her free hand amid a blaze of emerald flames. The angry blade was covered by a thick scabbard made from the blood and remains of its victims, leaving only the elemental gemstones on the fuller and the hilt exposed. Between the white crystals on the hilt and the jagged teeth-like spikes on the guard, the weapon seemed to be growling at the strangers. Follow their every movement, and if they take one step inside the restricted areas or try to break in, sound the alarm. Solus let the blade go, and it stopped in midair after getting rid of the blood sheath. Yet instead of simply breaking it apart like war would have done, Ragnarok converted the accumulated mass into a humanoid figure about 1.8 meters, 511, tall, whose body was comprised of blood, flesh, and muscles. There were no bones nor internal organs, making the body fluid as it rearranged the various collected parts to find the best possible combination. It will be done, the blade replied. The creature was still mouthless. Simply an extension of Ragnarok's will meant to exert a fraction of its true power even in the absence of its masters. Is that a blood golem? Baba Yaga asked with eyes wide in surprise. More like a blood construct, but that's not the point, Solus replied. The reason I called you Malishka is that I realized how badly I need help in retaining my own individuality in case someone else uses a removal unit against us. Can you please call Dawn here? I can do better. Dusk also wanted to meet you, Baba Yaga replied while opening the psychic connection with her horsemen. He doesn't know about the tower and Dawny still bears the seal that protects your secrets. What's wrong, Mother? The arrival of the horsemen would have alarmed the guards if Solus hadn't warned them already. They still found a platoon of angry divine beasts, ready to turn the intruders into mincemeat at the first mistake they made. This, Baba Yaga shoved Elijah in their faces. Once again, you've let yourself being beaten to the punch by a 20-years-old runt despite having millennia head start on him. Is it too much asking for a grandchild or two? Solus chuckled, seeing Tister in the horseman and Alina in Malishka. Nully, doesn't your mother know I'm only 14? Kayla asked via the mind link. Nully, I'm not okay with you using my body to have children, not even if you shapeshifted into yours to sleep with a woman. I don't want to even think about this stuff. Nully, me neither, Dusk replied, making her sigh with relief. Nully, first, we need to awaken your bloodline at the blue, yet that's just to start assessing your potential. We don't have to worry about children until you reach the violet. Nully, we what? The entire conversation was silent, so on the outside it seemed like Kellia was sick, making grimaces as her face turned from pale to beet reed. Nully, I was crystal clear after we fused together. I revealed to you all of my plans to turn you into another Verhin. The Red Sun said, and she had to admit that he had indeed been straightforward. Yet back then Kayla's main worry was to get warm food and a roof on her head. The violet seemed something so far away, whereas now she was already at the green. Nully, don't worry though. I have no problem waiting a few years and then using my own body if you don't want to go through the hurdle. Nully, thanks, but this doesn't make things one bit easier, Kayla replied. Nully, I know nothing about motherhood, let alone fatherhood. Congratulations, Solus, Dawn said, snapping them out of their quarrel. You did a great job with your baby. She's one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. I hope that one day Zepho will find the strength to forgive me and will have one too. Thank you, I know. Solus was really getting tired of the misunderstanding, but half of the black of Elijah's hair was covered by the elemental streaks, and since Lith had black hair as well, it was fair to assume that she had inherited it from both her parents. After once again explaining the situation and suffering from the incredulity of her guests, Solus told once again the story about her brief yet traumatic bond with Emrail. I'm sorry you had to go through all that, sister, Dusk said. How can I help you? Dawn, I want you to keep teaching me how to defend my mind and keep it separate from my host. Dusk, playing defensive isn't enough. If something like that happens again, I must know how to attack as well. I've read about you guys. I've seen your accursed sister change her host as often as a dress. I know of the people you've enslaved after shattering their minds and reducing them to empty husks whose sole purpose was to do your bidding. I want to learn how to do the same. Solus clenched her fists, inwardly swearing that she would never again be reduced to an object. I can do that, Dawn said, and Dusk nodded. Attacking it's actually much easier than keeping a healthy boundary, since even I have yet to learn how to do that. And so are we, Dusk and Kellia said in unison. But before we accept, there's something you should know. What you are asking us to teach you is the same as using your power core and will to become a living slave item. Your attacks will have permanent effects, altering the personality of your host and bending it to your will until there's nothing left. The people on which you would use such techniques would be worse than dead. N/I/N. I'm not going to lie to you, my past host, a mighty genius Lick, was so far gone that not even Mother's magic could salvage what was left of him. Before asking us again to teach you, I want you to understand the burden you are going to carry. Chapter 2750, Attack and Defense, Part 2. You are not like me and my sister, Solus. You are a good person. If you use those techniques even once, you will never be the same again. I'm okay with that. Solus swept the air with her hand. I have too much to lose now. I have too many people I care about to dispense mercy to those who have none for me. She took Elijah in her arms, and the baby tried to reach for her hair, which Solus gave to her. Elijah grabbed and sucked a lock of hair, pulling at it with the little strength she had, until Solus animated it with spirit magic and wrapped her hair around the baby. Elijah cried and smiled with joy, looking at Solus with so much love that she started to cry. It doesn't matter what happens to my enemies. If it means going back to my family and daughter, I'm willing to bury an entire country. Space. At the same time, inside the mansion's keep and inside the tower. Effie has grown a lot, and so has the tower. The mother looked at the white veins in the gray stone of the tower walls in admiration. Yeah, too bad that she doesn't trust us one bit. Silverwing tried and failed to access the guest control panel, discovering that both she and Malishka were marked with the lowest level of clearance. Can you blame her for that? Baba Yaga shrugged. We know her, but she doesn't know us. Also, it's not like we've done much since Effie returned to our lives to earn her trust. On the contrary, you have almost destroyed it. They toured the tower while taking notes, both trying to remember everything they could of Menadian's workings and remaining shocked more than once as the present tower outshone the tower they had visited centuries ago. They found themselves cut out of both the thievery, whose door remained sealed shut, and the grimoire. The prime engine wasn't locked, but all the screens were turned off so that they couldn't see what the current settings of the tower's battle form were. Ragnarok followed them from a distance, never losing sight of them and displaying full control over the surveillance system as if it were the owner himself. That sword is really creepy. Have you ever seen something like that? Silverwing asked while entering the prime engine. Similar, yes, but it was a cursed object, whereas that's just a sword. Baba Yaga looked around the room, noticing the appearance of new crystals on the walls that weren't present in Rifa's original blueprints. If it's just a sword, how can it operate the tower? Silverwing pointed out. The imprint of the master is required for that, along with Lith's energy signature. The blood, Baba Yaga replied. The construct that the blade uses as a body carries also Lith's blood. That, coupled with his mana stored inside the spirit crystals, gives Ragnarök the ability to mimic its master's energy enough to control the tower. Again, creepy, Silverwing nodded. What do you make of this prime engine? Do you think I should do something similar for my own mage tower? I don't think I know, Baba Yaga sighed, pointing at the 5 stone pedestals in the middle of the room. Without a battle form, a tower is no good against opponents stronger than yourself. It lacks mobility and the ability to redirect power from quality-of-life floors to the offensive and defensive enchantments. The mother looked around the room, sighing deeply in a mix of envy and acceptance. This is the reason why to this very day, even the Guardians consider Solace Tower superior to mine. I made too many floors dedicated to my kids and experiments, and too few specific to boost my prowess under different circumstances. Compared to me, Rifa was single-minded to the point of compulsion. Why don't you change your tower then? The first Magus asked. At this point, it's too late, Baba Yaga replied. It would require so many alterations to the power core that it would be easier making a new one from scratch. Since we are already here, do you have any idea what happened to the ears of Menadian? I've looked for them far and wide, hoping to gift them to Effie and show her my goodwill, but to no avail. You should start by calling her Solace. I'm sure she would love that, the mother said with a snort. Sadly, I have no idea. All the pieces of the set are lost to time, and those who own them either didn't know their value or hid themselves. What do you think will happen to Ep Solis Tower once the 5 pieces are reunited? Silverwing hated calling Elfin like that. It was like accepting that the goddaughter, as she knew her, was dead, and dealing with an entirely different person. Baba Yaga gently caressed the Fury, going from hilt to head. Then she moved to the hands, the eyes, the mouth, and lastly to the empty spot before turning around and saying, "Only the gods know." Space. At the same time in the ballroom, the people from the kingdom were drinking alcohol like it was water to overcome the shock of meeting Verhin's heir. If not for Orion's vow to not consume alcohol and Gianni's pregnancy, they would be both tipsy as well. 6 streaks from birth, Freya groaned. To think that people like me and the Queen had to work hard our whole life while people like Rudd never got a single streak. Life is unfair. Said the noble, magically gifted, gorgeous woman who is also one of the rare dimensional mages. Nalrund teased her, making her blush. Stop making me sound like an idiot. Don't worry, babe, you already do an excellent work by yourself, he replied. Morak, do you mind if I talk alone with Quilla for a second? No problem. The tyrant was sitting with his head down and his shoulders slouched. Damn it, unless that jerk of Glemos did an awesome job on me or Quilla's genes work miracles, my friendly rivalry with Lith just ended with my utter defeat. Why, did you have any doubt? Gianni scoffed, still seeing no value in the former ranger aside from the ability to make her daughter settle down. Meanwhile, Nalrund dragged Quilla to a side room filled with enchantments that would ensure their privacy. I'm a married woman and you have a fiancé. You know that, right? She said with mock indignance. Yes, but you are also a great healer and the only other member of our group to have reached the bright violet core. That's the reason I called you right here and right now. Congratulations, by the way. Nalrund checked to have closed 2 doors before sitting on a chair and gesturing her to do the same. Thanks, but for a regular awaken it's not a big deal. Reaching the deep violet was much harder and more painful. This time I expelled very few impurities, Quilla replied. Impurities? I thought that past the bright blue awakened had no more impurities to expel, Nalrund asked in confusion. You would be right if I hadn't taken part in the When All Are One array during the War of the Griffins, Quilla replied. Chapter 27:51, Overwhelmed, Part 1. It's meant for bright violet core awakened, and due to my just violet core and body, the strain from exerting so much power created quite a few impurities as a side effect, Quilla sighed. So, when I reached the bright violet, I was in for a painful surprise. Is that the reason Freya, too, suffered so much during her breakthrough? Nalrund deeply regretted not being there to help her, and missing the fight between the Sun-Eater and the Overlord. Yeah, the only silver lining is that I got it much easier since I was already at the violet back then, whereas Freya was just a bright blue, she shrugged. Now that's out the way, what did you want to talk to me about? I think I've figured out how to solve my problem, but I need your help. Really? How? Quilla brought her chair closer and took out ink and paper from one of the pockets of her dress. I tried everything I could, and even found a few ways that might merge a hybrid's life forces, but nothing that would work against the wall that separates yours. That's the same problem my people and I had until we went to the Fringe. It took me a while, but I think I finally understood what Maugre's answer meant. Nalrund replied. To overcome the wall created by forbidden magic that isolates my life forces, I need to almost die. I beg your pardon? Quilla put down everything, looking at the Razar as if he had taken one blow to the head too many. Think about it. The wall is unbreakable because it's fueled by my own life essence. Any alteration we tried failed because it affected my life forces as well, and because the moment they interacted, the resulting repulsive force almost killed me before I could make any choice. He said, and Quilla nodded for him to continue. Yet we know that there is a moment when the mana core loses cohesion, and the life force becomes much easier to manipulate, and that's when people suffer from a lethal wound. If I'm right, I can use the effect to weaken the barrier so that my two life forces and cores can overcome it, while also lessening the repulsive force between them enough for them to merge. In theory, it's a great idea, but I see many problems with it. If you are right, why has no member of the Werepeople managed to do that in the past? I mean, if a lethal wound is all it takes, many people should have already succeeded, Quilla replied. Also, a lethal wound is lethal by definitions. Succeeding just to die immediately after would be pointless. You are correct in every aspect, but you are forgetting about Maugre's answer. Nalrund shook his head. In the vision, both my halves had to be wounded in an identical manner at the same time. When my people die, what happens is that the life force and core of the body they were using fade away first, and when the damage reaches the other half, it's too late to do anything. What I'm proposing to do instead is to weaken them both until they reach the point where the barrier is fading and they are left with only two choices, either to merge and survive or die together. If I'm right, the two cores and life forces will combine and use their energy to seal the leak that would be lethal for every other species. At that point, I need external help to heal my wounds and stabilize my condition. It makes sense, Quilla pondered, but it's extremely risky, and if you are wrong, you might die for good. I don't think I'm wrong, the Razar said. I worked hard to understand the real nature of my hybrid body, something that no member of the Werepeople ever tried. I'm now certain that there is no human and beast half, only me. I only need a crack in the dam to bring it down and merge my life forces. How do you know? Quilla asked, her eyes squinting as she replayed the whole conversation in her head. As I said, I researched the other hybrids. I lived as a Razar. If you want my help, cut the crap, she cut him short. You are a great healer, but not that great. How did you get the idea, and how come you are so certain of this plan of yours? Because I already succeeded on my own. Nalrund clenched his hands to find the strength to look her in the eyes. Did you almost kill yourself? Quilla's eyes went wide in surprise. Don't look at me like that. I'm desperate, not insane. I simply started injuring my two bodies as shown in the vision, increasing the punishment only after making sure that I could take it, he said in outrage. The problem is that by the time my life forces and cores start to become malleable, I've lost so much blood that my vision blurs. I wouldn't ask for your help if I wasn't afraid of losing consciousness before the end of the procedure and dying after succeeding. Okay, so you are crazy but not batshit crazy. It's not much, but it's a start. Quilla nodded. Does Freya know? Of course not. She would have tried to stop me. And she would be right. Quilla cut him short. No sane healer would ever attempt a near-death procedure. If you want my help, talk to her first. Put your business in order, because if things go south, it will be too late then. I'm not going to tell Freya that I'm the reason you are dead. If you are willing to walk out of her life due to your obsession, she has the right to do the same. Space. Lith and Camilla were looking at the mess the guests returning from Elijah's room were. They also shared the joy that Roz and Alina felt for all the attention that Surin was receiving from their extended side of the family. I know that I'm going to sound like a jerk, but seeing the Empress and the Royals faint was hilarious. Camilla couldn't hold a hearty laughter at the memory. If it means seeing you smile, I don't care about spending my life with a jerk. Lith wrapped his arm around her lean shoulders, glad to see her eyes clear from the depression that usually dulled them. Thanks, Camilla gave him one of her dazzling smiles, one like he hadn't seen since Elijah's birth. What did you want to talk to me about? First of all, I'm sorry. He gave her a small bow. I know that I'm going to ask a lot of you, especially since you are not feeling well already. Yet as you know, becoming a father also meant getting rid of a lot of my past burdens. So I was thinking of bringing Valorin II to our home, and at least trying to uphold Jormung's last wish. Really? Camilla didn't bother hiding her surprise. She knew how every time Lith saw the young Bahamut he was reminded of Thrud, and her ploy that had led to Floria's death, N1N. Chapter 27:52, Overwhelmed Part 2. Really? Lith nodded. Valoran is innocent. He's a piece of thrude, sure, but he's also as untainted from his mother's crimes as Elijah is from my mistakes. Neither Floria nor Jormund would want me to take it on a child. Besides, how can I ask people to not blame our daughter for what I did, if I'm the first one to hold Valoran accountable for his mother's madness? What would you do if I said no? Camilla tilted her head to the side in curiosity, but the smile never disappeared from her face. I wouldn't burden you with my decision, Lith shrugged. Taking care of one baby is already hard, and your mental health comes first. I would simply take Valoran with me whenever I go to the tower with Elijah. I would ask Solus and the Guardians to assist me in case I get overwhelmed. I'm thinking of stopping working for a while and bonding with Valoran II. He's already past 1 year old, and if I wait for too long, I'll end up like Tryon and regret my stubbornness. According to what Grandma told me, he's almost as smart as Elijah, and so is Sharjin. I would spend time with the kids and help them to socialize. I would tell them the same stories and play the same games. I'd work only when they sleep and bring Elijah to you when she needs to be fed. To be honest, I think it will do us some good as well. I'm afraid that Elijah might need playdates at her level, or she'll grow thinking to be surrounded by goldfish. Sounds like a wonderful plan, Camilla nodded. Do you promise to not get angry if I tell you a secret? Punishing honesty is the same as asking to be lied to. Shoot. I knew how you felt about Valoran, but I also knew that you'd come around sooner or later. I've spent quite some time with him during my pregnancy without telling you anything because I didn't want you to feel forced to do the same, Camilla said. I have no objection to bringing him to our home. Valoran is smart, and he's also a very sweet child. I'm certain that you two will get along. Just keep help at the ready because I could be overwhelmed as well. Lith held her tighter and gave her a sweet kiss even though etiquette forbid public displays of affection. Luckily, those stuck up enough to care were all drunk, and his wings wrapping around her on their own hid them from sight. Speaking of overwhelmed, since the day of our daughter's birth we haven't had a moment for ourselves. What do you say if tomorrow we leave Elijah with my parents, grandparents, or any of the many relatives who have badgered us to babysit her, and we go out for a date? I promise you that if you give me the chance, I'll make you smile over and over like during our honeymoon. Lith stared at her with the intensity of 1,000 perverted faces, making Camilla blush. Why don't you let me be the judge of that? He dragged her close to his chest, shattering any shred of hesitation she had left. I don't know, she cleared her voice, hearing how squeaky it had become. We haven't been alone in a while, and I'm self-conscious about my body. I need a bit of time to get back in shape. Why don't you let me be the judge of that? He dragged her close to his chest, shattering any shred of hesitation she had left. Space. The following day, leaving Elijah, and then the house was the hardest part for both of them. Once outside, hours passed before they kept looking at their respective bracelet, expecting to hear the baby crying at any moment. Breakfast was a bit awkward, but by lunchtime, things went much better. They dined in the north of the kingdom, in their old apartment in Belias to rekindle many memories about the time they had first met. After that, Lith brought Camilla to Salark's beach house. Camilla loved the sun and swimming, but due to her job first and the pregnancy later, she had been forced to avoid both. She felt so insecure that she wore a one-piece swimsuit, but Lith said nothing but compliments. They called Alina a few times, keeping the call brief to make sure that everything was all right and avoid the temptation to run back home. For dinner, Lith brought her to the Flying Griffin, the high-end resort where he usually took Camilla for her birthday. It was located near the top of Lakra Mountain and was surrounded by natural beauty. Unlike normal hotels, the suite was on the ground floor, allowing the VIPs to watch the local fauna through the reinforced magical glass of the terrace, and to take a stroll along the nearby lake simply by walking through a door. The Flying Griffin also had a private gate that allowed the hotel to have access to anything their clients might want, and to Lith and Camilla to get back home in one step if necessary. In. For first-time parents who couldn't take the communication amulet off the table even for 1 second, it was very reassuring. I don't get why you wanted to order room service, Lith asked while pouring himself a glass of Red Dragon. I had reserved a nice table in the restaurant hall since we already ate indoors for lunch. I thought you wanted to do something different for a while. The place was cozy, but the sight of the king-sized bedroom made him nervous. They hadn't been intimate for a while, and with Camilla's depression, he was afraid of not being up to his usual standards. The Red Dragon helped to keep the edge off, but Lith could still feel his paranoia slowly delving into performance anxiety. "I know and I'm sorry for ruining your thoughtful plans, but I don't want people to see me in a tight dress," she replied through the bathroom door. "Nonsense," Lith said with a scoff. "I mean, I'm more than happy to have you all for myself, but I assure you that even if you wore a bunch of rags you would still be stunned." Camilla walked out of the bathroom, causing Lith to freeze like a deer in headlights and his grip to tighten to the point of shattering the glass. "I know it came a bit shorter than I wanted, but be honest with me. How do I look?" Camilla's flushed cheeks made her smile even more lovely than usual, but Lith had a hard time focusing on her face. She was wearing what on earth was called a virgin killer sweater dress. It was made of thin and soft red wool and had a halter neck with a hollow-out chest that left visible miles of cleavage. It also left her back exposed down to the hips, showing more cleavage on the sides. The curve-hugging fit of the dress emphasized every one of Camilla's soft curves, and the fact that it ended way above the knee made it almost hypnotic. Lith stared at her in silence for a while, crushing the glass shards into a fine powder that the pressure of his hand kept melting and fusing back together. Chapter 2753, Rarest Treasure Part 1. "Isn't that what you were knitting a while ago?" Lith asked with the hoarse voice of a man who had swallowed sandpaper. "Yes," Camilla nodded. "I remembered how it was one of your teen dreams having your girlfriend wear one of these things, so I had to learn knitting from scratch. I couldn't risk telling Solus. You two might have fused again and spoiled my surprise." She had to constantly pull the hem of the skirt down, since it rose dangerously high every time she moved. "Also, making a sweater like this proved to be harder than I thought. It took me several tries to 'What are you doing?'" Lith raised his hand to ask for silence while he made a quick call. "Mom, is everything all right with Elijah?" "For the God's sake, yes." There was audio only and Alina sounded really annoyed. "Stop calling every other hour and enjoy your date." "Thanks, would be a problem if we prolonged our absence until tomorrow late in the morning. Maybe for a couple of days, a week tops." "A week," Alina's voice went from angry to utterly confused. "Of course not, but—" "Thanks, Mom, love you." Lith ended the call, giving his full attention to Camilla. "You heard her, we have 1 week, we must make it count." He was so serious and spoke with such a solemn voice that Camilla half blushed and half giggled. "I take it as you like the dress, and you're happy we didn't have dinner at the restaurant." "I love the dress, and the rest of the guests are happy we didn't have dinner at the restaurant because otherwise, I'd have to make a massacre to not leave witnesses." Lith put the dinner in the pocket dimension to keep the food warm and the drinks cold, while he took care of much more pressing matters. Camilla was still giggling like a little girl when he wrapped his arms around her and gave her a deep kiss, fighting the urge to rip the fruits of her labor to shreds. Even though Lith had known her for almost 4 years now, Camilla still managed to surprise him. After 3 lives spent on 2 different planets, around people who would say anything to get what they wanted just to disappear the moment things got rough, there was nothing more amazing than honest feelings. Ever since they had met, Camilla had never professed her love through cheap words or empty promises, always through action. Every time she had been confronted with one of Lith's disturbing secrets and presented with the chance to walk away, she had chosen to stay. After discovering Solus' existence and the ambiguous relationship with her that Lith would never sever, Camilla had left out of shock when his career was at its peak. Yet she had chosen to return to him and propose to him at the lowest point of his life. Not even learning about his first life on Earth and his past as Derek McCoy had been enough to push her back on her wedding vows. The things that she had learned during the day he had come clean with her about being an alien, a day that was supposed to be one of the worst of her life. Camilla had treasured them. The virgin killer dress had been but a fleeting thought as he recounted to her the despair of his years on Earth, yet she remembered about it. Despite her job taking most of her time, despite Solus' magic lessons to be ready to take care of Elijah, despite the things that kept happening in his life, Camilla had managed to learn how to knit just to make one of his old dreams come true. That was their first true date in months, and she was still severely depressed after losing her powers. Yet Camilla had brought the dress with her and spent the whole day preparing for that moment. Nully, that's why she wore the one-piece swimsuit. She wanted to see my reaction. Lith thought, still incapable of believing how lucky he was. In a world of shadows and lies, a person like Camilla was the rarest and the most precious treasure that he could ever hope to find. Space. Of course, they didn't extend the date for a whole week. Lith's homing instinct and Camilla's maternal instinct would have never allowed it. They just had fun during the night, slept in, had more fun during the day, and then went back home after lunch. Lith managed to keep his promise, making her happy multiple times to the point that Camilla woke up with her face hurting due to the grinning in her sleep. Yet it came at a cost. Lith presented her with a list of revealing and sexy dresses that he still remembered from Earth and asked her to make them. Camilla wasn't enthusiastic about the idea of spending her free time like that, but he was so happy that she couldn't say no to him. After their return, Lith fulfilled Jormung's final wish and started to bring both Valoran II and Sharjin with him to the tower. Elijah was still very little and could have only limited interaction with the older babies. Sadly, all the good intentions in Magur couldn't stop Lith from feeling a knot in his stomach in the presence of Thrud's son. Sharjin's presence helped because the whelp was already bigger than Aaron and way smarter than any human his age could be. N-1, N. He mediated between the two human babies, using a mix of baby noise, dragon tongue, and a few words here and there. Whenever the trio was asleep after a hearty meal, Lith would work on void magic with Solus while Tista would give Camilla magic lessons and follow her physical training. Everything went fine, and their life was peaceful until it wasn't. The reveal of Elijah's streaks and bloodline had only ended up hastening the plans of the undead courts. If one Tiamat was a threat, two were a cataclysm. On top of that, the baby couldn't be attacked, but there was still a silver lining. "Cut the head of the dragon and the body will wither," Rakshu the ghoul said. "Verhin spent years discovering his abilities, and he only succeeded through effort and luck. Things like the Black Star and Kalga don't exist anymore. If we kill him, not only there will be no more Tiamats for a long while, but also his daughter will be forced to reinvent the wheel on her own from scratch once she grows up. Without a mentor, she won't be a threat to us even after the protection of the Guardians has expired, and at that point, taking her out will be a simple matter. Remember, there will be no opportunity like tonight." The more time passes, the more Verhin will master his violet core and new bloodline abilities. He'll never be as weak as he is today, and every trick that we have planned for the assault will work only once. So remember your role, tread with caution, and don't fuck up. Rakshu put his communication amulet in the middle of the circle, formed by the dozens of elder undead that had volunteered for the mission. Chapter 2754, Rarest Treasure Part 2. Each one of them was a non-awakened undead, with an almost full red blood core and centuries of experience. The courts couldn't risk someone having cold feet at the last minute, and defecting so no one had been forced in any way to take part in the mission, and the members of the assassin squad were free to walk away until the mission started. Each one of the undead had accumulated so much life force that their mass was on par with an emperor beast, and even though they could only use true magic for the elements their undead species was naturally attuned with, they had survived the encounter with bright violet-cored mages. The fake mages were all dead and buried, whereas killing an awakened was harder, but the convened undead had all put down more than one cocky council member each during their undeath. N-1N. Despite all of that and their prized enchanted equipment, the undead were nervous. Very few of them had faced a divine beast in the past, and surely not an awakened and bright violet-cored one. Those who did had a bad memory of the encounter and counted themselves lucky for surviving to tell the tale. Their experience was priceless in knowing how to deal with beasts that big and how to counter their bloodline abilities. The squad had been assembled so that they would be able to take down a dragon or a phoenix in his own nest. It was unclear what a Tiamat was, so the leaders of the courts had preferred to not take risks. Rakshu's communication amulet projected a hologram of the Verhin mansion, depicting the blueprints of all the internal rooms and corridors. The blue-colored holograms were the paths they were certain about because they had been verified by their unwitting accomplices during Elijah's birthday gala. The gray holograms were those the undead had acquired from the royal archives after bribing several clerks, but those paths were marked as uncertain and dangerous. The royals liked to plant false information to lure their enemies into traps and smoke out corrupted officers with one move. "The problems start right outside the park," the ghoul explained. "We have to dodge the magical beasts, the emperor beasts, and the golems. Demons depend on Verhin's strength. During the night he's supposed to be asleep, and the demons to be slumbering inside his feathers, but we'll act as if we expect them to patrol the mansion as well." Rakshu stopped for a moment until everyone nodded. "The golems are just two, and they need to recharge at regular intervals. We have timed how long they last, and will move out as soon as one of them leaves for a charging pod. It should be any minute now." He checked an enchanted clock, where several countdowns progressed at the same time. The one about the golems was nearing the 0, and in fact, Trouble turned around in midair and landed on the roof to recharge its power core while keeping a vantage point for observation. High ground was pointless against someone who moved from below, so it actually played out as the undead wanted. Rakshu used his powers as a ghoul to make the ground soft despite the earth-sealing arrays surrounding the mansion, allowing the assassin unit to reach the first line of defensive arrays unnoticed. At that point, it was the turn of Gyro the Lamia and Argo the Korvac, the two best wardens among them. Lith had learned a trick or two as a ranger, making the array field of his house similar to the Golden Griffin's. It would change at fixed intervals, swapping the order and kind of overlapping magical formations, requiring a specific and different deactivation sequence after every reset. How Lith did it was a mystery even for the royals, since permanent arrays were supposed to be, as the name implies, permanent. Changing one of them meant that the warden had to alter the spell matrix of the formation and rebalance everything as a whole. It was something long, hard, and expensive to do even one time, yet the arrays of the Verhin mansion changed about once every 24 hours. The undead had waited for the reset before moving, to avoid ending up trapped inside an unknown sequence of arrays and being exterminated. Gyro and Argo spent a few minutes studying the magical formations with their array sensing spells and thoroughly discussed their strategy before implementing it. Below the arrays, air magic still worked, and it carried their words. Undead didn't need to breathe, which allowed the rest of the group to wait instead of suffocating to their deaths. The two wardens needed all of their combined skill to breach the magical protections without triggering any alarm, but they succeeded. At that point, instead of coming out and moving through the mansion, Rakshu followed his plan and kept digging a way leading to the internal garden. It would allow them to move past a huge part of the building while never leaving the cover of the solid ground. This way, we can make sure that none of Verhin's contingency plans for the contingency plans has triggered, and we can still abort the mission with no losses, the ghoul said, and everyone agreed. Before coming out of the ground, Gyro and Argo checked with their spells again, discovering that the sabotaged arrays were still sabotaged, and that there was no new array or unknown living presence inside the area of effect of their life-sensing arrays. The undead came out of the ground 2 at a time, establishing a perimeter and checking for traps and guards before letting the others leave the safety of their burrows. Rakshu came out last, ready to run away in case things went south so that at least one of them would survive and use the data for a new attack. Nully demons everywhere. Zamo the Nightwalker pointed in several directions where his natural affinity for the darkness element revealed the presence of dense masses of energy slightly tainted by chaos. Undead had no mind links, and the air-sealing arrays were still in place, but they had developed a sign language for situations like that. Gyro signaled Rakshu, who brought out his amulet again, and the Lamia put red dots where the life-sensing array perceived the beasts. Zamo did the same, putting black dots on the map where his mystical senses spotted the demons. The moment they were done, Upha the vampire traced several colored lines indicating the routes at their disposal that allowed them to avoid the sentinels while also keeping open at least one retreat path. The undead pointed in unison at the quickest yet riskiest option, knowing that prudence would ensure their survival, but only boldness could lead to victory while in hostile territory. The longer they remained under Lith's roof, the higher the chances that something would go wrong, and at that point the mission would snowball fast, going from killing to damage control in a jiffy. Nully, remember, you can kill whoever you want, just don't touch the baby girl, Ruksha said via signs. Nully, if we meet any of the Verhins, keep them alive, but don't waste time trying to use them as hostages. Chapter 2755, Tiamat Fear, Part 1. Nully, we can't risk a demon rising from the shadow of a hostage and rescuing them. The moment we meet Verhin, play bad guy and then kill the prisoner in front of him. The angrier he gets, the less prone he will be to call and wait for reinforcements. Nully, we need him dumb and frenzied so that we can kill him quickly and get out of here. I don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. I don't give a fuck about being celebrated. I want to get out of here as undead as I got in, understand? The ghoul said via hand signs. The warning was mostly perfunctory, since creatures as ancient as those assassins had long since lost any warrior honor or naive concept of fair fight. As long as they won, they could make themselves appear as heroic and noble as they wanted. Their dead opponents couldn't tell their side of the story, and the truth would be whatever the winner wanted. The assassin unit used darkness magic to cover for their smell and their unnaturally lithe bodies to make less noise than a falling petal. They almost got discovered by the patrols more than once, forcing them to backtrack and choose a different path. Yet each encounter made the undead feel more confident instead of discouraged. Their intel wasn't fully accurate, but it was solid. Thanks to their skill and careful planning, they had managed to dodge every bullet that Verhin had thrown at them. Arrays, traps, guards, they were one wrapped around the other like an annoying gift box made of so many boxes that the final present turned out to be a coin. Yet with each protective layer they disabled, the members of the unit came closer to the master bedroom. "Nully fill up, boys." Rakshu took a chunk of still-bleeding human flesh from one of his pockets and wolfed it down while his colleagues each fed upon their preferred source of life force and mana. Reaching their destination had taken longer than expected, and they had all consumed quite a bit of energy, needing a refill to get back to their peak condition before facing their mark. Gyro, Argo, and Zamo did a last sweep of the area before Apag got to work on the door's lock. A clean slate spell undid the imprint on the handle. A closed field spell trapped the linked alarm signal in a loop, and the lockpicks opened the door without making a sound. The undead counted down to 3, to make sure that nothing happened before barging through the door with weapons unsheathed and spells blazing. "What the fuck?" Apag said out loud since there was no point in secrecy anymore. The path that the undead had taken didn't lead to the master bedroom, but to the mansion's keep. The circular room was over 50 meters, 166, high and 30 meters, 100 across. Right in the middle stood a tall tower comprised of white-streaked gray stones around which a void-feathered dragon was coiled. It would have resembled the Verhin insignia if the dragon had been wrapped vertically instead of horizontally, and if he spat flames instead of releasing smoke from his nostrils. 7 eyes stared in hatred at the intruders as the void-feathered dragon slowly raised his long serpentine neck. His figure was 30 meters, 100, long from head to toe with an 8 meters, 26, long tail coming out of his back. Slightly curved horns came out of his temples, forehead, and crown of his head. The latter were the smallest, but they also formed what looked like a crown of bone spikes, each burning with a different color. The flaming crown would go from rainbow to emerald, from emerald to silver, from silver to blue, and then start over again. Each one of the red scales, the size of a tower shield covering his body, was set ablaze with cursed flames, and carried a unique rune that none of the undead had ever seen before. The black feathers were now streaked each with a different elemental color that formed a runic pattern depending on its inhabitant. Worst of all, between the clawed hands of the dragon rested a much smaller creature that bore a striking resemblance with her parent. "Are you here for me, my daughter, or my wife?" the void-feathered dragon asked, his voice sounding like stones rumbling against each other during an avalanche. His body lay still on the ground, the only movement that of his hands closing around the small whelp to shield her from the noise. Rakshu gave the signal for Plan D, spread out an attack with Frozen Wasteland, an anti-dragon spell based on air and water magic, from every direction. The fact that Lith had multiple forms was public knowledge, and before infiltrating the mansion, the undead had devised different ways to counter each one of them. The ghoul shifted his weight to the right to jump to his position in the attack formation, while the others compressed their muscles like springs to do the same, even infusing themselves with a fraction of the power stored inside their blood cores to boost their physical prowess. Great was their surprise when they realized that they were all stuck in the same place as when they had entered, and that no power flowed through their bodies. The group of assassins stood there, still like statues, each looking at the other with a confused expression on their faces. "Don't stay there like idiots. Move!" Apag the vampire started to shapeshift his body into mist, but an emerald glimpse from the dragon's spirit eye put him back together. "Ready and hold." Raksha was using the code to activate the spells they had at the ready, and those stored inside their spell-holding rings. He too had tried and failed to use his bloodline abilities, but he could feel that the mana he had prepared for the assault still answered his command. N-O-1-N. The ghoul extended his hand and unleashed his Tier 5 spell, Frozen Night. It was comprised of a mix of water magic that would freeze the dragon, while the darkness magic it carried would sap his strength and hopefully break his focus. "Nully nothing we have prepared is worth squat if we can't use it. Yet if we break this curse, it's our victory," Raksha thought, and he was right. The problem was that once again his body betrayed him, and the same happened to his accomplices. The hands, mouths, eyes, and whatever part of their body they had chosen to emit their respective spells turned against their nearest ally and unleashed their magic on each other. Some burned, others froze, and a few got mild damage from electrocution, but all of them suffered from darkness magic, the greatest weapon and bane of all undead species. The dragon kept looking at them, his only worry to shield the baby dragon from the cries of agony of his prisoners. "I'll ask you only one more time. Have you come here to take my life, my daughter's, or my wife's?" "Fuck you, that's who." Argo unleashed the gravity array, Moonfall at great cost for his blood core, consuming a huge chunk of the light element it stored. Chapter 2756, Tiamat Fear, Part 2. Yet it took the dragon a wave of his scaled hand to alter the coordinates of the magical formation, and have it press on the undead instead, forcing them to fight against the ever-shifting gravitational pull just to keep their flesh together. If fear isn't enough to make you talk, pain will do. The dragon opened his mouth, hurling a gentle stream of origin flames that engulfed Ruksha. Much to everyone's surprise, it didn't affect the stone floor, the Moonfall array, Ruksha's armor, or even his clothes. The ghoul was seemingly unscathed, yet he screamed at the top of his lungs in agony like no undead had ever done before. They were supposed to be immune to pain, their bodies just vessels for the necromantic energy that animated them. Very few things could hurt them, and for those, darkness fusion was supposed to be plenty enough. Yet Ruksha wailed and rolled on the floor, slapping all over his body as if he was trying to kill a swarm of insects or to smother an invisible flame. The show lasted for barely a minute, but it seemed hours to the undead. With each passing second, they could feel the ghoul growing weaker, the life essence and the darkness that he had painstakingly accumulated over the centuries slowly burning away. Even without life vision, they only needed a whiff of his smell to perceive that his almost full red blood core had gained several black streaks. He had become weaker, as if the past century had never happened. Ruksha was crying like a baby, shedding blood tears from his eyes, and hugging himself in a fetal position. "Not ready to talk yet." No W, a second burst of origin flames struck, and this time the ghoul's strength plummeted. The amount of fire was the same as before, there was just less energy to burn. Once the fire went out again, Ruksha was reduced to the blood core equivalent of green, and his flesh steamed from the heat still burning within. "Origin flames can burn everything," the void-feather dragon explained while his mouth deformed into a cruel smile. "Even your so precious cores, it just takes a bit of skill and patience to learn how to do it. If you keep remaining silent, I'll burn away everything you are. All the magic and strength you have accumulated in centuries of life will be gone. You'll get out of here, alive but as weak as newborns." "Are you really going to spare our lives?" the Lamia asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "Why shouldn't I? I'm sure you have made plenty of enemies on your own. Why give you a merciful death when I can throw you out and let you spend what's left of your undeath on the run? Fearing that every day might be the last because you won't have the strength to defend yourselves even from the street thugs that will try to take away your equipment. Death is much easier than living as prey after having always been a predator." Lith chuckled, letting their fear turn into terror and then into horror. Little did they know that his skills were boosted by the tower that stood right behind him, that he still lacked the pinpoint precision to burn solely a core unless the target wasn't courteous enough to stand perfectly still. The undead of the assassin unit tried and failed every spell, bloodline ability, and piece of equipment they wore. Their spells hurt their own caster and left the dragon unaffected, their bloodline abilities didn't trigger, and their artifacts were reduced to nothing more than scrap metal. The undead checked their imprint over and over, yet even though the weapons still carried their energy signature, the enchantments didn't answer their owner's will. Every member of the assassin unit had all fought thousands of battles with their favorite equipment, upgrading it over time, but always keeping their respective preferred sets of enchantments to execute the strategies that they had perfected over the centuries. Never before had any of them been betrayed by their own flesh, blood, and metal. A third breath of bright violet origin flames struck Ruksha, burning what was left of his blood core. The other undead could see him writhing on the floor, his aura dimming like a candle burning out. After a few seconds that seemed to last forever, a skeletal husk was left in place of the once powerful ghoul. The wretched creature had now gray skin and limbs so thin that they couldn't sustain his body anymore. His mind was lost along with his power, crushed by the hunger as his almost full black blood core demanded nourishment. Yet Ruksha's husk was still paralyzed like everyone else and could only wail and trash in frenzied fury. After a while, the balance between the darkness energy and the life force was broken. The latter fell prey to the hunger, and the ghoul's essence cannibalized itself. His body became filled with black veins that spread throughout his body, and all the while Ruksha never stopped screaming. His agonizing wail lasted for the whole process, its pitch raising as the black veins grew in size until they painted the ghoul's skin black. Only then did the screaming end, and only because his tongue was the first thing to turn into ashes. The rest of the assassins stared in horror as their companion died of starvation, one of the most horrible things that could happen to an undead. Something that was supposed to take weeks, and yet it had happened in front of their eyes in the span of a few minutes. "Okay, you are next." The dragon turned toward Apha the vampire, his mouth already filled with roaring flames. "Wait," Apha tried one last time to go chiropteran, missed, and even to just run away, but everything failed. "Just tell me what you want to know." Space N01N. After a thorough interrogation of the members of the assassin squad, and learning everything they knew about the current state of the undead courts, Lith killed them all to leave no witnesses of his newfound abilities. "I thought you said you'd set them free to send a message." Tista came out of the shadows behind the Voidfeather dragon while still in her Hecate form, her 7 eyes all alight like those of her brother. "I was lying," Lith said with a scoff, incredulous that someone could still be so naive after knowing him for so long. "They would have spread rumors about the tower behind me, of my ability to paralyze my opponents, and in the end, even figured out how I caught them by surprise." As Lith shrunk back to human size with Elijah still sleeping between his arms, the presence of Tryon, Valia, Vergrave, and Locrias was also revealed. "That was incredible, my liege." Locrias still couldn't believe what they had just done. "Is this really the full extent of the Tiamat fear?" "Yes," Lith nodded. "Those morons didn't suspect that I created the inner garden on purpose to leave the same opening they exploited while attacking Renaz's house. They failed to notice the thin construct I left over the soil, and they broke it, triggering my alarm." Chapter 2757, Careful Planning, Part 1. At that point, all I had to do was to fill the Verhin mansion with Tiamat fear with the help of my demons, and make the intruders waste enough time so that their cores, bodies, and even their weapons were infected by world energy carrying our will. While dragon fear affected solely the magical aura surrounding a worm, infusing it with their killing intent, and making it almost tangible, Tiamat fear would also spread to the surrounding world energy thanks to the power of Lith's eyes. A power that now Tista shared, and so did his loyal demons. They had all received through him a boost to their abilities from the tower, and used it to spread the Tiamat fear while pretending to patrol the corridors. At that point, with each second the undead had spent inside the mansion, with each spell they had cast, the infected world energy had replaced that stored inside their bodies, building up slowly until it had become dominant. The assassins had been cautious professionals who didn't take unnecessary risks and always created the best scenario for their hits. Lith had counted on that, turning their careful preparations against them. By the time they had reached the tower, even their weapons were filled with his willpower. To make matters worse for the undead, the mansion's keep was the room from which Lith had spread the Tiamat fear, and also where its concentration was the highest. It had been the Tiamat fear taking control of their spells, bodies, and equipment, turning them all into puppets that danced to his tune. The presence of the tower was also necessary to boost Lith's abilities, otherwise, capturing so many powerful undead alive would have been impossible. It was also the reason he had asked Tista for help after conjuring the demons. The Hecate was the only one with also a spirit eye, and had helped him to shut down bloodline abilities from behind the scenes, reinforcing Lith's apparent omnipotence. As for the demons, they were an extension of Lith's power and carried his same energy signature. Together, they had emitted 5 times the amount of Tiamat fear Lith alone could, and then had helped him and Tista to keep the prisoners under control. "If Tiamat fear is this strong, why did you make us hide?" Tista asked. "Maybe if they felt outnumbered and outmatched, they would have talked faster." "It's strong indeed, but nothing strikes fear more than the unknown," Lith replied. "Had the assassins seen you or had I explained to them what was happening, they might have actually felt hope. After all, if I need so many people to restrict them, it means that another squad might have succeeded where they have failed. They wouldn't have talked so much as tried to buy time while trying to escape. This way, instead, they felt crushed. They were many against one, and yet they lost. They died believing me much more powerful than I actually am. They folded only because they thought that any future mission would fail as well. Soulless. Everything went fine." she said while collecting the undead's equipment and accessing their dimensional amulets in search of clues. The space-compressing array didn't feel any pressure, so no one of them was awakened or a blood witch. I kept studying their spells and abilities with the eyes on their way here, and I noticed this. A wave of her hand created a hologram depicting the now-dead assassin unit using a map to navigate through the mansion. Even weakened, the undead courts have access to the fake blueprints of our house. We need to warn Farg. In a minute, Lith brought Elijah back to the master bedroom where Camilla was sound asleep. He kissed her forehead, hushing her ears before putting the also sleeping baby in her crib. "I'm sorry, little one." Lith held her tenderly to his chest. "Daddy would have loved to keep you out of this, but I needed your help to amplify my powers. I needed to make sure whether the bad guys were after Mommy or not. It was the only way I could protect her properly." Elijah reacted to his voice with a yawn, opened her eyes for a second, and as soon as she recognized her father, she went back to sleep since she wasn't hungry. Before leaving, Lith connected to the tower, checking the status of all arrays and spells. Only once he was sure that there was no intruder left in the house, and had sealed the rooms of all the members of his family, did he return to the keep. From there, he sent the demons away and warped to the main hall. He planned to keep the tower in position and not reveal its existence to anyone, not even those tasked with protecting his family. Then he pressed 2 runes on his communication amulet, belonging respectively to Amila Farg and Brynja Distar. The former was his liaison with the Queen's Corpse, while the latter had achieved the status of Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps after her mother's death. Even though the army amulet was supposed to be secure and the line protected, both women preferred to reach the scene of the crime in person to talk. "Damn it, Verhin, are you really telling me that the undead managed to enter this place? This is a fortress." Farg was a woman in her early 30s with chin-length red hair streaked orange all over. She was very tall, almost 1.8 meters, 511, high with the muscular build of a frontline soldier. After Miriam's death and working hard, Tyrus had refined Farg's core to the bright violet, bringing her to the top of the strength that a fake awakened could achieve without learning a breathing technique. "They did," Lith nodded, "but before showing you the surveillance tape, let's wait for Brynja." He handed the various pieces of equipment left by his victims for her to study and the few documents they carried. Farg thanked him something noble about the grace of her movements. Even while examining the adamant chainmail of the fallen ghoul, with a nod of the head, using both life vision and forgemastering spells to understand how powerful the enemies had been. "Did you really take on alone so many people of this caliber?" The former professor of the White Griffin was shocked, yet there was something noble about the grace of her movements. Even while examining the adamant chainmail of the fallen ghoul, her touch was full of strength yet incredibly delicate. "Yes," Lith lied through his teeth, "but as you said, this place is a fortress. I had the home advantage." Farg tested the space-compressing array with her own spirit blink, and she was glad when it failed. "Sorry for being late." Brynja walked through the gate of the mansion a couple of minutes after Farg. "The baby was crying, and after what happened tonight, I didn't feel like leaving before doubling my own security detail. What did I miss?" N01 in. Marchioness Distar had inherited her beauty from her mother, Miriam. She was now 24 years old, about 1.63 meters, 54, tall with silky blonde hair that looked like a golden waterfall and almost reached the floor. Lith then projected the security feed with a hologram, showing them the undead's chosen access point and the information they displayed to know while navigating through the mansion. Chapter 2758, Careful Planning, Part 2. These bastards still have a mole in high places, but not high enough. Brynja's sky-blue eyes burned with red mana as she took pictures of the map used by the undead and cross-referenced it with the clearance level necessary to access it. Unfortunately for her, the Distar's magical talent seemed to have skipped a generation, leaving Brynja with no power of her own. Even after learning about the real role that Miriam had played within the kingdom, Brynja had to content herself with becoming Lord Commander of the Corps. Tyrus had offered her to become one of her fake awakened with the prospect of taking Miriam's position in due time, but Brynja had turned her down. "My mother was a talented mage who spent her life honing her abilities. I'm too old for that, and by the time I catch up with the rest of the corps, I would still lack combat experience," Brynja had replied. "I'd rather entrust this honor to someone who deserves it and who won't be a burden to their companion. Besides, I'm the last member of the Distar household, and I won't let my bloodline disappear with me." Tyrus and Silpha had been forced to explain the truth to Brynja after she had risen to the rank of Lord Commander. The Corps and the Corps needed to coordinate their actions and be aware of each other's plans. Otherwise, they would often waste time and manpower by protecting the same mark, or their missions could overlap, which would lead to friendly fire. While Miriam was alive, she commanded both units, so such things had never been a problem. Now, however, the Queen had to entrust Brynja with the existence of all Black Ops units, and hoped that her pride wouldn't get in the way of preserving her mother's legacy. That's not all. Lith shook his head while showing the interrogations one by one. They also knew about all of my life forces and had come prepared for all of them. They had access to anti-dragon and anti-abomination spells. That part isn't public knowledge. That doesn't mean much, Farg shrugged. Undead are old. They only need to trade for those spells with a household desperate enough to ask for their help wants to know how the kingdom deals with such threats. As for your abomination side, the story of the ghost girl and your chains has spread like wildfire despite our best efforts to cover it up. Also, don't forget that Meln ruled the courts for a while. Whatever he knew about you, they also probably know. Point taken, Lith nodded. Why did you call us here? Brynja asked after reviewing the footage once more and saving a copy for herself. There's no impending threat, and I doubt the undead will strike twice during the same night. Because I need your help, Lith replied. The undead are right about many things. I was planning to hunt them down as soon as my body got accustomed to my new powers and Elijah got a bit older. I really wanted to enjoy this time with her and avoid fighting as much as I could. Now that the enemy has entered my home, I can't delay it any longer, Lith sighed. I'm going to reforge my equipment anew and start the preparations to raid the undead courts. The prisoners had shared with Lith the position of all the branches they were aware of just to make the pain stop. While I do that, however, my family will remain exposed. I need the Corps and the Corps to focus solely on protecting my wife and my family. Elijah is untouchable, whereas Camilla already has a bounty on her head. I'm afraid that while I'm busy with the undead, the instigator might exploit my absence and the security being stretched thin to strike. In. I can understand Lady Verhin. Farg had already placed Camilla among those who required maximum protection after Ligaen had warned Lith about the repeated attempts on her life. But why your family? There's nothing to gain from killing them, and even Meln wants them alive to let them witness your fall. Because that's what I'd do if this was my plan, Lith replied. The courts already know how strong I am. After tonight, they'll assume that my mansion is off limits, hence they'll try to lure me somewhere they have the home advantage. The best way is a hostage, but killing them works too. Grief and rage would weaken me mentally, making me an easier prey. If the undead can't get to me, they'll get to those close to me and then leave a trail of breadcrumbs for me to follow. That was Meln's plan. It was a good plan and still is. Yet this time I know the who and where, whereas the undead courts have no idea of what I can do now. Lith showed the position of the now-known branches. I don't plan on playing on the defense for long. This time I was lucky. The next things might go differently. With a bit of luck, the undead courts will never think that their assassins could be captured alive and forced to reveal what they knew. If I'm right, they'll just assume that the mission failed and let their operations continue as usual. If I'm wrong, instead, they'll evacuate the branches the assassins came from, and once I get there I'll find them empty. If I'm very lucky, however, the undead courts will turn their hideouts into death traps and fill them with their best mages, hoping that I'm stupid enough to go there alone. How is that lucky? Brynja furrowed her brows in confusion. Eradicating a branch of the undead courts is already hard when they don't know you are coming. If they are prepared, even advancing 1 meter requires spilling blood. Not to mention that even if we power through their defenses, they are bound to have several escape plans at the ready. The undead courts have always been hard to eradicate because they don't hesitate to run away when they know they can't win. That's another reason I need your help, Lith replied. I don't have enough demons to storm a place packed with powerful undead and seal the perimeter at the same time. I want you to seal the exits so that I can focus my forces on a surgical strike. Seal the perimeter at the same time. I want you to seal the exits so that I can focus my forces on a surgical strike. Also, I consider the death trap the best case scenario because it would save me a lot of time. To make sure to take me down, the undead courts will amass their most powerful members into a few locations, allowing me to kill them all in a few fell swoops. I called you here because I can't move everyone to the desert without letting the courts know that I'm aware of their intentions. They must keep thinking that I believe tonight's assault to be an isolated incident. So reinforce security for my family in general and on my wife in particular during my absence. Once I'm done with my preparations, I'll hit the undead courts so hard and so fast that by the time the news of the attack spreads, I'll have already moved on to the next branch and keep catching them off guard. Chapter 2759, Secret of Learning, Part 1. Are you sure you want to do this by yourself? Farg asked in surprise. You have plenty of allies, and thanks to the recent peace, the kingdom has plenty of available troops that can join you in storming the undead courts. Thank you for your offer, but it's not like I need to do this alone, Lith replied. I have to check my new powers, put my equipment to the test, and most of all, I want to teach my enemies a lesson. As Ligon said, I must send a message to all those who might think this is a good moment to get back at me. A message so loud and bloody that whoever is next in line will think twice before making their move. To achieve that, I must be the one writing the message. I want them to be afraid of me to know what I can do, not the kingdom. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's palace at the same time. N-1N. It was daytime in the desert, and the Overlord was fully absorbed by the mountain of paperwork that kept coming from the four corners of her dominion. Single-handedly dealing with most of the bureaucracy of the largest of the three great countries was an impossible task for a human, but just a long, boring one for a guardian. Nully, I swear on my nest, I'm going to make a Manadian tower with my own spin, she thought. Nully Soluspedia would be enough to cut the time I need to deal with this to 1/10, and that on top of all the stuff that Riffa hid from me. Nully, if only the tower was already restored, Tyrus, Ligon, and I could already work on that. But since it's still missing a lot of floors, too many pieces of the tower core are missing. Using the old blueprints in Ligon's possession would be a waste of time. Nully, now that Lith has reached the bright violet core, it's only a matter of time until Solus too. Her train of thought and flow of ink was interrupted when she perceived a slight tug on her consciousness. It wasn't her communication amulet, Elijah, nor one of her fellow guardians from Garland. It was something much feebler that came from far away. Feniger, if you have a death wish, just call Tyrus. I'm pretty sure that she would love to finish what she started a couple of years ago, she said without even lifting her eyes from the pile of paper as she manipulated the ink with water magic. Countless documents were drafted, others amended, and all of them were signed with elegant penmanship followed by Salark's mystical seal. Very funny, the Leviathan replied. Also, if I really had a death wish, I'd just follow Zagran around to fight those damned cursed cities. Ah, if only I remembered where I put my notes on those pesky contraptions. What do you want, then? I'm busy. The Overlord cut him short, already tired of Ligon's rambling and unwilling to stomach those of someone she didn't like. Nothing, I just need you to open the gate from your side, Feniger said. It's time. Already? Salark inwardly cursed while reviewing her schedule and deciding what she was going to sacrifice in the name of duty. Yes, I'm done with my part, and we can use one more full-fledged guardian. Scarlet has learned from Ligon how to control the voices and her bond with Magur, from Zagran how to fight and move like a guardian. Roghar has taught her how to tap into and master her bloodline abilities, while I took care of discovering with Scarlet how to apply them to her mystical senses in order to further her magical research. She needs your guidance to learn how to forge a master like a guardian and how to kill like a guardian. Please be quick. After the first batch of reinforcements from Garland arrived, things on Giera are going better, but it's still crap. Scarlet doesn't seem to be the kind of guardian bound to a specific turf, and having a fourth would drastically increase our odds of success. Are you listening to me? No, Salark replied while noticing she was in a bind. If she took care of Scarlet, either she had to abandon the desert or she would have to give up on lots of her free time with Sharjin and Elijah. Useless to say, she wasn't willing to do any of it. Send her here, we'll figure out something. A wave of the Overlord's hand made the space in Giera overlap with her private quarters in the desert, allowing the Sekhmet to reach her destination in a single step. Let's start with the basics. How do I have to call you? Scarlet was in her human form, that of a blonde woman in her mid-30s wearing a gold-rimmed pince-nez. She had entrusted the real eyes of Manadian to Kala, but after wearing them for over 1 century, she felt naked without them. She always carried a perfect yet powerless replica with her. Ligon and Zagran were okay with being on a first-name basis, whereas Roghar was an ass, and demanded I called him master. Feniger, instead, didn't care much about titles since he did most of the talking, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Salark raised her eyes from the pile of paperwork, looking at the Sekhmet with sole vision, and the fellow guardian didn't attempt to stop her despite the pin-prickling sensation that the phoenix's gaze caused her. The Overlord could see that even after becoming a guardian, and in turn one with Magur, Scarlet still carried part of the old resentment towards Salark for hiding and protecting Ilium Balker, the god of death, from Scarlet's fury. Under soul vision, the Sekhmet was in her true form, that of a titan with a height at the withers of 45 meters, 148. Bigger than any white-cored divine beast, but still far from the might of a full-fledged guardian. The Sekhmet in the vision was in a battle stance, her hind legs clawing the ground and compressed like springs, ready to pounce at any moment. Her forelegs ended with long claws that scraped at the ground in aggression, and her open mouth was filled with mystical bolts of lightning. "That's up to you," Salark replied with a grunt. "I don't care how you call me as long as you respect me. Remember this, if I am to teach you anything, you must consider me your better and receive my knowledge without questioning me or my methods every step of the way. There will be a time for doubts and questions, but only once a specific lesson is over. Anything you say after I'm done explaining means you're trying to fully understand what I taught you and maybe even expanding further with your own talent. Anything you say while you still have no idea of what we are talking about just means that you don't trust me and that you are challenging my authority. So, think carefully before making up your mind about how to call me. I'm not Ligon who has the patience to take you kids by the hand and wait for you to quit throwing a tantrum." Chapter 2760, Secret of Learning, Part 2. "He's that good, which is the reason you went to him first. I'm not like those no-lifers of Giera either. I don't have all the free time in the world, nor do I need an assistant. I'm the overlord of the Blood Desert, the Lord of War, a mother and a grandmother. The moment you waste my precious time, I'll drop you like a bad habit. This apprenticeship will be brief if you shut up and listen, or it can be very long if the only way you have to learn is by observation. Your choice. I don't care about your mission or about what happens on Giera. Not until the desert joins the colonization's effort, and Giera becomes my business too." Scarlet emitted a low growl in annoyance, but said nothing. She took a few deep breaths to calm down while pondering the Phoenix's words. The Sekhmet could still feel the rage and frustration for giving up on her revenge burning inside of her. She could feel a soft grudge toward Salark as she stared at the Guardian. "I understand, Master." Scarlet put her right hand above her heart and gave Salark a deep bow in accordance with the awakened tradition about establishing a master-disciple relationship. "What's my first lesson?" "Letting go of the past. Follow me." The mother of all phoenixes put down the ink and papers, warping them both to the Forgotten Plume tribe. The dimensional door led them to the lab of Ilium Balker, the blood Magus of the desert, and one of Salark's feathers. He was sitting cross-legged, letting the mystical elemental energies flow through him with such a vigor that he was levitating. There was no floating spell active, it was just that his aura had become dense enough to press against the ground and lift him in the process. Balker had 6 spheres, each of a different element, orbiting around him. With each breath, he turned one element into its counterpart, switching light into darkness, air into earth, water into fire, and vice versa. Yet while the light and darkness elements flowed into each other flawlessly, the others stumbled and failed often. When the stumbling happened, most of the energy would be lost, and only a portion of an element would be actually converted. When the process failed, instead, the entire sphere would implode and disappear. "What the heck is this?" Scarlet said in amazement before noticing Salark's glare and adding, "Master." "Void magic," the Overlord explained. "The new branch of the mystical arts invented by the Supreme Magus of the Griffin Kingdom." Who did what now? What's a Supreme Magus? The more she heard, the less Scarlet understood. Lith devised void magic. Salark smirked with pride. The kingdom made him the void Magus for it, and then since he also helped them against Thrud and developed stuff like the trains and tablets, the royals created the title of Supreme Magus for him. The Guardian conjured holograms of each of Lith's inventions, making Scarlet's jaw drop onto the floor and then start digging. "Are you telling me that the anomaly created all this stuff, gave it to the kingdom, and then they shared it with you?" "I wish," Salark sighed. "Lith developed void magic while he was in the desert, so he gave me plenty of demonstrations. I learned simply by observing him and then showed those same things to Ilium, and he's currently working on mastering it." "And he got this far without a word of explanation." Scarlet had long since learned to reverse light and darkness, but even after watching Balker at work for a while, she failed to use void magic on the other elements. "Yes," Salark nodded. "As for trains and tablets, he couldn't share those either. Luckily, political espionage is a thing. Sooner or later, I'm going to make them mine. Ilium. The loud voice snapped the blood Magus out of his trance, and only then did he notice the presence of intruders. His first instinct was to smite them with the arrays of his lab, but the moment he recognized Salark, his attitude went from furious to meek. Yes, master. He gave Salark a deep bow while also using spirit magic to fetch a towel and dab the sweat drenching him. This is Scarlet the Sekhmet, formerly known as Scarlet the Scorpicor. Balker nodded, giving no sign to recognize either Scarlet's appearance or her name, which angered her to no end. I can't believe that I spent years hating a guy who doesn't even know who I am, she thought, feeling her old grudge resurfacing. She has recently become a guardian and has come to me in search of guidance. Since she's as green as grass and I've better things to do, you'll take care of her in my stead. What? Balker and Scarlet spoke in unison, yet their feelings were on the opposite ends of the emotional spectrum. The blood Magus felt honored, but he was also humble enough to doubt that someone as young and relatively weak as him could teach anything to a mighty existence like a guardian. Scarlet, instead, felt insulted. Balker was barely in his mid-40s, with a crippled life force, and he wouldn't even be a fake awakened if not for Salark, whereas the Sekhmet was a self-awakened over 300 years old who had completed her path to guardianhood. Nully, it's like asking a toddler to teach an academy professor, Scarlet thought, her eyes brimming with mana and outrage. I would understand if Salark delegated her duty to Silverwing or Baba Yaga. Nully, they are older and wiser than me. There are countless things that I can learn from them, including the secret of the White Core. What can a bloody murderer like Balker possibly teach me? Nully, Salark demands respect, yet her first act as my mentor is humiliating me. You heard me, the Overlord nodded. Teach her everything you know about void magic without hiding anything. Also, whenever you practice creation magic, I want you to allow her to spectate, but you are not to say a single word. Yes, master. Balker took a deep breath of invigoration to recover his strength, and then used a mix of water and darkness magic to cleanse himself. I thought he was one of your fake awakened. Scarlet was flabbergasted watching a feather using a breathing technique. Also, did you really teach him creation magic? There are only 2 people on Magar capable of doing that. 5, Salark corrected the Sekhmet. Balker, Lith, and Solus are far from mastering creation magic, but they can still use it. I'm confident that, in time, they'll make it their own. How could you teach such a noble and rare art to mass murderers, and yet not share it with your fellow guardians? Scarlet looked at the Overlord with eyes wide open, feeling like Magar had turned upside down. N-1N. I didn't teach them. I showed them just like Balker will do for you, Salark replied. As for your question, I'm entrusting the first part of your education to Ilium, because you clearly don't understand what being a guardian means. We are supposed to be more than pompous gods that look at this world from above. Chapter 2761, The Weight of One Life, Part 1. There's a reason Ligon had so many disciples and now has Milia. There's a reason Tyrus helped Silverwing and trained Valoran, Salark said. It's the same reason I took in the mages like Lith and Balker that the rest of Magar considered monsters and gave them a place to stay. A guardian can't just hoard knowledge and power for itself. We must also share it with those who have the ability to understand it and the wisdom to not abuse it. It's the only way to affect life on Magar without intervening directly and stripping people of their free will. If you don't learn this lesson, you'll end up like the Guardians of Giera, and whatever place you choose as your turf will suffer the same fate as their own. Scarlet put her wounded ego aside and pondered Salark's words, comparing the 2 continents. Garland had a troubled history, but between Valoran Griffin founding the kingdom and Lokra Silverwing creating Tier 4 and 5 fake magic, the continent had prospered in relative peace. The people of the Empire and Salark had followed a mere human's example, establishing the 3 great countries in less than 30 years and revolutionizing life on Garland forever. Silverwing had been just a few centuries old awakened when she had spread her legacy throughout Magar, turning fake magic from a dying art into something that could rival the awakened legacies. Balker's methods were unforgivable, but he had upended the academy system in a little more than 10 years. According to awakened standards, Lith was a runt as well, but his contributions to magic already outshone those of most awakened in the council. I see. With each person you guardians sponsored on Garland, you helped your people to take the right path without the need of your direct intervention. If you did, people would have taken it as a divine act and learned nothing, Scarlet said. Exactly, Salark nodded. A guardian can't inspire people. We are too powerful, our existence too overbearing to arouse more than despair and subservience. Mortals can only be inspired by other mortals. It's by looking at people like Valoran or Silverwing that the rest of Garland realized how much a single person can achieve and strived to do the same. It takes but one man to make the impossible possible for countless others to break free from their self-imposed limits and achieve greatness. So don't underestimate Ilium just because he's young. I've learned about memory crystals from him just like I've learned void magic from Lith, power cores from Tyrus, and blade magic from Valoran. Magus is full of lessons that you can learn only if you pull your head out of the sand and look at those around you with an open mind. Giera was destroyed because its people were blinded by their pride, and its guardians were too self-absorbed to find someone who could inspire the humans. Actually, Salark's judgment was too harsh. Zagran had sent more than one of her apprentices to stop the plague from being released, but between the language barrier and Giera being fragmented into many little countries, they hadn't been enough. Scarlet nodded and looked at Bulker while also activating soul vision and letting the voice of Magus flow through her. To her eyes, the blood Magus appeared as a heart-wrenching scene. The man was replaced by a teen, barely more than a boy, kneeling in a deep puddle of mud and blood. The youth was desperately trying to save the life of the members of his family, but there was nothing that healing magic could do to corpses. His father's eyes were still open, his gaze fixed in agony from being forced to watch his wife and daughters be defiled while trying to keep his intestines in. He had been gutted like a fish and died bleeding like one. Bulker's little brother's corpse was a broken mess after being trampled to death by horses, and then again as a corpse, as the raiders escaped from the village before the soldiers could arrive. The bodies of Bulker's mother and sisters were naked, full of bruises, and covered in signs that he would never forget. Their throats had been slit to shut them up, making them gurgle in their own blood as the bandits had their way with them. Scarlet could hear the teen Bulker screaming. She could feel the heat from the houses burning all around him as the place that was supposed to be his safe haven crumbled. The Sekhmet was the guardian of the children, and that was Ilium Bulker had been back then. A child whose innocence had been ripped off from him, whose life had been own life force in order to create an army of undead, every year for 11 years, destroyed out of pure cynical calculation. Scarlet watched the child turn into a man, and the man into the monster that was now standing in front of her. Bulker's body was rotting, huge chunks of his flesh dangling by a thread of skin. His eyes burned with the red light of undeath, a clear sign that if the kingdom had ever succeeded in claiming his life, Baba Yaga would have answered his call and raised him again, giving birth to an even more terrifying existence. Scarlet saw the countless scars left by the fight's back when the blood Magus could afford to lead his troops, and those he had inflicted upon himself by sacrificing his own life force in order to create an army of undead, every year for 11 years straight. Scarlet felt her heart tighten at the vision, and even though she knew that at the time she was just the lord of the White Griffin Forest, she felt guilty. Nully, I failed him, she thought. Nully, if only I spent less time worrying about myself and started my journey to achieve guardianhood just a few decades ago, I could have protected Bulker. Nully, I hated him until now because I couldn't bear the thought that he lived happily in the desert while I suffered for his actions, yet I now know better. What I went through is nothing compared to him. Nully, when he attacked, I was already old and powerful, and I had been forewarned. Nully, ours has been a merciless fight, but still a fight. What the nobles did to him was a one-sided massacre. They knew that Bulker couldn't do anything to protect his family, and they orchestrated the whole thing to break him. N1N. Nully, they succeeded, but failed to predict the depths of his genius and rage. I'm no different from the rest of the kingdom. I paid the price for my own indifference. I did it, Dad, I did it. A 12-year-old boy wearing a deep red mage robe burst through the flaps of the tent. I got admitted as an apprentice to high-tiered magic. Islan is not your only disciple now. Good job, Iraq. I knew you could do it. Bulker patted the boy on the shoulder while shaking his hand, his eyes shining with fatherly pride. I'm proud of you, son, but you could have waited a few seconds and shared the moment with us. The flap of the tent opened again, letting a woman and a girl wearing a deep yellow mage robe in. Chapter 2762, The Weight of One Life, Part 2. I'm sorry, Mom, but I wanted to be the first to tell Dad before someone stole my thunder again. Iraq glared at his sister Islan, with anger born out of sibling rivalry. There were no great or lesser academies in the Blood Desert. Everyone learned magic from a tender age along with reading, writing, and arithmetic. The lessons would stop only once one's core couldn't keep up with the increasingly difficult exercises, and the child couldn't master chore magic further. Only after someone reached 12 years of age could they be examined by the local feather and deemed worthy of learning the real tiers of magic. If the attitude, discipline, and mana core's growth rate of a youth were deemed satisfactory, the feather would accept them as their apprentices and teach them magic personally. In Balker's case, since he was both the feather and the father of the aspirant, he couldn't perform the test and had to summon another fake awakened from a neighboring tribe to ensure that the judgment would be fair. In the case, the tribe was very big, and there were too many potential fake mages during a single generation. Salark would send over a suitable number of members of the nest to assist the local feather in teaching and protecting the youths. Mages were the backbone of the desert like of any other country, and the overlord had to avoid them getting wiped out in one fell swoop just because she had grouped them up in a single place. Some consider the law forbidding to teach even Tier 1 magic to kids below 12 years of age to be too harsh, since people like Lith would have not emerged in such an environment. Yet Salark's will was uncontested, and no one dared to speak against her decision, except that maybe once a year when she allowed her feathers to advance suggestions to improve the quality of life in the desert. Little did they know that the overlord wasn't unreasonable, just very cunning. The ban on Tier 1 and above had been established with a precise goal in mind. Most oases were located above a powerful mana geyser that ensured a water spring and a bountiful harvest. Salark promoted the study of magic and forbade anything but Tier 0 magic, because her purpose was to test which children had the potential to self-awaken by studying chore magic, while their mana cores were stimulated by the abundant flow of world energy. Those who succeeded, she took them under her wing, and they would be taught magic by the members of her nest, learning everything about fake, true, and spirit magic. Once their magical training was over, they would be given a choice. Either to join the overlord and help her to develop the desert tribes, or join the council. One meant a life of duty, but also benefiting from Salark's protection and future teachings. The other brought a life of freedom, but also no assistance from the overlord, and being thrown amid the political games of the council, and the dire need to find an awakened mentor with everything that it would imply. As for Balker's children, Iraq's deep red robe meant that he was a novitiate, the equivalent of a first-year student in the White Griffin. Island's deep yellow robe, instead, marked her as a disciple, someone who had yet to master the basic 3 tiers of magic. It was the equivalent of a third-year student, and if she passed it, she would gain the deep green robe of the apprentice mage and learn about specializations and Tier 4 magic. After that came the last year with its deep cyan robe, the role of assistant mage and Tier 5 magic. N///N. Scarlet was stunned to see Balker's family. Not only were the kids completely untouched by the corruption that plagued their father, but they also seemed to somehow counter it. Their presence made the rot on the blood Magus figure recede, making him appear under soul vision as a very sick but still living man. The most shocking thing, however, was that she could hear their voices. Both Iraq and Island were happy, safe, and they didn't need the protection of the guardian of the children one bit. Their joy was a balm to Scarlet's psyche and lessened the strain from the constant but more distant calls for help. Wait, if he's the feather and the blood Magus, why are the children named after someone else? Scarlet said, her voice filled with confusion. On Magur it was traditional to name children after the most successful member of the family for good luck. We named them after my wife, Eos, Balker said after introducing the Sekhmet to his family. She saved my life in more than one way. We chose their names hoping they would not end up like me since my magical talent brought me only misery. Eos Balker was a lovely woman in her mid-30s, about 1.62 meters, 52, tall, with shoulder-length dark brown hair and deep brown eyes that looked at Scarlet with suspicion. She remembered that voice, but she couldn't put her finger on where and when she had heard it. Actually, we named them after me because my husband is way too modest. Eos gave the Sekhmet a slight bow, pulling the edges of her white linen dress that protected her from the desert's heat and emphasized her bronze skin. He's a great Magus and an even better man. I wanted to name our son after him, but he thought it would be a bad omen. She sighed, looking at Balker and glossing over years of quarrels over his inability to let go of the past. Scarlet joined the family for lunch, during which the member of the tribe congratulated Iraq and his parents. Nully, how would things be different today if I had killed him years ago? Would have I created one more Balker or even 2? the Sekhmet thought while studying the deep bond of the children with their father and reconsidering the weight of taking even a single life. Her blonde hair and exotic appearance garnered her way more attention than she was used to, and by the end of the meal, Scarlet was glad to not have taken an overly beautiful form like most guardians did. She assisted Balker in his afternoon class with Eileen and the other two yellow-robed apprentices, and only once he gave them a series of learning spells that they had to try on their own did he hush himself and the guardian from the rest of the class. "I can see that you have many questions weighing on your mind," he said. "We can't undergo a complex subject like void magic if your concentration is all over the place. Ask what you want, and I'll answer you within reason. The Overlord guaranteed for you, but I have no obligation toward you aside from teaching." "How did you become a true awakened?" Scarlet felt her anger raising for his cocky attitude. Yet after so many years, what was left of the embers of her grudge had almost been put out after meeting Balker in person, so she easily ignored those feelings. Chapter 2763, Puny Human, Part 1. Chapter 2763, Puny Human, Part 1. I would like to say that discovering the flow of world energy and devising a suitable breathing technique was just the natural consequence for a mage of my talent after Salark awakened me. But the truth is that I wouldn't have ever succeeded by myself. Before his death, Krishna Manohar and worked together to crack the secret of awakening. I have to admit that if not for his ingenuity and my knowledge of alchemy, we would have failed. It took us a while to understand that his problem was that his mana core was both static and overloaded with mana, whereas mine filled me with so much power that it blinded me to the presence of world energy. There is a reason most fake awaken never manage to understand how a breathing technique works despite knowing about its existence. Once a guardian awakens our cores and removes the impurities in our bodies, the resulting mana flow is so intense that even the world energy released by a mana geyser gets smothered to the point we can barely sense it. I lived for years above mana geysers, first as a simple fake mage and then as a fake awakened, but my own core always stopped me from perceiving the geyser's power without life vision. As a fake mage, the many impurities necessary to suppress my core also shielded me from the external energy. As a fake awakened, I had no more impurities, but my natural mana flow was an even better insulator. That's why Manohar and I devised a potion that would trigger the mana flow for him and one that would suppress it for me. "You and Manohar were friends?" Scarlet was flabbergasted by the unlikely alliance between the god of healing and the god of death and their genius. Awakening was indeed more difficult the more one was powerful, since the combination of impurities and mana made perceiving the world energy nigh impossible. It was the reason kids and weak mages were more likely to awaken. A developing body was burdened by a limited number of impurities, and a still-growing core opposed little resistance to the world energy. In the same way, a weak but experienced mage would have few impurities, a core far from being overloaded, and experience the connection with the world energy via his spells enough to be able to perceive it, if the conditions were favorable enough. I'd say more like colleagues, but to honor Manohar's memory, you can consider us friends. Balker sighed, thinking back at his tumultuous relationship with the late god of healing. His definition of friendship was so loose that he considered murder attempts like a handshake. A thin smile appeared on his face, but the blood Magus quickly shook it off. Only one more question. The Sekhmet felt more intrigued by the complex personality of the man who she was now convinced was more than just a bloodthirsty monster. It took me hundreds of years to learn how to switch light and darkness. I pride myself in being a damn good forgemaster, yet I've never even come close to learning creation magic. How did you do it? Switching light and darkness was actually pretty easy, Balker shrugged. During my studies of necromancy, I've researched the darkness element deeply, and ever since I fought against Manohar for the first time, I understood the potential of the light element. The blood Magus conjured holograms of his family that he quickly coalesced into hard light constructs. I learned light mastery on my own like I did with the rest, by observation. Once you know that something is possible, it's not just a matter of if, only of how. So after Manohar showed me his ability to switch light and darkness, I only had to find a way to do the same. I was already a good forgemaster before meeting the Overlord. My troops needed quality equipment to face the royal forgemasters and spellbreakers, or even the advantages that undeath given them wouldn't have sufficed. So she only gave me a few lessons about the few things that I wasn't aware of before showing me her creation magic in battle. Once again, It was only a matter of how to do it. As for void magic, I must admit that if I hadn't already learned from Manohar how to switch light and darkness, and from Salark how to make the elements flow into each other while forgemastering, I would have never succeeded. Don't be fooled by void magic's apparent simplicity. It's actually really hard. Balker conjured a small ball of lightning, but even while focusing on a single element at a time, barely half the air was converted into earth. Scarlet nodded, knowing that what seemed a trivial accomplishment to him was actually a testament to the blood Magus genius. She could see with soul vision, and her guardian senses the still lingering chaos in Balker's mind. To achieve his revenge, the god of death had studied and researched all branches of magic. Yet due to the limited time and resources at his disposal, he had been forced to focus on what he needed for his valors and neglect the rest. After giving up on his revenge, Balkers had filled the gaps in his self-taught education under Salark's tutelage, but that knowledge was useless without a direction. Balker had been content with his life as a feather, and that had stopped his improvement. Salark had noticed it and showed creation magic to him in order to stimulate the blood Magus. Her demonstrations would have been pointless to a lesser mage, whereas Balker already possessed all the pieces he needed to reinvent creation magic. He just had to put them together. The same thing had happened for applying void magic to light and darkness first, and now to the rest of the elements. The god of death had accumulated an outstanding amount of knowledge during his short life. Thanks to that, his brilliant mind needed just a spark of inspiration to find a practical application to that knowledge. Giving up on his revenge was what had allowed Balker to make his true potential bloom. It had given him the time and means necessary to put order to the chaotic mass of notions he had accumulated. His ability to learn new branches of magic with apparent ease was only due to the time he had spent turning mere learning into understanding. Many mages had access to the same tomes he had studied, but very few could derive the underlying principles that made magic work. "I'm ready for my first void magic lesson, Master." The mighty guardian gave the puny human a small bow, recognizing both his superior intellect and the truth behind Salark's words. She would learn nothing from Balker unless she put aside her grudge and admitted to herself that the blood Magus was her better. Otherwise, her contempt would clog her ears and her resentment cloud her mind. She needed humility to acknowledge her current limits, and pride to give everything she had during her study so that the student would soon surpass the master. Good, Balker was a little surprised by the guardian's humbleness and what he could only perceive as sudden mood swings. Chapter 2764, Puny Human Part 2. I'll explain it to you like the Overlord did to me. Elemental magic can be divided into 3 branches, the elements of creation. And then the god of death explained to Scarlet the basics of magic, just like Lith had done for Aaron and Lyria just a few years ago. Space. City of Verlam, capital of the Essager Grand Duchy. Lith was usually right in his predictions, but this was one of the exceptions to the rule. After failing to kill him inside the Verhin mansion, the undead courts had indeed shifted their target, but they had no intention of attacking his wife or the rest of his family in Lucia. Camilla was already under heavy protection due to the bounty on her head. The Queen's Core, the corpse, the magical beasts, and the golems followed her every time she went out of the house, making any attempt on her life suicidal at best. Only thralls could attack her during the day, and during the night, when the undead's strength was at its peak, she stayed home with her daughter. No one wanted to live another day of the Black Sun, nor were they stupid enough to challenge a guardian. Raz, Elena, and the others lived under similar conditions as well. Sure, no guardian followed them unless they babysat Elijah, but after her birth had established the advent of the demon bloodline, many dragons and phoenixes liked to visit those they now considered as members of their extended family. Surin received lots of guests, and so did Valoran II. The sheer number of divine beasts hanging around the Verhins and teaching Aaron and Lyria magic during the day made even the thought of attacking them pure madness. At night, the visitors would go away, but the Verhins would move to the mansion to sleep, and the place had already proven to be impregnable. The undead courts had no idea how a kill team comprised of 12 elite elders could disappear without a single survivor or even making a peep. For this reason, they had no intention to make a second attempt before understanding what had happened. So they had shifted their focus to a much easier target. Zinnia Vaster was Camilla's only living relative about whom she cared. Killing Krefas and Kima Retta implied infiltrating a kingdom's prison just to make Camilla a favor. Xenia, instead, was not only just a normal human woman with no powers or protector whatsoever, but she had also never gotten used to the noble society's strict rules, and she kept moving around without a personal detail. As the Archduchess of the land and the wife of an archmage, the Queen's court protected her, but Xenia never bothered giving them her daily schedule, nor did she bring around guards from the vaster household. She was the perfect target for the perfect plan. Once the undead courts kidnapped her, she would be the perfect hostage. If Verhan followed their instructions to save her, he would fall into a deadly trap. If he didn't, they would simply kill Xenia and plant the seed of destruction in his marriage. Best case scenario, Camilla Verhan would leave him and bring Elijah with her, taking the Guardians off the equation. Yet the undead hadn't lived that long by being forgetful and sloppy. N//-1N. There was no member of the undead courts who had forgotten about Thrud's failed attempts at kidnapping Xenia. Her existence had been a mystery to the Mad Queen, and the courts had never bothered to solve it, until that moment. Daytime and unknown variables were the perfect recipe for disaster. On top of that, the story of dimensional Magus Tezka giving her a bow during the royal gala for Lith's birthday had spread far and wide. Whatever power Xenia had or protected her from the shadows wasn't something that the undead courts wanted to add to their already long list of sworn enemies. It was the reason why instead of taking action in person, they had hired a powerful mercenary. Finjorn the Leviathan was a self-awakened divine beast over 300 years old who had recently achieved the deep violet core. He had a dire need for the necessary resources to upgrade his equipment and an opportunity to put his newfound prowess to the test. The undead courts had hired him via a middleman, giving the Leviathan a substantial down payment along with his mark's name. Of course, they had glossed over Thrud's fear of the mere human woman, and had made sure that even if the Leviathan was captured and interrogated, he would know nothing that could lead back to the undead courts. Nully gods if I love humans. Finjorn slithered through the skies, his form shrunk into the form of a common bird. Nully so rich of resources and so poor of intellect, they make the perfect target for a rip-off deal. Nully I always manage to get paid way more than any job deserves. With the reward I'm getting, I should be fighting the corpse, not a bunch of weak fake mages. Luckily for me, I know where Tyrus' private squad is deployed, or I would have been forced to turn down the job. Nully sure, I'm a divine beast, but with my deep violet core I don't feel confident fighting even one bright violet-cored human, let alone risking to piss off Tyrus over such a trivial matter. The Leviathan thought, sure to have conned the stupid human instigator. Finjorn was a well-renowned assassin who left no witnesses in his wake and had never failed a job. Doom Tide meant to strip the surroundings of world energy, making fake mages helpless and even negating most bloodline abilities. Elemental Flow, instead, allowed him to cast several arrays in advance and have them move according to his needs. The problem with magical formations was that keeping them at the ready took a huge toll on the mage's mind, but once unleashed, they were as mana expensive as any other spell. A single array was capable of turning the tide of any battle, but their coordinates were fixed, and their effects couldn't be changed, all flaws of which Elemental Flow would get rid. Finjorn's strategy was cunning in its simplicity. He would study the target from a distance with life vision and arrays, using the collected data to find the best way to deal with the protection detail. Doomtide was usually enough to kill anyone from up close when attacking from a distance wasn't an option. If the enemy would survive the blast or have an annoying bloodline ability like Life Maelstrom, Elemental Flow would do the rest. Finjorn would dive in with spirit arrays already cast that would work even in the absence of world energy, and that would affect only his enemies. At that point, victory was assured. Even if the marked spirit blinked, the magical formations would follow them, and if the target tried to get close to the Leviathan, he could always turn the arrays on and off at will or change the effects of the arrays to suit close-quarters combat. As any capital city of the kingdom, Verlam was protected by dimensional and air sealing arrays, so Finjorn made sure to take everything he needed out of his dimensional amulet before crossing the city borders. Chapter 2765, Professional Pride Part 1. Normal magic was useless against spirit spells, so the Leviathan kept flying undisturbed, quickly reaching a vantage position from which he could study his mark from a safe distance. He always kept himself a few hundred of meters away and upwind. This way, no mystical or physical sense would perceive him while Finjorn gauged his prey. Nully these things cost a fortune, but they are worth every single gold coin spent. He wore the goggles that he had bought from Verendi. Finjorn had to give the commission for 2 hits to the Forgemaster in order to afford the goggles, but they were worth the price. The artifact would boost life vision, expanding either the data it could collect or its area of effect. The Leviathan always used the latter, collecting as much information as possible before risking to use life-sensing arrays and array-detecting spells that could be perceived by an awakened or by a warden on their guard. Zero in. Little did he and the Forgemaster know that Lith had collected 2 pairs of goggles from the assassins from Verendi, and was currently studying them with the thievery. Lith's plan was to see if he could use the enchantments to boost the tower's eyes of Menadian and then sell the goggles, passing them as his own creation. But this is a story for another day. All of Finjorn's confidence crumbled the moment he laid eyes on the small, insignificant human woman that Zinnia Vaster was. According to life vision, she had a bright red mana core and a body weak even by human standards. Her clothes bore excellent enchantments and were made of adamant, but they were nothing special to a divine beast. The Leviathan only needed a gentle tap of his fins to crush Zinnia under his weight. In theory, even from such a distance, the mere sight of Zinnia filled Finjorn with dread. His body shivered so hard in fear that the few people who could see the bird perched on the high roof thought it was having a seizure. As Zinnia slowly walked along the streets, she received countless bows and gifts from the people of Verlin. She also came closer to the Leviathan, who found himself covered in a cold sweat, even though that form was supposed to not have the necessary glands for the job. As she neared, Finjorn's survival instinct screamed at him to run away and never look back. With each step Zinnia took, the Leviathan's sight darkened as the cold embrace of death numbed his body. Such was the fear ravaging his mind that he lost control of the spells he had at the ready, and the spirit arrays he had already activated faded into nothingness. It was then that the horror haunting him lessened enough for the Leviathan to spirit blink away. He kept blinking until horror faded into just terror, and Finjorn regained enough presence of mind to cast a warp steps that consumed what mana he had left and brought him as far away as possible. The Leviathan tried and failed to use invigoration, his breath too quick and shallow to keep a steady rhythm. Mana abuse made his whole body ache, and he felt so tired that if not for the fear that was burning through his veins, his eyes would have started to droop. Finjorn still didn't feel safe, like something was after him and there were only a few seconds left before it found him. He flew at breakneck speed after picking a random direction, hoping that if he didn't know where he was going, neither would his hidden enemy. The Leviathan found a lake on his path and dived in without hesitation. He swam to the deepest corner of the lake, and then he used his natural affinity toward water and earth to burrow deeper and deeper underground. Finjorn would never know that his survival instinct had saved his life twice already. He had just found the underground aquifer that connected the lake to the sea when a series of chaos gates connected Verlam to every one of the dimensional exits that the Leviathan had opened, and then straight above the lake. Weird, the smell literally disappears here. Tezka scratched his hairy chin while sniffing the air and sensing the space around him in search of other residual spatial distortions. He took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension and called Zoreth. You were right, there was definitely someone casting arrays. I followed his dimensional path and then his smell to a lake, but either the guy had the smarts to start relaxing the space, or he plunged under the ground or water. Whatever the answer, I've lost his trail. I have no idea what direction he took, and blasting the whole area seems overkill. Is there anything you've discovered about him? Zoreth asked. Nothing much. Male Leviathan, a little over 300 years old and with a bright blue or deep violet core. His equipment is crap and he has a perspiration issue. The Sun Eater replied. Go back to your lab, old fox. I'll contact Abthot and ask her to search the underworld for someone who fits the description. The Shadow Dragon inwardly cursed her bad luck. Divine beasts are rare, and Leviathans are even rarer on this side of the ocean. Xenagrosh out. Guys, I'm grateful for your care, but there's no reason to get worked up. I'm fine and nothing bad happened, Zinnia said. Maybe he wasn't even here for me. Then why did he run away? Kigan emerged from her shadow as well. Maybe because you glared? She shrugged. I'm no mage, but even I noticed that the entire road went silent when you released your aura. If people you didn't even care about fainted, imagine what he must have felt having your focus on him. You have a point, but one can never be too careful, Zoreth nodded. The feeling of dread that anyone coming too close to Zinnia experienced derived from the couple of eldritches that always followed her around. Usually, it was Zenagrosh and Kigan, but when she was busy, Orm would take her place. Kigan was the constant, because only the Phoenix could use Shadow Step, a bloodline ability that allowed him and his partner to merge with a shade and become nigh invisible even to mystical senses. Thrud's soldiers and generals had survived the encounter simply because they had loyally followed the Mad Queen's orders and limited themselves to observing Zinnia. The Eldritches wouldn't attack willy-nilly, nor would they risk blowing the Master's secret identity. They would perceive the approaching of a powerful individual and welcome them with waves of hostility that would grow stronger as the stranger got closer. Human awakened like the Forgotten had been frozen by fear from a distance, whereas divine beasts like Yata had been bombarded by killing intent until she fainted. Finjorn's mistake had been to conjure his arrays, making his intentions clear. Zenagrosh had the best senses among the eldritch monster hybrids, and even from a distance, and through the distortion effects of shadow steps, she hadn't missed the weird bird surrounded by magical formations. The moment her dragon eyes had deciphered the purpose of the arrays, she had alerted Zinnia and called Tezka. Chapter 2766, Professional Pride, Part 2. The Phoenix and the dragon couldn't come out of Zinnia's shadow without raising a fuss, nor could they leave her unguarded. So, she had entered a building and requested the privacy of a room to let her bodyguards out. Tezka had come rushing, but since he was in the middle of an experiment, he had needed a few seconds to arrive. He kept looking around the lake for a while before giving up and returning to his lab. Nully, I hate leaving loose ends, but the guy could be hundreds of kilometers away by now if he used invigoration to warp non-stop. Besides, nothing happened, and this is one of the few days I don't have to look after the kids. He thought while removing the stasis field and resuming the experiment. If you feel safe now, do you mind if I finish my errands? Zinnia asked. I can't wait to see Kami and Elijah. Me too. Zorath's face lit up at the idea of visiting her goddaughter, and she dragged the dark phoenix back into the shadow. At the same time, Finjorn had just returned to the peak of his strength with invigoration, warping away and relaxing the space behind him now that he had calmed down enough to mind the risk of being followed. In. He still didn't feel safe, and things didn't get better until he had put two regions between him and whatever had been following him. You filthy bastard, the Leviathan shouted in his communication amulet. You had promised me an easy prey, yet I almost died. That's not true. The man on the other side was beyond confused. According to the public interlink and the military feed in Verlam, nothing had happened. Not even a small incident or a small riot, let alone something big enough to be a threat to a divine beast's life. I told you that the Archduchess would be a tough nut to crack. Between the city arrays and an entire unit of the Queen's Corps protecting her, it was no walk in the pea. Who cares about that? Finjorn cut him short with a yell. I crack arrays for breakfast and eat your so-called elite mages for lunch. None of that was the issue. That woman is not human. It's like death incarnate. Even from hundreds of meters of distance, the moment our gazes met, my heart nearly stopped. You lied to me and hid vital information for the success of the mission. I consider the contract over, and I'm keeping the down payment as compensation. Don't you ever try and contact me again, or my next target is going to be you. The Leviathan then smashed the communication amulet between his spires, making the contact rune on the middleman's amulet disappear. In his line of work, Finjorn had learned to never leave behind evidence that might link him to his previous hits. He would make a communication amulet for every client and smash it the moment the job was done. The Leviathan activated all the safety measures of his underwater secret lab. No one knew where it was, and the lab was located thousands of kilometers from Essager and dozens of kilometers off the Garland's coast, yet he still didn't feel safe. Only after several hours of trembling vigil and several shots of Red Dragon did he finally manage to fall asleep. Wake up, kid, we need to talk. An unknown voice and a few nudges to his head woke the Leviathan from his slumber. Finjorn was still drowsy from the drinking, yet a sudden feeling of dread cleansed his mind, faster than any spell could. The being in front of him was awfully small, barely bigger than a human. His silvery fur had several black tufts that moved over his body, reminding the Leviathan of Davros. The intruder sported 10 tails coming out of the small of his back, and a set of cruel fangs that, despite their small size, drew Finjorn's eyes with magnetic hostility. Who are you, and how did you get in here? Tezka grabbed the snout of the Leviathan with his puny hand, closing it shut and breaking the maw. I'm the one asking the questions, child, and you better pray that I like the answers. Space. Verhin Mansion, right after the kidnapping attempt. Kigan had remained at the Vaster household, and Zorath had reached Lucia with her own means, leaving Zinnia alone as she stepped through the warp gate. Since Camilla was waiting for her with Elijah in her arms, however, it wasn't a big deal. The Master's hybrids had to keep themselves separated from his wife, to avoid the Guardians who always hung out at the Verhin Mansion, to make the connection between them and Zogar Vaster. The only one who could move freely was Tezca, and only because his cover as Philia's and Frey's nanny was long established. The Sun Eater wasn't there that day since the kids were staying with their aunt and extended family. Tezca had little free time, so he would welcome every opportunity when his presence was redundant to keep researching his magic and his condition as a hybrid. The Master had done, and was still doing everything he could to fuse and harmonize the life forces of the Eldritch monster hybrids. The Sun Eater didn't like sitting there and waiting. He preferred to perform his own research and look for a way to expedite the process. For an Eldritch who had spent millennia using light magic as little as possible, being free to employ healing magic at will was fun and intoxicating. At least until Abthot found out about the existence of a Leviathan hitman who had a solid reputation for never failing a mission. Little was known about him, except for his name, Finjorn, and the fact that he had been spotted several times along the kingdom's southeast coast. Tezca loved magic, but he hated loose ends more, so he went out for a chat. "Kami, it's so good to see you." Zinnia hugged her sister, doing her best to smile and not point out how worn-out Camilla looked. "How are you doing?" "Today is not a good day, but it's better than yesterday," Camilla sighed. "What about you?" "I'm doing great." Zinnia glossed over the accident in Verlam to not worry her sister. "Zogar sends you his regards and apologizes for visiting you so little." "Send him my love and tell him not to worry." Camilla smiled and handed the baby to Zinnia. Due to the Guardian's vow to protect Elijah and his nature as an abomination hybrid, Vaster had to keep away from the Verhins most of the time. It pained him not to be part of so many family events, but the idea of meeting a swift death was even worse. Zinnia and Camilla had no idea what exactly he did as the Master, but they knew it was something shady. Not wanting to press him with questions that might destroy Zinnia's happiness after over a decade of suffering at Falmug's hands, they gladly covered for him. "Gods, no matter how many times I hold her, I still can't believe she can be so beautiful." Zinnia's eyes veiled with tears, and Elijah cooed at her aunt. Chapter 2767, Pride and Shame, Part 1. Zinnia had been blind for most of her life. She recognized the baby noise and knew the sensation of the small body pressed against her chest, but everything else was a new and amazing experience. How Elijah looked around, how her little fingers moved, every one of her movements was a delight for Zinnia's eyes. She still suffered for having been denied the opportunity to spend time with her own children after their birth. On top of that, due to her past condition, she had no idea what they had looked like during the various phases of their growth. "Come on, the kids are waiting. Also, you don't want to make your sister-in-law jealous," Camilla chuckled. Zinnia blinked a few times in confusion, wondering why Tista or Renah should be jealous of her time with Elijah, when Zinnia realized that her sister was talking about Surin. "That's a good one," she chuckled as well. "I swear it's hard to think that Lith has a baby sister even younger than his daughter." "Yeah, but Aaron already makes the family tree weird, so Surin isn't that much of a shocker once you get used to him." Camilla guided Zinnia to the park where the kids were playing with their steeds and the enchanted sand castles that Lith had built for them. Aaron and Lyria used chore magic, while Philia and Frey countered the enemy fire with toy artifacts and alchemical tools that Vaster had crafted to make up for their weak mana cores. "I'm happy to see them having so much fun, yet it saddens me that Zogar is missing out so much because of his job." Zinnia sighed. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Camilla took Valoran II from the crib and fed him. "No, but don't worry." Zinnia shook her head while also taking Surin in her arms. "Zogar is a great father. He spends a lot of time with the kids on his own. They have never been to a fair or an amusement park, and Zogar has taken it upon himself to help them make up for the lost time." Space. On Magur, the spring equinox was called the Day of the Rising Sun, and it was widely celebrated. It marked not only the end of winter, the rationing of food, and the isolation due to snowstorms, but also the moment when the day would last more than the night. People on Magur lived wary of the undead, and knowing that their natural predators could hunt less, while the days would grow longer made everyone happy even before the war with the undead courts had started. Now it made everyone ecstatic, and made every noble from the royals to baronets sigh in relief. During winter and fall, they were forced to invest a great deal of money in security, and make sure that there were enough soldiers to patrol the living areas regularly. After the day of the rising sun, instead, they could save lots of money just by having the soldiers help out with the construction and maintenance of public property during the extra daylight hours. Zagar Vaster had decided to make use of the national holiday to take Philia and Frey to the city fair of Ustar, on the western side of the kingdom. Ustar had an all-around amusement park filled with magical rides that only the highest nobles could visit any time. Anyone else needed to spend lots of money and wait a lot of time to make a reservation. Things got particularly hectic during the day of the rising sun, since Ustar would bring out exclusive rides and shows. Vaster had invited Lith to come along with Aaron and Lyria, but he still had a hard time getting away from Elijah, and bringing her along would have ruined the holiday for Vaster. Camilla was still under the weather, needing all the support of her family in her battle against her inner demons, so she had also declined the invitation. Zinnia hadn't come either, wishing to make up for her lack of experience with the newborns and leave Philia and Frey to spend some time alone with their dad. Vaster had bought priority passes for all rides, allowing the kids to skip every line, even those that technically didn't allow for it. He wore the insignia of his status as Archmage, Vice-Headmaster of the White Griffin, and Spellbreaker in plain sight, making the operators make way for him and the nobles grunt in envy. "Can we really do it, Dad?" Philia asked, making his heart clench with joy like it was the first time he heard it. It wasn't the word per se, it was how she said it. Her voice was filled with love, trust, and respect. "There are no priority passes for Manohar's madness, and those people must have waited in line for hours. Isn't it unfair for us to take their place?" Even after everything Philia had gone through, she still worried about others and especially about her stepfather's reputation. "What if they spread bad rumors about you?" "Yes, it's unfair," Vaster nodded while holding her hand and looking her in the eyes. "Like it was unfair that your mom was blind for years or that your schoolmates bullied you and your brother, yet do you think that any one of them cared?" "No, but two wrongs don't make a right either," Philia shook her head. "We are better than people like them because we act better." Those words filled Vaster with pride and shame. Pride for his daughter and shame about himself, who would have gladly killed everyone in line just to enjoy one of her smiles. "Indeed, but let's put it this way. What does the kingdom do to criminals?" "It punishes them," Frey said, and /in. "Exactly," Vaster nodded. "You don't reward bad behavior, and those people are mean. Consider us skipping the line their punishment for mistreating commoners every day of the year." "Are you not worried about what they might say about you?" Frey shuddered a bit under the glares of the nobles in line. "Please," Vaster scoffed with confidence. "This won't put a single dent in my reputation. Even if I was a saint, those nobles would still find a reason to spread rumors about me. At least this way I'm earning it." He laughed, ruffling the boy's hair, yet his words lit a spark of rage in Frey's eyes, making him clench his teeth. He was young but far from stupid. He had listened too many times to the bad things that people said about his mother and about Vaster for marrying her. Frey loved Zinnia and considered Vaster his hero. The boy had never forgotten about the day when the grumpy, round old man had protected Frey's family, standing alone against an army of undead. He was still grateful to Vaster for avenging the deaths of Brionac and Volgun. Most of all, he was thankful to Vaster for giving Zinnia sight and protecting her over and over. Vaster had given Frey's family a home, cool uncles like Tezka, and more joy than the young boy had ever believed to be possible. He deeply wished that Vaster was his real father, and to one day become someone like him. Chapter 2768, Pride and Shame, Part 2. The moment Philia and Frey remembered how people had always been mean to Vaster, their consciences went quiet and their anger flared. After that, they said no more and jumped on the ride. Manohar's madness was the Magur equivalent of a roller coaster, made fast and secure by air magic. The same spells that moved the carts also generated air cushions all around the ride, so that even if someone fell off despite the safety harness, they wouldn't get hurt. On the top of the first climb, Frey was scared, so he grabbed Vaster's hand, and albeit trivial, the gesture filled the master with joy. "Nully, I know that I'm not worthy of being a father, but I swear upon the gods that I will." "Did you like it?" Vaster asked after the ride while casting a cantrip to settle the still wobbling stomachs of the kids. "Yes," Philia said, hugging him for both bringing them there and being so thoughtful that he always helped them before they could ask for it. But I'm also quite annoyed. N01N. Why? Vaster asked in confusion for both her words and gesture. Because there are rides themed after a lot of mages, yet there is none about you. Philia pouted and Frey nodded in agreement. You are an archmage and a hero of the War of the Griffins. These people are a bunch of ingrates. The master just laughed and caressed their heads. Their recognition was the only one that mattered to him now. At the end of the evening, after the kids had tried all rides at least twice, and had eaten more sweets than it was healthy, it was time for the fireworks. Ustar had magicos specialized in controlling air and fire magic that would conjure balls of fire and lightning. The low yet flashy tiers of magic would spread through the sky, taking the form of mystical creatures and legendary warriors. Unlike regular fireworks, those cast by mages wouldn't disappear quickly and could be moved around akin to living beings. The magicos exploited their powers to narrate short stories and epic fights, adding more spells for special effects when needed. It wasn't as accurate or detailed as Lith's movies, but having the whole night sky as the screen and the moon and stars as background still made it amazing for the kids. For the rest of the guests, instead, it was the closest thing to a movie theater they would see their whole lives. It was at that moment, when all eyes were looking up, that three figures approached the happy Vaster family. Between the crowd, the noise, and the blinding magical flashes from the fireworks, not even the master's senses perceived anything until it was too late. The body odor of the mass of people around him clogged his nose, while the mana from the complex network of arrays fueling the attractions blinded his mystical senses. The undead had followed them via human thralls the whole night, making sure that Tezca the Sun-Eater really wasn't looking after the kids anymore. After more than one undead had come close to Philia and Frey and lived to tell the tale, they had enacted the final step of their plan. The warping array lasted only for a split second, and was timed so that it went off at the same time as two spells exploded to mimic the clash between Silpha's and Thrud's blades during the battle for the White Griffin. When the flash faded, the master and the kids were gone. While the Queen's Corps cursed Vaster for ignoring their warning and going to such a security nightmare, the rest of the visitors were glad to have a bit more personal space. The assassins of the courts had planned the ambush even more carefully than the infiltration in the Verhin mansion. Their previous attempt had been aimed at an isolated place, whereas Ustar swarmed with guards. Fighting there would have no chance of success, since reinforcements would have arrived quickly, and Vaster could have simply disappeared through the crowd with a blink. The undead knew that he was the only High Master of his generation, and that someone like him would have no qualms about using civilians as meat shields. The children, instead, had proven to be time and time again the weak spot of an otherwise formidable opponent. The assassins of the undead courts had brought them to an isolated area in the middle of nowhere exactly for that reason. With no allies and no place to hide the two kids, he would be forced to take his opponents head-on without tricks or cunning strategies. The undead courts hated Vaster's guts for the same reasons Philia and Frey loved him. He had humiliated Night and destroyed the undead army that had come one step away from conquering Vesta. He had single-handedly killed dozens of elders of the Night Court during the assault on Lith's home. Everyone who had faced him during the War of the Griffins was dead, and his presence alone had cost them incalculable losses. Killing him was a wet dream of the courts, making up for all of their past defeats and even outshining the horsemen of Night herself. Vaster had received one of Orpal's past cards, but the undead king had never dared facing the old professor again. Now, however, he was caught in the middle of an ambush, surrounded by powerful enemies and arrays without his precious High Master armor, and no time to prepare a spell. As far as the undead courts knew, Vaster was a human fake mage, so he was supposed to need both hand signs and words to chant even a Tier 1 spell. 4 undead attacked in a square formation, one charging at the master from the front, another from the back, and 2 aiming at the children from the sides. The only difference between the attacks was that those aimed at Vaster were intended to kill, whereas the children needed to be taken alive. Yet Vaster had no way to know it, and had to defend from all of the undead at the same time without dodging. Philia and Frey were clutching at his hands in fear, and despite his best efforts, Vaster failed to get free of them. The undead counted on it, and exploited the situation by consuming part of the life force stored in their blood cores to enhance their mass, bringing it on part with an Emperor Beast. Vaster activated the spirit barrier of his Dominator armor, but teamwork plus the darkness and fire elements unleashed by the undead in the second line shattered it with ease. He then tried to spirit blink, but the undead had lain a space-compressing array that he failed to compensate for before it was too late. Blades hit him from the front while maces struck him from behind, making him spit out a mouthful of blood from his collapsed lungs. The blood warlock in front of him charged himself with blood maelstrom, further boosting his physical prowess before throwing the master away like he weighed less than a doll. For all his power, Vaster was still a human with a mass that was nothing compared to an elder undead clad in dozens of kilos of adamant. Chapter 2769, Rampaging Chaos, Part 1. It's over, Dervalos the Blood Warlock said while looking at the bloody hands of the children the moment Vaster's body crashed against the ground. They had held on to him with all of their strength, but the violence of the impact had been too great, and the friction with the metal of the Dominator armor had scraped their hands. Check that the Fatus is dead while I take our quarry. A wooden staff struck him in the middle of his eyes while a black silvery dome formed around the children, sealing them from the rest of the world. Yet it wasn't the hit that had cut Dervalos short so much as Gorlin the Nightwalker hitting him like a sack of bricks. The two undead tumbled onto the ground for 1 second before they managed to untangle their bodies and get back to their feet. I'm the one you want. Leave them alone. Zagar Vaster stood tall, his presence imposing despite his 1.55 meters, 51, of height. There was no trace of wounds on his body, only black streaks that slithered over his half-naked figure. His right eye burned with a bright violet light, while his left blazed like a black torch, fueled by chaos. His arm and legs were all muscles, and even though he still had a pot belly, his skin as tight as a drum instead of flabby like the undead expected. They were still trying to understand what was happening when a golden wand appeared in Vaster's right hand. It was one of the secret weapons of the kingdom against the undead, crafted by the royal forgemasters with the help of the late Manohar. It was capable of converting any tier 4 and 5 spells into a ray of concentrated sunlight. Each beam would last briefly, but long enough to kill an undead if it struck at their weak spot. Nully, this doesn't make any sense, Ilya the vampire thought. Nully Vaster has always been stuck at the bright blue, and there's no point in bluffing with the wand. We know how it works, and he had no time to a golden ray the size of a finger pierced through his brain and turned his body into ashes. The bastard is an awakened and can body cast. Dervalos shouted to warn his companions, but not before a second ray of light turned a Korvac into a gray cloud. Vaster ignored the advanced units and targeted those on the backline to get rid of the mages who were about to rain spells upon him from a distance. The third beam missed its target, since now the undead followed the wand's every movement and darted out of its trajectory with the inhuman speed of their bodies. Nully, without the element of surprise, distance gives them the time to dodge. I can't afford to waste any more spells, Vaster thought, gritting his teeth to resist the pain. Without Grimbark, his Yggdrasil staff, his abomination side was going rampant again. The master had to keep the chaos from devouring his body, protect the children, cast spells with his mind and body, and also defend himself from the 4 assassins charging at him. One of them turned out to be a Grendel, a type of undead with long claws, a massive body, and a natural resistance to magic. The second was a vampire who shapeshifted into his chiropteran form, further boosting his physical strength and gaining the ability to fly. The third was the Blood Warlock, who spread red bolts of lightning to his allies. The undead that had come to kill the master and kidnap the children had reached the blood core equivalent of the bright violet for centuries, and now that power was increased 5-fold. The fourth was a Wendigo, a cannibalistic undead who also possessed great physical strength, and who was always surrounded by a frozen aura that carried the rigid temperatures of the harshest of winters. The creature howled, activating one of his bloodline abilities, Chilling Wail. By focusing the frozen aura in the mouth, the Wendigo sucked the warmth from Vaster's surroundings, lowering the temperature by dozens of degrees in an instant. The sudden drop in temperature condensed the humidity of the night air into snow, and it also weakened a human's naked body. Breathing now stung Vaster's throat and lungs, while his muscles stiffened and wasted precious energy by shivering. Nully shit, even though they didn't know that I'm an awakened, they came prepared for it. I don't know whether to be honored or angry. The choice was taken out of the master's hands when he heard screaming from behind him. The second line of undead was not only shooting spells at him non-stop, they were also in the process of cracking the Dominator armor open to get to the children. Oin. Nully angry it is, you cowardly bastards. A snap of his fingers activated Grimbark's offensive routines, and the staff unleashed one of the spells it stored. Yggdrasil would had the ability to hold and mix spells. Since Vaster was forced to always keep Grimbark by his side to contain his abomination half, he also kept the staff filled with offensive spells. He had already found himself in a similar situation, and he knew that no matter how good his armor was, if the enemy was unimpeded, it wouldn't take them long to get past it. The Yggdrasil staff solved the problem, attacking on its own and following a pre-recorded strategy. The final sunset spell produced a dome of black flames that encased one of the undead before starting to shrink. The same space-compressing array that kept the master from running away with the kids also sealed the undead's fate. No matter how quickly and far he ran, the spell was faster and its destructive power strong enough to eliminate the target before she could escape its area of effect. Vaster would have smiled if not for the fact that the staff was now one spell short, whereas a new undead was emerging from the ground to take the place of his fallen comrade. Even worse, the assault of the 4 assassins was so quick and well coordinated that he managed to finish conjuring the Tier 4 Mage Knight spell, Full Guard, just before the fastest of them towered over him. A Grendel couldn't use magic in his combat form, but all the power of his blood core was now converted into physical might and magic resistance. The undead kept his fingers splayed, so that his 10 centimeters, 4, long claws covered a wide area. Frisia swept his arms at Vaster in an X shape, cutting from the sides to the center, so that the fat man could only block or step back. The master didn't need full guard to know that both choices were suicidal. Even with his awakened body, the Grendel had more than enough strength to tear him apart if he blocked, while stepping back meant throwing himself into the claws of the Chiropteran. The hit would severely wound him, and throw him back into the Grendel's claws that would finish Vaster. The master did the only possible thing, creating a third option. He stepped forward as fast as his shivering body allowed him to, jumping into the Frisia's embrace. Chapter 2770, Rampaging Chaos Part 2. From so close, the Grendel's long arms lost most of their strength, forced to hit from an awkward position. The razor-sharp claws pierced through Vaster's skin, and it was then that he stopped restraining his abomination half. Nully, my dear black core, if you really want to destroy everything, I might as well put you to good use, he thought as the black streaks slithering over his body moved to a foreign and juicier target. Chaos was unfettered destruction, but it was also eternal hunger. The Grendel was filled to the brim with life force and blood maelstrom, making him a hearty meal. The chaos covered the claws and spread along the undead's arms, making him scream in agony. Dead bodies were supposed to be insensitive to pain, but chaos didn't just create wounds, it attacked its target's very essence. Vaster let the claws rip his flesh as he moved forward, letting go of the golden wand in order to deal a double palm strike infused with more chaos. The Grendel was sent flying for dozens of meters, his hands and chest tainted by the blackness that kept eating at him even after being separated from the main body. The master would have loved to finish the Frisia off, but there was no time for it. The other 3 assassins were already upon him, needing but a single strike to sever his head from his neck. On top of that, Philia and Frey were screaming again, calling for his name and begging for help. Grimbark shot 2 more spells, aiming solely at targets that were too close to dodge a darkness spell. 4 more undead died, just to be replaced by 4 more as the staff consumed more spells. Vaster gritted his teeth in frustration, trying to bridle the chaos before it started to consume his own body. His arms and back were pitch black, and if he didn't stop the cursed energy, he would be soon limbless and his organs exposed. You are pathetically weak for someone who defeated the Horsemen of Chaos, Dervalos said while breathing a burst of crimson blood flames. And you are pathetically stupid for someone who went this far to corner a single old, Authov-shaped man, Vaster replied, shielding himself with the still blackened parts of his body. The mystical flames ate at the chaos, weakening it. The rampant cursed energy ended up taking the brunt of the damage, defending Vaster from the blood flames and becoming weak enough to be easily restrained. Had the 4 of you attacked me at the same time, I would have been done. You guys lack teamwork. The master's chaos-infused hands ripped the flames apart, and along with his words, his mouth conjured a Tier 3 chaos spell, Howling Void. A pitch-black spear the size of a small tree pierced through the body of the Blood Warlock, and then moved on to the next target on its path. A hole appeared in Dervalos' chest, but he had been smart enough to move his heart away. The heart was the source of the blood flow, and also the weak point of a Blood Warlock. The White Lady trying to open the Dominator armor and lure the children out of its protection, however, wasn't so lucky. The hypnotic powers had already lulled Philia and Frey into stopping Grimbark's attacks when Howling Void pulverized everything from the shoulders up. Without her voice mimicking Zinya's, the children snapped out of it and reactivated the offensive protocols. In Phiro, Philia shrieked and Grimbark obeyed. A white lady could regrow her head in seconds. Her weak point was the water stored in her lungs. The same water that she had used to drown her own children before taking her life. Yet they were also incredibly weak to fire. The Yggdrasil staff took Philia's chore magic flame and boosted it via its wood and mana crystals. Without the mouth, the undead couldn't hurl water to protect herself. The flames shrouded her and she burned like gasoline, wailing in death throes. Nully good girl, Vaster inwardly smiled. Vitra's masterpiece was imbued with a power core capable of understanding human language, and the Master's last order had been to assist the kids, not just to protect them. Grimbark wasn't sentient, but the order granted the kids a certain degree of autonomy over the staff's spells despite not being the ones who had imprinted it. Teamwork was a key element in the organization, and Vaster had taught to his children the importance of delegating to those you trusted. Both his eldritch and adoptive children. It's still not too late, old man. Quammer, the vampire in chiropteran form, swept down from the sky with his claws while Risnean the Wendigo came from the sides, his hands filled to the brim with concentrated frost aura. He also roared a second chilling wail to turn the sweat covering Vaster's body into an icy prison. N//Yen. Idiots! A flick of the Master's hand activated his Tier 5 personal war mage spell, Tetrastrophe. Were you my students, I would fail you all. 4 Tier 5 spells, each of a different element, manifested themselves from his skin, hitting the chiropteran and the Wendigo at the same time. Earth blocked their attacks, pushed them back, and then pinned them to the floor like flies. Fire burned at them, dealing little damage but removing the cold aura and warming Vaster. Water absorbed the Wendigo's power, trapping both undead into frozen coffins. Since he was draining the Wendigo's cold, Vaster had only conjured a massive amount of water, leaving to his unwittingly enemy to do the rest. The result was a thick cage of ice strong enough to resist their strength, while darkness magic ate them from the inside out. "You cretins," Dervalos roared while fixing the damage to his chest. He could speak with air magic, but he needed his lungs to breathe blood flames. He was lying. Were we to attack all at the same time, he would have killed us all. We aimed for a combination attack exactly to avoid such an eventuality. Too bad that oh shit. Vaster had just finished conjuring the Tier 5 chaos spell, Howling Rain, when the worst-case scenario took place in front of his helpless eyes. The Grendel was back and at his peak condition. The elemental energy spread throughout his body kept him from casting spells, but it also countered any magical attack. The light element stored in his blood core had turned the chaos back into darkness that had then been neutralized by the darkness coursing through Frisia's body. To make matters worse, Dervalos had just activated his bloodline ability, Blood Tide. It sucked out the world energy from his surroundings, dispelling Tetrastrophe and turning Howling Rain from a checkmate move to a waste of mana. With no darkness element, the chaos couldn't manifest, and it would just eat at Vaster, who was forced to release it. The 4 undead were now reunited, and Vaster was left solely with spirit magic. It wouldn't have been so bad if not for his opponents being all much stronger than him, and wearing a full set of enchanted equipment whereas he was in underwear. The space-compressing array preventing him from taking anything out of his dimensional ring was the icing on a cake that he had no idea how to swallow. Chapter 2771, Enemy Within Part 1. Vaster already needed every ounce of willpower he could muster to keep the chaos ravaging his body in check, and he also had to change Grimbark's attack pattern from time to time. The children knew nothing about strategy, and repetitive attacks were bound to fail against a smart opponent. Nully shit. Almost as if it had a mind of its own, Vaster's abomination half went on a rampage, requiring more of his focus and slowing his casting speed down. The Wendigo focused his cold aura on his body. Without the water element or world energy, he couldn't emit chilling wail on the outside, but he could still manifest it through physical contact. The Grendel pushed his blood core to the extreme, infusing his spring-like muscles with the blood maelstrom to perform a lightning-fast attack. Much to Vaster's surprise, the chiropteran jumped back and took the sky. He had no need for air magic to fly. His large membranous wings more than enough to support his weight, thanks to the inhuman strength that Undeath bestowed upon him. What the? Zagarvaster noticed too late that all the undead but Dervalos had jumped back, leaving the Blood Warlock free to unleash the energy stored by Blood Tide. The blast caught the Master point blank, without giving him the time to formulate a plan or conjure a spirit barrier. Vaster let his grip on the abomination side go, to use it as a shield again and gain the focus he needed to counter the follow-up attack that he knew would come after the blast. Yet the chaos suddenly stopped its rampage, suddenly as calm as a tame mare. Nully, seriously? What the fuck? Vaster's now pink human skin took the Blood Tide in full. Not one single centimeter of his body was spared from the conflagration. N-1N. He used darkness fusion to block the pain and exploited the extra focus to conjure the spirit barrier. Just as he expected, the Grendel, the Chiropteran, and the Wendigo jumped at him while Vaster was still in midair, propelled by Blood Tide. His black and violet eyes were boosted by full guard, which, coupled with his rich battle experience, granted him the ability to anticipate the trajectory of the incoming attacks. He used that awareness to focus his mana where the undead were about to strike, hardening the spirit barrier solely where necessary. Alas, it wasn't enough. Cunning, battle experience, and power weren't enough against the enemy within. The abomination side turned from a tame mare to a frenzied bronco, covering his skin in a single instant and almost devouring him. Vaster needed all of his willpower to resist the onslaught. He succeeded, but in the process, he lost control of the spirit barrier that shattered upon impact. The Grendel's claws crashed through the emerald wall and cut deep into his throat. They severed his jugular vein and carotid artery, stopping only against the bones of his spine. The Chiropteran severed the tendons of Vaster's wrists and legs. Quammer knew that he couldn't cut the bones with the strength left after overpowering the barrier, but a paralyzed opponent was a dead opponent anyway. The Wendigo channeled his frost aura into his fingertips, so that when his claws stopped against the Master's sternum and ribcage, the cold still reached his heart, freezing it. Risnian's claws weren't long enough to pierce through the organs, but they still managed to puncture both the heart and the left lung. Nully, even if he's an awakened, he can't breathe anymore. This guy is fucked, the Wendigo thought as a huge grin appeared amid the white fur on his face. At the same time, Dervalos was conjuring his strongest blood spell, Cursed Life. The other three undead jumped back in unison, expecting the blackness to counter-attack them like it had done to the Wendigo upon the first clash, and they were right. The blood spraying from Vaster's severed throat turned black, and instead of moving like a liquid, it coalesced into a gel that stuck the countless drops together and proceeded to reattach the severed flesh. The violet light in Vaster's right eye turned white as his mana core faded. His short, plump body grew taller and leaner, sporting thick, long hair on his head. "Dad, help!" Frey's voice reached the battlefield as the undead were getting closer to pry open the Dominator armor. The defensive barrier grew weaker by the second, and even Davros couldn't hold forever while spread over twice its intended size. Yet the thing that had replaced Vaster didn't seem to mind, his lips curling up in a savage smile. Dervalos unleashed Cursed Life, and the smile grew wider. The blood spell used the water aspect to slip inside every nook and pore of its victims. Fire to burn them, earth to tear them apart, air to cut them open, darkness to eat their essence, and light to fasten its own spreading. The abomination just opened his palms, sealing the red tide inside his hands before consuming it with a shiver of pleasure. Blood magic was akin to spirit magic, but filled with life force and blood from the victims of the Blood Warlock. The perfect nourishment for an abomination willing to turn into an eldritch. Meanwhile, inside Vaster's mind, the professor of the White Griffin stood in front of the root of all his trouble. "Nice to see you again, old man," the young abomination born from Vaster's tissues and the samples collected from his hybrid children said. "So nice of you to be stupid enough to believe that you had gotten rid of me so easily." Just like during their first battle inside the gene tank, Vaster's abomination half had taken the appearance of his dream self, whereas the Master looked no different from his physical body. The Vaster abomination grabbed the still-stunned professor by the throat and lifted him from the ground, choking and hurting him as if their standoff was taking place in the real world instead of the mindscape. "It was really arrogant of you to believe to have vanquished me for good. I'm still a part of you. You can't get rid of me unless you take your own life, maybe not even then. After all, how can you kill someone who's already dead?" While the abomination laughed with joy, drinking the intoxicating feeling of having finally taken over Vaster's body, the undead assassins regrouped and strategized. Fuck, we never considered that Vaster could be an awakened. We killed him just to turn him into an abomination. Risnean, the Wendigo, said. We can't go away like that, Dervalos grunted. His equipment still bears his imprint, and we can't take the kids while offering our backs to a hungry monster. Newborn abominations are vicious. Everyone nodded at his words. Yet they are also weak and magicless, Quammer the vampire said. They are even weaker to darkness magic than us, and there's no one who can use darkness element like us undead. At the same time, in the mindscape, the confrontation between clone and original Vaster continued. This makes no sense. We've already fought and I won. I absorbed you. Vaster half spoke and half gasped due to the choke. Chapter 2772, Enemy Within Part 2. Indeed, the abomination snarled at the memory of its humiliating defeat and exposed a row of white, pointy teeth made of decay. You broke me down into many small pieces, but I had all the time I needed to rebuild myself. At that point, I just had to take the passenger's seat in your life and wait for the right opportunity. Whenever you practiced your spells, I learned from you. Whenever your so-called children, my parents, passed their knowledge on to you, I learned from them as well. While you wasted your time playing family, I worked my ass off to find your weak points in both mind and body. The Vaster abomination's laughter was joyless, filled only with spite and cruelty. You should have wondered why over time controlling your abomination half became harder to control instead of easier. It was because I was learning how to counter your will and replace it with mine. You have no idea how many times I've tried to possess you in your sleep and kill that sack of flesh, Zarya. Hearing the clone threaten Zinnia and diss her by not even remembering her name filled Vaster with rage. Yet rage was useless against a being much stronger than him that had already exploited Vaster's weakened and battered body to replace his willpower and energy. Too bad that you always kept that damned staff close by. Whenever I was about to take over at night, you would grab the staff and kick me back to the curb. Even in your sleep, you were a massive pain in the ass. Not even these pesky undead would have been enough to bring you down if I hadn't messed with you the whole time. I had to bring our black and bright violet core out of sync and keep you distracted just for those morons to hurt you enough to lose control over me. Vaster gasped, realizing why back at the deep violet he had stood against Baba Yaga, and now at the bright violet he had experienced so much difficulty handling undead without a full red blood core. It's over, old man, the Vaster abomination clone said. Our throat is cut, our limbs are crippled, and our heart is frozen. I'm the only thing keeping us alive. Surrender now, and you have my word that once I deal with the undead, I won't lay a hand on your precious kids. Your life in exchange for theirs, it's a fair deal. Vaster needed but a thought to assess the conditions of his body and mana core. Time in the mindscape was slowed down, but only to the point that it allowed him to better take in how desperate the situation was. Without anyone bothering them anymore, the undead in the back line were almost done cracking the Dominator armor, and the Yggdrasil staff was out of spells. The decision he had to take was as painful as it was obvious. N/1N. No, Vaster replied, his voice reduced to a hiss as he clenched his right hand around the abomination's wrist and started to squeeze it as strongly as he could. No, the abomination echoed in disbelief. In the real world, the undead charged at the abomination, raining Tier 5 darkness-based spells mixed with other elements. Final Sunset, Burial Ground, Dark Ages, and more darted at the Vaster clone from every direction. The creature smirked, raising his hands to dispel such trifling spells with a wave of chaos, yet nothing happened. His smile turned into a confused expression, and the spells hit their mark with surgical precision, not one iota of darkness gone to waste. No, Vaster repeated. I'm not going to surrender. I'm tired of failing, tired of giving up just because the task at hand seems hard. I'm done losing. The battered body of the abomination now bore several holes big enough to see through them. He tried to escape, but the perfect teamwork of the undead, coupled with their numerical advantage, locked him in a perfect trap. More spells struck the dumbfounded creature, whose spells and bloodline abilities kept failing him. So nice of you to be stupid enough to believe that you were the only one capable of messing with our body. Keyword our, Vaster said with a sneer, his grip tightening as the abominations loosened. What are you doing? The clone was going crazy due to the pain from the wounds and the psychic struggle. I told you already, I'm the only thing keeping us alive. If you keep up like this, we'll both die. So be it, Vaster replied, taking a third volley of Tier 5 spells without so much as a grunt. If that happens, I won't lose. We are just going to settle for a draw. A draw? Are you insane? The abomination whined, his knees buckling until Vaster's feet touched the ground again. There's no victory in death, just oblivion. But there's no defeat either. Vaster let go of the abomination's wrist, moving his hand onto the clone's throat. If I die, it's going to be because I refuse to yield to a piece of trash like you. Right now, the undead are my instrument against you, and you are my only enemy. You don't understand. The Vaster abomination's voice turned hoarse from the increasingly strong hold in the mindscape, while in the real world, another volley of darkness spells blasted more holes open in the chaos that comprised his body. Our form is in tatters. We are alive only because I have no vitals. You have to release me and let me use my powers. There's no other way out of this. No, Vaster looked down at his clone, further tightening his grip and bringing their faces centimeters away. There's no guarantee that you're going to give up on control after that, and as I said, I'm done losing. I'm not going to lose anything and anyone ever again. The Master could hear the children screaming, their voices giving him the strength to fight for them and also for himself. You truly are a pathetic being. As he spoke, the essence of the clone was ripped apart by Vaster's will and absorbed by his telepathic projection. You claim to have learned my secrets while looking at Magur through my eyes, yet clearly you've learned nothing. You hid yourself like a coward all this time, avoiding any struggle and pain by using me as a shield. You've deluded yourself into believing that my power is your own, but you are wrong. So wrong. I am right. The Vaster clone fought with all of his strength, but he could only slow down the inevitable. It's not your power, it's our power. I am a part of you. Between the agony from the grievous wounds, caused by the undead and Vaster's relentless onslaught, the mind of the abomination faltered. His willpower flickered with every injury he suffered, while his essence and consciousness were devoured by the short, insignificant man in front of him. Wrong again? Vaster clenched his hand so tight that his fingers almost touched his thumb. You are not a part of me. You are a tool I've created, a means to an end, a war dog bred only to be sicked at my enemies. It's time I teach you once, and for all who holds the leash. Vaster opened his mouth wide, biting the abomination's head. Chapter 2773, Green Light Part 1. The chaos entity was torn, shredded, and assimilated in a way no different from real food. Everything was happening in the mindscape, so the significance of the event was clear. Vaster wasn't fusing with his abomination half, nor was he asking to borrow its strength. The Master was consuming the rogue part of his body, destroying it so that where once there were two, now there was one. The Vaster clone struggled to break free, yet he failed. The abomination was a feral beast, hungry for power's sake. He had no goal or ambition aside from becoming the strongest on Magur and turning the entire planet into his plaything. His body coursed with the power of the Eldritches, and through Vaster's memories, he had the same magical expertise as the god of the battlefield. Yet none of those things belonged to the abomination. He reaped the fruits of the Master's efforts without enduring any of the challenges that Vaster had overcome to achieve them, and that made the clone's willpower as frail as paper. Every wound he suffered made the abomination waver. Pain burned his mind into cinders because he was as empty as his dreams. The abomination was a predator who had never been challenged and had no idea how to deal with failure. Vaster instead was just a man with plenty of flaws and weaknesses, but with the will and the determination to overcome them. It made him like steel, tougher with every hit he withstood. Pain burned at Vaster as well, but it tempered him, making him more focused, making him more deadly. As the last bit of the clone disappeared down his throat, the Master regained control over his body and released a primordial roar. With no more interference from his other half, his bright violet and black core worked in unison. The chaos no longer posed a threat to his flesh, answering his every command like the mana flowing through his body. Nully the bastard was right. I can't go back to my human form like this. Vaster thought, conjuring the Tier 5 chaos spell, Hungry Void. A black sphere wrapped around him, absorbing the incoming volley of spells. The chaos of the barrier neutralized the darkness component of the undead spells and fed upon the other elements of which they were comprised. In. Vaster used that time to conjure more chaos energy, using it to rebuild his body before shape-shifting back into human form. Dad, nothing could pierce through Hungry Void, but Frey's voice did. Vaster dropped the shield, charging at the position of the children with the speed of a bullet. Alas, with the world energy back, the Wendigo's cold aura slowed him down enough for the Grendel to reach him from behind and swat Vaster down like a fly. Even with the chaos at the Master's beck and call, His body was exhausted from the wounds he had suffered. His mana was spent, and his mind weary from the battle in the mindscape with his clone. With no spells at the ready, he was just an awakened human. Nully, what can I do? Think, Vaster, think. I didn't just beat myself into submission just to lose against a bunch of leeches. Even while on all fours and panting like a bellows, the master racked his brain for a solution. Nully, my two cores work together, but part of my mana is constantly wasted to keep the chaos under control because it has no damn counter. The argument was old. Vaster had spent countless hours debating it with the other abomination hybrids. Yet the condition of his black core was brand new. He no longer had to fight to keep it under control. After devouring his other half and destroying its mind, the cursed energy answered the master's call with the same meekness of his regular mana. Vaster got back to his feet with a kip-up and pushed the Grendel back with a flurry of fists, using body casting as fast as he could. Yet he weaved no offensive spell, only body sculpting. His master scalpel spell altered his life force, bringing the two cores closer until they almost touched. Usually it would have been a suicidal move. The bottomless hunger of chaos was supposed to devour the helpless mana. What happened instead was Vaster controlling both of his cores, so that the black core emitted a single tendril of energy, reaching the mana core. There it sucked the light from the darkness of Vaster's mana flow, turning it into more chaos. At that point, Vaster used the newborn chaos of his mana core to fight the tendril off while his mana core reached a new equilibrium. Instead of using the light element to stave off the spreading of the chaos, Vaster used the remaining darkness element of his core until there wasn't enough to provide the light element with its counterpart, turning it into decay. It was supposed to throw the balance of the elements inside his mana core into disarray, but thanks to the tendril of chaos, it was stable. The chaos of the black core finally had a counterpart that kept it in check, not by suppressing his power but by synergizing with it. The two cores overlapped just enough so that the black core kept the segment of the violet core that had turned into decay stable. At the same time, the segment fed the chaos with decay, creating a perfect balance. A new, unprecedented balance. Vaster's core was perfect and consisted of all elements. Had Xenogrosh tried the same thing, her troll core and black core would have simply devoured each other. What made Vaster's experiment a success was the fact that the chaos no longer struggled, and that his core was comprised of all 6 elements. Light and darkness naturally coexisted inside of it and filtered both chaos and decay, acting each as a buffer against the other, and stabilizing them as a result. A small green pillar and another black one erupted from Vaster's body, quickly followed by 2 bigger ones respectively descending from the sky and emerging from the ground. The master could feel the air around him become filled with so much world energy that he could finally chaos warp through the space-compressing array and move right beside the children before the undead could crack the Dominator armor open. The pillars kept spreading in every direction, pushing everyone away but the Dominator armor, its quivering guests, and the Yggdrasil staff. The equipment carried Vaster's energy signature, so the green pillar just washed over it. Green, Dervalo said in utter disbelief, the rest of the undead too shocked to do more than stand with their mouth open. Golden is for beasts, orange for plant folk, silver is for whatever Verhen is. What does a green pillar mean? If Tezca the Sun-Eater had been there, he could have answered the question. He was old enough to remember the last time a green pillar had appeared. The last time a human had undergone evolution, turning into a tyrant. Nully magnificent. Magus stared at the old professor, bestowing upon him her favor in the form of all the energy and matter he needed to survive the process. Chapter 2774, Green Light Part 2. Nully, it's been a long time since a human relinquished their ego for my sake. This man has found a way to evolve on his own, with no help on my side until this moment. He even managed to do it from the lowest point possible. Nully, he turned the only fallen species I have given up on into a new race. Under the eye of Maugr, the blackness of the chaos spread over the abomination's body disappeared, replaced by the pink, soft skin of Zogger Vaster. As he screamed in determination, perfecting his form with the master scalpel spell, the chaos energy left condensed on his left shoulder blade. From there, it sprouted into a black feathered wing, filled to the brim with the cursed element. Feeling the sudden imbalance, Vaster tapped into the decay component of his core, making a pristine white wing emerge from his right shoulder blade. The wings countered each other, one sucking the light element and giving the darkness to the other, and vice versa. Chaos fueled decay, decay fueled chaos, and they both kept each other stable. The violet light disappeared from Zogar Vaster's right eye, taking the white of the decay while his left eye burned with black mana. Nully too bad that the master infected himself with abomination tissues. Magur sighed. Nully, I had really hoped to see a farmer for once. That's the path I had assumed humans would take, whereas this is something different. The planet watched as Vaster's teeth became sharp, his nails turned into short claws, and his ears pointy. Nully, oh well, this is much more interesting. They shrugged. Nully, I bet that my guardians will regret missing this. The rebirth of Zogar Vaster, the master of the fallen eldritches, into the first of the Arisen. The moment the undead had kidnapped the master and the kids, the alarm had resounded inside the Vaster household, and the organization had started looking for them. The undead didn't have the time to relax the space after the warp array which had left a trace. Unfortunately, using dimensional diagnostic spells while the core, the city guards, and the corpse were still around would have been impossible. Tezca had lost precious time hiding from the crowd and avoiding to draw attention to himself, since there was no way to explain his presence there. At least not without exposing the bond between Professor Vaster and the dimensional Magus. Great Mother Almighty, Tezca the Sun-Eater said while emerging from his chaos warp just in time to witness the last bit of the green pillar disappear. This isn't evolution, this is apotheosis. With his double core, Vaster had long since surpassed the limits of the bright violet, but what Tezca felt was a whole new level. Something that brought the old professor into the realm of the white cores. The master was still much weaker than the Sun-Eater, but he could also feel that Vaster's aura was no different from the wailing that accompanied the birth of a new life form. Before the green pillar faded away, Vaster touched Grimbark briefly and filled it with new spells while he got accustomed to his new body. He mostly looked the same as before, but he felt nothing like it. At the same time, hearing the staff humming with power, and seeing the armor fixing all the cracks on its surface, made Philia and Frey sigh in relief. Dad, for the first time since they had been kidnapped, the word didn't hold fear, sounding like a question rather than a plea for help. I'm okay, kids, don't worry, everything is going to be okay. Vaster's voice was calm and soothing. For some reason, Philia knew that he was telling the truth. There was a finality in his words that reassured her. The girl felt calm enough from the beginning of that ordeal to try something. Freya wasn't the only one who had watched at the fight between Tezca and Salark, learning from them. The Yggdrasil wood made that lesson even clearer, making countless thoughts that she had never had before pop into her mind. Philia tried and failed to follow her sudden inspiration, but her mana core was too weak to cast even a cantrip. Then, she tried to guide the flow of energy of Grimbark, using the mana crystals to make up for her own weakness. The staff was programmed to assist her, but her will was untrained, and her mana insufficient for the task. Frey, I need your help, she said. This is what I want to do. Her brother grabbed the staff as well, gaining the insight and wits to understand what his sister was talking about and how to do it. They pushed together, weaving a very small loop spell. The entry and exit points were just a few millimeters away from each other, but close enough to look past the Davros shielding them. Vaster took a step forward, spreading a circle of light as he moved. The Grendel, empowered by a second bolt of blood maelstrom, was the first to reach the master. He lunged his claws at the human's throat, only for his knife hand to be grabbed right before it could reach its target. Begone, Vaster pulled Frisia's hand down while also punching at his chest with his right. This time a black circle appeared, but it closed in, the energy drawn instead of emitted. The darkness element was sucked by the black wing, turned into chaos, and then channeled inside Vaster's fist. The blow was so strong that the Grendel's chest caved in and his wrist broke. It also injected the chaos straight inside his body, ravaging it from the inside. The white circle had been a mix between a diagnostic spell and a breathing technique. The master had employed his original creation to send his mana inside the undead assassins and find the exact location of their respective weak points. The black circle, instead, was simply meant to gather the strength necessary to destroy them. Even though Lith and Vaster had both recently evolved, there was a huge difference between them. While Lith belonged to a new species and had practiced high-tiered magic for just 7 years, Vaster had spent decades mastering the elements and studying the eldritches of his organization. While Lith worked alone with Solus, the master could count on the help of some of the most powerful and ancient beings on Magur. The eldritches had all shared their millennia of knowledge with him. They had allowed Vaster to study their chaos forms, and he was the one who had devised a way to grant them the power of their newfound hybrid bodies. Bodies that he had thoroughly studied, learning how their old and new abilities worked and how to use them. He shared with his children whatever he discovered, and they did the same with him, in a virtuous cycle that had deepened the Master's understanding of the cursed elements beyond what even those who had learned mirror magic knew. Vaster's body might be brand new, but to him the experience was no different from that of an engineer driving a new car of which he had designed every single component. N//in. Chapter 2775, Old Monster Part 1. The Master released his grip on the Grendel's wrist, stepping forward with his right foot while delivering a body blow with his left fist. The Grendel's side burst open like a balloon. The sheer force of the impact sent him flying like a rag doll. "What the fuck?" Quammer the vampire said in shock. Undead had no life vision, so they had no way to have an exact measure of the strength of their opponent. They relied on their predatory instinct to gauge their enemies, and right now, their instinct was warning them. "How can a human be this strong? I can feel that his mana is off the chart, but his mass is unchanged," he said, and he was wrong. Vaster had evolved and was no longer a human. The green pillar had nurtured his body during the change, providing him with the nutrients he needed to achieve a mass similar to that of an emperor beast. An emperor beast with two cores now partially fused together, that released an energy greater than the sum of the single parts. The bits of the Grendel reassembled themselves, while the mana and life force inside of him tried to neutralize the chaos and failed. The undead burst into black flames that reached his heart and core, turning him into a pile of ashes. The undead that had kept themselves at a safe distance, targeting the Dominator armor and the Yggdrasil staff, while their most powerful members dealt with the old professor, unleashed a new volley of darkness-based spells. Their goal was to buy the advanced team time to regroup and recover while also putting pressure on the Master. He could either dodge and let the armor suffer another series of blasts, or waste mana to protect the kids. Either way, the undead would come one step closer to their goal. Davros was sturdy and could repair itself quickly, but with every cycle, it lost durability. Even with its elemental crystals fueling the Dominator armor, it cost the artifact a great deal, neutralizing so many Tier 5 spells without letting the kids suffer any harm. If Vaster took the spells himself, instead, the strain would keep him from using his breathing technique and make him easier prey for the surviving assassins. Alas, they had no idea how evolved humans worked, and failed to grasp the significance of the Master's now black eye. As Vaster inhaled, Magus seemed to slow down. His eye differentiated between the various spells even if they partially overlapped, and showed him the focus points where the willpower of their casters was stored. "Nully, I see, this works no differently from arrays." As a High Master, he had plenty of experience dealing with magical formations. During the past decades, he had no mystical sense like life vision, so Vaster had developed such keen mana perception that he needed no spell to determine the position of a spell's focus points. "Nully, if I break the power nodes, the spells will collapse, but what if I inject my mana and willpower?" With a wave of his hand, he replaced the energy signature of the undead with his own, turning a deadly swarm into a pack of loyal dogs. The spells phased through the Master and dodged the children. The undead died with a smile on their face, without even the time to understand what had happened. "Now it's only you and me, scum," Vaster tuned to the three remaining assassins. "Do your worst, N1N." The Wendigo focused all of his cold aura into his hands, dealing a double palm strike against the Master, who didn't even bother defending himself. The Chiropteran lunged at Vaster's heart from behind, filling his claws with spells ready to explode from inside his target's body. As for Dervalos, he charged both himself and his equipment with blood maelstrom before lunging forward with his enchanted spear, Nailbiter. The Wendigo bounced back, falling but first on the ground, while the Chiropteran landed with the grace of a bag of bricks over 1 meter away from Vaster. Nailbiter reached the Master, but its point just pressed against his skin without dealing any damage. "How does it feel?" Vaster asked as the shocked men around him panted heavily while looking at their pink, trembling hands. "How does it feel being alive after so long?" Both the Wendigo and the vampire were back into their human form, covered in sweat as fear turned their hearts into frenzied drums. The Blood Warlock felt the weight of his equipment crushing him, the red bolts fading away. Undead knew the importance of mass in a fight, so they wore heavy equipment suited for much bigger beings. Over time, Their natural strength would exceed that of Emperor Beast, so they didn't even need to use weight reduction enchantments. To make matters worse, the energy signature of a blood core was slightly different from that of a mana core. The transformation had jammed the bond between artifacts and owners, and the worst part was that the three men couldn't imprint their equipment again. The artifacts still bore their undead energy signature, and their masters were literally alive. With their owner still present and a steady supply of energy, the original imprint remained. The problem was that the enchanted items failed to recognize their masters and treated them as thieves. It would take just a few minutes for the power cores to adapt to the slight change in the energy signature, but none of the former undead believed to have more than a few seconds left. How does it feel to be just a human? A simple backhand slap knocked several teeth off Quamer's mouth, crushed his nose, and twisted his neck enough to break it. Unfortunately for him, the master also imbued a healing spell in his hand so that the damage wouldn't be deadly. Is it still funny taking on people who can't fight back? Vaster grabbed the wrist of Frisia the Grendel again, performing a precise series of strikes that shattered every bone from the fingers to the shoulder socket. Frisia thought it was the worst pain he had ever felt, but only until Vaster grabbed the other arm and evened them out. Come on, have a good laugh like you did before. The master spread a frozen aura of his own, letting Rysnean the Wendigo experience the same deathly cold that had accompanied his first demise and that of all of his victims. Rysnean's fingers and toes froze and fell off, hot blood pouring out of the stump. The warm life essence dispelled the cold, and the numbed limbs experienced the pain of the mutilation. Vaster kept hitting and healing them, the chaos destroying as quickly as the decay healed so that no wound, no matter how deadly, could finish his victims off. Tezca stared in pride and amazement as the master deepened his control over his newfound abilities. Decay made grass and flowers sprout from the nutritious blood drops fertilizing the soil, growing them quickly. The moment the plants reached maturity, chaos seeped inside of them as well, restoring the elemental balance without a single leaf withering. I hope you appreciate my gift, Vaster said. This is the Tier 4 spell full-course meal of my late friend Krishna Manohar. Chapter 2776, Old Monster Part 2. Your beloved undead king took him away from me just like you tried to take my children away. I'm going to do to you everything I would have done to him if only Meln had the guts to fight me in person, instead of using one of his pathetic clones. Manohar had devised full-course meal to fix the imbalance in an undead's blood core for a brief period of time, turning them back into living beings and making them easier to kill. The spell owed its name to the fact that the god of healing overwhelmed the blood core with light element without caring for its natural equilibrium. When light overpowered the darkness element, an undead would regain their mortality, but also lose their powers. Vaster had upgraded the spell, making it last longer, and added the slight alteration to the life force to ensure that his victims would become incapable of using any magical item they had brought with them. It was the perfect means to capture and interrogate undead. Right now, however, the master wasn't interested in anything but inflicting pain upon the assassins. The power overflowing through his core drove his emotions to their apex, making his bloodthirst a siren he couldn't deny. Dad, stop it! At least until Frey and Philia got free from the Dominator armor and tackled him with the little strength they had. The master's instinctive reaction was of fury, his black and white eye burning with the cursed elements while his wings unfurled menacingly. Please stop, Frey was crying out of fear. Not because of the undead, or because he was afraid that Vaster might him, but because the boy was scared of what his stepfather was becoming right under his eyes. After witnessing Lith's shapeshifting, living with Tezca and the other hybrids, and meeting dozens of divine beasts, the changes to the master's body were far from dreadful. N-1N. Under more peaceful circumstances, the kids would have considered their father to have become even cooler, and would have probably paraded him to the rest of their family. You promised to protect us, and you did it. We are safe now. Please stop hurting the bad guys. Frey clung to Vaster's leg, who tried to shrug him off, but the boy resisted. Listen to Frey, Dad. Philia pulled at Vaster's right arm from the other side, forcing him to look at her. Fighting in self-defense is okay. They tried to kidnap us, and you defeated them. To keep hitting them after they surrendered is just cruel. Please stop. I don't want you to turn into a monster. I don't want you to turn into Foul Fallmug. Saying that name made Philia shudder and her stomach churn. Vaster couldn't understand why she was crying or the reason she would give a damn about those wretched creatures, until he stopped looking at the scene through his fury, and started looking at it from their eyes. The assassins were lying on the ground, their bodies torn and mutilated. There was blood everywhere, painting the ground around the master and the master himself red. Vaster looked at his own bloodied hands and chest, finally realizing how he had to appear to the children. "You are better than this, Dad," Frey sobbed. "Please do the right thing, let the law deal with them." Vaster gritted his teeth, disgusted by himself and by the gruesome show he had forced the kids to witness. "You are right, kids," he said with a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry for making you worry. You have my word that I'll deal with them according to the law." A wave of his hand generated a pulse of darkness magic that cleaned him. The Dominator armor answered the Master's call, covering him up and turning back into his professor uniform while Grimbark flew into his hand. "After all, I'm Zagar Vaster, Archduke of Essager and Spellbreaker of the Kingdom. I am the law. For the crimes of attempted murder of an Archmage of the Kingdom and the attempted murder of his children, I sentence you to imprisonment. You'll be thoroughly interrogated, and once I've squeezed from you everything you know, I'll carry your death sentence." "Wait," Dervalos said, raising his hands in submission. "We didn't mean to harm the children. The plan was to rid Magur of hunger and bring world peace." The Master cut him off with a scoff. "Save your breath for the interrogation. Right now you'd say anything to save your skin." "You bet," Dervalos grinned, thankful for the timely save. The old monster was too worried consoling the runts to notice that his spell is fading quickly. "By killing my associates, Vaster has also dispelled the space-compressing array so we can warp out of here," he actually thought. There was a brief moment while full-course meal faded when light, darkness, and life force were balanced in a blood core. During that time, an undead reached perfection. No more weakness to the darkness element, no more restrictions upon using the light element, and they would be immune to sunlight. It was the reason Manohar killed the reverted undead on the spot instead of interrogating them. That and because he was afraid to learn something that would lead to another mission and spend more time away from his lab. Vaster's upgraded version was no different, and the assassins exploited his fatherly concern to run away. Stronger than they had ever been, the 3 survivors of the assault team healed their bodies and cast a warp steps leading as far as their boosted blood core allowed. They jumped into the dimensional corridor, each in a different direction so that even if the Master reacted, it would have been impossible for him to catch them all. At least one of them would survive. At least one of them would return to the undead courts and reveal to them the true identity of their nemesis and leader of the organization. Nully once exposed to the kingdom, the organization will be too busy dealing with the aftermath, losing power and turf while we'll. Or so Risnean the Wendigo thought, until he slammed against something very hard standing right in front of the warp steps. The impact sent him tumbling onto the ground despite his temporarily boosted strength. Much to his surprise, the same thing happened to his colleagues. "Nice try," Tezca the Sun-Eater tutted while standing on the other side of Risnean's dimensional door. He stood in front of all 3 dimensional doors, blocking them with his massive body. With plenty of time and no distraction, bending the steps so that they would have the same exit point was a walk in the park for the inventor of dimensional magic. "Escape is not an option. You should have thought twice before attacking our children." The Filgja growled as many chaos gates appeared behind him, bringing the rest of the hybrids to the party. The Blood Warlock was wrong all along. Vaster had never lowered his guard, nor did he forget about full-course meal's duration. Once he had calmed down, he noticed both the kids and Tezca. At that point, he knew that, unless the Guardians of Garland decided to intervene, it was over. Chapter 2777, Due Process, Part 1. "Your children," Dervalos repeated in disbelief. "Yes, our children." Xenagrosh the Final Smile snarled, her form flickering between human, dragon, and her old abomination form. She had always liked Zinya's children, and the bond with the Master made her love them. Yet after Elijah's birth, her maternal instinct was cranked up to 11. Her unbridled fury was so great that it suppressed Baitra's blood madness. "Our children," Nandi, or better, Kimbug the Bloody Abyss, said after emerging from another portal. Quammer the vampire couldn't believe his own eyes, as all the worst nightmares on Magur seemed to have come to life just to pay him a visit. "We'll take it from here, Lord Vaster." Tezca jokingly gave the salute before grabbing an undead with each of his tails. "Please do try and run away. We love ourselves a good chase." His lips curled up in something too cruel to call it a smile. The Sun-Eater's eyes were filled with delight and promises of endless pain. Once they got away from Philia and Frey, there would be nothing stopping the hybrids from picking up from where Vaster had left off. The abominations needed no reason to torture the undead. A pretext was more than enough. The three assassins slumped, praying to the gods that by cooperating their suffering wouldn't last too long. Tezca lapped the kids, hugging them to reassure them with his warm fur. Then he waved them goodbye and disappeared, his anger reaching new heights after checking how bad the scare had been. The rest of the hybrids followed his example, reassuring Philia and Frey, and then leaving. "I think we are still in time to catch the final act of the fireworks," Vaster said after checking his pocket watch. "Do you want to go back to Ustar or do you want to go home?" "Home," Philia and Frey said in unison, stopping from sipping the hot chocolate that Baitra had offered them for a second. "I want to tell Mom what happened and show everyone how cool you've become, Dad." "Home it is, my boy." Vaster smiled, caressing Frey's head and feeling moved by his sincere admiration. He checked their current coordinates via his army amulet, and after reporting about solving the situation by himself, the master opened a chaos steps that would bring them to the nearest warp gate. "Nully, whatever I am, whatever I'm becoming, I won't let my past taint my family. I may not be worthy of being a father, but I will." Space. Back to the Vaster mansion. Zinnia was utterly terrified hearing what had happened, but the kids spoke about the little they had spectated of the fight with so much enthusiasm that she could only smile and nod. Nully, the last thing they need is to realize how dangerous the situation was and be scarred for life. She thought, Nully, it's better to let them think it was some kind of adventure and hope that time would smother the horror of the experience. Nully, this way, when they understand the truth, maybe it won't hit them as hard as it should. Enin. Lith, Camilla, and the rest of the Verhins had been invited as well, mostly because Philia and Frey wanted to brag about their father. Surrounded by the warmth of their home and family while clinging to Tezca's fur, even the most dramatic parts of the kidnapping didn't seem so bad anymore. The Sun Eater was back in his pet form, a bit pissed off for missing the fun in the basement, but otherwise happy with the outcome. The rest of the Eldritches had even worn constable uniforms to keep Vaster's promise about doing things by the law. "All we promise you is due process," Kigan said in between chaos spells. "And when I say process, I mean decomposition process. The roses of the lady of the house grow best with fresh undead ashes." Aaron and Lyria were envious of their friends, garnering them a big scolding from their respective parents. "There's nothing to be envious about," Roz said, incapable of believing his own ears. "Philia and Frey got kidnapped, and it's only thanks to Zogger that nothing bad happened." "Isn't that the same thing that always happens with Lith?" Aaron countered pointedly. "Yeah, but we always miss all the action," Lyria pouted. "You didn't even bring us to watch the fight between Grandma and Uncle Doggy. Why do Philia and Frey get to see amazing stuff while we are locked in the house?" Tezca chuckled at being called a dog and laughed hard at the rest. "That's my fault, sorry. I only had a limited number of guests I could invite, and family comes first," the Sun Eater said. Aaron and Lyria nodded and dropped the arguments since the only person they could blame was Salark, but they loved their grandma too much to bother her with such a small thing. "Come on, Dad, show them." Frey tugged at Vaster's arm. "Sure, but please, take a few steps back first. I'm not used to this yet, and I'd hate it if someone were to get hurt." The master handed the Yggdrasil staff to Zinnia, which helped her to notice how his skin wasn't turning black anymore and heightened her mind. They exchanged a brief nod, implying that he would tell her the full story later and away from impressionable ears. Vaster took a deep breath, using his breathing technique, Beyonder's Eye, to study his new life force and focus on it as a whole instead of the red thread that carried the remaining melody of his previous form. A regular human's life force looked like a mannequin built out of Lego blocks and an erector set. The life force of the newly evolved Arisen, instead, looked like a humanoid doll comprised of colored threads. There were red threads that originated from the residual human life force, white threads coursing with decay, black threads of chaos, and gray threads that stood inactive. They carried no energy and acted as a buffer, keeping the red threads separated from the cursed elements. Vaster's life force still closely resembled that of a human, but it had already lost most of its previous rigid structure. Not only did the threads work as better conductors for the elemental energy, but they could also be freely rearranged, making shape-shifting easier. Both Lith and Vaster assumed that, if an Arisen worked in a similar fashion to the other evolved humans like the Farmer, then he was likely to develop more eyes and maybe even more wings as his cores fused. The only thing they were certain about was that Vaster's evolution had just started, and it still had a way to go. The most peculiar thing about the Arisen's life force was that the different colored threads were woven to form something that was still unclear due to the red and gray being dominant. Nully, who knows, maybe they'll assume a more complex shape like Elijah's and Lith's life force. Or maybe once the process is complete, the various threads will merge together to form something entirely different from a human. Nully, only time will tell, Vaster thought. His cores closed in again, using the darkness element of his mana core as a buffer in order to turn the light element into decay safely. Chapter 2778, Due Process Part 2. As soon as chaos and decay reached a perfect balance, the black and white wings sprouted from his back, sizzling their way through the Dominator armor. The artifact hadn't been devised to cover the new limbs, nor did it have inbuilt openings for the wings. Vaster did his best to shapeshift the armor out of the way, but he was inexperienced and had only a vague idea of their size. The elemental eyes are typical of evolved humans, but this is the first time that I see them charged with cursed elements instead of the regular ones. Lith ignored the other changes, deeming them irrelevant. Do they have some special ability? Sort of, the master shrugged. He had never heard about domination, nor had he received any formal training. I could see the focus points of the enemy's spells and replace their will with my own. It was weird, but it allowed me to hijack them and turn the spells against their casters. Lith nodded, his poker face hiding his surprise under a confused expression. Nully fuck me sideways, this is the first time I heard about something like this, he thought. Nully, my eyes, Morox, and Lyra's can't do anything like that, and she's a farmer. I wonder how different Zogger has become from a human. Vaster then explained to them how the synergy between his cores, wings, and eyes granted him the ability to collect elemental energy and weave it in a spell within moments. The only annoying thing about this is that after all the hard work to lose weight, I gained it back 100-fold, he sighed. Luckily for him, he already knew about gravity fusion, but it would take the master a while to get used to his new mass and then neutralize it with fusion magic. N. Don't worry, dear, you look amazing. Zinnia hugged him. With your shining wings, you look like a god descended from the sky. Can I touch them? Wait a second. Vaster took a step back and then put a flower on each of his wings. Chaos and decay are highly destructive. There's a good chance that prolonged contact is harmful. After a few seconds, the flowers were still there. 2 minutes later, the suspense was long gone and replaced by boredom. Can I touch them now? Zinnia asked. 1 second. The master made his mana circulate through the wings, making them shine with elemental power. Yet nothing happened again. The cursed elements were contained by the wings and wouldn't emit more than light unless he willed so. Okay, knock yourself out. Zinnia, the kids, and Camilla took the offer. I meant never mind. He still felt awkward about his new condition and had assumed that only his wife would touch him. Being groped by so many people wasn't part of the plan. There are no elemental veins here. Aaron checked the feathers front and back. I count this as my brother's win. No, it's not, Frey replied. Lith's wings aren't better, just different. Frey is right. Elena intervened to nip the new blood war in the bud. We are all friends here, and this is no competition. Okay, fine, Lyria pouted. Then who's stronger? Do you really want us to fight just for that? Lith replied. What if we get hurt? Dia, Elijah nodded, finding the matter ridiculous. I changed my mind. Aaron went pale at the idea, and so did Frey. I don't care who's stronger. Philia was tempted to flaunt her success in casting the loop spell, but she closed her mouth without saying anything. Nully, even if Uncle Tezca is right and I do have talent, that was not my doing. Without the Yggdrasil staff, I don't even remember how I did it, and without its power, I would never manage to do it again. Nully Mom makes a fuss every time I ask her about awakening, so there's no point talking about something I don't understand and can't practice. She inwardly sighed, keeping her chagrin hidden to not ruin the moment for the others. After a while, everyone returned home via the Vaster household's gate. I know it's supposed to be your day off, but please, don't leave their side tonight, Zinnia said to Tezca after tucking the kids in their beds. If they have nightmares, I want them to have someone looking after them until my arrival. No problem. The Sun-Eater was a bit puzzled by the request since the master bedroom was close by. Also, he pondered why she was still holding Grimbark, but he just shrugged his doubts off. I'm sorry. Those were the first words that Vaster said to her when Zinnia entered the room. I've put your children in danger, again. He was sitting on the bed, his head down and his shoulders slouched. Also, I'm not even fully human now. Maybe you and the kids should move out of the house for A. Her hand on his mouth put an end to his rant. Don't you even say that. Zinnia stared him in the eye with an angry look on her face. You saved me from Falmug first, then from Night and from Meln. I live on borrowed time, and I want to savor every moment of the life you've gifted me. On top of that, according to Zorath, the prisoners confessed that the ploy was about herding Lith through me. It would have happened with or without you. You are not the reason for the attack, only for my children's survival, so I forbid you to blame yourself. Are we clear? Vaster nodded, and she let go of his mouth. Now I have a few questions before we go to bed. Shoot, the master saw the anger disappear like snow under the sun, and then be quickly replaced by a huge smile and sparkling eyes. Do you really have control over your abomination half now? She asked. Technically, there's no more abomination half. I'm no longer a hybrid, more like some kind of new human species. It's far from finished, but... Great, Zinnia seemed to have no interest in technical jargon. So we don't need to sleep with this thing between us anymore, correct? Yes, but why are you still holding my staff? To check how long my body can last without it. No, it just helps me think, she shook her head. Last question, if you are not a hybrid anymore, you are also not sterile, right? Maybe, Vaster blushed in surprise. I don't know. Give me a few days to perform a few experiments and make sure of it. You took the words out of my mouth. Zinnia dropped the staff and let her dress slip off her body, ready to spend as much time in the lab as necessary. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. Poor kids, they can never catch a break. Lith sighed while handing Elijah to Camilla for the last meal before bed. It's the price to pay for having an archmage in the family, Camilla shrugged. A few bumps on the road are well worth the trip if you ask me. She looked at the baby girl with love, almost feeling again the connection that they once shared. As for Elijah, she was still hungry, but it was getting better. Chapter 2779, Dismantle Part 1. How are you doing with creation magic? Camilla asked. I still have a long way to go, but I'm making progress. The grimoire is working on Grandma's lessons as we speak. With a bit of luck, it will decipher the simplest spells first so that's soulless, and I can start from the basics. Phoenix's Forge is the only spell I've actually cast on my own and is Tier 5. It gives me a point of arrival, whereas I need something to start with. I set the eyes on Dismantle first. It's Tier 1 creation magic and relatively simple. Excellent news, Camilla nodded. Once you have mastered it, do you mind recycling Zogger's Dominator armor? I beg your pardon, Lith raised his eyebrow in disbelief. You heard me. Zogger has changed, and there's no way to retrofit the armor for his new needs. The gods know how hard to find the ingredients for an artifact like that is. Camilla pointed at the room and at the likely presence of a guardian. I think that's Salark. I swear to the gods, call me that again and I'll come there and kick your ass. An angry voice cut him short and confirmed Camilla's suspicions. Grandma might not agree with me using her teachings for someone else, and I don't want to upset her. I really don't mind as long as you don't teach creation magic around, but thank you for asking, dear. See, even Grandma agrees. Okay, but do you realize that Zogger is an archmage of the kingdom and has to keep its interest above his own? What if in the future we end up standing on opposing sides? He's also the husband of my sister and the father of her children, Camilla replied with a scoff. If something goes wrong, you two will talk it out like family, not fight to the death. Also, how would you feel if something happened to him or Zinnia because his equipment is outdated? Are you willing to put everything at risk just because of a hypothetical, paranoid scenario? Lith had to ponder a lot before answering. He didn't want to argue for no reason, and he also had to admit that Camilla had a point. Zogger didn't hesitate to reveal his identity as the master to me in Lightkeep in order to help me. Without the instruction for the device he gave me back then, I would have never learned about memory crystals. He has also chosen me as the heir of his legacy and taught me a few of his personal spells back in Verendi. On top of that, if not for him, I would have never met the abomination hybrids. Without Zorath, my understanding of Origin Flames would still be superficial. Without Baitra, Solus would have never gotten her fury back. Tezka has proven to be an honest friend to Zinnia and the children, and he has taught Freya priceless lessons. Maybe even to me and Solus, if only we manage to make sense of what we've witnessed during the fight. Luckily for Lith, every single move of both the Overlord and the Sun-Eater had been recorded by the eyes, and was currently being deciphered by the Tower's grimoire. Even though Lith and Solus lacked dimensional awareness, they could still replicate Salark's skills, and at least find a way to counter Tezca's spells after understanding their underlying principles. Fine, you win, I'll do it, Lith sighed, getting under the blankets. Thank you, Camilla's whole expression beamed with joy as she made Elijah burp at the end of her meal. I'd give you a proper reward, but we have a guest, so you'll have to settle for this. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, while the baby stared at them in curiosity. La Elijah said, demanding her due. Of course, I love you too. Camilla kissed her on both cheeks and then passed the baby to Lith, who did the same. Now Dad will put you to bed. Good night, Elijah. Lith held the baby tight for a second before putting her in the crib and setting the thermostat to make sure she wouldn't be cold. Good night, my heart. Always remember that you are safe, you are loved, and you are wise. Elijah cooed, recognizing the words that her father told her every night even though she failed to understand their meaning. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Tribe, Salark's Palace, Lith's Tower. Between the information collected by Lith from the captured, undead, after the failed attempt on his life at the mansion, and those extracted by Vaster's hybrids, Lith was almost ready to strike back. Almost. During the past months, he had gotten used to his new body and used his breathing technique, abyssal gaze, to further refine his core and body. The breakthrough had made him stronger, but at the same time had made every piece of his equipment obsolete. The last time he had reforged the artifacts had been during the War of the Griffins, with the help of all his friends, including Floria. Until that moment, Lith had hesitated to recycle and upgrade his equipment because by doing so he would erase one of the final traces of Floria's presence in his life. As long as her mana flowed in the enchanted items, she was always with him. Yet with Elijah's birth and an old enemy knocking on his door, there was no time for sentimentality anymore. He had come to the desert to redo everything from scratch. Double Edge, the Voidwalker armor, Thundercrash, the Golems, the Sage Staff, and even Ragnarök. After all, they had been Forgemastered back when he was still at the Violet and Solus at the Blue. Now they had both broken through the next level, and the tower had become more powerful after recovering the new floors. N.O.N. In a matter of life and death, feelings were inconsequential. Only power and quality mattered. Where is everyone, and why have you conjured such a fancy recliner for me? Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Salark was sitting on the most comfortable massage chair Lith could remember from Earth, with a table filled with ice cream and snacks on her right. Aside from her, Solus, and Lith, the tower was empty. Salark knew that Lith would split the Fury into 9 copies and use as many assistants to tap into the full power of the tower. That way, he could Forgemaster pieces way beyond the level of a Violet Cord mage with a tower. I'm going to call them later, Lith replied. First, I want to use the dismantle spell myself and recycle the materials. I can't do it in the presence of a witness since you forbid me to teach creation magic, and I can't risk people like Quilla or Falul to learn from observation. If you don't need my help, then why am I here? The Overlord asked. Because I'm going to need your help in case something goes wrong. Lith gave her a polite bow. Dismantle might be a Tier 1 spell, but I've never used it on something this complex and precious. I don't want to lose precious ingredients forever out of stupid pride, let alone ruin things that can't be replaced in a lifetime. Chapter 2780, Dismantle Part 2. Lith pointed at the Golems and Ragnarök, lingering on the latter longer. Trouble and Raptor were the only working applications he had found for memory crystals. They granted the constructs part of Lith's bloodline abilities, spells, but most importantly, his wits. By retaining a sliver of his consciousness, the memory crystals granted the Golems the ability to improvise instead of following a precise pattern and to learn from experience. On top of that, due to the link with Lith and between each other, the constructs could share the acquired knowledge and improve faster. Being a novice with creation magic, Lith was afraid that once recycled, the spirit memory crystal would lose both his energy signature and the stored memories. Elemental crystals weren't supposed to be detached after the Forgemastering process, and Lith knew that without the mana pathways of an artifact keeping an elemental gemstone stable, they would quickly revert to a simple white crystal. As for Ragnarök, the situation was much more complicated since the angry blade was semi-sentient and had a personality of its own. The smallest mistake while casting Dismantle would have turned a unique masterpiece into an unremarkable pile of metal. By keeping Salark to his side during the whole process, Lith would gain first-hand experience in handling powerful artifacts with creation magic, and also have the certainty that nothing would go wrong. 2 birds with 1 phoenix. So this is bribery. Salark waved at the setup with her spoon filled with ice cream before bringing it to her mouth. More like an incentive to spend quality time with the family. Lith shrugged, warping Sharjin, Valoran II, and Elijah to the forge. The kids love light shows and love their mom-grandma even more. Bribery it is. Salark sighed despite having to admit that it was a perfect trap. Elijah was still too small to sit, stand, or even roll, so unless someone held her, she could only stare at the ceiling. Sharjin, however, had already grown bigger than a 7-year-old human boy and could easily lift her. The two wormling couldn't speak well and had no concept of mind links, but they could still hold proper baby conversations via their dragon scales. Once Elijah assumed her Tiamat form and Valoran his Bahamut form, they could express themselves as much as their young brains could process. It was how Elijah told Sharjin what she wanted to look at and when. Valoran was already big and old enough to stand up by leaning on the crib. After over 2 months, small, soft feathers had covered Elijah's second set of wings. They were red-veined and black like those of her father, but she could change their color at will, based on the element that she channeled and amplified. Thick golden feathers covered Valoran's eagle head and the wings coming out of his hips. After over a year, his feathered wings had grown so much that now they matched his membranous wings in size. Salark was proud of both of them, seeing a spark of herself in the baby girl and one of Tyrus in the baby boy. "You are lucky that I love these little imps too much to leave you high and dry." She caressed the wormling's wings, glad that Sharjin wouldn't grow up feeling alone. He was the first natural, perfect merging of the phoenix and dragon bloodlines. His life forces were exactly like those of Elijah and Valoran, growing together instead of clashing for dominance. It made him unique, but it would also make him lonely once he grew up enough to understand his condition. Since the other two kids were in his same boat, however, they would have at least someone who could empathize with their respective situations. N///1N. How do you plan to keep them quiet until you start? I doubt that baby cries won't disturb your focus, Salark asked. Well, we have invited you here to share a little something with you. Solus chuckled, unleashing a stream of soap bubbles the size of an orange in front of the stunned overlord and the giggling children. Salark could easily do something like that, but it required chore magic just to form water bubbles and light magic to give them color. The thick soap bubbles, instead, needed no external help and reflected the light in the room, forming colorful rainbows on their surface. The kids replied by playing their own version of skeet shooting, hurling small balls of flames at the bubbles to make them pop. They couldn't keep a score since none of them knew how to count, but Salark noticed how the biggest bubbles were always the priority. Duh, duh, duh. The children chanted until Solus released a second stream of soap bubbles that was welcomed with another volley of origin flames. That's remarkable, Salark said while trying to understand the phenomenon. Don't bother, here's the formula. Solus handed her a piece of paper and a cylindric container holding a dense mix of water and detergent. The kids followed the passing of the torch with their eyes and begged the overlord with their cooing. Salark happily obliged, producing more bubbles for the children to shoot down. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Aaron and Lyria were teaching Camilla how to fly with a yellow core. After the last fiasco, she had decided to only practice in open spaces and start slow, gradually increasing the speed as she achieved fine control over the air currents. The kids would from time to time raise sand pillars that she had to dodge or conjure a well-spaced obstacle course to teach her basic air maneuvers. They had already reached the bright yellow, but they still remembered well their own struggles with flight spells and the too many hard butt landings. You are doing great, Aunt Kami, Aaron cheered for her. Come on, Abominus, you are stronger and more experienced. How can you fall behind her? Lyria yelled suggestions that distracted the poor Rai, making him slam against the sand with his huge behind. The magical beast was indeed stronger. He had a bright cyan core and a body the size of a pony. Yet despite his natural affinity for air magic, not touching the ground scared Abominus, and he moved awkwardly through the air, trying to adjust his trajectory with his legs instead of his mana. The result was that Abominus came dead last in every race. Onyx always arrived first. After evolving into an emperor beast, she had gained a set of purple membranous wings and new instincts that helped her hone her flying skills by leaps and bounds during practice. Camilla arrived second, panting like a bellows due to her weak core being ill-suited for a high-speed chase with sharp turns, but glad to not be last. I'm trying, farm me sideways. Abominus cursed his wolfish instincts after slamming against one of the sand pillars one time too many. That's cheating, by the way. It's not fair competing against someone with wings. I call it a skill issue instead, Onyx said with a huge grin on her feline snout. Even the Pipsky mean Aunt Kami flies better than you. Yeah, asterisk even I, Camilla snorted. Bad Onyx, bad, don't be rude to Aunt Kami, she's doing her best, Aaron scolded the Utgard. Chapter 2781, Skill Issue Part 1. Feeling the worry in the boy and the depression in the woman, Onyx rushed to say, I'm sorry for being a jerk, my competitiveness got the best of me. She gave Camilla a deep bow and a complimentary lap on the face. Apology accepted. Camilla hugged the Emperor Beast, finding comfort in her warm and soft fur. What about me? Abominus growled. You're right, Onyx turned toward him. I'm sorry you've yet to evolve even though months have passed since I did. It must suck to suck. You furred, rage, practice, and the powerful mana geyser that fueled Soulless Tower made something click inside the Rye's mind. He had received the teachings of Lith, dragons, and phoenixes just like Onyx, but until that moment everything just sounded like hot air to him. Abominus took a deep breath, holding it in while contracting his abdominal muscles before letting it out. Along with his breathing technique, a golden pillar erupted from his body, quickly joined by a bigger one descending from the sky. His fur turned from red to blue, and his body started to grow in every direction. Once the evolution was over, the Rye had been replaced by a wolf-like creature whose height at the withers reached 2 meters, 67. Its thick blue fur was streaked red and yellow all over. His tail seemed to be comprised of a single masterfully chiseled crystal, and ice spikes covered his neck in the form of a mane. Blue feathered wings came out of his back, transparent like glass, but as sharp as razors. Yellow bolts of lightning were trapped inside the ice crystals and coursed from head to paw of the Emperor Beast, producing a blinding light. You did it, Abominus, you did it! Lyria hugged him without a care for the electricity that died down the moment she touched the newborn Emperor Beast. How is your species called? Good question, too bad that's up to you to answer. Abominus covered her face in slob with a single lick of his massive tongue. Lith named Protector and Aaron named Onyx. Please find me a cool name, and don't go for something cheesy like Thunderwolf or Frostfire. I don't want to be the laughingstock of my pack. He waggled his tail with an expectant look on his face. Sure, Lyria replied, her enthusiasm dying down a bit. Give me a few days, a month tops. A month, Abominus echoed in disbelief. As I said, skill issue. Onyx laughed her ass off. I'll call you good boy then. Don't you dare. Abominus jumped at the Utgard's neck, but between his lack of control over his new body and the 8 legs of his opponent, Onyx pinned him down like the inexperienced cub he was. Don't bully him, Onyx. It's not his fault if Lyria didn't prepare anything for this moment. Aaron patted her neck and the Utgard released the prey. Are you telling me you did? Lyria was flabbergasted. Sure, I have several names at the ready for when Onyx evolves into a divine beast and then into a guardian. Aaron said like it was the most obvious thing on Magur. I'm so envious of you guys. Aunt Kami has already reached the yellow and will soon catch up to us, whereas Onyx and Abominus are in a league of their own. Why is my mana core still bright yellow? He pouted while looking at his own reflection in an ice mirror. Lith had taught the kids years ago that even without a breathing technique, they could check the progress of their cores from the color of the mana released by their eyes. Because beasts are supposed to grow quickly, they can't afford to be small for years like us. Camilla patted his head. As for me, I'm an adult. My body can withstand the power of a stronger core, whereas you kids are still growing. You are just 7 years old. I'm already 7 years old, you mean? Aaron pouted harder. At my age, Lith was already working as a healer. That's because Uncle Lith self-awakened at 4, Lyria sighed. Let's be honest, we are not his match. He learned everything by himself while we can't do anything without his teachings. Nully, that's not the issue. Lith is actually a man from Earth who awakened upon his rebirth on Magur. There's no comparison between you guys, Camilla thought. That's not true. You guys are amazing. Aside from the heirs of magical bloodlines, there are only a handful of kids of your age as skilled as you are. Also, according to Lith, your mana cores are growing almost as fast as his own did while using accumulation. I'm sure that as soon as you grow up a bit more, your cores will develop as well, she actually said. I want to grow up then, Aaron grumbled. Really? You want to start working, cooking, cleaning, and moving out of your house instead of playing all day? Camilla asked. Aaron opened his mouth to answer when he realized that not only growing up implied working every day like the rest of his family did, but also that he only had a few years before he had to either apply for an academy or find himself a master willing to teach him a trade. The idea of giving up on life as he knew it, of seeing Onyx and Lyria only during his free time, made his jaw close shut and his stomach churn. "I changed my mind. I want to stay a kid forever." Space. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Lith and Solus had finished the preparatory steps before attempting dismantle on their own. They wore one gauntlet of the hands of Menadian each and had summoned the Davros they had left via the workshop in the factory. N01 in. The latter shaped the metal as a small forgemastering forge, while the former now increased the amount of Davros they had available by 50%, giving them enough for both of them. "Our goal is to learn how to do everything by ourselves individually, but since it's our first time working on something so complex, we better split the job and master our respective tasks. There's no point biting more than we can chew." Lith and Solus shared the same mind and energy signature, making it possible for them to conjure a spell together. Lith's abomination and dragon sides gave him affinity toward the darkness element, while Solus was naturally attuned to the light element. They each manipulated only part of the spell so that their instinct would guide them, and the dismantle spell would be handled, as if the caster was equally attuned to darkness and light. Lith and Solus had decided to start from Double Edge and work their way up from there. The blade was made of adamant and dragon bones, with no elemental or memory crystals. Only violet crystals were available for purchase, and those an artifact big enough to be wielded by a Tiamat needed were as big as expensive. Even if the Eye of Kalga was still intact, it would amount to just one crystal, and to fuel its spell's double edge needed many. Lith flooded it with the destructive side of the spell, attacking the weak points of the enchantments he had imbued in the blade. Chapter 2782, Skill Issue Part 2. From the opposite side, Solus cast a stream of restorative energy that kept Lith's side of dismantle from damaging the power core, mana pathways, and mana circulatory system of Double Edge. He used the darkness element to find and purge the mana coursing through the artifact from his own energy signature, while also cutting off the supply of new mana to the blade. The darkness element coated the blade inside out, clogging the mana pathways and interrupting the natural flow of energy from the owner to the power core. Once the energy signature disappeared, it took Double Edge a few seconds to interpret as the death of its master and losing the imprint. The task at hand was difficult, and Lith had to use domination multiple times to make sure to not have left enough mana to recover the imprint the moment the darkness element faded away. Solus, instead, had to make sure that while Lith removed the energy signature, the enchantments wouldn't suffer any permanent damage that would cause their energy to leak and be lost along with the imprint. 6 out of 10, Salark said despite their success. "Removing your own imprint is always easy because it's comprised of your mana and it answers your every command. Were Double Edge infused with someone else's energy signature, you would have failed if not for domination." Lith grunted but accepted the criticism. He knew that he was supposed to perform the dismantle spell in one go, yet he proceeded one step at a time to use it as a learning experience while under Salark's guidance. As for the babies, they only say the sparkling of metal, the shiny gems, and the majestic elemental power. They giggled at the light show, almost forgetting about the soap bubbles. Almost. Then came the real dismantling, N/0 in. Lith increased the flow of darkness element, while Solus did the same with the light. This time, he was eroding the spells from the inside, gnawing at the bond between matter and energy while she protected solely the matter. Light magic flooded the mana crystals, the metal, and the components that derived from the ingredients, leaving everything else exposed. As Lith destroyed the enchantments, Solus recovered what was left of the materials after he was done. She put the dust back together with the rest before flooding it with the light element as well to isolate them from the flow of darkness elements. With each cycle of destruction and regeneration, the various enchantments faded until only the power core was left. At that point, Lith stopped so that Solus could pinpoint the pseudo-cores created by the ingredients and separate them from those comprised solely of pure mana. Once she was done shielding the pseudo-cores, Lith resumed his attack. He took down the power core layer by layer, making sure that the inner pseudo-cores would remain stable. If they collapsed all at the same time, those protected by Solus would be pulled apart from 2 different directions, making her job harder. After that, he destroyed the mana pathways that, until that moment, had prevented the mana of the enchantments from leaking out so that Solus could safely extract the ingredient's essence. Without the interaction of the pseudo-cores with the enchanted metal and the crystals, and with the light element shielding them safe from the darkness element, it took Solus but a sliver of focus to keep the ingredient's essence stable. After that, it was the turn of the mana crystals. Again, Solus filled the metal with light, while Lith attacked solely the mana circulatory systems. It was created during the bonding process and made the mana crystals as one with an inanimate object. Lith used darkness magic to slowly sever the tendrils that spread the crystal's energy through the blade, akin to a flame burning the roots of a tree from underground. By losing its anchors, the bond between crystal and metal became flimsier until it simply fell off as if it had just been sitting there. Lith repeated the process for every crystal of double edge until only the hilt and the blade remained. By the time he was done, he and Solus were exhausted, panting hard while doubling over with their hands on their knees. "I can't believe it took so much energy just for a Tier 1 spell," Lith wheezed. "On top of that, I had Solus, help, and the boost from the tower. If I had to also split the dragon bones from the adamant, I don't know if I could split them without taking a short rest. And I can't believe that you've already reached this degree of mastery." Salark examined the various pieces extracted from the former artifact, including the ingredients' essences that Solus was still preserving. "It's been just a few months since I taught you Phoenix's forge, and I know you didn't spend them holed up in your tower. Not to mention that ever since Elijah's birth, you've made her and Camilla your first priority. As for your doubt, you have the privilege of taking two possible approaches to split bone and metal. You could have kept using Dismantle or shifted to Origin Flames to melt away the adamant coating the dragon bones." "So is this a good result?" Lith took a mental note of her words. "Good," the Overlord raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "This is great. I know how anal retentive you are, but you should be proud of yourself. You've just recycled a complex artifact with a power core, multiple sets of runes, and comprised of several different materials. Your grievances would be reasonable if you had difficulty dismantling something like a standard communication amulet. Balker has yet to reach this level, and he has years on you plus a life much more peaceful than yours. He also lacks Solus and a mage tower." Lith's breathing had slowed down and was almost back to normal. "But he had me plenty of demonstrations and time," Salark countered. "Also, he's a genius, yet if he attempted what you just did, he would have lost the ingredients minimum, maybe even permanently damaged the dragon bones. Be honest with me, did you progress this quickly because of the tower's grimoire?" "Yes," Solus scratched her head in embarrassment. "We had the eyes focus on Dismantle until it reproduced the spell to perfection, and now it's working on Phoenix's forge. Ever since we learned Dismantle, we had the workshop conjure materials that the factory auto-forgemastered into artifacts we used for our practice. We've failed a lot of times, but at least this way we wasted nothing." "Marvelous." The Overlord gave them a warm smile, drawing their stupefied looks. "Don't look at me like that. First, knowing and doing is very different, so the fact that you've reached this point so quickly is a testament to your talent. Second, failing and destroying stuff is how things are supposed to go. You have no idea how many things even a genius like Balker ruined, yet he's still behind you. I use his constant need for new crafting materials to both force him to take a break and send him on missions that serve as learning experiences." Chapter 2783, Sibling Rivalry Part 1. "You guys have simply used the tower to not depend on anyone and have practiced diligently. Starting from the basics of Dismantle, instead of going straight to the top of Phoenix's forge, proves wisdom and humility. Working together without letting dumb pride or competition hinder your progress shows that you're not obsessed with something silly like being the best, only in doing the best job you can." "What's next?" Salark asked. "We planned on recycling the artifacts in ascending order of difficulty." Solus sat down to hasten the recovery of her stamina and mana core. "Now we do Thundercrash, then the Voidfeather armor, the golems, and lastly Ragnarök. We are likely going to need your help for the last two. We have no idea how to preserve the information stored inside the memory crystals, and we don't want to risk damaging Ragnarök's mind." "Correction, you need to leave the last two to me." The Overlord shook her head. "Even I have little experience with memory crystals, since I didn't even know they were a thing until Balker shared them with me. Yet I have plenty enough experience with creation magic to improvise the moment something goes wrong." "What's the issue with Ragnarök?" Lith asked. "That's made of Davros. Salark replied. Even though I used your blueprints, I used my skill to forge-master it. I'm sorry to say, but based on what I've seen, even by working together you still lack the necessary skill to handle such a masterpiece. Remember that creation magic is an advanced branch of magic, even harder than light mastery. As you have experienced yourselves, even a Tier 1 spell can drain you more than several Tier 5 spells. To make matters worse, any mistake on your side would inflict Ragnarok pain, and it might even compromise the unique blood bond that exists between Lith and the blade. Unless you're willing to put them at risk, don't even try. Lith nodded, clenching his hands in frustration. Damn it, I should have taken into account that due to his semi-sentience, Ragnarok is closer to a patient than an artifact when it comes to creation magic. Any half-assed spell would be akin to torture, and the poor thing wouldn't even understand what I'm doing. Nully Ragnarok would assume that either I'm punishing him for something he has done, or that I'm just that cruel. Lith looked at the blade, feeling guilty for his lack of consideration, while Ragnarok replied by bending its guard up in a smile to ease its master's worries. Once they got back to the peak of their strength, Lith and Solus proceeded to dismantle everything. The Voidwalker armor presented no difficulty since it was similar to Double Edge. After that, they moved to the Sage Staff. It proved to be the easiest piece they had recycled, until that moment, since the Yggdrasil wood answered meekly to the Solus healing spells, while the Balor's eyes were susceptible to Lith's necromantic magic. With just 3 elemental crystals and no tricky step, the process went without a hitch. At the same time, it helped Lith and Solus to appreciate how similar forge-mastering was to healing magic. The process of destroying the enchantments with darkness magic, while preserving the materials with light magic, was similar to getting rid of parasites or a tumor in a living patient. The Yggdrasil wood and the Balor's eyes being enchanted organic materials acted as a contact point between 2 apparently different disciplines. Once Lith and Solus were done with the staff, it was time to build a better thunder crash, but this time Salark had to intervene. Its dual nature as forge-mastering and alchemy tool made it easy to assemble, and a nightmare to disassemble since the 2 parts had to be treated at the same time. Can I? Solus showed Salark the eyes of Menadian before the Guardian started her work. No, you must, she replied. I'm giving you guys these lessons because I want to, and the way you learn from them is irrelevant to me. Balker has his talent, Lith has you, Solus, and you have your mother's tower. Asking any of you to give up on their natural advantages wouldn't be fair, just plain stupid. It's not like I didn't use my guardian powers to master creation magic just because it would have been unfair to the other mages on Maugr. Much to Lith's and Solus' surprise, after dealing with Thundercrash, Salark sat down again and waited for them to recover their strength. I thought you would deal with Trouble, Raptor, and Ragnarok, Lith said in confusion. That's what I said, and I'm going to do it, but I'll do it using you guys as my forge-mastering tools, the Overlord replied. First, since you are recording the process with the eyes, I might as well give you a practical lesson. Second, I can't deal with spirit crystals by myself. They bear your imprint, mana, and life force. Any external influence would replace your spirit magic with mine and throw your work down the gutter. With Ragnarok, it would be even worse since it's semi-sentient, so it would fight me at every step of the process. You are the only one who can make it compliant. In. When they worked on the golems, Salark had Lith and Solus keep working together and use the hands. The trick for preserving memory spirit crystals was that once the darkness cut off the roots, the light had to fill the now-open mana channels in the crystal. It was a delicate process where Solus had to both plug the channels to keep the spirit magic from leaking and coat the crystal lattice, so that the information stored would be preserved. Solus' light side of creation, magic had to act akin to a life support system for a brain after it had been removed from a skull, keeping both the blood flow and the neurons vital. It was just one crystal, yet her burden increased by tenfold, forcing Salark to use Mother-Son on her. I'd love to give you a bit of rest, but it's much better to move on to the next golem while you have the impression of how to handle the mana still fresh in your mind. Repetition is the mother of learning, the Guardian said, and Solus nodded. Nully damn, Solus has just a bright blue core, but she is attuned to the light element and has Grandma's guidance. I can't wait to see if I can do better or worse than her. Lith's scientific curiosity and competitiveness were piqued, but there was too much at stake. He set his pride aside and focused on what truly mattered, preserving the years of labor he had put into the golems and getting rid of the threat to his family forever. Once they were done with the Trouble and Raptor, Salark allowed them for a short break. just in time for the kids to start crying and demand their morning meal. Lith inwardly cursed and split the task with Solus as well. While Salark fed Sharjin with a full bowl of tenderized meat, Lith gave a bottle to Valoran while Solus brought Elijah to Camilla. Lith experienced conflicting feelings while dealing with the toddler. Chapter 2784, Sibling Rivalry Part 2. The baby boy had a full head of emerald hair that reminded Lith of Jormung, but he also had silver eyes that resembled Thrud's too much for comfort. Holding Valoran was still a struggle for Lith, but the dragon scales made it much easier. Just like Alicia, the baby boy followed Lith's lead and shapeshifted by instinct. The feelings they shared during those moments broke Lith's heart every time. Valoran was sad. He missed his mother, and whenever Tyrus took care of him, he burst with joy because he mistook the guardian for the Mad Queen. The disappointment that followed was just as deep, and the worst part was that the child was still waiting for his mother to return. He also missed his father dearly and was afraid of being the reason Jormung was gone. Valoran II felt alone and guilty, believing that his parents had abandoned him. Only the constant presence of his handmaidens, Aphia and Vila, and of his brother Protheus, father of all doppelgangers, gave Valoran hope that maybe it wasn't his fault. That maybe his parents were just busy, dealing with one of those things he still couldn't understand. The dragon scales allowed Lith to understand how the baby boy was nothing like his mother, and to feel how sorry Valoran was every time he perceived Lith's grudge. The baby boy had no idea what he had done to deserve so much hate, but he tried to make up for it to the best of his abilities. "It's not your fault," Lith rocked Valoran while feeding him. "You did nothing wrong, little man. I'm just a piece of S-work. Definitely work." He noticed Salark's glare and immediately shifted to a family-friendly language. "Is it normal for babies to poop so soon after a meal?" Solus had just sat down after returning with Elijah when the baby girl's cries and pungent smell forced Solus to stand up again. "What goes in sooner or later has to go out," Salark chuckled. Sharjin had no such problem since he had already reached a size and skill to comfortably use the bathroom on his own. Dragons grew slowly but learned quickly, a trait that all the hybrids in the room shared. "Why does she do that?" The moment Solus touched the cloth diaper, Elijah started crying harder, kicking her away. "She's jealous," Lith and Salark said in unison, one drawing his intel from dragon scales and the other from the blood imprint. "Jealous of what?" Solus was flabbergasted. "That I took care of Valoran. Let's switch." The moment Lith took Solus' place, Alicia started to giggle and Valoran to cry. "What did I do wrong now?" Solus whimpered. "Nothing, he just feels abandoned. Valoran is begging Lith to return," Salark said, making Lith curse under his breath. "If not for creation magic being a secret, I would ask Tyrus to come here." Lith grumbled, changing Elijah and putting her on his back inside a baby carrier before moving on to change Valoran as well. "Why don't you just ask her to come and leave once we are about to start practicing again?" Solus asked in confusion. "Wow, and I thought to be a heartless monster." Lith threw her a reproachful gaze. "Would you really kick her out so soon, ignoring both her and Valoran's feelings? Giving him his grandma just to take her away like that is plain cruel." Solus felt like an insensitive jerk, but her own self-loathing took a back seat when she noticed Valoran's serious expression. Solus followed his gaze, discovering that Elijah was looking down on him from above Lith's shoulder with a smug grin on her face. "What the farm?" she blurted out in shock. "Sibling rivalry," Lith sighed, feeling the emotions of both kids through the dragon scales. "It seems that I'm the prize." "Daya," Elijah pronounced the dragon tongue word for dad with pride. Valoran needed to shapeshift into his divine beast form, as well to say. "Daya," it was a question about Jormung since Valoran knew that Lith wasn't his father. It triggered Lith's guilt for killing the emerald dragon, and for treating Valoran like he was some kind of devilish spawn instead of an innocent child. "Your father is not here right now, but he loves you from the bottom of his heart," Lith said, and the dragon scales delivered the message. "Don't worry, he asked me to take care of you and I will." "Daya," Valoran nodded, feeling relieved. "Daya," Elijah had somehow crawled out of the baby carrier, and onto Lith's back after shapeshifting into Tiamat form, clawing at his face with pride. "Yes, thank you, Elijah, yet if I'm going to be a good parent to Valoran, I expect you to be a good little sister. Are we clear?" Lith lifted her in front of his eyes, making her pout. Then he put her right next to Valoran, and the contact between their scales made her share his sadness and insecurities. Elijah started to cry at the top of her lungs until Lith warped to Camilla, reassuring the baby girl that her parents were still there, and that they weren't going anywhere. From that moment onward, the rivalry between Elijah and Valoran continued, but she never rubbed her parents in his face ever again. "Damn, time sure flies when babies argue," Lith grumbled after going back to the forge. "I've regained my strength, yet I haven't gotten a single minute of rest." "That's a parent's life. Deal with it," Salark said while placing her left hand on Lith's back and her right hand on Solus. The procedure was identical to the one she had used a few months prior to teach them Phoenix's forge and turn war into Ragnarök. N/////1N. I'm sorry to tell you that for something with even a shred of sentience like Ragnarök dismantle isn't an option. It's the reason I offered you to reforge it myself every time you guys made a breakthrough, Salark said. Removing ingredients, pseudo-cores, and spirit crystals would be the same as performing surgery on a patient with no anesthesia. It would be an excruciating experience made even worse by the fact that you pull his organs out and mess with his insides before putting them back in. Actually, I was thinking of adding a little something. Lith conjured one of the ampoules from the spark where his tissues had been refined since the day the tower had gained its new floors. I know that I've gained my hybrid life force only for 4 years now, and that I've just reached the bright violet, but thanks to the spark, my blood has undergone a refinement worth 2 more years. It's not really worth much anyway. Salark shook the vial, using her breathing technique, mother-son, to check on the potency of the ingredient. I know, Lith nodded. That's why I keep more vials in the spark, and I plan to replace the amplifier with something better in the future. Yet for now, it's still an improvement. Since Ragnarök and I share a blood bond, I believe that adding my refined blood as an amplifier is going to make a big difference. Chapter 2785, Amplifier Part 1. My blood carries a spark of my life force and mana, which along with the spurt crystal in the fuller, will allow him to have better control over my bloodline abilities. The Overlord didn't like Lith calling the blade like a person. The next troubling step would have been trying to give it a full personality. Nully, I must be overthinking. Lith has experienced too many bad things through his demons to be so stupid that he would attempt forbidden magic. She inwardly shrugged. Nully, his blood needs more work, but there's no harm in humoring him. Nully, worst-case scenario. Ragnarök won't get any better, and Lith will have just thrown away a bit of blood. Salark guided Lith and Solus during the Phoenix's forge, with only a few differences from the previous lesson. This time she didn't need Lith's essence to make the Davros accept Ragnarök's spell matrix, since the enchantments were the same. She just had to create openings in the mana pathways to let more energy in and increase the strength of the already existing runes and power core. Also, she took the sample of Lith's blood from the ampule and converted it into a new pseudo-core. Just like it happened for magical ingredients, the pseudo-core wasn't made of runes, but of pure energy that seeped inside the spell matrix. This way, the blood merged with the power core as a whole instead of making it more complex by adding one more pseudo-core. The difficulty of the process lay in refining the blood, so that the matter was converted into energy without significant losses, retaining most of Lith's energy signature, mana, and life force. Lith's role was to use the darkness element to pierce through the various layers of the power core in order to allow Solus' light element to pour the energized blood. The amplifier was comprised of a unique kind of energy, and it interacted in a different way with each different enchantment. The various pseudo-core that comprised the spell matrix of the power core carried the same energy signature and mana of the blood, but they weren't meant to host life force. N-O-in. The different enchantments mixed slowly with the amplifier, and it was necessary to damage them with darkness, and then repair them with light to speed up the merging. Lith created a fissure in the pseudo-cores that Solus fixed by adding a bit of the blood, so that once the damage was patched up, the life force was evenly spread throughout the renewed spell matrix, allowing it to flow freely in the rest of the pseudo-core, and from there into the power core. Once the process was over, Lith and Solus were exhausted. Salark had provided the energy for the missing 7 people by herself, but Lith and Solus had been forced to go all out like during a normal forgemastering experiment. Are we done now? The Overlord was both impressed by the fruits of her work and pissed off because she couldn't check on the final result directly without Ragnarök trying to bite her face off. Not really, Solus said amid pants, handing Salark both the Fury and another ampule containing a long strand of her refined hair. Are you kidding me? She asked. You guys are nowhere near the level necessary to craft a piece like Solus Fury, let alone upgrade it with creation magic. I'm sorry, but I'll have to do this alone. Thank the gods, it's what I was hoping you would say. Solus split the eyes into the monocles, giving one to Lith and keeping the other for herself. Then she conjured 2 more massaging chairs and plenty of food, so that they could take some rest while admiring a master craftsman at work. Space. After Solus received her improved fury, Lith conjured the helpers for the actual reforging, since Salark had no intention of helping them further. He even moved the tower to the moon, so that there would be plenty of energy for both pairs of the hands of Menadian as well. Good gods, there is really life in space. Ageter the drake stepped into the silvery grass covering the clearing that surrounded the tower, feeling his whole being rejuvenated by the world energy in the air and the life maelstrom in the ground. And here I thought that Morak was either drunk or pulling my leg when he told me about this place. I can't believe you were telling the truth. Thanks for your vote of confidence, the tyrant replied with a snarl. Sightseeing can wait. Lith pulled the drake back inside. Keeping the ingredients stable is a pain in the ass, and it weighs on our focus, so let's try to make this quick. Bonding mana crystals and applying rune patterns was part of the preparatory phase of a forgemastering process, so Lith had already done it on his own right, after finishing to dismantle his equipment with Salark. Memory crystals came first, followed by spirit crystals. Elemental crystals were relatively easier to make, so Lith had let them return to white crystals, and then enhanced their elemental aspects strong of his newfound knowledge and prowess. What was left to do was the actual forgemastering, and creating the power cores necessary for the various artifacts. Lith and Solus already knew how to cast blade tier spells, and the more powerful the power core of their equipment, the more powerful the resulting spell would be. It was the reason they needed to tap into the full power of the tower, of the set of Menadian that was part of the tower, and of the other pieces of Menadian that they had recovered and gifted to their friends. On top of that, the Fury could produce 8 copies of itself and turn the energy signature of any wielder into that of its master. It was how back in the day the first ruler of the Flames had crafted her best pieces and taught her techniques to her apprentices. The mystical hammer bore Solus' imprint, but since she in turn bore Lith's, the products of the forgemastering would ultimately carry his energy signature. To help them in their endeavor, Lith and Solus had assembled Tista, Protector, Falul, Freya, and Quilla. With 5 helpers plus Lith and Solus, 7 hammers were taken, leaving 2 to spare. Ageter the drake had been summoned to take the place of the late Floria Ernas since he had learned about Solus' secret and the tower during their trip to the Fringe. The drake had proved to be a good friend, without ever prying or asking questions until Lith had felt comfortable opening up with Ageter and offered him a limited tour of the tower. The cat was already out of the bag, but Lith preferred to keep the most powerful floors a secret to avoid arousing the greed typical of the dragon species. It brought the total of forgemasters to 8, and filling the 9th spot had been quite difficult. Orion was a non-awakened, and showing him the tower would have opened a can of worms Lith wasn't willing to deal with. Tyrus had no intention of helping him this time, and neither would Salark or Ligain. Chapter 2786, Amplifier Part 2. Solus had contacted Malishka, who had politely but firmly refused, still embittered by the envy from visiting the newly restored tower floors. Silverwing was off the table as well. She was eager to make up with Solus for the past accidents, but neither she nor Lith felt comfortable letting her know the blueprints of the weapons that sooner or later they might use against her. The same stood for Bytra. She was an incredible forgemaster and the 4th ruler of the Flames, but her past self had gone on a murderous rampage to get her hands on the tower, and it was better not to risk those events repeating themselves. After a long debate that had angered Camilla, made Solus laugh, and embarrassed Falul, they had begrudgingly agreed on Firwal the Hydra. She was one of the companions of Valoran I, a skilled forgemaster with over 1,000 years of experience, and a powerful bright violet cord awakened. She had known and cared for Solus ever since she still was known as Elfin Menadian. The Hydra considered the first ruler of the Flames as her beloved mentor, and was unlikely to endanger Rifa's legacy for selfish reasons. On top of that, Firwal already knew of the tower and Solus, so there was no risk in sharing a few blueprints with her. Lastly, and this was the controversial part, she was Falul's mother, and had yet to give up on the idea of fixing her daughter with Lith. Firwal is probably going to play the long game, he explained. She has no reason to antagonize us, and she won't risk alienating a potential son-in-law. Right, Falul? Yes, she replied, blushing up to her ears. Solus found Falul's situation funny as much as Camilla found it infuriating, but she had caved, because survival came before pride. I must say that the new tower is simply amazing, but nothing can compare with this little bundle of joy, Firewolf said, studying the upgraded forge while carrying Elijah in her arms. The baby girl had been the final nail in Lith's pitch. The elder Hydra was on cloud 9 at the sight of Elijah's streaks, her awakened core, and her brilliant mind despite being a small child. Firewolf could almost see a perfect Tiamat-Hydra hybrid and wondered at what the resulting bloodline would become capable of doing. N//I/N. Thanks, Camilla's voice was polite but cold. She had lived with Lith long enough to recognize the greed typical of a dragon when she saw it, and guessing Firewolf's intentions was quite easy. She walked along the floors like she owned the place and examined Elijah like a priceless artifact. You did a great job for a human. The elder Hydra handed the baby girl to Camilla, but not without throwing a dubious look at soulless 7-streaked hair. Thanks, Camilla's voice now held the warmth of an ice age. How does this work now? Firewolf ignored the human woman and went straight to business. 1 second. Lith added his helpers to the guest list of the tower so that they would also benefit from its enchantments. World energy flooded their bodies. The library imparted them the knowledge they needed for the various crafting methods down to the smallest detail, and the armory shared with them the effects of the sage staff. Thanks to the Yggdrasil wood, the minds of everyone inside the tower reached a degree of clarity and focus that bordered on genius. The staff wiped away any stray thoughts and pushed their brains to their limits. Amazing, Firewolf and Adjeter said in unison. I have perfect understanding even of spells that I've never studied before. Adjeter examined the blueprints of Lith's original power cores, discovering that he knew them like the back of his hand. He had no need to focus on visualizing a detail or understanding any complex step of the process. It was as if he had known them his whole life. Don't get attached to it, Lith said. The moment you are cut off from the library, that knowledge will disappear. I already knew how the tower works, but not even Rifa ever managed to get her hands on Yggdrasil wood. You are a resourceful young man. Firewolf threw a reproachful glare at her daughter, who seemed to shrink. For obvious reasons, we'll work on the sage staff for last. Lith ignored the remark in the hope of diffusing Camilla's anger. Please, take a good look at the steps necessary to craft the staff and take all the notes you think you might need while your mind is still fresh. I want to avoid tiredness, and the lack of the Yggdrasils would influence making us miss important details later. Everyone followed his instructions, especially Adjeter. In the time the others had filled a couple of pages, the Drake had written a small book by manipulating the ink with water magic. I meant for you to take notes about the process to forge-master the sage staff, not a mage tower, Lith pointed out with a snarl. I don't know if and when I'll ever get access to such a magnificent library and Yggdrasil wood. Adjeter replied with an indignant tone. You can't ask me to pass up this opportunity. If it ruffles your scales so much, consider this as payment for my services. I'm a violet-cored awakened forge-master, and you can't expect to send me home with a shake of the hand and a bowl of ice cream. How rude and greedy of you, Firewolf clicked one of her tongues. It's no surprise that Lith didn't trust you with his secrets. We Hydras instead are warm and friendly, right, dear? Yes, mother. Fallow covered her face with her hands, wishing to disappear. The elder Hydra had shapeshifted into a hybrid form with the excuse of putting all of her 7 heads on the case, but no one doubted for 1 second that she was also working on her own projects and taking personal notes on the sides. The sage staff's blueprints were complex, but not that much, at least not for such an expert forge-master and one with 7 brains at that. By the time everyone was done with their homework, Adjeter had compiled a couple of thick books. Firewolf had allegedly finished first, but for some reason she kept her hybrid form while waiting for the others to finish. The forge-mastering process was long and hard, requiring to take a break after each piece. Double Edge's design remained the same. Lith didn't have enough white crystals for a weapon that big. He could only strengthen the power core and improve the enchantments. The same happened to the golems, Thundercrash, and the sage staff. Trouble and Raptor had actually received an upgrade, but since it involved the spirit memory crystal, it was something Lith and Solus had shared solely with Salark, and there was no trace of the changes in the blueprints. Only the Voidwalker armor came out different from how everyone remembered it. Lith's size had increased, and Siruk's skeleton wasn't big enough, nor were 2 months in the spark enough time to grow his bones, skin, and scales to the size of a bright violet-cored dragon. Chapter 2787, Returning the Favor, Part 1. 2787, Returning the Favor, Part 1. Lith had rearranged the organic materials that comprised the Voidwalker armor so that it would fit his new body, and that as the spark refined the materials, they would have the space to grow. On the other hand, however, the scales and bones were now thinner than before, offering a lesser degree of protection until the size of the body parts of the dead dragon reached that of the living Tiamat. Lith had needed to add more adamant to coat the exposed surface of the now stretched suit of armor. It was a subpar result by Lith's standards, but he lacked the adamant necessary to craft a full metal Voidwalker armor for a bright violet-cored divine beast. To make up for it, Lith had replaced the violet crystals with elemental crystals. The idea was to move the previous violet crystals back into the mines, where the tower would refine them into white 24/7, and leave the spark to focus its energy solely on the dragon's remains. A black crystal was now on the back of the right hand of the armor, and a white one was on the left. The right and left pauldrons were now adorned respectively with a red and a blue crystal. A yellow crystal was embossed on the right tight, and an orange one on the left. In the middle of the chest rested an emerald crystal that collected the energy from the others before circulating it back to the rest of the armor. The crystal's pattern on the Voidwalker armor followed that of Ragnarok, allowing the different elemental energies to flow from one into another and be reinforced by the spirit crystal. A remarkable piece. Firwall studied how the crystals would now fuel elemental spells imbued in the armor, lessening the strain on Lith's mana and core. But it's kind of wasted on adamant. Davros would work much better, and I'm not even sure if the Voidwalker armor can endure the strain that this kind of power produces. I don't have much of a choice, Lith shrugged. The enhanced magical abilities should compensate for the lack of physical durability. This is the best I can do right now, unless you know a way for me to get my hands on a shitload of legendary metal. Actually, I do. Firwall looked at him with sparkles in her eyes as she turned from Lith to her daughter nonstop. I was joking, Lith said, looking her straight in the eyes. I wasn't, Firwall replied, matching his gaze and intensity. Time for the tour of the moon we promised you. Solus stepped in before the situation got even worse. We can use some rest after so much work. One moment, Effie. At that moment something clicked inside Firwall's head. The baby has 7 streaks and Elfin is over 800 years old. She thought N/-1N. If my daughter is too young for you, I'm willing to. Come on, Mom. Fallal dragged the elder Hydra by the arm before she could finish the sentence. I've prepared a feast for our picnic, and believe it or not, my liver is not on the menu. Space. City of Dirios, outside the warp gate leading to the local branch of the Dawn Court, the following day. Lith had rested the whole night to reset the effects of invigoration and be at the peak of his strength during the raid. It was high noon, and even though the air was chilly due to the last glimpses of winter, the sky was clear. You've attacked my home when you were at your strongest, and I was supposed to be at my weakest. It's only fair for me to return the favor. Lith had little problem finding the magic circle forming the gate. Apha the vampire had been kind enough to draw Lith a map with the position of the engraved runes. Tisto had gone checking if the undead was telling the truth before Lith killed him. To circumvent the dimensional sealing arrays of the important cities of the kingdom, the undead courts resorted to old-fashioned permanent gates. Ancient warp gates would permanently fuse 2 specific points in space, whereas modern ones could connect to multiple locations via dimensional corridors. It made modern gates more versatile, but also susceptible to being jammed by preventing the magical device from locking on to the coordinates of its twin on the other side. Ancient warp gates had no such problem. There was no corridor to create, just a door to open. At the same time, however, this kind of dimensional transportation was a security nightmare. They bore no imprint, and the runes were physically carved in stone or metal, waiting for the mana necessary to activate them. Anyone who knew the location of the runes and had access to a suitable energy source could open the gate at will. It was one of the many reasons ancient warp gates had been discarded in favor of modern ones. The courts couldn't lay traps on the outside, or a traveler might step on them by chance, and their gruesome death would trigger an investigation. The undead could only secure their side of the gate by placing enough guards and arrays to neutralize an invading force. No matter the numbers, only 2 people could pass through the gate at a time, creating a natural choke point that gave the defenders an insurmountable advantage. At least in theory, 1. Lith checked the area with life-sensing and array-sensing spells, making sure to not miss anything. Then he placed his hand on the main rune of the ancient gate and opened his emerald eye. Usually, that kind of device needed a specific mana crystal to work, but Lith had no need for that. Between spirit magic and his Tiamat fear, it took him a few seconds to find the right frequency to activate the gate, flooding it with world energy corrupted by his own energy signature. He lit the dimensional runes up until the last one. "Solus, get ready to open the passage for me. Enter only after I've dealt the first blow," he said via their mind link. Solus nodded as she came out of the stone ring. She was wearing a new model of Voidwalker armor over the hands of Menadian and wielded the renewed Sage Staff. She needed both to draw in as much world energy as possible so that her human body would last for the whole duration of the fight. While she took his place, Lith combined his flight spell with fusion magic to reach the sky above the clouds in a few flaps of his wings. There, he activated gravity fusion, increasing his own weight until he couldn't fly anymore. Lith then changed the direction of the gravitational pull and of his flight spell, using his wings to further accelerate as he dived down toward the closed gate. He put an air blade in front of himself to generate a slipstream effect and reduce air friction. The moment, despite his precautions, his armor burst into flames, he activated the Tier 3 Light Mastery spell, Sunburst, to generate 2 pillars of light and fire from his feet. The spell acted as a jet engine, turning him into a living missile. Chapter 2788, Returning the Favor, Part 2. 2788, Returning the Favor, Part 2. Solus followed Lith's movements via their mind link without the need to look up at the sky. The moment she felt he was getting too close for comfort, she let the world energy reach the final rune and blinked to the side of the gate. On the other side of the dimensional door, the undead watching the entrance sounded the alarm the moment the gate opened. Authorized guests knew they had to announce their coming or send the court lord the password, and neither had happened. The protective arrays of the underground building activated at the same time when a burning black meteor crashed in the middle of the marble floor. The sonic boom accompanying the meteor, combined with the shockwave produced by the impact, produced the next best thing to a natural disaster. The air pressure burst the eardrums of the guards and squashed their eyes, making them bleed. The shockwave sent them flying against the wall with so much strength that it caved. The ground rumbled, and the chandeliers hung to the ceiling started to swing with enough violence to give the impression of a quake, except tremors were supposed to come from below, not from above. Even while in human size, Lith was still a divine beast 30 meters, 100, tall, weighing dozens of tons. Gravity fusion and the fall had turned him into a human projectile whose impact released the kinetic energy of a collapsing mountain. The arrays tried and failed to contain the damage. The offensive system was thrown off by the cracks in the floor and walls that displaced the perfect alignment that the runes required to conjure their effects. The lines of power connecting the runes that comprised the arrays had been either broken or twisted, making it impossible for the magical formation to exert more than 1/10 of its original power. Also, since the gate led to a different place, the dust, noise, and debris that came out of the dimensional door affected solely the area right in front of the entrance. The artificial quake left the area where Solus was waiting unscathed, the birds stopping their songs briefly until the noise died down and the clearing returned peaceful. As she let Trouble and Raptor out of her dimensional pocket, a swarm of shadows flooded the gate as soon as the dust settled. Hundreds of six-eyed demons made their way inside the underground building, each one of them a two-dimensional blot. That form allowed them to overcome the limits of the small size of the gate and kill the guards before they could heal. Lith had conjured his demons while at the Verhin mansion, so that the mana geyser would fuel the tower, and both would enhance his powers. Creating so many six-eyed demons in a short span of time had required him a few uses of invigoration, but it was worth ITN/1N. Now a small army of awakened abominations were rushing down the corridors and bursting through the doors of the branch of the undead court, uncaring for the traps they triggered. The defensive barriers shielding the demons took the brunt of the damage, and darkness element of their bodies took care of the rest. Lith didn't move from his position, keeping the portal in check and giving the demons the mana they needed to rebuild their shadow forms. "The coast is clear. You can come in," Lith said once the eyes of Menadian confirmed him that he was alone. The moment Solus and the golems crossed the dimensional door, Lith twisted the corrupted world energy so that it exploded, turning one of the few way outs into a pile of rubble. The violent release of the dimensional energy enlarged the cracks in the walls and destroyed what was left of the defensive arrays at the entrance. Raptor followed Solus while Trouble and Lith moved in different directions. She had the strength and the mass of a divine beast, but her core was still bright blue. It meant that both her speed and mana capacity couldn't match those of an elder undead. Solus' power would have been meaningless if she couldn't hit her target, so she used the Vagrash golem as a steed to make up for being slow. Lith ran down a once lavish corridor, stomping over the broken vases and scattered flowers. Ragnarok rested in his hand, still sheathed in its bloody scabbard. Lith followed the wake of destruction left by the demons, searching for an opponent they had failed to destroy. Most of the undead slumbered during the day or had their strength greatly reduced. They were no match for a six-eyed demon of the darkness, and they died before even understanding what was happening. Lith had given clear instructions to ask no questions and give no quarters, so his path was littered with the bodies of the thralls that served the undead. Those people took care of the daily affairs of their sires and ensured their safety while the sun was up in exchange for the promise of eternal life. I don't care about the reason they were here. They chose their bed, now they can die in it, Lith thought while walking through the ruin and carnage of the corridors. He moved slowly, using life vision and life sensing arrays to make sure that the demons hadn't missed anything or anyone. At the beginning of the assault, only a small portion of the army of conjured souls had any equipment since they were limited by what Lith possessed, and most of his reserves had been consumed for his Voidwalker armor and the golems. Yet with every enemy the demons fell, weapons and armor dropped to the ground, ready to be imprinted. Unfortunately, undead didn't leave a corpse behind, only ashes, so the demon of the darkness lacked the means to turn into demons of the fallen. Each one of them having 6 eyes, however, more than made up for the lack of a physical body. Each one of them had the strength of a bright violet cord awakened, the bloodline abilities of a Tiamat, and a rage that had simmered for at least decades. Only elder undead could take on a single demon, and there were hundreds of them. To make matters worse, their bodies were comprised of darkness, the bane of the undead, and every demon had access to Lith spells. Whenever the defense forces retreated, a hail of Tier 4 and 5 spells rained on them. If they tried to engage the demons in close-quarters combat, death would soon reap them. The shadow creatures were too strong for a young undead, and their very touch infected their victims with deadly darkness. Lith noticed that the doors on his path had been kicked in, most of them blackened by fire along with the rooms that they were supposed to protect. The stench of ashes and burned flesh forced Lith to seal the face mask of the Voidwalker armor. The vaporized body fat in the air was so thick that it condensed in the humidity of his mouth, forming a greasy layer on Lith's tongue that he had to destroy with a pulse of darkness magic from time to time. Chapter 2789, Spare None, Part 1. 2789 Spare None, Part 1. Soon Lith started to hear the clangor of a furious fight, indicating that he was getting close to the front lines of demons. A few doors leading to the private quarters of the undead's upper echelons were still closed, their enchantment strong enough to keep the black tide at bay. Yet, the demons had no time or wish for finesse, so they just took deep breaths and hurled streams of origin flames in unison. The resulting 1,000 flames burned at the defensive arrays, forcing their runes to shine bright as they drained their energy source to resist the onslaught. Alas, there was no mana geyser below the Dirio's branch, so the only way to fuel permanent arrays was to use mana crystals. No one had the luxury of the time to replace the crystals once they ran out of world energy, so there could be only 2 endings. Either the origin flames destroyed the runes, deactivating the arrays while the crystals still had some juice, or the crystals dried up, leaving a room completely unprotected anyway. The moment a door gave in, the demons would flood the room with plague storm. They didn't check who or how many people were inside. Their mission was an extermination, and they followed it through with savage joy. Suddenly, a blackened figure charged out of a room and pushed the demons aside before they could release their spells. A cunning ghoul had followed the events on the surveillance system and found a path to survival. Before the protective arrays of the room where he lived with his thralls failed, he had opened the door and went straight for Lith's neck. Between the still-active defensive barrier and the regenerative powers of his species, the ghoul had survived the 1,000 flames. If Verhin dies, these monsters will fade away. Coming here was a mistake, the ghoul thought, lowering his center of gravity for what looked like a tackle. I have no way to pierce through his armor, but luckily I also have no need for it. The idiot wears a cape around his neck. All I have to do is pull it down with all of my strength to force him to stretch his neck and reveal the gap between the gorget and the helm. At that point, There will be nothing stopping my blade from cutting off his head but flesh and bones. The ghoul boosted his already powerful physique with earth fusion, and by consuming most of the power stored in his blood core. There was no point in saving it for later, since there would be no later unless Lith died. He grabbed the edge of the cape while planting his feet firmly on the ground, pulling at it as if his undeath depended on it. Because it did. The ghoul knew that Lith was a divine beast, but between the burst of strength and the leverage, his plan would work. Much to his surprise, the black cape turned out to be as slippery as it was sharp, cutting deep into his hands as it escaped his grasp, no matter how hard the ghoul tightened his grip. Who the fuck covers their mantle in metal, and why is it this sharp? It's a wing. Lith would never wear a cape. It served no purpose and would have offered his enemies something to grab during a fight. What the ghoul had mistaken for a cape was Lith's wings resting over his shoulders. They were also covered by the Voidwalker armor, giving them a silky appearance and the edge of an adamant blade. The right wing unfurled, revealing its true nature to the flabbergasted undead. Then it wrapped itself around the ghoul, using the 4 finger-like bones to grab him while the bone spike that acted like a thumb pierced through his legs. Before the undead could try to get free, a massive flow of darkness element turned him into ashes. With the door now open, the demons didn't bother helping Lith and rushed to finish their job. Lith ignored the agonizing screams coming from behind him and kept walking, reaching the barricade that had temporarily stopped the advance of his army. It was located on a T-junction where several undead had joined their forces, forming a small sack of resistance. They had opened the doors of their respective rooms so that multiple defensive arrays now overlapped. The demons couldn't advance any further unless they took down the arrays and those who were defending them. The undead were playing it smart, shooting their spells from behind the cover of the magical formations. The arrays protected the undead from the enemy spells while letting their own pass. The undead had also piled up the enchanted furniture of their rooms to form a makeshift fence. The demons had no place to take cover and kept charging forward. In their fury, the demons refused to back down despite the constant onslaught slowly whittling down their numbers n/1. Behind me, Lith ordered, and the demons obeyed. The avalanche of darkness, fire, and lightning unleashed by the undead was now aimed at him. The willpower imbued in the spells was too great, and their number too big to take control of them with domination, but Lith had no need for it. The blue crystal on Ragnar's scabbard lit up, channeling the water element in the Davros and fueling its abilities. A few sweeps of the blade severed the link between the mana and the elemental energy, sending the spells into oblivion. Then the red crystal lit up, engulfing Ragnar in flames that could burn mana as if it were wood. The angry blade tapped into the life force stored in its sheath and activated the spirit crystal as well. The flames turned from red into emerald immortal flames, cutting through the arrays and the barricade with the same ease. What the fuck is that, and how did Ragnar do it? Lith had seen the immortal flames the first time when Jormund had conjured them against him, and the last time when Salark had challenged Tezca. Yet he had no idea how they worked and had never managed to produce them himself. Back when the Dying War had conjured them to fight against Emrail, the blade had done it on its own. Oh well, answers can wait, Lith inwardly shrugged. Stop, an undead screamed, and Lith ignored her. Judging by the bristles covering her body and the bulging muscles ripping through her lovely day dress, she seemed to be a Korvac. Their species was capable of moving during the day at the expense of part of their magical prowess. Their mind and physical abilities were unaffected by the abundant light element that had allowed them to resist until that moment. I know that you hate us, but this madness has to stop, the Korvac woman screamed as Lith cut through the furniture and burned the defensive runes. Even if you kill us all, nothing will change. Violence just begets more violence in a never-ending cycle. The only thing you can achieve by this senseless slaughter is to enrage the undead courts. They what? Lith cut her short, but never stopped swinging his blade. Will they come for me at night? Chapter 2790, Spare None, Part 2. 2790, Spare None, Part 2. Will they break into my home to murder my loved ones in their sleep? Been there, done that. Lith's voice was filled with rage and contempt at those pleas for mercy. I would like to taunt the undead courts to do their worst, but they already did. I survived their worst, and now I'm here to give you a taste of mine. A two-handed slash of the still-sheathed blade cut the protections asunder, opening a path for the Shadow Army. Fine, the woman put her hands behind her head and kneeled. If you want to kill us, do it, but please spare our thralls, they are but innocent kids. Lith stopped for a moment, raising his right hand and bringing the demons to a halt as well. The humans among the undead were indeed young. The oldest was around 20 and the youngest couldn't be more than 16. Innocent, you mean like my little brother Aaron? The black and white crystals lit up as Lith weaved the Tier 0 Chaos spell, Bite, and the Tier 0 Decay spell, Fast Forward, through the angry blade. The elements were split from their counterparts, generating chaos and decay. Lith had used Ragnarok as a buffer, exploiting the Davros' natural ability to channel the elements and the crystals to boost its effects. His hope was that by working through the gemstones, the darkness element generated would shield Ragnarok from the decay and the light from the chaos. Also, the blade was supposed to in turn shield Lith's life force from the consequences of failing to contain the cursed elements. Only the last part was a success. Bite took form, moving faster than a bullet and killing the youth in front of his distraught sire. Yet part of the chaos and the decay went awry, opening a hole in the blood sheath and making the Davros sizzle. Like my niece Lyria, like my wife and parents. With each word a new bolt of chaos and decay shot from the angry blade, respectively piercing through a thrall and turning them into mummified corpses. Lith stopped using mirror magic only when half of Ragnarok's scabbard was gone. Any more would leave the blade without the life force necessary to employ its abilities. Also, without it, the Davros would take the full brunt of the failed spells. Don't play coy with me. I knew what you were going to do to my family. You deserve the same mercy you would have granted them. None. The Korvac jumped up, launching herself at Lith with a mad howl of grief. A lunge of Ragnarok pierced through her armor and heart, turning the undead into ashes. Spare none, Lith said while the demons resumed their advance. Space. Blood Desert, City of Quinton, permanent headquarters of the Undead Court's war room. It was still night in the Blood Desert, so the moment the local branch of Dirios was attacked, Shelk Wur, Blood Warlock and destroyer of the Dusk Court, picked up his amulet and demanded a status report. What is it now? Did the kingdom discover our position, or is it more infighting? He asked. After failing to both kill Lith and kidnap Zinya's children, what unity was left between the members of the courts was falling apart. As more and more elders fell into eternal sleep, the surviving undead were unwilling to continue with Shelk's plan. The courts were split from the inside, with the elders wanting to back down to save their lives and the younger undead pushing them forward to secure their own future. Fights were a daily occurrence, and if not for the resilience of undead, there would have been lots of casualties. It must be another squabble. Irma the Nightwalker, representative for the kingdom, sighed. There have been no movements of troops, and assembling enough forces to take a fortress like the Dirios branch would hardly go unnoticed. We've hidden from the humans for centuries, and unless one of our own betrays us, there's no way someone can discover the G. His reasoning was correct, but his conclusions were wrong. The kingdom had no need to assemble a large number of troops, because Lith had his own. Someone had indeed revealed the location of the branch, and the proof of it was that more and more runes kept disappearing from his communication amulet as he spoke. A squabble, my undead ass, Shelk roared as the runes of the members of Dirio's court faded from his amulet as well. This is a massacre. Contact whoever is left from Dirio's and find out what the heck is happening. I'll summon everyone capable of moving during the day and give the mobilization order. There is not a second to lose. There's no one left to call either. Irma looked in shock, as the contact runes on his amulet grew in size and rearranged themselves. The death of so many undead had left lots of free space that the enchantments of the amulets were optimizing. How is this possible? Shelk slammed his fist on his mahogany desk, making the wood crack and bend until the enchantments it was imbued with started to fix the damage. What kind of elite unit can kill so many undead so quickly? Even during the day, it takes more than 5 minutes to break in and slaughter an entire branch. There's no point arguing the unknown, the Nightwalker replied. I'll activate our network of spies immediately and inform you as soon as I learn something. Whoever is behind this attack, we must make him pay. Our kin are already divided. We can't afford to lose the trust of our supporters. There's no point in an army with lots of generals and no soldiers willing to follow orders. We must. Another alarm started to sound, this time from the branch located in the city of Zakwa, one of the most important trading hubs of the Distar Marquisate. Another one? Shelk couldn't believe his own ears and eyes. Now 2 sirens were blaring, and more runes had started to disappear. This is ridiculous, Irma yelled in outrage. Even the most incompetent idiot in our ranks can't have missed 2 armies of mages and soldiers reaching Dirios at the same time. Even if the royals acted covertly, there's no way to hide so many people. This is not the royals' doing. The blood warlock watched the runes fade from his amulet one after another. This is Verhin. He's employing the same strategy he used against Thrud to clean his turf. N//////N. The branches of Dirios and Zakwa were the closest to Lucia, and without them, any further attempt on the Verhin mansion would have been impossible. If you are right, then they have no chance without our help, the Nightwalker replied. I'll inform the others and go save as many people as I can. I don't know if I can do it alone, though. How long will it take for you to arrive? Soon, Shelk hung up the call and rushed toward the closest gate. The undead's dimensional network wasn't as quick as those of the 3 great countries. Each gate led to a single destination, and to connect all the branches between them, it would have taken a whole building. Chapter 2791, Spare None, Part 3. 2791, Spare None, Part 3. The lack of security in old gates made the existence of a central dimensional hub both impractical and dangerous. To make matters worse, even if the courts had the space and the resources to establish such a place for each one of their branches, it would also mean that once one of them was exposed, the others would quickly follow. The best compromise the undead had found during the centuries was to set up only a few gates for each branch. On the one hand, it meant that reaching most destinations required lots of time compared to the human network. On the other hand, the extra passages and the authorization protocols worked as security measures, compartmentalizing the various branches belonging to the same court. Space. Distar Marquisate, city of Zakwa, a few seconds after the fall of Dirio's branch of the Dawn Court. Lith knew that moving via a warp gate would have left a trail of paperwork that a corrupt officer might have relayed to his employers, so Lith had chosen a different approach. Farg and Brynja needed just 1 home stone and a few people near Zakwa to allow Lith and the rest of the troops to reach their destination in a single step. Demons didn't take space, since they would hide inside Lith's shadow, and Solus was already back inside the stone ring. She had consumed little energy, but she preferred to rest and hide her presence. As for the soldiers tasked with surrounding Dirio's branch of the Dawn Court, they carried with them a temporary gate. These dimensional devices could be assembled at will, and allowed their owner to cross hundreds of kilometers in one go as long as there was someone fueling the exit point on the other side. Lith used the home stone and the dimensional runes he had imbued on it as a beacon. The artifact contained the dimensional coordinates of his destination and stored enough mana necessary to open a warp gate. Are you sure you don't need to rest a bit before the attack? Farg asked after hushing them, to make sure that no one could overhear them. She was a member of the Queen's Corps and the liaison between Lith and the Black Ops unit comprised of fake mages. I know that an awakened needs but a few breaths to recover their strength, but you also carry the burden of hundreds of demons. Wiping out Dirio's branch must have consumed a considerable amount of their strength, and there's a limit to the number of times you can use a breathing technique. Luckily for us, the Dawn Court of Zakwa built their hideout over a mana geyser. Even if we delay the assault for just a few minutes, you can regain your mana and save invigoration for your demons. Thanks, but I have no need for that. A wolfish smile appeared on Lith's face while Solus took the form of the hands of Menadian from under his armor. I have all the power I need already. Between the underground magical labs and the magical formations surrounding the building, most of the energy coming from the mana geyser was already taken. There was not enough for Solus to assume her tower form, but plenty left for the hands to control. Even while talking with Farg and listening to Brynja briefing the troops, Lith and Solus were working on taking over the residual world energy. Once they were done with that, they would start seizing control of the rest. As the raid progresses and the demons burn down the arrays, the free world energy will increase. Solus said, When I have enough, one only need to secure an area big enough to host the first floor of the tower. At that point, the demons and I will receive an endless flow of mana without any burden for you. That's of secondary importance, Lith replied. The priority must be to use the tower to clear up your surroundings and make sure that no eyewitness remains. At that point, even without the demons, it's going to be checkmate. The Heart had Silverwing spells memorized, while the Mirror Hall allowed them to warp around freely. Even if the undead had a space-compressing array, it wouldn't be able to keep up with the tower's output. The armory would share with the demons the powers of the Sage Staff and Ragnarok, respectively focusing their minds and turning every weapon they wielded into an angry blade. N/1N. The firing range now could shoot any pre-programmed spell outside the tower as well, and if push came to shove, Lith could always activate the prime engine. Solus nodded telepathically, while Brynja showed Lith the location of the ancient gate, and the secondary exit, points that the members of the assassin squad had revealed before being killed. Based on my estimates, their hideout could be at any depth, but it shouldn't exceed this area. Martianus Distar drew a circle in the hologram in front of her, and the artifact calculated its diameter as slightly over 500 meters, 1650. Any more and the use of gates wouldn't make sense, since an underground tunnel would suffice. Agreed, Lith nodded. The undead courts tend to build their bases on multiple floors. The gate will lead me to the uppermost floor, while the secondary gates should be linked with the private quarters of the court's upper echelons. They are located on the bottom floor to give them privacy and the time they need to evacuate if cornered. Don't get inside and wait for me to flush them out. Let the undead fall into your arrays instead of dealing with theirs. Thanks, Magus Verhen. Major Lantam, Brynja's head of security, gave Lith the salute. I know that you are a divine beast, but your courage still amazes me. You are about to go in there alone, face a bunch of undead monsters on their turf, and leave us to clean up the leftovers. Yet even now you are worrying about our safety. The man offered Lith his hand, proud and honored to serve at the side of such a hero. Little did he know that Lith just wanted to have no one witnessing his methods or secrets. That's because from great powers come great responsibilities. Lith shook Lantam's hand after returning the salute, making Solus want to puke at his bald-faced lies. Now bring your soldiers in position. Time is never on the side of us mortals. Lantam nodded and started to bark instructions in his amulet, followed by Brynja, who checked on the members of the Queen's Corps. They were stationed in vantage positions from which they could reach multiple gates quickly and join the army in the fight where necessary. Really, us mortals, Farg echoed his words, sprinkling them with plenty of sarcasm. Even though your life force is cracked, I doubt that you have less than a couple of 100 years left to live. Maybe, Lith shrugged, but I can be killed like anyone else here, which makes me immortal. Semantics, Farg replied. Do we really have to do this right now? Lith knew that she didn't like him, but he had never cared about it, and he wasn't going to start anytime soon. Chapter 2792, Spare None, Part 4. 2792, Spare None, Part 4. No, Farg sighed while walking away. Kick those undead's asses, come out of there alive, and then I'll give you a lesson about how to deliver a pep talk without treating your subordinates like idiots. As soon as the various units confirmed to have reached their respective positions and conjured the battle arrays, Lith repeated the same strategy as the previous branch. He half-opened the ancient gate and left Solus behind to keep it from revealing their arrival while he soared in the sky. Then, he dived down, and she let him in before going for cover. Despite the depth at which the branch of the Dawn Court was located, and its distance from the gates, the assembled soldiers managed to perceive a vibration running through their feet at the moment of the impact. That, coupled with the vision of the flaming black meteor falling down the sky, raised a question in their minds. What kind of spell would be needed to produce this kind of shockwave? Lantam asked Farg, voicing everyone's curiosity. One capable of destroying a city, she replied curtly. Now get ready. If this goes like the last time, the fattest rats will be the fastest to abandon the sinking ship. Almost as if answering her command, one of the nearby gates lit up. A richly dressed, gorgeous woman came out of it, followed by men and women dressed like butlers and maids. The group of people proved to be capable mages, using air and darkness magic to cover the quickest path to the nearby woods from sunlight. The members of the army had no idea who was human and who was undead, and even if they did, their orders were clear. Leave no one alive. The soldiers in the front line raised their shields, each conjuring a small energy field that fused with those on either side, forming a tall wall. Those right behind them used the shoulders of the shield-bearers to support their staves as they unleashed a barrage of fire. At the same time, the solid ground around the gate turned into a muddy field. The mages on the third line only had one spell at the ready, and needed to identify the threat at hand in order to weave more and not waste precious mana. The cover fire would either get rid of the enemies or force them to step into the light. The gorgeous woman snarled, waving her hand to conjure a warp steps and get away. Dimensional magic took a great toll on a blood core, but undead could still use it. Temporary weakness always beat eternal sleep. Great was her surprise when her mana faded without producing any effect. She had no time for hand signs and magic words, so she used true magic to cast a darkness-based Tier 4 spell, N-1N. A thick black mist advanced toward the troops and disappeared as soon as it entered the darkness ceiling arrays around them. The undead woman couldn't fly due to the sun and tried to run along the safe path she had created. Yet even with the inhuman speed of an undead, she was an easy target as the knee-deep mud slowed her down, and the soldiers used the veil of darkness to predict her movements. That's why those bastards aren't using darkness magic, she thought as her servants were ripped apart by the fireballs, and damage kept piling up on her body faster than she could heal it. Not because they were afraid that I would dodge them, but because they sealed my best weapons. The fact that all undead could conjure darkness magic, out of thin air, was public knowledge. The Baroness put everything she had to enhance her physique and charged at the soldiers. She preferred to die after inflicting as many losses as she could to the human army than as a cornered rat. I still have a slim chance of survival. If I break through their ranks, the soldiers will pile up on me and shield me from sunlight with their bodies. Her last-ditch plan fell apart when her face crashed against the shield wall. One soldier alone was nothing compared to her, but once linked in the formation, each one of them was as sturdy as a pillar of stone. The wardens cast another darkness-sealing array, dispelling the safe path to the woods she had conjured earlier and leaving her no place where to hide. The Baroness of the Dawn Court clawed at the nearest soldier in desperation, but the sun robbed her of her life before she could reach him. She died while cursing the humans for their cowardly ambush in the middle of the day, just like humans cursed the undead for attacking them in the middle of the night when they were alone. Incoming, Farg used chore magic to light up 2 gates. Thanks to life vision, she could see the dimensional energies building up before the gate opened, giving the soldiers the time to prepare and catching the undead by surprise. Meanwhile, inside the court, Lith's strategy was working like clockwork. His human meteor strike strained the first line of defenses and misaligned the arrays. Then came the demons, Solus, and the golems. She was now wearing the hands, using the emerald gemstone in the middle of the palm to convert the world energy coming from the mana geyser below into mana and recharge both the demons and the constructs. Even with that, it wasn't enough to bring everyone back at 100%, but it hastened their recovery rate without increasing the burden on Lith. They split in 3 directions, with Lith and Trouble going in different directions while Solus rode Raptor. The demons spread like a black tide, their mass blotting out the lights in the corridors as they advanced. Thralls and undead alike didn't realize what was happening until the demons split at the crossroads enough times for their individual forms to become recognizable. Lith walked briskly behind them, using the souls to test the defenses and trigger the traps from a safe distance. Thanks to his bright violet core, each step he took conjured more runes. The movement of his muscles, blood, and organs generated a constant stream of spells that he unleashed the moment the demons encountered any form of resistance. The chains connecting him to the shadows allowed him to share their senses and them to receive his spells. Emerald-streaked hard light weapons appeared in the hands of the unarmed demons on the front lines, while those behind them unleashed jets of black flames from several final eclipses at the same time. All the demons shared the same energy signature, so the spells of their allies could do them no harm. The undead locked in combat with them had no choice but to hold their ground and die by final eclipse or flee and die by backstabbing. Whenever the army of shadows encountered an enchanted wall or a golem guard, they lined on and took a deep breath. 1,000 Flames encountered any form of resistance. The chains connecting him to the shadows allowed him to share their senses and them to receive his spells. Emerald-streaked hard light weapons appeared in the hands of the unarmed demons on the front lines, while those behind them unleashed jets of black flames from several final eclipses at the same time. All the demons shared the same energy signature, so the spells of their allies could do them no harm. The undead locked in combat with them had no choice but to hold their ground and die by final eclipse or flee and die by backstabbing. Whenever the army of shadows encountered an enchanted wall or a golem guard, they lined up and took a deep breath. 1,000 Flames took care of unmoving obstacles while origin flames seeped inside the golems and burned their cores. The strength of the demons dwindled with each spark of Lith's life force they consumed, but so did the enemy numbers. Chapter 2793, Changes and Upgrades, Part 1. 2793 Changes and Upgrades, Part 1. Lith followed the demons as they advanced, feeling a sting in his heart whenever he heard the dying throes of youths he could only hope were thralls. N/01N. Becoming a father had healed most of his emotional wounds, but it had also restored part of his humanity and conscience. I wonder if they had a family somewhere, if the only reason these men and women have joined the Dawn Court was to ensure their loved ones a better life. Lith thought while weaving the Tier 0 Chaos spell, Bite, and the Tier 0 Decay spell, Fast Forward, through Ragnarök. Practicing two cursed elements at the same time was taxing on his mind and core, but he had no other way to get rid of the decay generated with each chaos spell he conjured. The elemental crystals helped him to fine-tune the spells, while the angry blade's blood scabbard endured the consequences of his mistakes for him. It was something that neither war nor Ragnarök could do, and it was made possible by the recent upgrade. The blood that Lith had added to the power core of the angry blade, as an amplifier now coursed through the remains of his fallen enemies collected by Ragnarök, turning them into expendable extensions of his own body. Lith used mirror magic only against thralls, because their deaths would provide him with the blood and life force he needed to replenish Ragnarök's strength. Becoming a father and regaining his humanity had brought Lith to understand the weight of the lives he took, but that didn't make him soft. On the contrary, it reinforced his determination. The undead courts aren't going to stop coming after me unless I make them. Every person I kill is one less enemy that Elijah will have to face in the future. Lith thought, killing the thralls with clinical precision despite their desperate pleas for mercy. It's much better for me to shoulder this burden than let my daughter live under the constant threat of immortal monsters. If Elijah wants to join the nest or become Ligon's apprentice, it's going to be her free choice. Not because she's scared for her life or that or her mother. Lith didn't want to die, but he had to prepare for the eventuality. With his crippled life force and the many enemies that he had made during his life, he knew that sooner or later something from his past would come back to bite at him. Aware of his mortality, he didn't want to make Elijah pay for his mistakes. The only way he had to protect her was to clean up his own mess and leave her a clean slate. The once luxurious corridors of the Dawn Court had now turned into a slaughterhouse. The priceless works of art that once decorated the walls lay shattered on the floor, while the high-end furniture was reduced to charred splinters. As he walked amid the carnage and destruction, Lith could almost hear Camilla's voice in their last argument. "I know that the undead have attacked the Verhen mansion, but do you really have to do this?" she had asked. "Can't you just leave the army to deal with this? After General Morn, after Darius, and how those assassins got the blueprint of our home, do you really trust the kingdom to not let its corrupt members screw this up?" Lith asked back. "Fine," Camilla scoffed. "But if you really have to do this, why not bring Zorath along? Why don't you ask for Surtur and Sinmara's help? Heck, bring the whole organization with you." "And then what?" Lith countered pointedly. "Let everyone know that I associate myself with ancient abominations. Everyone would start to believe that I'm the master, and at that point, the undead would be the least of my problems. As for Surtur and Sinmara, I don't want to become reliant on them every time things get hard. My enemies aren't going to stop coming, so I need to make sure that I can take them on by myself." "Is this a matter of pride, then?" She stomped her foot in frustration. "What if something happens to you? What if one of the courts you are going to storm today is ruled by an ancient undead so powerful that not even you can beat them? What I'm going to tell our daughter when she asks me why she had to grow up without a father?" Not knowing what else to do, Camilla took the sleeping Elijah from her crib and gently shoved her in Lith's face. The crib was hushed so the baby had no idea what was happening. She opened her eyes, seeing her beloved parents, and yet sensing the tension between them. "Daya?" she asked, extending her arms to Lith while shape-shifting into her Tiamat form to get some clarity. Lith took her in his arms, using the dragon scales to let her know how much he loved her, and that everything would be all right. "Tell her I wasn't scared," Lith replied. "Tell our daughter that her father fought for her until his last breath." The vision blurred his sight for a moment. The regret from making Camilla worry and leaving her on such a sour note still weighed on his mind. His guilt turned into a determination that spread to the demons of the fallen through the black chains. The dark horde roared, doubling their efforts to make sure that their master would go back home and patch things up. Space. At the same time, in a side corridor, Solus was wearing every piece of the set of Menadian that they had recovered. The eyes were deciphering the network of arrays, showing her the most direct path to the control room. "Once I turn the magical formations off, the geyser will be up for the taking and this will be over." Solus used the hands to accumulate the free world energy and use it to fuel her tower half. The more the tower core took form, the less strain the eyes put on her and the faster she could take over the mana geyser. "I know, but don't be impatient," Raptor replied, his thoughts sounding like the wind howling through an abyss and somehow forming intelligible words. "We are still weakened. Keep less energy for yourself and send more to the demons. If they get pushed back, we'll have to deal with everything by ourselves." Good point. Solus still had a hard time dealing with the void who was now possessing her steed, yet she had no reason to ignore his advice. She released part of the accumulated power through the emerald gemstone embedded in the palm of the hands, turning it into mana, and providing the demons with a small but steady flow of energy. Much better. Raptor's feline snout curled up in a satisfied grin as the void also received his share. Memory crystals carried the memories, and a sliver of the personality of the crystalsmith and Lith had brought things up to the next step. During the reforging of the golems, he had altered the spirit crystals so that they could host the embodiments of the different aspects of his life forces. Chapter 2794, Changes and Upgrades, Part 2. 2794 Changes and Upgrades, Part 2. After reaching the bright violet, the three sides comprising Lith's life force had come to an understanding, even the Voidfeather dragon and the Void. They no longer quarreled among themselves, and Lith could trust them with more freedom. The Void was in charge of controlling Raptor and the Voidfeather of Trouble, giving the constructs intelligence and a few tricks. The Vagrash's body had been shrunk to the size of a pony to allow Solus to ride it and move nimbly through the corridors. She saw a wall of runes and mana ahead of them, thick enough to stop the advance of the demons and even resist their 1,000 flames. From behind its protection, the undead shot darkness spells from point-blank range. The darkness element was the bane of undead and abomination alike. With the spells flooding the corridor, leaving the demons no way to dodge or cover, they were falling like flies. The corridors were littered with puddles of shadow from which the demons rebuilt their bodies, just to be shot down by the undead. Damn it, that's something that we didn't encounter during the past raid. We failed to take into account that the presence of a mana geyser increases our options, but the same applies to our enemies. With the difference that they had centuries to set up their defenses. Solus cursed their bad luck and conjured the fury in her right hand. Fall back. She couldn't command the souls of the dead, but the void could. The frenzied demons answered by using shadow steps to clear her line of sight as they moved inside the nearest empty room to recover. Solus activated the Fury's flight, conjuring 8 more copies of the enchanted hammer that flew at the barrier in a bird-looking formation. The white crystals on the sides and head of the Furies turned black, yellow, and orange. The darkness element increased the destructive power, the air element gave the hammer's speed, and the earth element further increased the hardness of the Davros. The strand of her hair that Solus had fused with the hammer connected the metal head with the phoenix bone in the handle and the dragon leather of the grip, amplifying the effects of the elemental mana. The Fury's flight surpassed the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom in its wake. The energy wall took the first blow without budging, but after the 5th, cracks opened in the points of impact. The shockwave caught up a split second later, hitting the entire wall and preventing the self-repair spell from mending the damage. Even with the power of the geyser fueling the wards, 9 heads of Davros thrown by someone with the strength of a divine beast, and imbued with the power of Salark's altered crystals was too much. The best the array could do was withstand the sonic boom and limit the spreading of the fractures. Solus burned a spark of her life force to ignore the dimensional sealing array, returning the Fury to her hand in a burst of emerald flames right after the hit. The first shockwave had yet to dwindle when a second set of Furies took flight, followed by another sonic boom. The energy wall withstood 2 more hammers before shattering. The Furies from 4 to 9 turned the hole opened by the 3rd hammer into a wide passage, and the ensuing shockwave sent the undead flying. Raptor exploited the collapse of the defensive formation to cross over before the array repaired itself. Solus rode on its back, and the able-bodied demons marched right behind the golem. Shit, Zontak the Dullahan had just got back to his feet when the assault began. The group of undead had been alerted of the fall of Dirio's branch, but on too short a notice to prepare for the invasion. They had betted everything on the defensive measures fueled by the mana geyser, and they had little beyond that. Not many demons had managed to walk through the broken barrier, and only a few of them had 4 eyes left. but the Golden Warrior's reputation preceded her, and there was something in her steed that gave the creeps even to centuries-old predators. The eyes of the Vagrash had been replaced by a fire and a darkness crystal, while the spirit crystal had been moved from the chest to the middle of the forehead. The crystal eyes had no iris or pupil, yet they managed to express a savage joy. The Void looked at them like toys he was eager to break, to cut them open and discover what made them tick. The undead noticed the resemblance with the Tiamat, and wondered if the reason the construct didn't have 7 eyes was that despite the accolades, the supreme Magus of the kingdom lacked resources. Little did they know that Lith had the crystals, he just didn't trust the Void with that kind of power. The Dullahan cast spells from both his head and body. One manipulated its hair to make up for the missing hands and trace the mystical runes, while the other used air magic to turn the gurgling noise from the severed neck into words. Jima the Banshee activated her bloodline ability, Shattered Soul, to produce an ear-piercing shriek that carried the kinetic energy of a speeding truck. Demons and constructs had no eardrums to burst, but the air pressure still scattered them and sent them slamming against the wall. The enchantments of Soulless, Voidwalker armor hushed her ears, yet Shattered Soul's vibrations spread past her armor and into her bones, making her shiver like she was naked under a snowstorm. Zamir the Mage Slayer followed up by cutting through the weakest demons, reducing the number of threats while also conjuring 1 bolt of lightning with each movement of his blade. The Tier 3 spells were aimed at Soulless, too fast for her to dodge them while her body struggled to follow her commands. The electricity sent her into a seizure and left her open to Zontak's spells. Not so fast. The Void flexed the Vagrash's tail, using it to wrap around Zamir's sword and throwing the Mage Slayer right in front of Soulless. The gaseous body of the undead fed upon the mana, without letting a single spark of energy reach the Golden Knight. That's annoying, but at least my spells didn't go to waste. Zamir is now stronger and can take care of the woman while I deal with the construct, the Dullahan thought while unsheathing the sword at his hip. His favorite weapon was actually a spear, but with the cramped space of the corridor and surrounded by allies and enemies, he needed a shorter-ranged weapon. I still have the advantage since the golem fares even worse than me with its long body, and the short reach of its front his train of thoughts derailed, as the figure of the Vagrash changed into a humanoid appearance. Long straight horns came out of his forehead, while curved horns came out of the back of his skull, covering his neck. The feathered wings on its back turned membranous and small spikes erupted on his arms, legs, and chest. They were arranged in concentric layers, so as to act as both a means of offense and defense. Chapter 2795, A Trick of Two, Part 1. 2795, A Trick of Two, Part 1. The hoofed feet of the Vagrash turned into taloned toes, and the tail was detached from the body, turning into a proper blade. I'm just like you wearing a corpse coated with metal. I don't need organs to survive. The Void answered the Dullahan's silent question as his lipless maw formed a smile. But wait, there's more. Black chains burst out from the spirit crystal on his chest, but instead of providing the demons with power or conjuring more, the chains struck at the undead. The Dullahan and the others froze for a second in surprise, but when nothing happened, they resumed the offensive. The Void has bought me enough time to shrug off the effects of the Banshee's scream, but I'm still fucked. Soulless unleashed one of the Tier 5 spells she had at the ready just for the undead to counter it with their own. Darkness countered darkness while the Mage Slayer fed on the remaining element, becoming even stronger. Soulless' core was weaker than the undead's, her body was slower, and they were 2 against 1. To make matters worse, only a Blade Master could turn into a Mage Slayer. Zamir had honed his skills through the centuries, whereas she was a novice. Soulless had regained her human body for less than 1 year, and she liked to spend her free time experiencing life, not training. If only I could use body casting to weave spells above Tier 3, this would go much differently. Her body was strong, and 1 hit of the Fury would have been enough to kill any undead, but they were both meaningless if she missed her target. The Mage Slayer failed to find an opening in Soulless, Voidwalker armor, so he played it smart. He used his superior technique to wrap his blade around the hammer and keep it at a safe distance, using those movements to cast spells. Whenever his blade and the hammer touched, he released a bolt of lightning that froze the Golden Knight long enough for the Banshee to strike. If the lunge managed to pass through her guard, he released a focused pulse of darkness magic. Soulless could counter it with the spirit barrier of her armor, but even then, some of the darkness would slip past it and attack her body. Due to the darkness element ethereal body. Due to the darkness element ethereal nature, only a dense mass of energy or matter could stop its advance. I can't keep the barrier always active or the armor will run out of power. Same if I make it too thick. Soulless cursed, as Jima unleashed another of her screams at the same time when Zoma's blade sent a bolt of lightning through her arm. If I get it by the shattered soul, I'll be a fish in a barrel. Her only option was to activate the spirit barrier again, blocking the scream and pushing the mage slayer away. The problem was that the move bought her time, but she was still surrounded. The two undead just kept at the fringes of the Emerald Ward and bombarded it respectively with darkness magic and a flurry of attacks that conjured as many spells. Zontac the Dullahan had no idea what purpose the black chain connecting him to the void had, yet it didn't seem to matter. The two had been going at it for a couple of seconds, their blades and limbs hitting each other without a care in the world. N//1 N. The Dullahan was heavily armored, especially his head since it was his weak point. The helmet alone was comprised of 10 kilograms, 22 pounds of adamant, but it was as light as a 22 pounds of adamant, but it was as light as a feather to the elder undead's blood core. His sword was also much heavier than a regular weapon and filled with enchantments. The golem void instead was stark naked, covered only in the layer of adamant that coated the body of the dead Vaygrash. The same held true for the tailblade, yet the creature seemed not to mind the exchange of blows that it was clearly losing. I expected more from such a conceited being, Zontac thought. Sure, my body can't cast magic anymore, but that thing is leaving my head alone, giving me all the time I need. I may be severed from my body in the flesh, but we are still as one. Despite the clear flaws of Lith's golem and of the alleged intelligence possessing it, the Dullahan was impressed. Raptor could fight against an elder undead on equal footing despite the clear gap in experience and equipment. The construct was unbelievably fast and strong, using sheer physical might to make up for what it lacked in skill. On top of that, the physical fight happened at an incredible pace, much faster than any mouth could move. Zontac had no way to body cast. Only awakened and mage slayers undead could do that. He had to give up on high-tiered spells and focus on quick Tier 3 spells, or the fight would be over before his head cast even a single one. The first was a bolt of lightning which coursed through Raptor's metal body and was grounded into the floor without dealing any damage. The second was a blast of darkness magic, neutralized by a spark of the black eye. "Gods, you're so cute," the void smiled at the Dullahan like at a dumb kid. "You just wasted your spells, I can't have seizures, and you just ran out of time. It's my turn now." Zontac ignored the taunt and resumed his attack. Much to his surprise, the void ignored his feints and moved straight for the kill. The Dullahan immediately adjusted his strategy, but the golem anticipated every technique, breezing through them. The void parried the blade with his own, extending the muscle joints of the Vaygrash's tail to wrap it around the enemy weapon up to the arm, locking them in a deadly embrace. The black eye lit up, conjuring a constant flow of darkness element that flowed from Raptor's arm into Zontac's. The void used his free hand to hammer at the undead, with a flurry of fists, calving the full weight of the half, a ton heavy carrying the full weight of the half, a ton heavy Vaygrash. Just how? The Dullahan wasn't a brawler, but in his centuries of life, he had fought empty-handed more often than most professional fighters their entire career. Yet the golem deflected his blows with minimal effort, managing to land every single strike of its own, as if Zontac wasn't even trying to defend himself. The void also seemed to know the equipment of the Dullahan inside out. He avoided the offensive enchantments, and threw a feint to trigger the defensive systems just to deliver the real blow the moment they started to fade. The enchantments of the golem, instead, always reached a weak spot, unleashing the full extent of their power. Shit! Zontac went into panic when he finally realized what he had overlooked. The golem wouldn't tire, wouldn't relent, and each one of its blows would be as strong as the first until its power ran out. Yet the real threat was the darkness magic that was moving from the Dullahan's arm to his core. Chapter 2796, A Trick of Two, Part 2. 2796, A Trick of Two, Part 2. The weak point that every living being had, but they usually ignored, because only an awakened could find it. Just how? The Dullahan's head turned into ashes with the question on his lips, but the void ignored it and turned around to help Solus. What the fuck? The black chains had also struck her opponents, but they seemed to be useless. At least until she was forced to lower the spirit barrier and face the Banshee and the Mage Slayer in close-quarter combat again. The full guard spell imbued in her armor gave Solus full spatial awareness, but there was no point knowing the movements of her enemies if her body couldn't follow them. Now, however, she could see thanks to full guard where every part of the undead's body was, and in her mind where they would be. Solus could see which movements were just feints and which were meant to strike. She could even see how either undead would react in case their respective blows would connect or be blocked or dodged. It was akin to seeing the future flash in front of her eyes. The flow of information came from the mind link she shared with her steed, and Solus chose to trust the void. Her hammer moved to intercept the Mage Slayer's blade before it started to move, as she cast a hush zone to neutralize the shattered soul that she knew was incoming. Zamor was taken by surprise, the hit so heavy that if not for his experience, the fury would have shattered his blade, and with it his life. Jima the Banshee had charged in after unleashing her bloodline ability, certain that it would have created an opening. Shattered soul did create an opening, but for Solus. The hush zone canceled the scream, and the Banshee had her guard down, whereas Solus held her hands up. Jima was now defenseless against the plague arrows that Solus conjured via body casting. Darkness was slow, but the Golden Knight placed the spells along Jima's trajectory, making the Banshee run into them on her own. Jima stumbled and fell, her strength abandoning her. Solus tried to finish her off, but the Mage Slayer moved to protect his weakened comrade. How, he wondered in confusion, how can an amateur suddenly be capable of predicting my most refined techniques? The answer to the Dullahans and the Mage Slayer's question was the same. While in the golem's body, the void lacked the connection with his souls and the mana organs necessary to conjure demons. Yet the spirit crystal carried enough of Lith's pure mana and life force to conjure the black chains. Undead were predators, and the older they were, the more victims they had preyed upon. It also meant more souls following them. Souls who had haunted their murderers for years, if not centuries, and who were glad to share their knowledge with the void. A long life meant acquiring habits and patterns. Any veteran knew that a winning strategy had to be refined and perfected, never discarded. The souls had seen the undead training and fighting countless times, memorizing those patterns. Now they acted as telepathic coaches for the void and Solus, telling them what to expect and from where. Solus caught up with Zamor's rhythm, blocking his blade with her hammer. Then, she conjured a copy of the Fury in her free hand, and before the undead could react, she clapped with the two hammers. Struck between the two Furies, the adamant weapon shattered. A Mage Knight's body was comprised only of a heart and blade. The orange fog was just a defensive measure meant to neutralize magic and protect the heart. The blade was the means through which the blood core exerted its power, and they grew in strength together as the Mage Slayer fed upon their prey. If the weapon was damaged, the blood core would leak and consume the accumulated energy to repair it. Zamor was old enough to be capable of fixing his blade, but the sudden lack of energy made the fog surrounding his heart disappear. With the same movement that had shattered the blade, Solus conjured a blast of darkness magic that destroyed the floating heart and killed the undead. I'm not going to waste my undeath fighting 2 against 1. Better to retreat to fight another day. Jima the Banshee could hear Solus panting and the light in the golem's eyes flickering, but the black chains were still there and she didn't trust her odds. Full Nelson? The void consumed the last remnants of Raptor's energy to move behind her in a blur, locking her arms with his own. The Banshee gritted her teeth to withstand the unknown spell conjured by the unknown words of power. Then, Solus' hammer hit Jima in a descending arc, crushing her head, and then splitting her body asunder with the sheer might of the blow. Time out, the void asked, the runes on his middle body flickering in warning, N/1N. Sort of. Solus was still panting when she conjured the recharging array for the golem, which shape-shifted back into an emperor beast. We resume our advance the moment I'm done catching my breath. Unlike Lith, she couldn't power Raptor up by consuming her mana, she could only do it through a magical formation. The void stood still, drawing the world energy through the golem's eyes to speed up the process. It took Solus a few seconds to breathe regularly, and a few more to use her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, to go back to the peak of her strength. It wasn't long enough for Raptor to do the same, but they had no time to lose. She sacrificed part of the energy stored inside the hands, injecting it inside the construct after filtering it through the emerald gemstone. It would slow down the takeover of the mana geyser, but she needed the void's help to succeed. Nice trick, by the way, she said while riding the Vagrash and talking to not waste precious mana with mind links. I thought you needed to fuse with a soul to access to their knowledge. How did you do it with just the chains? We all learned a trick or two since we got back from the fringe. The Void replied, wondering how the Voidfeather Dragon was doing. Space. The Voidfeather Dragon wasn't pleased with Trouble's body. The membranous wings felt wrong, the short humanoid neck limited his vision, and the lack of a tail made his balance precarious. This is unacceptable, the Voidfeather snarled while the undead around him rained spells upon him. No flames and no shadows, this construct is crap. Trouble's body had benefited from its stay in the spark. The adamant coating it had come closer to Davros, and the Balor's corpse had been refined as if Trouble was still alive and had somehow awakened. On top of that, the spirit crystal had been moved from the chest to the forehead, mimicking the pattern of a Tiamat. Alas, the golem lacked all the mana organs that the Voidfeather Dragon needed to conjure most of his bloodline abilities, carrying only the Voidfeather's mind and a spark of Lith's life force. Chapter 2797, Countermeasures, Part 1. 2797 Countermeasures, Part 1. Yet a sliver of life force was enough for the Voidfeather to couple his mastery over the elements with the full set of elemental crystals to suck in the incoming spells, cleanse them from their caster's energy signature, and shoot them back in the form of raw elemental pillars. Lith had studied the Balor's eyes long enough to understand the underlying principles of their bloodline abilities, and the Voidfeather had mastered the elemental crystal enough to mimic them. A living body would have been ravaged by mana poisoning and damaged by the violent spells temporarily coursing through it, but both were irrelevant problems to a golem. Blue magic circles surrounded the Voidfeather Dragon, each holding a different spell as they followed him in his advance. The undead were still shocked by seeing their best spells fade into nothingness when beams of incandescent light hit them. The Tier 3 Light Mastery spell, Sunburst, generated laser-like heat rays that moved as fast as a bullet, yet light and fire inflicted little damage to an undead body. The dragon used void magic to turn fire into ice and light into darkness. The ice clogged the joints of the undead's armor and stuck to them so that the darkness it carried could seep inside the undead without wasting one iota of mana. Then, the Voidfeather lit the yellow eye and unleashed a lightning bolt that filled the corridor. The electricity stung at the undead, but that was it. When it turned into solid rock, trapping them inside a stone coffin, however, it was a problem. With their joints already clogged by ice and encased in rock that made it impossible to exert leverage, even someone as strong as an undead needed time to break free. Time that the Voidfeather didn't grant them, activating one of the magic circles so that the blinding light produced by bolts of lightning turned into a haze of darkness. By the time the undead managed to free themselves, the ever-shifting tide of attacks had inflicted grievous wounds upon them. The silver lining was that they were many, and the golem was one. Gentlemen, if you please. The horde of demons hiding behind the Voidfeather struck at the weakened enemies in a frenzy, slaughtering them like cattle. Once the last undead turned into ashes, the demons still had 6 eyes each, and the dragon was done preparing the next batch of spells. His advance was slower than Lith's and Solus. He had no way to recharge the black cores of the demons, so he had to make each hit count. Space. Lith avoided the strong barriers fueled by the mana geyser, since dealing with them was a waste of time, unless they led to the lower floors. He didn't rush in his advance, taking the time to replenish his strength and Ragnarok's scabbard as he studied the enemy defense formations from a distance. It seems I have to get past that junction if I want to proceed. Lith's eyes spotted a golden barrier similar to the one that Solus had just overcome. He had tried the other routes, and they all ended the same way. It might have been considered a waste of time if in doing so he hadn't also cleansed the entire area of undead. Thanks to that, the demons of the darkness were free to assist him, and many of them had got their hands on the corpse of a thrall. By absorbing the residual mass, life force, and mana, they had turned into demons of the fallen, increasing their strength with no burden on Lith. The number of demons behind him was so great that not a speck of light was visible. On one end of the corridor stood a wall of light, and on the other one of darkness. Lith took a deep breath, and so did the demons, their mouths filled with void flames, filling the corridor with an eerie glow. Lith hurled a jet stream of fire in front of himself, while the demons aimed the void flames, so that they would cross paths with Lith's. The cursed flames stopped their advance for a split second, forming a sphere of fire that grew in size until the stone of the corridor turned white-hot. Then the 1,000 flames burst forward until they crashed against the defensive barrier like a raging river hitting a dam. The defensive array collapsed under the pressure. but thanks to the energy coming from the mana geyser, it reformed too quickly for Lith to cross over unless he opened a spirit warp. Blinking would mean leaving the demons behind, while a steps would be easily countered by a collapsing space spell. I would lose my demons anyway and be forced to defend from both sides of the corridor. Getting closer is not an option either. I have no cover, and while I take down the barrier, too many demons would have to sacrifice themselves to protect me. Time for Plan E. At Lith's signal, the demons of the fallen knelt, while those of the darkness stretched their shadow necks so that their heads could move freely from their bodies. Soon the whole corridor was filled with white maws glued to each other like bricks. The second burst of 1,000 flames hit the barrier in the same spot as the first. This time, after the magical formation crumbled, the flames had enough power to burn through the makeshift barricade and the undead hiding behind it. The third wave struck while the array was still repairing itself, bringing it down with ease and flooding the corridor. The black flames killed the guards, burned the traps, and split in two upon reaching a T-junction. More agonizing screams came from the two corridors, revealing the presence of more undead lying in ambush. I guess that now they are too busy saving their skin to bother me. Lith conjured a layer of cold air around his head since, unlike his demons, he needed to breathe, and the surface of the marble corridor was bubbling. At his command, the shadows pressed their bodies against the already fixed barrier, draining it with their abomination touch. The demons quivered in pleasure, feeding off the power of the mana geyser and feeling the strength they had consumed return. The barrier collapsed again, but this time it stayed down. A black rim marked the presence of demons that kept draining the barrier faster than the mana geyser could fuel it. N//N. Those with less than 5 eyes stay here and feed. The rest with me. Lith crossed the threshold, readying himself to fight as he neared the T-junction. Judging from the small pile of ashes, only a few undead had been destroyed, while the rest had run away after the failed ambush. Lith split his forces to explore both corridors, clearing the area before going down the stairs leading to the next floor. This isn't going well, Lith thought. The presence of the geyser is helping the defensive forces more than it helps us. We've met much more resistance than in the other branch, and some of the arrays were strong enough to depower several demons. I split them so that Solus and the Voidfeather could act on their own, but that left me with the smallest unit. Chapter 2798, Countermeasures, Part 2. Nully, I am the only one who can recharge the demons quickly, sure, but the more I use invigoration on them, the less it works for me. Lith sent Valia and Vergrave forward, expecting an ambush. He wasn't disappointed. 2 Wendigos welcomed them with a chilling wail that froze the demons, and conjured an ice wall that cut the reinforcements off. Valia and Vergrave were prepared for something like that. During the interrogation of the assassin unit sent to the Verhin mansion, Lith had extracted from them the countermeasures that the undead courts had devised against his different forms. Wendigos for the dragon, Nightwalkers for the abomination, and Blood Witches for the Tiamat. The 2 former members of the Queen's Corps had moved forward while holding their breath so that when they exhaled, they released a burst of origin flames from all over their bodies. The mystical flames turned the ice into steam, blinding the Wendigos from seeing the blades aimed at their intestines. Smashing the head or puncturing the heart of a Wendigo was useless. Born from a person starving during a harsh winter to the point of feeding on the corpses of members of their own race, a Wendigo's weak point was the never-rotting flesh of their first victim. Unless it was destroyed, the hairy undead would endlessly regenerate, given time and enough power in their blood cores. The blades failed to get past the adamant armor of the undead, but the darkness element coating them did. Valia's opponent experienced discomfort, while Vergrave's was unlucky. The blow glanced at the right spot, causing the remnants of her first meal to rot. The Wendigo's strength plummeted, and she tried to back down, but the demon of the fallen kept pressing forward. "Help me, damn it!" she screamed in fear as the eternity that had been promised to her slipped through her fingers. Thralls and undead came to her aid, but as soon as Lith's array-detecting spell and life-sensing array provided him with the information he needed, the rest of the he was close enough to help and support them, but also out of reach for the undead. Now, a familiar voice shouted, and the undead jumped to the side, uncaring if it left demons storm the room. Having no idea how deep the building went and how many enemies he would face, Lith used the demons for recon while he studied the situation from a safe distance. He was close enough to help and support them, but also out of reach for the undead. Now, a familiar voice shouted, and the undead jumped to the side, uncaring if it left them exposed to a blow. A massive construct shaped like hands made of pure darkness reached the crowd of demons, splitting into many smaller limbs that grabbed their respective targets and pinned them against the wall. The demons tried to shapeshift out of the restraints, but darkness could interact with darkness, and the constructs shapeshifted along with them, blocking their escape. The undead didn't miss the opening, and poured their spells and bloodline abilities against the helpless demons. Lith cut his own palm, throwing droplets of his blood in every direction. The moment they got far away enough from him, the effects of his natural shapeshifting were lost, and they returned to their original size. Lith's body was that of a creature 30 meters, 100, tall, so the droplets expanded into the equivalent of several buckets of blood that painted the room red. Many undead almost fell into a feeding frenzy, the smell of the nectar filled with bright violet mana and a powerful life force intoxicating. Somehow, it suited the blood cores of those belonging to both the human and beast races. Even the undead who didn't feed on blood had a hard time not lapping it. The wrong nourishment was bound to taste bad, but the vitality and mana contained in the blood made it a hearty meal. The demons of the darkness bathed in the crimson liquid, seeing it for what it truly was, the trigger for another contingency plan. The demons absorbed the spark of Lith's life force contained in the blood and ignited it, turning themselves into demons of the flames. The shadow constructs still pinned the demons to the walls, but the mystical flames now burned at the mana and the materials that comprised the unknown spell. At the same time, the fire engulfing the demons weakened the attacks aimed at them, giving them the time to counter with spells of their own. No1N. Nully I was right. Thanks to the origin flames eroding the spell matrix, Lith could see its components with life vision. Nully those weren't shadow constructs simply because they don't exist. Nully they were made of earth coated in darkness that somehow also gained the speed of air magic and the flexibility of water magic. Tier 5 magic controlling 4 elements at the same time is something that only a tower tier spell is supposed to achieve, yet the magical power behind those constructs was nothing special. Lith had experienced the effects of his own tower and witnessed the might that Baba Yaga's hut granted her, and that of a horseman's steed. Even the crystal horses provided their master with a power beyond the bright violet core, whereas the mana in the shadow constructs was slightly stronger than his own. Damn it, this wasn't in any report. Add the flaming demons to the database, Irma the Nightwalker said while sapping the vitality of his herd to recover the lost mana. His hands traced the mystical signs, and his mouth spoke the words of power, both moving with the swiftness of undeath and the expertise of centuries. He also used true darkness magic to weave the rest of his spells with his mind. Nightwalkers were prototypes of the Horsemen of Night, and they shared her ebony skin. The highly compressed darkness elements stored in their bodies painted them black and granted them resistance to all kinds of damage. The white of Ulma's eyes stood out so much that from a distance it would have been easy to mistake him for an abomination, if not for his thick red hair streaked black all over. Nightwalker's affinity toward the darkness element was so great that they were capable of manipulating the shadows. They just needed to infuse a shade with a bit of their mana to turn it into a hiding spot, a weapon, or anything they might need. Yet such abilities came at a price. A Nightwalker would only be attuned to the darkness element instead of two like the rest of his kin, and they could feed solely on people with black streaks in their hair. Ulma conjured 2 Tier 5 spells at the same time, Fire Cutter and Burial Grounds. The first was supposed to conjure a storm of superheated air blades that would chase their target. The second spell, instead, would fill the marble corridor around the Nightwalker with darkness magic and mana, allowing him to manipulate his surroundings at will and turn the entire area into a corrosive trap. Lith's Tiamat eyes spotted the enemy leader hiding in the shadows at the end of the long corridor and identified his spells. Yet the situation made no sense to him. From that distance, Fire Cutter would lose cohesion before reaching Lith while keeping Burial Ground active, until the two engaged in close-quarter combat was nothing but a waste of mana. Chapter 2799, Source Magic Part 1. Nully that guy can cast what he wants. I just have to keep my distance to turn whatever spell he keeps at the ready a burden on his mind and a waste of mana. I've still a lot to do here, so... Lith's 7 eyes went wide as they perceived the elemental flow of the familiar spells turning into something unknown. Ulma had finished conjuring the runes, but instead of condensing them into their respective spells, he was manipulating them. Many runes from both Burial Grounds and Flame Cutter were discarded, while the rest merged into Deadshot. The air still had its speed, and the fire packed its heat, but they were now compressed into a stone bullet infused with darkness. The new spell moved at near sonic speed, crossing the distance between Ulma and Lith in the blink of an eye. Luckily for the Tiamat, the other 6 were still open. Nully, I know this spell? Lith couldn't dodge something moving so fast, he could only block it. Nully, it's the same one that killed Quilla, the meat puppet Gianni switched her with. Nully, that's the ability that earned Tynan Zavro his title of Lost Magus, but he's dead. I'm sure of it because I killed him. Lith activated the blue and orange crystals on Ragnarök to lessen the strain that channeling 2 elemental aspects of the Davros at the same time inflicted on the blade. The water aspect split the mana from the world energy, weakening Deadshot the moment it neared Lith. The earth aspect turned the aura surrounding the blade into a sturdy defensive barrier harder than a diamond. The bullet was the size of a baseball, focusing the combined power of the 2 Tier 5 spells on a small surface. It gave Deadshot the kinetic energy of a truck shot by a sniper rifle. Even with the conjured protections and his mass, Lith slid back a few centimeters, his back recoiling from the impact. Nully, fuck me sideways, that guy is much closer than Zavra back then, so I don't have the time to dodge. Orion could block this kind of spell only because he wore a Royal Fortress armor comprised of hundreds of kilos of compressed Davros. Lith didn't like his situation one bit. His demons of the flames were still fighting the new wave of undead brought by the Nightwalker, and Lith couldn't wait for them to finish their battle. Not with Ulma weaving another spell from a safe distance while also feeding upon his thralls. Nully, there's no telling what kind of arrays and how many undead are hidden in the space between me and the Nightwalker, yet I have no choice but to charge forward. Lith gritted his teeth in frustration. Nully, I bet that if I stall for time, he will alternate between attacking my demons and me. He will chip my strength and the numbers of my allies while he keeps his own and more reinforcements come to his aid. Lith's analysis was spot on, N//1N. Ulma had made no effort to hide his intentions in order to bait Lith into falling into the next layer of his trap. Nully, if Verhen runs away, not only will his plan to raid the undead courts as he did with Thrud's cities fail, but it will also prove that we can defeat him. The morale of the soldiers of the kingdom will plummet, and so will his reputation. Nully, our morale will be restored instead, and the unrest between the members of the Dawn, Dusk, and Night courts will die down. If Verhen tries to get me, he'll die. His human form has no weak point but no powerful ability. Nully, either way, I win. The Nightwalker rearranged and fused 2 more Tier 5 spells, conjuring Scatterblast. The bullet this time was made of frozen rocks and infused with air and darkness. The air element propelled Scatterblast forward while also conjuring a small vortex that drew the dust and humidity in the air, adding more mass to the bullet. As soon as it reached a certain size, Scatterblast split into 2, and the process continued during their flight. The vortex effect served to reduce the air resistance, increase the bullet's speed, and collect raw materials. On top of that, the high speed allowed Scatterblast to gather everything in its path, including the remnants of the spells conjured by Ulma's fellow undead. Between the Wendigo's frost aura and the debris from the fight, there was plenty to work with. With each new bullet, the area of effect of the vortexes increased, and with it the mass of collected materials. By the time Scatterblast reached the entrance to the 3rd floor, there was a swarm of bullets aimed at both Lith and his demons. The ice conjured by water magic would smother the flames and keep Lith from turning into either a dragon or a Tiamat. The darkness element the Scatterblasts were imbued with wasn't enough to be lethal, but it would sap the strength of their targets even if the bullets were to be blocked. Nully, damn if I hate smart opponents. Lith gave Ulma a small nod of the head in respect and fell on his knee. It reduced the area that the spirit barrier of the Voidwalker armor had to cover, making it thicker and denser. At the same time, Lith merged Ragnarök with the Emerald Construct so that the blade would weaken the incoming spells, but suffer no making it thicker and denser. At the same time, Lith merged Ragnarök with the Emerald Construct so that the blade would weaken the incoming spells, but suffer no damage from the bullets. The blue and orange aura from the elemental aspects of the Davros coated the spirit barrier, tripling its defensive abilities. Once the Scatterblasts hit, the tide of the battle was still in favor of the undead, but Lith had suffered no damage. He cast a flight spell while also flapping his wings to cover the distance between himself and the Nightwalker in the shortest time possible. Ulma smiled and readied his troops. At a wave of his hand, the surface of the marble corridor rippled like water. Ghouls armed to the teeth jumped out the walls, ceiling, and floor, attacking Lith from every side. They had crawled there only after the beginning of the fight to avoid being detected by life-sensing arrays, and then the enchanted stone had hidden them from life vision. Lith smiled as well, activating a spirit blink and a collapsed space in quick succession. The blink moved him forward 20 meters, 66, while also bringing along the limbs and the parts of the weapons that had come close enough to his body to be caught in the dimensional spell. Ghouls had greatly regenerative powers, but even they needed to collect a severed limb before reattaching it. The collapsed space made the exit and entry point of the blink explode, but while Lith was moving at high speed, the ghouls were stuck in midair. The detonation further destabilized the damaged weapons, making their pseudo-cores go awry and causing a chain reaction. The wounds opened by the blink were easily torn apart by the combined explosions of the equipment and collapsed space. Several ghouls died on the spot while the survivors found themselves unarmed. Lith, instead, avoided the explosions and used the blasts to fill his wings and fly faster. Chapter 2800, Source Magic Part 2. Nully cunning son of a bitch. Ulma gave the signal to all the reserve troops at once in a last-ditch effort that he knew was bound to fail. Nully I expected the spirit blink, but not the combination with collapsed space. Nully, the sudden burst of speed has thrown off the timing of my traps. The arrays triggered when Lith had already flown past them, and more undead jumped out of hidden compartments just to hit empty air. Those who appeared in front of Lith too early, he simply blinked past them, leaving behind more collapsed spaces for free kills. The multi-layered trap fell apart like a house of cards hit by a sneeze, dealing no damage to its intended victim and crippling Ulma's troops. You really are an annoying bastard. No wonder you survived this long. The Nightwalker sent his herd away and combined the Battle Mage Tier 5 spells, God of Air and God of Water. Then he enhanced the resulting God of Storm spell with his Bloodline ability, Nightblood. The ice armor coursing with thunder that covered him from head to toe turned black, and so did the 4 elemental spheres that orbited around the Nightwalker. To compensate for their lack of a second elemental affinity, Baba Yaga had made sure that no matter what kind of spell her Nightwalkers conjured or equipment they used, they would be able to infuse anything with the darkness element. This way, the resistance to darkness of their bodies would be shared with their equipment, and their spells could be manipulated freely with true magic, thanks to the added darkness component. The God of Nightstorm spell bestowed upon Ulma the extra mass and protection from the ice, an air barrier that softened the impact with the charging Tiamat, and a darkness aura that chipped away at the enemy's strength. Despite all that, the Davros of Ragnarök easily pierced through the layer of black ice covering the Nightwalker's powerful adamant blade. The clash produced a silvery noise and sent the undead slamming against the wall at his back like a ragdoll. Nully, what the fuck is that spell? Wasn't Zavra just some kind of mage sniper? Lith heard the boom and saw the enchanted wall cave upon impact, but life vision showed him that Ulma had suffered little damage. The water and air had cushioned the undead, while the darkness element had dispersed part of the kinetic energy during both the clash and the crash. What's with that surprised face, Verhin? Did you believe yourself to be the only Magus on Magur? The Nightwalker consumed part of the power stored by his blood core to reduce the gap in mass and strength with Lith. To be the only one privy to an exclusive branch of magic. Well, you are wrong. The undead courts have been blessed by countless geniuses over the centuries, and you're about to face the might of our latest edition. Behold the might of source magic, a discipline worthy of the title of Magus, and entrusted solely to a selected elite of the undead courts. Ulma jumped off the wall, billowing wings of black ice coming out of his back. He moved faster than Lith believed possible, performing a series of feints and attacks that Lith managed to counter only thanks to his superior speed. Air fusion made him faster, and the air crystal in the Voidwalker armor further enhanced his speed. By charging the different pieces of the armor with different charges, the crystal exploited the magnetic repulsion and attraction to support every of Lith's moves. Might face skill to a standstill, the outcome leaving both opponents flabbergasted. Nully, this makes no sense. Lith thought, Nully, I'm a bright violet cord awakened divine beast and Ragnarök is made of Davros. I should have cut through this knockoff horseman like a hot knife through butter. Nully, this makes no sense, Ulma thought. Nully, I'm a centuries-old undead whose blood core has long since surpassed the violet. My armor is infused with 2 of the most powerful battle mage spells and my bloodline ability. Nully, aside from the Davros of Verhin's blade, he has nothing over me. He's a 20-years-old runt with less battle experience than my little finger. After taking 2 source magic spells and with my darkness aura weakening him, I should be able to easily overpower him. N/1N. Lith stepped back to escape the black aura and body cast more spells, goading his opponent into attempting to weave more spells. Unlike a true mage, a fake mage would consume mana upon starting the chant. Lith only had to interrupt the spellcasting to weaken the Nightwalker's core and throw his mana into the gutter. The problem was that Ulma knew all that as well, so he didn't fall for the trap, sticking close to Lith to at least disrupt his focus. Up! He used his corresponding eyes to tap into the runes he had recorded inside or rather, he didn't fall for that particular trap. Out of curiosity, is the genius you mentioned earlier Meln? Because that would be surprising. As Lith moved, the red and the black crystals on the Voidwalker armor lit up. He used his corresponding eyes to tap into the runes he had recorded inside the memory crystals to complete his Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse, in the span of 3 exchanges. It was the time he needed to conjure the non-elemental runes with body casting. Who that pompous, whiny bitch? Ulma combined the 4 elemental spheres of the god of Nightstorm so that the water countered the heat and the darkness neutralized itself. Without Night's help, the only thing that moron can discover is his own ass, and only if someone draws him a map. Glad that we finally have some common ground. Lith grinned as the blue and yellow crystal on his armor lit up, conjuring the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Corona Discharge. It was one of Nana's favorite spells, and Lith liked to think that his late magic teacher would be happy knowing that every time he cast it, Lith would think of her. Corona Discharge conjured a wave of water that robbed the corridor of the residual humidity and then crashed against the Nightwalker. The god of Nightstorm assimilated part of it to repair the armor, mixing Lith's energy signature with Ulma. This way, when a storm of lightning bolts erupted from Lith's body, the armor offered minimal resistance. Undead didn't have seizures, and the air element did little damage to them, even less to a Nightwalker. The darkness element imbued in their bodies increased their resistance to all elements, making them a tough nut to crack. Nully, either Verhin is dumber than he looks or I'm missing something. Ulma understood what had happened 1 second too late. The water of Corona Discharge had also grounded the lightning bolts of his own armor, and what was left of them had been tainted by Lith's energy signature as well. The only part of the god of Nightstorm that still obeyed Ulma's will was darkness element, everything else was a tug of war. The various pieces of the armor's joints would fuse together, slowing him down while part of the electricity would switch into ferromagnetic rods, grounding the bolts of lightning produced by the elemental spheres before they could reach Lith.